Chapter 99 He hasn't come back in 4 days. Could it be that he is weak? Chapter 99 He hasn't come back in 4 days. Is he weak? The moon is dark and the wind is strong. In a dilapidated village in Lingyin Country. 4 male monks were surrounding Ling Outyan and Liwa. The 4 monks looked at the handsome and evil Ling Outyan in the black robe, and the pure and sweet Liwa in the white dress. They are all very unhappy, jealous, and sour. This boy is so lucky. The girl in the white dress next to him is so damn pure and beautiful. We brothers are working hard to find treasure and kill monsters, but this guy can actually flirt with a little girl. I won't accept it. It's okay. We'll knock this guy out later, and then we'll take care of the girl in the white dress. Knock this guy out and leave him to me. Damn it, he actually dared to rob me. I'm going to blow him up later. Ha 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 ha. A bunch of beasts. Bullying the few with numbers is not a real skill. If you have the guts, challenge me one by one. Ling Outyan's eyes were filled with fire, his arms were clenched into fists, and veins were bulging. The 4 cultivators laughed and mocked Ling Outyan's naivety. The majority bullying the minority? Bah! Even a 3-year-old Sao understands the law of the jungle. Don't you understand? He certainly doesn't understand. He must have been weaned at the age of 3. No matter how old he is when he's weaned, I'll let him drink milk like milk later, ha 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 ha. Ling Outyan was furious. You bunch of beasts. If my master were here, I would kill you all by myself. Originally, when he arrived at the village, he saw only one cultivator in the spirit-gathering realm resting. So they attacked the other party by surprise, trying to steal the other party's treasure. Who would have thought the other party was just a bait, and 3 helpers appeared in an instant. Now, the 4 of them relied on their strength and numbers to force him and Xiaohua to hand over all their treasure stuff. That's all they actually wanted to. Defile him and Miss Xiaohua? It's simply beastly behavior. Ling Outyan turned around and said to Lihua sullenly, little flower girl, these people have no moral bottom line and will never let us go, so this time, I'm counting on you too. Ling Outyan felt very fortunate that he didn't expect that Miss Xiaohua's cultivation level was actually at the Qi realm, and for the past 4 days, Miss Xiaohua has been with him. Every time he was in danger, Xiaohua would come to his rescue. It seems so, little flower must have fallen in love with him. Thinking about Ling Outyan couldn't help but give Lihua an evil smile. It's okay, leave it to me. Lihua replied with a sweet smile. However, he was already cursing in his heart. That bastard Jiang Mu. It's been 4 days and he still hasn't shown up. I have no choice but to expose my cultivation level. I have to save that idiot Ling Outyan every time. Lihua cursed inwardly, feeling very unhappy. Ever since Jiang Mu teleported away in front of her, she had no choice but to follow Ling Outyan, because she knows Jiang Mu will definitely come back and get close to Ling Outyan to ensure the direction of the plot, and she wanted to obtain Jiang Mu's transformation and teleportation techniques. So he followed Ling Outyan and waited silently for Jiang Mu to come back. Only been waiting for 4 days now. Jiang Mu never showed up, and during these 4 days, every time Ling Outyan fights with monsters, fights with other cultivators, and every time his life is in danger, she had to rescue him. The effect of her cattail flower is comparable to that of the black water demon. Asshole Jiang Mu. Could it be that I have aroused his sexual desire too much? So much so that after 4 days in a row, you're exhausted? He's bedridden now? Just as Lihua was making random guesses, the 4 monks around suddenly jumped up. He attacked her and Ling Outyan. Little flower girl. I'll go first. Ling Outyan shouted in a deep voice, then he stomped his foot on the ground and rushed forward in a dashing and domineering manner. Fuck you. Why don't you just die? Lihua was extremely unhappy, but she also had to join the battle to prevent Ling Outyan from being suddenly beaten to death. Among the 4 opponents, 3 are at the spirit gathering mirror level, and 1 is at the Qi level. Even though she used all her strength, she was enough to kill all 4 of them by herself, but she chose not to do so. But he did it intentionally to restrain the Qi realm cultivator. So that the other 3 cultivators in the gathering spirit realm can teach Ling Outyan a lesson, nothing else. She was simply unhappy with Ling Outyan and wanted to have him beaten up. The result was as she wished, crackling. Not long. Ah! Flower girl, save me! Ling Outyan cried for help miserably. He was knocked away by the combined attack of the 3 spirit-gathering realm monks. He fell heavily to the ground. Puff. He also spat out a mouthful of blood. It looks like the injury is serious. Good beating. Ha ha ha. Lihua laughed happily in his heart. She decided to continue like this next time. If she was unhappy with Ling Outyan, she would let him get beaten. Little flower girl. Help. Ah. Puff. Ling Outyan was beaten away by the 3 people in the gathering spirit realm again and vomited blood in the air. He fell heavily to the ground again. He stood up with difficulty, although the standing is not very stable, but his cold and unyielding eyes were fixed on the 3 people. As if the look could kill them, the 3 of them laughed at this. Yo-ha? You're not dizzy yet, and you can even stand up? He looks in good physical condition. And his eyes are very sharp, but it's a pity that he can't kill people. He's so tough, I wonder if he can withstand the explosion later. Ha 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 ha. The three of them took advantage of the situation and continued to besiege Ling Outyan. The other side, Squeak, Li Hua pierced the Chi Hai Realm cultivator's abdomen with a sword, but he deliberately avoided his vital points and only severely injured him into coma. She jumped onto the thatched house, watching from afar the battle scene on Ling Outyan's side. I, Ling Outyan, swear. One day, I will definitely kill you all. Puff puff puff. Ling Outyan hadn't finished his harsh words yet. He was knocked away by the three men again, rolling in the air for a few times and spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground, cough cough cough. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up with difficulty, but when he stood up halfway, he fell down again. He continued to stand up with difficulty. He remained cold and unyielding, staring intently at the three monks in front of him who were mocking him. Li Hua looked at it from afar and couldn't help but marvel. The leading man is the leading man. This amazing willpower is truly beyond the reach of ordinary people. And his mysterious self-confidence is not something that ordinary people possess. But he can't beat those three. We have to save him before he gets killed. Thinking about Li Hua was ready to jump out of the straw house to save Ling Outyan. Sudden, out of the corner of her eye, she was attracted by a faint flash of light. This light? She turned her head sharply. At that location was behind a thatched house not far away. Could it be? Is it Jiang Mu? He's back? Li Hua was overjoyed. She was familiar with that light. Jiang Mu had just appeared in front of her, emitting this kind of light. It disappeared in an instant. Let's see if it's him first. In order to confirm whether the person behind the thatched house was Jiang Mu, Li Hua used the secret technique of the white fox tribe. So get the fox's tail out first. Flutter. A white fox tail burst out from her buttocks. She plucked out a tail hair and blew on it. Then he made the hand seal. 9 transformations of the fox fairy. Fox fur transformation. Bang! The white foxtail hair turned into a little bee. Go. The little bee flew out. In a few seconds, it flew to the back of the thatched house in the distance. Through the eyes of a little bee, the tabby cat can be seen clearly. Jiang Mu was hiding behind the thatched house, and next to him, a delicate young man with disheveled hair and a black robe was lying unconscious. Jiang Mu was seen sneaking around, poking his head out from behind the thatched house, secretly observing Ling Outyan's position. When he saw the seriously injured Ling Outyan surrounded by 3 monks, his expression grew serious. Then, he just went bang. She immediately turned into a cute girl in a yellow skirt. It seems. It's time to set out and rescue Ling Outyan. It's really him. This time, I will keep a close eye on you. And then tame you completely. Li Hua excitedly retracted his tail into his, but then he hurriedly jumped down from the thatched house. Go straight to Jiang Mu's location. However, he only ran a few steps. She stopped immediately, because she suddenly came up with a good idea. A clever plan that would allow Jiang Mu to once again play the role of a hero saving a beautiful girl. I'm definitely going to rape you tonight. Li Hua's pure and sweet face revealed a cunning fox smile. Watch me. Puff. She held back her internal injuries and spat out a mouthful of blood, staining her white dress red, pretending to be seriously injured. Then he turned around and headed towards the 3 monks with his sword in hand, limping and running. He was still screaming, Xiaohua, we'll fight you all. Talk, 2 days of leave for licking face. Chapter 100. She is really broken. Xiao was running and crying. This made Jiang Mu give up the idea of rescuing Ling Outyan. He hid behind the thatched house and secretly observed Li Hua's actions. At the same time, I felt relieved. Phew. Fortunately, it's okay. I thought that after Li Hua's character was distorted, she would no longer contribute or run away. It seems so now. Li Hua is following the original plot. After she defeated the Chi Hai Realm cultivator, she came to rescue Ling Outyan. Jiang Mu quickly reviewed the events of the past 4 days in his mind. During these 4 days, when Ling Outyan was in danger, he did not rely on the black water evil to turn the situation around, because Li Hua revealed his cultivation level of Chi Hai Realm. She wanted to gain Ling Outyan's trust as soon as possible, so she hoped that Ling Outyan would fall into danger again and again so that she could save him. In fact, she is also very successful. This made Ling Outyan's favorability towards her increased dramatically, which meant that they developed a romantic relationship. And tonight, in the original plot, Ling Outyan and Li Hua were besieged by 4 monks. Ling Outyan was defeated and fell into danger. Then Li Hua came to the rescue easily. But she doesn't look relaxed at all now. Jiang Mu started to worry again. In the original plot, Li Hua was unharmed, but now she was limping, and her white dress was stained red with blood. It looks like the injury is serious. Forget it, as long as the result is similar, it's fine. Jiang Mu just watched silently in secret. After Li Hua rescues Ling Outyan, he will find an opportunity to give the black water seed to Ling Outyan. Flower slash. After Li Hua ran to the 3 people, he raised his sword and chopped down one of them. Squeak. Gah! The man was hit stupidly and fell to the ground with a scream. Li Hua continued to attack the other 2 with undiminished momentum. Flower slash, clang. One man held his sword across the way, the other man clenched his fist and quickly used his martial arts skills. Heaven-shattering and earth-shattering fist. The fist filled with spiritual power suddenly punched out, forming an air fist. The air punch hit Li Hua's abdomen completely. Puff. Li Hua was careless and was beaten to the point of vomiting blood, and flew backwards. She cried out in the air, Sister Suihua, I will never see you again. I have to go first. Finally, she fell to the ground with a bang, spitting out a lot of blood, staining her white dress red. Then it became motionless and tragic. The two men smiled lewdly and slowly approached Liwa. It seems that he wants to do something wrong. Little flower girl. No. Ling Outyan screamed heartbreakingly, his eyes already red. He asked himself, Xiaohua girl was a stranger to him, but she had saved him from danger many times. What is the purpose? You must like him. And now, in order to save him, Miss Xiaohua was beaten to the point that her life or death is unknown, but Ling Outyan was powerless. Ah. Why isn't Master by my side? I hate it. Ling Outyan let out a long howl with a ferocious look on his face. If Master Black Water Demon was by his side, why would it have come to this? He began to blame Black Water Demon. Since she brought him into the ranks of cultivation, she said she would guide him and promised to help him achieve his goal of revenge. Then she shouldn't have left him alone. It's okay now, she had been away for so long that he couldn't save his beloved little girl. No. I still have a trump card. Ling Outyan was delighted. He finally remembered the prismatic crystal of the heart. At this point, I can only risk being hunted down by the world. He stood up with difficulty. His gloomy eyes were fixed on the two monks in front of him. You beasts. I will kill you. Ling Outyan covered his heart and secretly mobilized his spiritual power. This can be seen from Jiang Mu behind the thatched house, very anxious. Is Ling Outyan going to reveal his cards in advance? Liwa, that bastard, actually failed at the crucial moment. She's only at the 9th level of the Qi High realm, and she has so many secret techniques of the Fox clan. How could she be seriously injured? It's numb, it's bullshit. Liwa has been crooked for a long time, and now she is seriously injured. It is reasonable. Damn it, I still have to save the day in the end. Jiang Mu had no choice but to set off to rescue Liwa. So he rushed out. Hey! Look here! Jiang Mu let out a soft roar. Everyone was stunned and looked over when they heard the sound. Then you will see it. A girl in a yellow skirt rushed out from behind the thatched house. Ling Outyan was surprised. It's Miss Quiquihua? She came to save me too? She likes me just like Miss Xiaohua? The two were surprised. There's a little girl here? So cute. We've had a really good night. The lying tabby was surprised. The fish has taken the bait. Jiang Mu didn't know what everyone was thinking. She ran towards where Liwa was lying. He raised both arms, extending an index finger in each, pointing at the two men. Perform magic. Finger thunder. Chirp, chirp, purple arcs of electricity twined between his two index fingers, flashing with a piercing sound like the chirping of thousands of birds. Shoot. Jiang Momeng shouted. .2 purple lightning bolts shot out from the index finger and shot towards the two people. Wherever lightning passes, everything turns into a vacuum. This is? The two of them looked drastically different, but he couldn't avoid it and was pierced through the abdomen by the lightning. Puff, puff. Both of them spat out blood at the same time. Then he fell down, eventually fainted. Miss Tsuewa's move is so powerful. Even I can't handle it. Ling Outyan looked at the girl in the yellow skirt running towards the girl with little flower in shock. Then, the shock on his face instantly turned into a smile. The stronger Miss Tsuehua is, the stronger I, Ling Outyan, am. Thinking about it, he couldn't help himself. He gave the flower-destroying girl an evil smile from a distance. Obviously, he has already chosen Sihua as his woman. Sister? You're back. Whoa whoa whoa. As soon as she saw Jiang Mu coming to her, Liwa was overjoyed and burst into tears, even suddenly jumped up like a cat. He hugged Jiang Mu tightly. Sister, I thought I would never see you again. Whoa whoa. I miss you so much. Whoa whoa whoa. Ma Jiangma shuddered and almost returned to his original state. You're not dead, are you? Jiang Mu comforted her with concern, pushed her back to the ground and checked her body. Something's wrong. My stomach was hit by that air punch, and my dantian seems to be shattered. Woo woo woo. Liwa was crying, very sad and scared. Finally, I was so scared that my eyes rolled back. He just fainted. What the hell? Dantian shattered. Jiang Mu was stunned. At first he thought Liwa was pretending, but just now he did see that Liwa was hit hard in the abdomen by that fierce air punch. Don't really break into pieces. Jiang Mu quickly pressed his palm on Liwa's abdomen, then inject spiritual power. After careful inspection, discover there were actually several cracks in the sky of Liwa's ocean-like Dantian world. Boy, she's cracked. Chapter 101, Dog System. It's clearly playing with me. Is she that weak? That shouldn't be the case. Looking at the unconscious Liwa, Jiang Mu's cute face suddenly wrinkled like a ball of dough. Oh shit. Since she's like this, shouldn't I use my spiritual energy to nourish her Dantian all night long? Otherwise, once the crack in her Dantian widens, she'll be dead. Jiang Mu was worried. He knew that Liwa was actually just a clone. Even if she dies, her original body can create a new one. But now if she died, that would affect the subsequent plot of the Shade Demon army attacking the southern border. Then the plot would be a mess. So he must save her later. Alas, this is the only way. But it's okay. Although she was seriously injured and unconscious. But the current plot outcome can be considered restored. Jiang Mu looked at the surrounding environment. The three spirit-gathering mirror monks have already fallen into a coma. Ling Outyan, who was in the distance, was slowly moving towards him with a worried look on his face. Well, next, let's solve the problem of Ling Outyan not having a master. Jiang Mu took out a quilt from the ring, then covered her with tabby catkins to prevent her from catching a cold. Then he walked towards Ling Outyan, and when he left, Li Hua quietly put her hand into her white dress. Then quickly, he took out the cloth of truth and the cloth of ultimate truth. Hiss. Girl destroyer. You're back. Thank you for saving me. Before Jiang Mu even got close, Ling Outyan became very excited. He was so excited that he quickly rushed towards Jiang Mu. The pace is still very brisk. Damn, is this the protagonist's halo? All injuries will be healed when you see a beautiful woman. Shba, what a crappy novel. Jiang Mu complained speechlessly. He said directly to Ling Outyan, your master is back. Master? Ling Outyan stood there in a daze, then his face was filled with joy. You mean my master? Where is she? Ling Outyan looked around eagerly, desperately searching for the shadow of mastery. Jiang Mu looked back at Li Hua and found that she was still lying there, so he turned to Ling Outyan and said, over there, follow me. So he took him to the back of the thatched house. This is master. Ling Outyan saw the little girl in black robe lying on the ground with disheveled hair. I was so excited that I wanted to hug him, but due to the daily life, the master's majesty and cruelty are deeply rooted. So much so that he stopped immediately and didn't dare to move forward another step. Seeing this, Jiang Mu nodded secretly. Very good. The male protagonist and his master did not have any physical contact. This is very consistent with the nature of harem kingshuan. Jiang Mu organized the words and told Ling Outyan everything he had already thought of. I need to explain something. To you, the one lying on the ground is your master. At that time, he entered Wuyo Mountain to relax, but was accidentally drawn into a powerful spatial vortex. Thanks to me finding him and rescuing him, he was saved from death. It's just that I found that his memory was scattered. He has no recollection of what happened in the past few days. During the days he was in a coma, he often dreamed, I am the Black Water constellation. Black Water Seat, this is his real name. And his appearance was also slightly changed by the force of the spatial vortex, his sex. Jiang Mu suddenly stopped talking. He originally wanted to tell Ling Outyan the gender of the males of the Black Water constellation, but after thinking about it, I still find it a bit difficult to explain. First of all, we can't say that it was because of the space vortex that the X organ was rolled away, right? Secondly, this is a clean story, and gender will not affect the subsequent plot. At most, it will make Ling Outyan's imagination misplaced. Thirdly, and most importantly, the memories implanted into Black Water Seed are mostly memory fragments, behavioral habits, etc. of Black Water Evil. In other words, subconsciously, Black Water Zodiac already considers itself a woman. After thinking for a while, Jiang Mu continued. Although your master doesn't remember what happened in these 4 days, but your master is still the same master as before. Tomorrow, he will wake up. Then you wait here for him to wake up tonight. Finished. He turned around and left, intending to deal with Li Hua's matter. Wait a minute, flower-destroying girl. Ling Outyan hurriedly called out to Tsuihua and asked, girl destroying flowers, you are? What kind of cultivation is it? Where are you from? Why did you approach me? He had already seen the extraordinary nature of the flower destroyer. After all, he was able to rescue his demon god realm master from the space vortex. At least it's the void realm. It could even be the realm of martial god. If only she could become my Ling Outyan's woman. Thinking of this, Ling Outyan's face flushed. My body was shaking with excitement. Jiang Mu, who had his back to him, did not look back. But one can also guess that Ling Outyan's fall in love with every girl he meets. Male protagonist attribute has broken out, but no matter how it happens, it also has no effect on Jiang Mu, because he will leave tonight and return to Wuyo sect. After all, Kora Mizuza has returned, so there is no need for Jiang Mu to work hard to restore the plot outcome. So he replied calmly, you don't need to know everything about me, you just have to remember one thing. Your master is still your master. Finished. Just lift your foot and leave. Watching Tsuihua leave, Ling Outyan narrowed his eyes. At the same time, I secretly made a vow in my heart. Miss Destroyer, I know you are very powerful, but you definitely don't like me as I am now. But one day, Ling Outyan, I will definitely break through to the martial god realm. And reach the top of the world. Then marry you. Think about it. He gave a devilish smile to the soft and cute back of the girl who was destroying the flower. Vomit. For some reason, Jiang Mu suddenly felt a little nauseous. So much so that dry retching occurred. Could it be that I didn't eat today and my stomach is rebelling? After satisfying his stomach, Jiang Mu had already arrived next to Li Hua. Looking at Li Hua, whose face was pale and whose skirt was covered in blood, Jiang Mu suddenly had a headache. Damn it, Ling Outyan's master problem has been solved. Now we have the problem of Li Hua's dantian being shattered. You dog system, you're clearly playing tricks on me. No way. Jiang Mu had no choice but to squat down and carry Li Hua in his arms like a princess, then walk out of this dilapidated village. He planned to find a safe place, moisturize Li Hua's dantian all night long. I recommend a book by a friend. If you are interested, you can go and read it. Chapter 102 coming? Let's find a secret place to treat her. Jiang Mu carried Li Hua out of the ruined village. He then cancelled the transformation and returned to his original form. To avoid monsters and other monks. He had no choice but to call Black Water Demon to conduct a large-scale survey of the environment. Little cutie. Use your spiritual sense to scan it. Look in these deep mountains and forests to see if there is any safe place. Good. The black water evil in the ring responded, she already knows everything. Then he unfolded his powerful spiritual sense and took in everything within a radius of dozens of miles, all detected clearly. 13 miles to the north, there is a steep peak. On the top of the peak, there is a safe spring. Haishuisha informed Jiangmu of his location. Well done, cutie, you're awesome. Jiangmu praised. At the same time, I felt inexplicably strange. There is an old grandfather in his ring, and he is holding a pure and beautiful girl in his arms. Why do I feel like I'm experiencing the treatment that only the protagonist should have? He is the villain. Shake your head and get rid of these weird thoughts. Then he said to the black water demon, use the space magic to take me there directly. Good. A white mist emerged from the ring. Finally, she turned into a little loli with golden eyes and long white hair and a white skirt. After the black water evil came out, he used space magic. Several spatial ripples began to appear around her and Jiangmu. The figures of the two gradually became blurred and distorted as the ripples in space surged. Final, the two disappeared on the spot. Not long. The top of a steep peak. A ripple appeared in space. A black water demon and Jiangmu appeared out of nowhere. Little cutie, I want to nourish Liwa's dantian and repair the cracks in her dantian. This will probably take all night. Have fun with it. Jiangmu said to Haishuisha. Then he pulled off the quilt covered with tabby cat fur and threw it on the ground as a cushion, then placed the tabby catkins flat on top of Haishuisha. Naturally knew what Jiangmu was going to do. So he didn't disturb him and walked to the spring alone. The surface of the spring is lonely and calm, quietly reflecting the silver moon in the night sky. It also reflects her loli-like appearance with white hair, white dress, pale skin, and golden pupils. This situation it gives people a kind of eerie and cold beauty. It must be very comfortable to bathe in the spring and watch the moon. Black water demon, who was a water snake, decided to take a nice bath and relax for a night. She took off her white skirt. When the tulle was halfway exposed, the pale back was revealed. I suddenly felt it. Jiangmu behind her was staring at her. So he turned around and faced Jiangmu, smilingly said, look, you son of a bitch. She put her skirt back on, then grabbed the edge of the skirt and slowly pulled it up. Then she threw the skirt at Jiang Mu. It just happened to cover his face. Jiangmu sniffed and smelled a special soul fragrance. Then she took off her skirt. With the help of the cold moonlight, Jiangmu looked Haishuisha up and down. Well, although her character is very fierce and violent, but I have to say it, her beauty, combined with her pair of golden vertical pupils, has a unique kind of cruel beauty, especially her petite figure, small obstacles, concave. So even though she looks like a loli, she is more charming than any other loli. Jiangmu admired it quietly. If he were asked to describe her with gorgeous, beautiful, and noble words, that is, Haishuisha slightly spread her legs, supported her waist with one hand, and stroked her long white hair that reached below her knees with the other. She asked Jiangmu proudly, how about it? Well, not bad, very delicate and lovely, absolute approval from the master. Jiangmu gave her a big thumbs up. Snort. Haishuisha raised his eyebrows. The slightly raised corners of his mouth showed that he was very satisfied with Jiangmu's praise. In front of Jiangmu, she transformed her lower body into a snake shape. Then he crawled up from the ground. She crawled to Jiangmu's side and wrapped her arms around his body. Finally, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him hard. Jiangmu had no intention of resisting. He even hugged her smooth back, responding wholeheartedly. 5 minutes later. Ibu. Mouth separation. 1. No, I have to treat the tabby caterpillar later. It will probably take all night. What the hell, just take advantage of her opportunity and kill her. Liwa, okay. What nonsense are you talking about? Then will you come? This is my first time in snake form. It's very quick, just one shot. Master, the black water demon stretched out its long forked tongue and pointed it towards. Jiangmu immediately covered Liwa's head with the white skirt. Then he carried the black water evil, crossed his legs and half-knelt, and walked quickly towards the spring. Liwa quietly opened his eyelids and pricked up his ears to listen carefully to the movements in the spring. When I heard the sound of the spring water surging, she took the opportunity to pull out the fox's tail and pulled out 2 tail hairs. Perform the Fox Clan's secret technique, 9 transformations of the Fox Fairy, Fox. For transformation, one of them turned into a small mantis, crawled into her dress, and began to cut the fabric. One of them turned into a little bee, secretly flew to the tree next to the spring, and broadcast live half an hour later. The black water demon with a human body and a snake tail was soaking in the spring water stone bed contentedly, squinting his eyes and watching the moon. After Jiangmu came out of the spring, he put on his clothes, just walked towards Liwa. The tabby cat had already retracted its fox tail, the little mantis had already turned back into tail hair after cutting off its skirt. As for the little bee, before it could turn back into tail hair, it was blown to pieces by the black water demon's voice. Jiangmu came in front of Liwa. What is this? He saw it in shock. The obstruction of the tabby catkins was actually compounded by a small obstacle. Apparently, she has no cloth of truth, good fellow. Could it be that? Did the little cutie's voice just now enter her dreamland and cause her? Jiangmu couldn't help but think in this direction. After all, Liwa is a fox, his soul power is very strong, and he is particularly sensitive to that aspect. So when she was in a coma, she heard some strange noises and had some strange reactions. It makes sense too. Well, start treating her. Jiang Mu sat down next to Li Hua, cover her dantian area with the palm of one hand, then he mobilized his spiritual power and slowly injected it into her abdomen. To nourish and repair her dantian, because the crack in dantian is not very big. So this job is not difficult at all, and any monk can do it. It just requires constant consumption of spiritual power, time, and energy. While Jiang Mu was nourishing Li Hua's dantian, the tabby catkins grow secretly, slowly, and thread by thread, casting the strange fragrance enchantment technique. It's late at night. After several hours of spiritual nourishment, the crack in Li Hua's dantian has been mostly repaired. Jiang Mu also consumed half of his spiritual power and a lot of energy. He paused to rest, but the strange thing is, even if it takes a lot of energy, he didn't feel tired at all, even excited. Yes, it's excitement. Especially after seeing the little obstacle from Li Hua. I am even more excited. Shit, what's wrong with me? Could it be? Just now, the little cutie was too fast, so the good waist didn't fully play its role. And that led to a backlash? Huh? This is... Holy shit. Suddenly Jiang Mu saw it suddenly. Li Hua's dress was torn. Chapter 103. Li Hua must also have a diary. Baya two small lichened flowers suddenly appeared before my eyes. Good fellow. Jiang Mu thought of the top-notch soup dumplings in his hometown. He shook his head but didn't look away. What's wrong with her? Why did the dress rip? Could it be that it was shattered by the air punch from before? This was the only reason Jiang Mu could think of, but none of this matters. What matters is now his body felt more and more strange. Apart from excitement, he also smelled a hint of the alluring fragrance. This incense slowly brought out the lust deep in his soul. Why do I suddenly want to pick up a cattail? Looking at the pure and sweet girl lying half-naked, Jiang Mu had a feeling from the depths of his soul that he wanted to kill her right then and there. Hiss. No. Jiang Mu shuddered. If it really flew, the plot would be messed up, and now the third female protagonist, Black Water Demon, has collapsed. If the fourth female protagonist, Li Hua, also collapses, then just play invisible snake and play badly every day. Jiang Mu calmed down and prepared to continue nourishing and repairing Li Hua's dantian. However, as the incense became stronger, not only could he not calm down, in my mind, the enchanting and charming voice of Li Hua seemed to ring. Don't stare at me like that, come on, come to my house. The love incense suddenly became stronger. What the hell? Jiang Mu suddenly felt his soul moved, and he actually developed a strong infatuation with Li Hua, and the body instantly becomes very manly. I don't know if it's an illusion. Jiang Mu's eyes widened because of the tricky angle. He was reminded of a famous poem. What a victory! Jiang Mu was fierce, relying on the close master-servant relationship with Haishuisha. He resisted Li Hua's impulse, then immediately run to the fountain. He picked up Haishuisha, who was sleeping in the bath. Black water evil. Oh. ZZ, Li Hua, B? An hour later, he gulp. The black water demon with a human body and a snake tail followed Jiang Mu's irrefutable order. Reluctantly, I soaked myself in the spring water and stone bed again, falling asleep with a lingering feeling. The black water demon transformed into a snake. XY has become so much stronger. After Jiang Mu came out of the spring, he steamed his clothes, then walked towards Li Hua. I plan to continue nourishing and repairing her dantian. It was discovered at this time. The tabby flower is no longer in a half-fruit state, but it's all fruit. Li Hua, I will definitely tame you this time. Her dress was all torn. It is indeed very white and clean. Jiang Mu, who had entered the sage mode, was calm. He squatted down. Look at her carefully. I already have a rough guess in my mind. Could this tabby cat be pretending? Her purpose is to seduce me and then use the fox tribe's secret technique of controlling men to tame me? And the ultimate goal is to obtain my transformation technique? Think again and again. Jiang Mu simply didn't bother to think about it anymore. Anyway, he will return to Wuyosek tomorrow. From now on, if nothing unexpected happens, he and Li Hua will basically never meet. As for the click 1 get 1 free offer at Li Hua Pavilion, the girls' doors are all open. How can these be as cute as little ones? After we heal Li Hua's dantian, we'll send her back to Ling Outyan to continue the story. However, in order to prevent her from playing any tricks on me, it's safer to knock her out first. But she is at the Qihai realm, I can't beat her. Then Jiang Mu looked towards the spring and saw Haishuisha lying on his belly basking in the moonlight. I began to communicate with her from a distance in my mind. Little cutie? Little cutie? Little cutie? Come and take off. Haishuisha suddenly opened his eyes, and his sharp golden pupils seemed to be able to cut through the silver moon in the night sky. She crawled to Jiang Mu in a flash. Just open your mouth. No. Jiang Mu quickly stopped her in his mind, and gestured for her to look at Li Hua. Kill her until she wakes up tomorrow morning. Oh. Haishuisha replied disappointedly. Then he looked at the clean white raccoon cat and said disdainfully, I can sense that her soul is continuously and steadily emitting a weak soul power. It seems that she is secretly performing some secret technique. Damn, is she really pretending? Knock her out. Leave it to this god. Haishuisha grinned with a cruel smile. She sensed that Li Hua's soul was quite powerful. In order to knock out the tabby cat smoothly and accurately, then the best, most convenient, and most unexpected method is Soul Book. Buzz, after Haishuisha cast the spiritual spell Soul Book, the entire snake body hung on Jiang Mu's shoulder, and in her consciousness. A dark space formed within a radius of 3 meters. In the entire space. In addition to her soul, there is also a Lightbook soul and a Lightball soul. Obviously, they were Li Huo and Jiang Mu. Haishuisha began to gather his soul power, intending to summon the soul of Li Huo's Lightbook. Knock him unconscious. Ha! Etc. The soul of the Lightbook. Haishuisha suddenly remembered Han Yuqing and Ding Nanrong souls are in the shape of a book of light. They both have Jiang Mu's private diary. Now the soul of Li Huo is also in the shape of a light book, so Li Huo, the fourth female protagonist, must also have a diary. Haishuisha narrowed his eyes, recalling the first time he used the soul book. Yes, back then in the Wuyo sect. When I used the soul book for the first time, I saw a light book soul at the mountain gate. Presumably, the soul of the light book is the raccoon dogflower. She, like the three of us, already knew everything in her diary. In that case, Haishuisha considered it for a while, decided not to knock Li Huo unconscious first, because it is obvious that Li Huo's personality is distorted, just like hers. Even if we knock Li Huo unconscious now, she will probably do something else in the future. Might as well ask her what she wants to do now. Call her in first. So he stared at Li Huo's lightbook soul, his mind turning. The next moment. Call out. The soul of the book turned into a pure and sweet naked girl. This is it. Li Huo looked around in shock. Her soul was silent and unable to resist. I was forcibly summoned into this dark space. Her gaze fell on the soul of Haishuisha, who had a human body and a snake tail. That he was so shocked that a snake fist could be stuffed into his mouth. It was deleted. Chapter 104. He is just a diary writer. He knows nothing about diaries. Li Huo was so shocked that she could hardly speak. What am I doing? She hurriedly checked herself. I found myself in a soul state and there was nothing unusual, and you can also feel your own body. Just no matter how she tried, her soul could never escape from this space and return to her body. She stared at Haishuisha with a serious expression, becoming tense and alert. You got me in here? Where is this place? What are you going to do to me? She could sense that the black water demon soul was very powerful. I can't beat him at all. Haishuisha smiled and asked, what did you do to you? This god would like to ask, what did you do to that bastard by secretly using your soul power? Li Huo was shocked. Could it be that I secretly cast the strange fragrance bewitching technique on Jiang Mu and she discovered it? As his thoughts turned, he calmly pretended to be confused and replied, what soul power? I don't know what you are talking about. Hearing this, Haishuisha put away his smile and was too lazy to waste time. She crawled to the front of Li Huo and poked her 4 times with her fingers, saying, the fourth female lead. Li Huo's eyes gradually widened, from confusion to shock. I was so shocked that my butt popped out a fox tail. Outside the space, Jiang Mu was shocked when he saw Li Huo's tail suddenly pop out. What did the cutie do to her? How did you get her tail out? Well, it turns out it didn't pop out of a hole. In the space. 2 minutes later, after Haishuisha's words, Li Huo slowly calmed down. She had sorted out her thoughts and frowned. That is to say, in this soul book space, the information in the diary can be spoken out, and you, me, Ding Nanrong, and Han Yuqing. All 4 of us have diaries and know everything. Black Water Demon nodded and guessed. This god believes that it's not just the 4 of us. The main characters mentioned in the diary should all have diaries. For example, the second female lead, that old witch Luchuru, and the first female lead, Shui Menghan, that silly nymphomaniac. But the male protagonist Ling Outnan doesn't have that. If he had it, then this god would definitely be able to detect his abnormal behavior. After listening, Li Huo added, the point is, Jiang Mu, he doesn't know we have the diary. Black Water Demon smiled and said, of course, he's just a diary writer. He knows nothing about diaries. Said. She suddenly clasped Li Huo's little Li Huo with her 5 fingers, and her expression gradually became gloomy. You haven't answered this god directly yet, explain. What the hell do you want to do to that bastard? The tabby cat was hurt by the fingering. She quickly grabbed Haishuisha's hand, trying to loosen her grip. However, the black water evil did not loosen. Instead, he used his other hand to hold another small tabby flower. Push harder. It is obviously a warning. If you don't tell the truth, I will destroy you. I'll tell you. Li Huo was frightened and quickly told the truth about his purpose. I want to use the strange fragrance enchantment technique to seduce Jiang Mu, and then use the Fox Clan's secret technique to tame him. After hearing this, Haishuisha loosened his hands. He sneered, tame him. Even this god was taken as his slave by him. Do you think you, a Chi-Hai realm cultivator, can tame him? If you understand his roots, you will realize how powerless you are. You even want to learn his transformation and teleportation skills? You are delusional, he has to follow the plot, as the 4th female protagonist, if I teach you the art of transformation and teleportation. Wouldn't the plot be messed up then? Do you think he would do something like this to dig his own grave? Li Huo rubbed little Li Huo to relieve the pain, and replied unwillingly, but even so, I have to give it a try if I learn his transformation technique. Then my White Fox Clan will be able to live more safely within the Kyushu continent. If I learn his teleportation technique, then I'll have the chance to enter the glazed wonderland. Then there will be a chance to find the soul power of the immortals to save the soul of my ancestor, the Fox Immortal. Otherwise, if the soul of my ancestor, the Fox Fairy, dissipates, then my White Fox Clan will definitely fall out of the list of the 3 major demon clans. Eventually, they will be invaded and devoured by other races. Said, she looked at the golden vertical pupils of the black water demon, and then at the thick and long snake tail. He smiled slightly and said, "You and I are both demons. As the clan leader, you must also shoulder the mission of propagating and developing the race, right?" Racial mission. Haishuisha narrowed his eyes. Scenes of the Blackwater Jedi flashed through her mind. Her Blackwater snake clan went from being prosperous and powerful to declining due to invasions and finally perishing. Some of the tribesmen died, some escaped, and some were imprisoned, and his demon god body has been imprisoned by the enemy 10,000 meters deep underground until now. Shaking his head, Haishuisha said coldly, "That is to say, you chose to go astray for the benefit of your white Fox clan? You are going against my master." After saying that, he gathered his soul power with his palm, prepared to knock Liwa unconscious. She didn't care whether the soul of Liwa's ancestor, the Fox Fairy, would collapse, nor does he care whether Liwa's race will fall out of the three major demon races and be cannibalized. What she cared about was whether she could successfully regain her body and kill her enemy. As the plot progresses, everything will have answers, and now she just wanted to follow Jiang Mu's wishes and knock Liwa unconscious, because Jiang Mu wanted to follow the plot, and she, Haishuisha, also wants to follow the plot. Liwa looked at the soul power in the black water demon's palm, without any fear, and replied with a smile, "If it were you, you would definitely choose to go off the track, right?" Haishuisha nodded in acknowledgement and said, "That's right, I have even thought about it. If you can't achieve your goal, just kill Jiang Mu, but..." She gave Liwa a mocking smile and continued, "If you don't have enough strength, that's all just fantasy. So, go to sleep." Finished her palm that condensed soul power. He slapped Liwa hard on the forehead. Chapter 105. Sister Roan, will you agree with me? After knocking Liwa unconscious, Haishuisha kicked her out of the space, then he released the soul book and came out of the space. "How's it going, little cutie? Did you knock her out?" Jiang Mu asked the Haishuisha, who had just woken up. "She fainted. She won't wake up until morning." Black water demon wrapped around Jiang Mu's body, wrapped his arms around his neck, and asked with a smile, "I did a good job, didn't I?" "Yeah, not bad, very impressive." Jiang Mu was not stingy with his praise. Originally, the black water evil was in the soul state of the demon god realm, and was able to use soul power to attack other people's souls, and now she can use the soul book to forcibly summon other people's souls into the space and launch a sudden and direct attack. It was like her white tiger had gained a pair of wings. The tiger is forced to the sky. Black water demon leaned close to Jiang Mu's face, sniffed a little, and asked as if to ask for credit, "Is there any reward?" "What reward do you want? Don't be stupid, give it to me. I still have to fix her, Dan." "Fix your ass. Fix me first." Haishuisha was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly pushed Jiang Mu down next to the full-fruited Liwa. Then she stuck out her long forked tongue, forced it into his clothes, and wrapped it around his waist and back. Direct drive downwards. Hiss. 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 The next day. Early morning. Black water demon, despite being weak, used spatial magic to take Jiang Mu down and moved to the back of the ruined village. He crawled into the ring and fell asleep. Jiang Mu carried the unconscious Liwa into a thatched house and put her down. When she wakes up, she will reunite with Ling Outyin, and then I will have nothing to do. He adjusted the quilt around her to cover the exposed tabby hair, then he left and hid outside the village. Watched from a distance. A moment later, Liwa, who had changed into a white skirt, rushed up to the thatched house. She looked around anxiously, trying to find Jiang Mu, but I still couldn't find it. She stamped her feet in anger and cursed inwardly, "I just don't believe it. When I get back, I'll find a chance to stay at your Woyo sect. I don't believe I can't take you down." After cursing, he showed a cunning fox smile, then jumped down from the thatched house, walked leisurely into the village. "She seems very happy?" Jiang Mu looked at her cunning smile before she left, and for some reason, his heart skipped a beat. "Forget it. I won't have much chance to meet her in the future anyway. Let's go back to Woyo sect." Jiang Mu used his magic. Extreme flash. Whoosh. A flash of light passed by. He disappeared from the spot. Woyo sect. In the main hall. In the meeting hall, Han Yuqing sat on a high seat, staring at the letter in her hand and reading silently in her mind. The vanguard of the Shade Demon Army will most likely launch a surprise attack on Xueqing tomorrow. After she finished reading it, he then passed the envelope to the deacons and elders sitting below. Then he introduced this letter. It was sent here specially by Shui Yuanshan, the mayor of Shui City. You all take a look. The deacons and elders present looked at the envelope. People started to talk about it. The most important content of the letter is a request for Woyo sect to send 100 disciples to garrison Xueqing to help Xueqing resist the impending demon army. One of the elders stood up and refused in a tough manner. We can't agree to that. Why? Han Yuqing asked. The elder man spoke carefully. In the battle at the Monster Mountain Range 3 years ago, over 9,000 disciples of my Woyo sect perished. Now, there are only a few hundred disciples left in the sect, among whom there are not many in the Qihai realm, and even fewer in the Guiyuan realm. The overall strength of the sect has dropped from the Lord of the Southern Border to a small sect comparable to a third-rate sect, plus, there are disciples leaving the sect almost every day now. If we send another 100 disciples to support Xueqing and fight against the monsters, according to the worst-case scenario, if the fight against the demon fails, all the disciples will be killed. then the strength of my Wuyo sect will surely plummet once again. When the time comes, even if the sect doesn't collapse on its own, it will definitely be swallowed up by other sects. After the elder finished speaking, many people echoed his agreement. Han Yuqing nodded. There are indeed concerns in this regard, but what if we successfully help Xue Chang repel the demon army? She felt this was an opportunity to develop and strengthen the Wuyo sect. She glanced at the people sitting below. After the discussion died down, then he slowly said, "The greater the risk, the greater the opportunity. My wife thinks so. This is the perfect opportunity to revive the Wuyo sect." The tragic victory 3 years ago caused the sect to fall into decline. Coupled with sect master Zhang's inaction, disciples are deserting the sect every day, so there must be a lot of people laughing at us behind our backs, and this time, if we successfully help Xue Chang repel the demon army, then my Wuyo sect will surely leave a significant mark in history. After this, the world will also have more respect for our sect. The disciples will enjoy the honor of the sect and will not leave the sect again. More importantly, in the future, there will definitely be a large influx of talented people into the sect. So, the rise of the sect is just around the corner. Han Yuqing finished speaking. The deacons and elders sitting below began to discuss again. Some people agree with Han Yuqing's words, but the vast majority of people opposed her and chose to support the elders' remarks. Only a very small number of people remain, maintaining a neutral attitude. Han Yuqing felt very unhappy when she saw this. She even wanted to kill those who opposed her. If you hide like a turtle. So, when will the Wuyo sect be able to grow and become stronger? When will she be able to use all the strength of the sect to defeat the Shenyang sect? So this time, we provide support to Xue Chang. She must do it. Sister Rong, what do you think? Han Yuqing looked at Ding Nanrong, who was standing beside her, because Jiang Mu was not here. So Ding Nanrong followed Han Yuqing and acted as the bodyguard of the sect leader's wife. Sister Rong, will you agree with me? Han Yuqing smiled and looked at Ding Nanrong for help. Ding Nanrong's status is rather special. After she saved Jiang Mu's life, she was noticed by Jiang Mu's parents, who wanted to adopt her as their adopted daughter. She almost became Jiang Mu's sister, but she chose to humble herself and become Jiang Mu's personal maid. The key is that her cultivation is very high. They are among the top 3 in Wuyo sect, therefore she still has a lot of say. If Ding Nanrong supports it, then Han Yuqing could definitely send disciples to support Xue Chang. However, Ding Nanrong indirectly refused. Wait for Jiang Mu to come back. That was the only answer she could give. She felt Jiang Mu will definitely participate in such a large-scale event. Sister Rong. Han Yuqing pouted. Her eyes began to well up with tears, and she was about to cry. When Ding Nanrong saw this, she immediately knew it was fake. Then he replied calmly, "You're crying to the wrong person. Look at the door." At the door, Han Yuqing's tears disappeared instantly. She looked toward the door. Then I saw a handsome guy wearing a jade white sect leader's robe. He walked leisurely and with a dandy and arrogant pace, walked into the meeting hall. Chapter 106. Who is in favor and who is against? Master, you are here. Greetings, sect master. Master, are you well? The sect master is fine. As soon as the deacons and elders saw Jiang Mu coming in, they all stood up from their seats and greeted him respectfully. Although Jiang Mu was uneducated and a useless person, but he is the leader of a clan with a legitimate family background. Therefore, even if someone is dissatisfied, they cannot show it in this situation. Well, sit down, everyone. Jiang Mu waved back casually. The arrogant dandy's footsteps did not stop as he walked towards Han Yuqing's high seat. Husband, you're back. Han Yuqing jumped out of her seat in surprise. She threw herself into Jiang Mu's arms, pouting and acting coquettishly in public. Husband, I miss you so much, I miss you so much. She was twisting her body, wishing she could merge into Jiang Mu's body. This wave of dog food gave everyone goosebumps. Jiang Mu had long known Han Yuqing's personality, and was also paralyzed by her soft and coquettish voice. This pervert really doesn't miss any opportunity to get close to him. Oh, I don't want to die. Jiang Mu said something perfunctory and pushed her away. Then he sat on the main seat and glanced at the people below. Before he could speak, Han Yuqing hugged his neck from behind and bit him in the face. Baji, delighted to say, wow. My husband said he missed me. I'm so happy. Then I put my mouth close to his ear and whispered, come to my room tonight. I'll spin around and around, hey hey. Baji, another sneak attack. I just stood behind him and gave him a massage. Jiang Mu. Good job spinning in circles. Do you lie face down on the ground? Support yourself with your arms, neck straight, mouth open, and spin in circles. You are worthy of it. I'm quite self-taught in this area. In one word, no two lives are the same. Ding Nanrong next to her. Ever since Jiang Mu came in, her eyes have been on him because she was familiar with Jiang Mu's dressing habits. She noticed it keenly. Jiang Mu's inner clothes were a little messy. The belt was also looser than usual, as if it was being forcibly widened from the inside. Feeling Ding Nanrong's gaze, Jiang Mu turned to look at her, then he nodded to her, indicating that he was back. Then he began to preside over today's important meeting. In keeping with his villainous and dissolute persona, he nonchalantly addressed the crowd below. The sect has learned of this. Shui Yuanshan requested my Wuyo sect. They said they hope to send 100 disciples to Xue Chang before midnight tonight, to resist the approaching vanguard of the Sand River Demon Army. You all know about this, right? After that, the people below started discussing again. He took advantage of this opportunity to recall today's plot. In the original plot, Shui Yuanshan wrote letters overnight to inform the sects and cities near Shuecheng. Of course, it also includes the former overlord of the southern border, the Woyo sect, and the current overlord, the Shenyang sect. The main content of the letters is the same. That is to request support and help Shuecheng resist the demon army. However, the Woyo sect's situation is not optimistic. Therefore, the vast majority of people were opposed to sending disciples to provide support. Now this conference plot it is the plot in which Jiang Mu exercises his power as the sect leader, acts arbitrarily, suppresses the masses, and forcibly sends disciples to support Shuecheng. It's a very important plot. Firstly, it established his character as a dandy and arrogant villain. Secondly, he licked the heroine Shui Menghan, enriching the character of the dog licker. Thirdly, his suicidal behavior of destroying the Woyo sect was in line with Ding Nanrong's purpose. Fourthly, this also made Han Yuqing more eager to take over the Woyo sect, and she worked even harder to conceive her own child. In general, it improves the characters and advances the plot. At this moment, the people below have almost finished their discussion. The elder from before came out again, his attitude still tough. Sect master, we all agree that we must not agree to Shui Yuanshan's request. Said, the elder repeated his previous reasons. At the end, he was still full of vigor, stroking his beard, and spoke out his plan now. My Woyo sect has been severely damaged. We really shouldn't risk sacrificing our disciples. Instead, we should recuperate and prioritize stability. In addition, if Shuecheng succeeds in resisting the demon army in the end, so we can send our disciples to provide the final support, share a piece of the pie, and gain some credit. If Shuecheng is unable to resist the demon army, it will eventually fall and be destroyed. So, the responsibility also falls entirely on the Shenyang sect, and my Woyo sect has suffered no losses at all. This is a good strategy to sit back and watch while others take advantage of the situation. Pa. After the elder finished speaking, almost everyone applauded vigorously and said it was a good plan. Even Jiang Mu thought that what the elder said was very good. After all, the sect is in a mess now, with disciples running away almost every day, so why would they care about other people's lives? Besides, isn't there the Shenyang sect to back us up? Although fighting against the demon race is everyone's responsibility. But Shenyang sect is the overlord of the southern region after all, with many disciples and strong strength. So even if the ruined Woyo sect did not support Shuecheng, no one would say much. Han Yuqing's face darkened. She stopped massaging Jiang Mu and looked at the high-spirited elder, showing a seductive smile. She has already thought about it. This conservative faction will become a huge obstacle to her radical decision-making in the future. So we must find an opportunity to assassinate him using invisibility. Wait until the applause fades. Jiang Mu cleared his throat and asked leisurely, does anyone object to Mr. He's plan? As he said this, he squeezed Han Yuqing's hand on his shoulder, signaled her to continue massaging. Han Yuqing's strange smile instantly turned into a bright smile, and she continued to press her hands. After hearing Jiang Mu's question, the people below whispered to each other. Almost all expressed no objection. I agree with Mr. He, conservative development. He Changlau's plan is indeed a safe and secure way to win. That's right. My Woyo sect must bide its time and hide its strength. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Jiang Mu turned around and asked Han Yuqing, what do you think? According to the original plot, Han Yuqing's focus is on her husband. In other words, she will support him no matter what he does. Han Yuqing smiled, leaned on his shoulder, and said softly, you are my husband, your thoughts are my thoughts, your decision is my decision, whatever you want to do, I support you. Everything is up to you, my husband. Although she really wanted to oppose He Changlao, but almost everyone stood on He Changlau's side, but she has not yet completely taken control of the Woyo sect. If you stand up and oppose it, you will offend these senior executives. This will be very disadvantageous for her future control of Woyo sect. Jiang Mu nodded. Very good. In this important plot, she is normal and not crooked. It seems that the dog system still has some humanity. So I asked Ding Nanrong again. Ronger, what about you? What do you think? According to the original plot, Ding Nanrong would also support him, the incompetent sect leader. Because of his character, he will definitely make a decision that is not conducive to the development of Woyo sect. This also suits her purpose. Ding Nanrong replied calmly, I don't have any idea, as long as you like it, really. In this plot, Ding Nanrong has become normal and not deviant. Then Jiang Mu stood up and looked around at everyone. After everyone focused their attention on him, he waved his hand proudly and said, He Changlao is right. He Changlao is right, so this sect has decided, for the mission of the human race, for my Menghan, 90% of the Woyo sect's disciples must go to Shuecheng and fight the monster with all their might. Who's for it, and who's against it? There was silence at first. Immediately, wow. Instant frying pan. Chapter 107. Ronger. Give them a little education. Master, please think twice. Master, you absolutely cannot do this. The sect master is confused. My Woyo sect is over. No one expected this. Jiang Mu actually agreed to the request in the letter and wanted to send his disciples to support Shuecheng. That's not all, even have to send 90% of the sect's disciples. Could it be that he forgot the battle in Monster Mountain Range 3 years ago? What if these 90% of the disciples were wiped out? Then the Woyo sect can be disbanded directly. I object. One of the old deacons stepped forward angrily. He pointed at Jiang Mu and said indignantly, "Although you are the patriarch, you have the supreme authority to make decisions, but I object to your insistence. How is your decision different from destroying the worry-free sect? You're even doing this for a woman like Xue Menghan? If you tell anyone this reason, even a child would shit their pants laughing. I can't just watch the Woyo sect perish. I, Su, am putting my life on the line to make this appeal. I strongly request that the sect master revoke his decision." After the old deacon finished speaking, he stood proudly and looked directly at Jiang Mu with a stern gaze. An appearance of righteousness and loyalty. Almost all the remaining deacons and elders stood up. They were all filled with righteous indignation, accusing Jiang Mu of abusing his power and pushing Wuyozong into the fire pit. Some people even scolded Jiang Mu and asked him to step down as the sect leader and replace him with Han Yuqing. This made Han Yuqing secretly happy. If she replaced Jiang Mu and became the sect leader, then her road to revenge can be said to be half successful, but she knew it is completely impossible to replace Jiang Mu as the sect leader, nothing else. It's just because the Woyo sect has carried too much glory, made too many contributions, and bears too much public opinion and morality. The Woyo sect once fought bloody battles against demons. The entire Lizhou, and even the entire Zhouzhou continent, were all watching. It is worthy of respect from the world. Jiang Mu is the only legitimate heir to the Woyo sect. What if he was brought down by a group of high-ranking officials? Then what about other sects and forces? They would intervene in the Woyo sect's government by using the excuse of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. In the end, the Woyo sect will inevitably break up and be divided. Jiang Mu's position as the clan leader must not be uninstalled. Presumptuous. Han Yuqing raised her eyebrows and shouted at everyone angrily. Then he used his spiritual power to teach the old deacon a lesson on the spot. Xian Guang annihilates. A small, dazzling beam of light shot out from the palm of her hand. The beam of light hit the old deacon's shoulder on the spot. The old deacon was shot and fell to the ground, a look of fear on his face. Like Han Yuqing, he is also at the 9th level of Qi High Realm, but he couldn't avoid Han Yuqing's frontal attack. This sudden scene, everyone was frightened into silence. Bang! Han Yuqing slapped the table with her palm and said to everyone with a sly smile, "My husband is the representative of my Woyo sect, and no one can replace him, from now on. If anyone dares to force my husband to resign from the position of clan leader, I, Han Yuqing, will kill him." Finished, she forced herself to use her 9th level Qi High Realm cultivation to unleash the spiritual pressure that could only be unleashed by someone who had reached the Guiyuan realm. The spiritual pressure overwhelmed everyone below, although the power is very weak, but in everyone's heart, there was already a huge storm. Madame Zong can actually exert spiritual pressure at the Qi Si realm? Madame Zong is definitely about to break through to the Guiyuan realm. Hiss. A 26-year-old at the Guiyuan realm? Apart from a few core disciples from the big sects, which sect has one like that? As expected of the Xianyang sect's proud daughter. My Woyo sect is saved. Its rise is just around the corner. Ha 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 ha. Long live Madame Zone. Everyone was shocked and excited. With Han Yuqing around, Jiang Mu, the incompetent sect leader, is no longer a concern. They all believed it. Under the leadership of Han Yuqing, Woyo sect will surely regain its position as the overlord of the southern border in the future. We are willing to obey Madame Zone's orders. Almost in unison, everyone bowed respectfully to Han Yuqing, even the elder who was just injured by her. This moment, I have already begun to admire Han Yuqing. I, Su, will once again offer my life as a warning. I will always be by Madame Zong's side, even until death. As he said this, he knelt down excitedly. Han Yuqing smiled happily at the attitude of the crowd. For a moment, she actually imagined herself replacing Jiang Mu, but soon, she felt something was wrong. Will Jiang Mu hate and distance himself from her because of this, so that her power will be taken back in the end? So he looked at Jiang Mu and panicked. Really? This moment, Jiang Mu's face was as black as ink. Bang! He slammed his hand on the table. The crisp sound frightened everyone below into silence again. Jiang Mu was furious and scolded everyone. This sect is not dead yet. You actually want to establish a new leader in front of our sect? You rebelled. Wronger. Give them a little education. The words haven't been finished yet. Ding Nanrong, who was standing next to her, had her skirt and hair slightly fluttering. A powerful spiritual pressure erupted instantly. The spiritual pressure was like a tidal wave, pressing down violently on the people below. Hiss. Such a powerful spiritual pressure. Miss Rong is far beyond the reach of ordinary Guiyuan realm. I am also in the Guiyuan realm, yet I am actually afraid of Miss Rong's spiritual pressure. I'm at the Qi Si realm, and my Dantian Qi Si is stronger than most people's. But now, Miss Rong's spiritual pressure has caused my Qi Si to become disordered. Miss Rong's cultivation has become even more refined. In time, she will surely become the #1 expert in our Woyo sect. I'm only at the gathering spirit realm. I'm almost vomiting blood from being crushed. I can't take it anymore. Everyone started practicing their skills and mobilizing their spiritual energy, struggling to resist Ding Nanrong's spiritual pressure. Several people with low cultivation levels were crushed to the point of spitting blood and passing out on the spot. Okay, Wronger. Seeing that everyone had been taught a lesson, Jiang Mu stopped Ding Nanrong. Everyone felt relieved immediately, as if a huge mountain pressing on their chest had suddenly been lifted away. Only then did they remember, although Jiangmu only has the cultivation level of the gathering spirit realm, that he can't even beat ordinary spirit gathering disciples and is at the bottom of the list, but his personal maid, Ding Nanrong, is always with him, you can say that. Ding Nanrong's powerful Guiyuan realm power is the power of Jiangmu. Han Yuqing. Jiangmu shouted angrily. Ah. I'm here, husband. Han Yuqing shrank her neck, pretend to be a frightened little bird. Jiangmu glanced at her and said coldly, they all recommended you to lead the Wuyo sect. This sect also feels that you are very suitable to be the sect leader. What do you think? Han Yuqing looked terrified and quickly replied, however my husband sees me, that's how I see it. I will always follow my husband. Ah, very good. Come, continue massaging me. Jiangmu nodded with satisfaction and let Han Yuqing massage his shoulders from behind again. Ha, not bad, the plot flows so smoothly. Oh shit, I in this reincarnation, I actually felt the joy of following the plot for the first time. Well, I hope the subsequent plot of the demon army attacking the city can also go smoothly according to the original plot. That is to say, I hope that the characters of Han Yuqing, Ding Nanrong, Shui Menghan, Lu Churu, and Li Huo will be better in the plot of the demon army attacking the city. It didn't go astray. Chapter 108, Perverted. Chapter 108, Pervert. The meeting lasted until noon. Jiangmu looked at the people below and said majestically, okay, you guys finalize the other details. The only request of this sect is, before midnight tonight, 90% of the disciples must be dispatched to Shueqing. These disciples must obey all of Meng Han's orders during the period of fighting against the demons. Anyone who disobeys Meng Han's orders will be killed. Of course, our sect will not treat any of our disciples unfairly. The more monsters you kill, the greater your merit and the greater your reward. That's it, the meeting is adjourned. Very good, the plot of this meeting was completed perfectly. Jiangmu felt very comfortable. It feels so comfortable that I want to take a grand bath. In the original plot, he did take a bath in the following time, but it's just a medicinal bath. That's because we have to fight against the demon army tomorrow. More importantly, he will meet Shui Menghan tomorrow and lick her. So he had to take a medicinal bath to briefly increase his strength. He appeared in front of Shui Menghan in a spirited state, playing the role of a bootlicker. Then he turned to Ding Nanrong and said, Ronger, go to the bathhouse and get ready. Prepare a large amount of high-level spiritual medicine. It's the kind of elixir that can temporarily increase muscle strength, temporarily activate meridians, temporarily strengthen tendons and bones, and temporarily accelerate the recovery of spiritual power. I'm going to start in the afternoon with a medicinal bath. You have to help me absorb the medicine faster. You helped me speed up once before, remember? Help speed up the absorption of medicine. Ding Nanrong thought about it. This is indeed the case. He nodded and replied, remember. She remembers it very clearly. 2 years ago, Jiangmu was provoked by the young master of an 18th-rate sect, who mocked him as trash. Then, Jiangmu was furious and threatened to fight to the death, but it will take 3 days, because he needs to take a medicinal bath for 3 days and 3 nights to temporarily strengthen his body. But the other party only gave him 1 day and mocked him as the worst of the trash. So he couldn't bear it anymore, so he begged Ding Nanrong to help him speed up the absorption of the medicine during the medicinal bath. In order to shorten the medicinal bath time to 1 day and 1 night, Ding Nanrong still remembers every detail of how she helped him at that time. For example, the two of them soaked in the bathtub together, sitting cross-legged facing each other, but now, somehow, when she knew that she would help Jiangmu absorb the medicine faster, I actually started to feel a little nervous. Is it because he will be my Taoist partner in the future? Ding Nanrong pursed her lips slightly and looked at Jiangmu, not quite understanding. Ronger? Why are you staring at me? Go prepare the medicinal bath. Seeing her staring at him blankly, Jiangmu called her repeatedly. Why do I feel like there's something wrong with her? In the original plot, she was calm and went to prepare the medicinal bath. Could it be that her crooked personality has started again? Don't do that. Jiangmu started to worry again. How does he feel about today's medicinal bath plot? Will it become crooked? Never mind, there's no point in guessing. While she was preparing the elixir, I went back to the dormitory and wrote today's diary, then take the reward. So he said to Han Yuqing, you should get busy too. After saying that, he prepared to leave, but Han Qing hurriedly stopped him. Husband. She smiled, took Jiangmu's arm, and acted coquettishly. How long will you take the medicinal bath? Can I accompany you? I can also help you absorb the medicine faster. I can also let my husband have a good balance between work and rest. Hey. Said, he pressed his entire body against her and rubbed against her tightly. The body language is very straightforward. You don't have to. You still have to supervise those rebellious guys. Jiangmu expressionlessly pulled his arm out of the soft clamp, then he left without looking back, walked out of the meeting hall. Seeing this, Han Yuqing didn't care. She smiled again and walked forward to hug Ding Nanrong. Sister Rong, this is a good opportunity. Ding Nanrong didn't understand. Han Yuqing smiled charmingly, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, I already knew that. Don't you want to follow your destiny? You'll eventually learn it anyway, right? So, you might as well take advantage of this opportunity to help him absorb the medicine faster. Hands like this, feet like this, mouth Ding Nanrong Pervert, her face darkened and she immediately broke away from Han Yuqing. He walked towards the forbidden spiritual field of the other side, Linging country, a deserted ancient city on the border. Hundreds of monks stood in front of the huge city gate. They were talking among themselves, and most of them were dissatisfied. Because Luchura suddenly sent a signal to everyone, warning everyone to come back. Damn it! Why did you suddenly call us back? I haven't found the treasure yet. It's nothing that you didn't find the treasure. We, the Shining Duo, even had our treasures and demon cores robbed. We haven't gained anything yet. What? You were robbed too? But the most important thing now is, why did the host urgently summon us back? I don't know, maybe something big happened. Big news? I remember 3 years ago, during the battle at Monster Mountain Range, the host suddenly summoned all of us back. Hiss. No way. Is the demon army going to attack the southern border again? Who knows? Anyway, the host will explain it. Everyone was talking, their eyes looking at the two women in front of the city gate. That was the owner of Dark Knight Tower, one of the three great beauties in Xueqing, Luchuru, and her maid Wanner. Luchuru saw that most people had arrived. Then he said softly and slowly, I suddenly called everyone back today because of something urgent. She held up the communication card in her hand and continued, I received a secret message from City Lord Xue. Tomorrow the vanguard of the Shay monster army will definitely reach the Monster Mountain Range. Head straight to Xueqing. What? Is it really the demon army invading? The monks' faces changed drastically. Luchura continued, Xueqing, it's a big city on the southern border of Lizhou. It is also the first line of defense in the southern part of Lizhou. Mainly responsible for monitoring the movements of the southern Monster Mountain Range and resisting the invasion of the monster army. Its importance is self-evident, so, this sound of daytime ends here. Xueqing needs our support. Said, she suddenly felt something. This long-lost feeling instantly made her think of Zhang. Did he write a diary? So he told Wanner to continue. He walked into the city gate and called out the diary. This guy, he hasn't updated for 4 days, and he finally resumed updating today. Luchura was very curious. Zhang writes a diary every day. The 4 consecutive days of no updates made her very curious about what Zhang had been doing. So I opened the diary with a little impatience. Watch it. I would like to recommend a book to a friend. If you are interested, you can check it out. Chapter 109, March 21st, a cool breeze. I haven't written in my diary for 4 days. Suddenly, there are many things I want to write. But I don't know where to start. At the same time, almost all the women who owned Zhang private diary put down their work. I started reading my diary. Then let's start from 4 days ago. The bedroom of the Sect Master's palace. Zhang was writing in his diary on the table. At this time, a white mist emerged from the ring. The white mist gradually turned into a little Lolita with a white skirt, long white hair, pale skin, and golden vertical pupils. Little cutie, what are you doing out here? Seeing Haishuisha running out, Zhang asked in confusion. I feel so bored. As soon as Haishuisha came out, he dived into Zhang arms and rode on his legs. She put her arms around his neck and said with a smile, come. I'm not wearing any. This god can float and stand upside down. Good job. Expected of the black water demon, quite domineering. Zhang suspected that she was addicted. The evidence is the master-servant relationship. Through a master-servant relationship, he could sense that Haishuisha would feel blocked from time to time and wanted to feel unblocked, but he doesn't want to now. Not today. We have to fight the demon army tomorrow, and I need to take a medicinal bath to strengthen my body. He supported Haishuisha's armpits with both hands and tried to get her down. Haishuisha hugged him even tighter and hooked his legs up to hold his legs. Dissatisfied, medicinal baths are a complete waste of time. With this god here, no one below the void refinement realm can hurt you. Are you still worried about tomorrow's damn demon army? Come, Ouyang. Awesome. You are a great demon god, and you actually understand these words. You must have read Foqianshu. No, be good and listen. If you feel bored, just play in your room for a while. Just treat it as an adventure. Zhang still didn't agree. It's not for the sake of long-term success. It's not a lack of firepower, but because he was afraid that the Black Water Demon's military intervention would distort the outcome of the demon army's siege. Evil master. You have no sympathy for me at all. Humph. Haishuisha cursed Zhang fiercely, then he used his levitation ability to rise directly from his arms. It even brought a hint of crystal. She was suspended in midair like a white ghost. It floats around the room. She floated from the main hall to the side room. It then floated from the side room to the bathroom, tatami, futon, study, bed, clothes rack, and ceiling. Just every time I float, she would deliberately pass over Zhang head. Then he paused slightly, spread his legs, and his expression sparkled, then float away. Zhang wanted to laugh when he saw it. She has such a fierce and violent personality, but she actually used seduction. It's really hard for her. The Black Water Demon saw that Zhang was not willing to take the bait. She snorted coldly, closed her crystal clear mouth, and gave up the seduction. She suddenly saw the door in the wall that separated her from Ding Nanrong. So he opened the door without waiting for Zhang to stop him. Drift over there and explore. Little cutie, don't touch other people's things. Jiang Mu had no choice but to give a reminder, then continue writing in your journal. The little cutie tricked me. She asked me to take her to the snake god's tomb, saying it was to pray for blessings and celebrate her birth. However, her true purpose. She actually wanted to create a permanent puppet to replace her as Ling Outyan's master. Although the process was full of twists and turns, and she was almost killed. But fortunately, her smart and handsome master, me, saved the day. Finally, he successfully created the puppet, Black Water Seat. Finally, he successfully gave the Black Water Seat to Ling Outyan. Until now. Calculate the time. Ling Outyan should be rushing back to the gathering place with Lihua, Linging country. A path in the forest. Ling Outyan volunteered to lead the charge and ran towards the gathering place in the abandoned ancient city. Behind him followed Lihua. As Ling Outyan charged forward, he turned back to look at Lihua and said with a smile, "Little flower girl. I, Ling Outyan, am no longer the same as before. If I meet those 4 people from last night again, I, Ling Outyan, will kill him." He is very excited. He was so excited that he even wanted to find a few Qi High Realm cultivators to fight with, because his master is back, with the help of Master's secret technique. He, Ling Outyan, is not afraid even of the cultivators in the Guiyuan realm. Now he has enough strength and now I can protect the little flower girl. Oh, thank you, Master Ling. Lihua seemed to have just realized what was happening and responded, then he continued to read his diary attentively. In the original plot. When arriving at the gathering place. Ling Outyan was surrounded by more than a dozen monks, who threatened to kill him. Those dozen monks were the ones he had robbed before. Lihua wanted to help Ling Outyan and get rid of those monks. In an attempt to gain more trust from Ling Outyan. But Ling Outyan stopped him. Because he felt. For the past 4 days, I've been protected by Lihua, and I've been acting very unmanly. So. He wants to take this opportunity, in front of everyone. Alone, with the cultivation base of the gathering spirit realm, fighting against those monks. As for the result, Xue Menghan can figure it out even with her brain. Xue Menghan, Ling Outyan 1. He is in Haishuisha. No, he is now Haishuizuo. He is using the Haishuizuo's secret technique to help him. He erupted with a powerful force comparable to that of the Guiyuan realm, crushing the dozen or so cultivators on the spot. This shocked everyone. It also shocked the 2 female protagonists, Lihua and Lu Chura. As for the result, Xue Menghan can guess it even with her brain again. Xue Menghan? Lihua and Lu Churu both developed feelings for Ling Outyan and developed a relationship with Dogecoin. Yue, I already have feelings for you. This is indeed a trashy harem novel. Good impression? Lihua's face looked strange. She couldn't help but make some assumptions. If Ling Outyan, who is in the gathering spirit realm, suddenly breaks out to the returning origin realm, that would shock anyone. As for the good impression, if she hadn't read the diary, then she would indeed have some. After all, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak and martial arts are respected. But now, instead, she has a good impression of Jiang Mu, especially when thinking of Jiang Mu's transformation and teleportation techniques. She could even offer her body in exchange. Flower girl. We're almost there. Ling Outyan suddenly shouted excitedly. Lihua looked up. Then you will see it. Hundreds of monks gathered in front of the huge city gate. Lihua felt strange, because he was standing in front of all the monks and speaking. It was not Lu Churu, but the woman named Wanner, and she also discovered a small detail. Lu Churu was alone at the city gate, raising her hand and waving something in the air. Of this action. Follow her actions when Lihua is looking through the diary, they are exactly the same. No way. Could it be? Lihua's heart moved. I thought of a possibility. Chapter 110. I have to find an opportunity to test Lu Churu later, to see if she really has the diary. Lihua thought so, already approaching the crowd with Ling Aotian. This time, I in the crowd immediately, more than a dozen cultivators pointed at Ling Outyan angrily with gnashing teeth. That's him. The guy who stole our treasure. Fuck. He stole our shining duo too. Damn it. I didn't see him just now and thought he was eaten by a monster. It's good that he's not dead. When I become stronger in the future, I will definitely kill him with my own hands. Ha 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 ha. What are you waiting for? Do it to him now. But the girl in the white dress beside him is at the 9th level of the Qi High realm. So what? There are more of us. How can she take care of that kid, you bastard? Yes. Let's go up and beat him together. Beat him up. More than a dozen monks were furious. They surrounded Ling Outyan and Lihua together. This is a scene full of gunpowder attracted the attention of everyone present. Wanner had already fixed her eyes on Ling Outyan. She hasn't seen Ling Outyan for a few days. Now when I see him again, somehow my face is so hot and my heart is beating fast. Lu Churu, who was standing at the city gate, temporarily put down the diary in her hand and looked over there. The reason why she put down the diary. It's not because Ling Outyan was surrounded by more than a dozen cultivators, but because the innocent girl in the white dress kept staring at him. Does she know me? Lu Churu looked at Lihua in confusion and met her gaze. The 2 women looked at each other from a distance. Ling Outyan saw this and was confused. He looked at the innocent little flower girl. He looked at the gentle Lu Churu again. Give it some thought. Then I thought of a more reasonable reason. They might be jealous. After all, one of them appreciates me and the other likes me. So he touched his nose, smiled and hinted to Li Hua, little flower girl. I, Ling Outyan, am not a heartless person. I will treat those who are good to me 10 times better. So, don't worry. What are you worried about? Li Hua didn't understand what Ling Outyan meant for a moment, but I didn't care. She stopped staring at Luchura. He turned and looked around at the dozen or so monks around him. Now, she was suddenly interested. I really want to see if Ling Outyan can really unleash the power of Guiyuan realm as described in the diary. After all, the explosion from the gathering spirit realm to the returning origin realm spans a large realm. The Chi Hai realm, this kind of thing. It's really too horrifying. So he deliberately said to Ling Outyan, Master Ling, leave these people to me. After saying that, he took a step forward. According to the plot, Ling Outyan will stop her. Really, after she took a step, Ling Outyan immediately stopped her. Wait a minute, little flower girl. He just shook his head and said confidently, these few days. It has always been you, Miss Hua, who has protected me. I feel really bad about it, so today. Just let me protect you. I will definitely beat them down. Finished. He also gave Li Hua an evil smile. He has absolute confidence that he can defeat this group of scoundrels on his own, because he has the help of his master's secret technique. Then I'll leave it to Master Ling. Li Hua smiled sweetly and quickly rushed out of the encirclement, ran towards Lu Churu. Seeing this, the dozen or so monks did not stop her. Instead, I felt relieved. After all, Li Hua is at the 9th level of Chi Hai realm and is not someone to be trifled with, and their goals, there was only Ling Outyan. Boy! With your cultivation level at the gathering spirit realm, you dare to fight against more than a dozen of us alone? Are you crazy? I don't think he has any problem, but his brain is not working well. I don't think his brain is bad, but his brain has been pushed by a pig. I don't think his brain was hacked by a pig, but a dung beetle made a home in his brain. Ha 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 ha. Let's go. Beat the shit out of him and don't even let him clean it up. Crash. More than a dozen monks attacked Ling Outyan like mad dogs pouncing on their prey. Ling Outyan immediately squatted down and assumed an attacking posture. He sneered, if I don't show my power, will you treat me as a sick cat? What a bunch of frogs in a well. I'll show you today, my power, Ling Outyan, how powerful. In his mind, he called Black Water Master. Please give me the power of Guiyuan realm. Then a hoarse and childish voice, indistinguishable between male and female, rang in my mind. A demon spirit ring. As soon as the words fell, Ling Outyan's body was covered by a ring-shaped blue spiritual energy falling from above his head. When the spirit ring fell to the level of his abdomen, it suddenly contracted and poured into the dantian. Boom. Ling Outyan instantly burst out with powerful momentum. This momentum is also mixed with a powerful demonic power. His sudden change, the besieging monks were shocked. This kid actually hid his strength? His spiritual energy is mixed with powerful demonic energy. Could it be that he swallowed a demon core? What? Swallowing a demon core to forcibly increase his strength? Isn't he afraid of backlash? Isn't he afraid of exploding and dying? His aura is rising steadily, and he's about to break through to the Chi Si realm. Breakthrough. Chi Hai realm level 1. It's the 22nd floor. What? There are not just a dozen of them, even the other people present changed their expressions drastically, and next, Ling Outyan's momentum was rising, making them doubt their lives. The 4th level of Chi Hai realm. It's the 5th floor now. It's the 7th floor. This kid didn't stop and is still increasing his strength. What? Is he going to break through? Hiss. It's the 99th floor. He broke through directly from the gathering spirit realm to the 9th level of the Chi Si realm. Horrible as fuck. He's still breaking through? Is he going to break through to the Guiyuan realm? Spanning a large realm? How is that possible? Return to origin realm. Fuck. It's the Guiyuan realm. He really broke through to the Guiyuan realm. It's so horrible. Almost at the same time, everyone in the audience was shocked. What did they see? A kid in the gathering spirit realm. He actually crossed a huge realm, directly break through to the Guiyuan realm. Could this boy be from one of the 9 major sects? It could also be from the Chinese Empire. It's also possible that they came from the Blood Abyss. The monks there are all very evil. Everyone looked at Ling Outyan in horror, trying to imagine his identity and background. Wana was so frightened by Ling Outyan's sudden outburst that her head was buzzing, her face was flushed and she looked obsessed. I even began to admire Ling Outyan in my heart. Master Ling is amazing. Really amazing. I'm so lucky to know him. As for Li Hua and Lu Churu at the city gate, although they had already known that Ling Outyan would unleash the power of Guiyuan realm, but now I really see it. I couldn't help but be a little shocked, but that's all. After Ling Outyan finished his outburst, he carefully examined his body, then he threw a punch. The fist was mixed with surging spiritual power, and it made the air produce a sound of tearing cloth. Ha 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 ha. I, Ling Outyan, am back. Ha 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 ha. He laughed loudly towards the sky with arrogance and confidence. This long-lost power made him regain a sense of security. So he looked past the crowd and at the little flower girl under the city gate. A wicked smile. Li Hua, but I'm a little speechless, he is indeed the confident male protagonist. She turned her head and read her diary. Seeing this, Ling Outyan smiled heartily. I just thought that Xiaohua was SHY.SO. He looked at Lu Churu equally. Another evil smile. Lu Churu ignored it and looked at the diary in her hand again. Ling Outyan smiled heartily again, thinking that Lu Churu was just embarrassed. After all, she is the poster, and it is not easy for her to reveal anything in public. Sudden, he saw Wanner out of the corner of his eye. Seeing her with her hands on her chest, her obsessed eyes were filled with unconcealable admiration. He shook his head and gave her a wicked smile. When Wanner saw this, her legs softened with happiness and she squatted down on the spot. Ling Outyan couldn't help laughing when he saw it. It seems that Miss Wanner has fallen in love with me. When you get back, get closer to her. Although she is not as good as Miss Xiaohua and the host. But no matter what, she is the person in charge of Dark Knight Tower and the one who is responsible for receiving me. If I can capture her, it will definitely be of great help to my future cultivation. Chapter 111. 3 years since we last met, Xiao feels familiar again as for now. Ling Outyan sneered and looked around at the dozen or so cultivators who were besieging him. War. He roared and exerted force with his legs. The whole person burst forward and shot towards a cultivator at the 5th level of Qi High Realm. Boom. Throw a punch. The fist is wrapped with powerful spiritual power and demonic power. He hit the monk hard in the face. Puff. The monk was knocked away and vomited blood. He fainted after landing. Hiss. Everyone gasped. They looked at Ling Outyan with eyes full of fear and began to back off. Wanner, who was in the distance, looked at Ling Outyan's unparalleled bravery. My eyes are already full of stars. Ling Outyan seemed to be born with the ability to sense women's gazes. He turned his head and looked at Wanner accurately. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly and nodded to her. This made Wanner breathless and she almost fainted from happiness. Ling Outyan looked at Lihua and Lu Churu. Again, I thought they would also be shocked by his performance, but saw how the two of them sat facing each other, with their heads lowered and not speaking. His arms were still moving in the air, looking bored. Are they still jealous? Are they mad at each other? Ling Outyan smiled. He discovered that women's minds and tempers were strange, like those of children. The two girls didn't know what Ling Outyan was thinking. They are concentrating, looking at the diary in my hand. Ling Outyan explodes, fighting against many enemies alone. This not only shocked the entire audience, but also won the favor of Lihua and Lu Churu. He also gained Wanner's deep admiration. This Wanner is Lu Churu's maid, and she's just a supporting role. Although she fell in love with Ling Outyan, but she never dared to express her feelings. She always stood under Lu Churu's shadow and loved Ling Outyan silently. Because Lu Churu was her savior and her adopted parent, she was afraid that Lu Churu would be unhappy if she revealed her feelings to Ling Outyan. So until the very end, she didn't dare to get involved with Ling Outyan, and died alone and depressed. This plot. This made many readers feel very disgusted. They all sent razor blades to the author, demanding that he change the story so that Ling Outyan would accept this extra. But the author did not change it. She felt that this was a kind of regretful beauty, and more importantly, a literary attitude. Speaking of this, I suddenly became very curious. If a female supporting character other than the heroine gets involved with Ling Outyan, does that still count as a harem-free novel? Is Wanner in love with Ling Outyan? See the diary here. Lu Churu couldn't help but look at Wanner curiously. Then Wanner's obsessed gaze was fixed on Ling Outyan. Her cheeks, ears, and neck were almost red and rotten. Every time Ling Outyan beat a cultivator away, her eyes sparkled just once, and every time Ling Outyan was almost successfully attacked by a sneak attack, her face tensed up for once. Wanner doesn't dare to express her feelings to Ling Outyan. Are you afraid that I might be unhappy? But I have decided to distance myself from Ling Outyan, and I won't like him anymore, so there's no such thing as me being unhappy or jealous. Lu Churu thought carefully, because it was said in the diary that if she had followed the original plot and fallen in love with Ling Outyan, then her ending is a tragedy. The ending of her niece, Shunishan, was also tragic. So from the beginning, she has already chosen to distance herself from Ling Outyan. Also, it turns out Wanner has always lived under my shadow. Lu Churu frowned slightly, with a worried look on her face. Wanner was rescued by her by chance that year. I was kind enough to let him stay by my side to practice. I just didn't expect it. Wanner will actually live under her shadow for the rest of her life. They may even not dare to pursue happiness all their lives, and end up dying alone and depressed. This made Lu Churu feel guilty. After some thought, she made a decision. After we get back, just find a time and open your heart to Wanner. I hope she can be herself and dare to pursue happiness in life. At least, don't live under someone's shadow. At this time, Lu Churu discovered the tabby flower opposite. He was looking at her with a half smile, then he asked puzzledly, "Excuse me, do you know me?" Lihua smiled sweetly and replied mysteriously, "Yes." Then he turned around and faced her with his but then rocket vigorously left and right, make a tail-wagging motion. When Lu Churu saw this, an image of an enchanting and charming woman slowly emerged in her mind. "Are you Lihua?" Lu Churu guessed in surprise. "You guessed it right, my Xiao." Lihua lifted Lu Churu's chin with her fingers and said frivolously, "After 3 years, Xiao feels familiar again. It's like a ripe peach now, I really want to take a bite. Come on, bite one for your sister now." Boo! Ling Outyan knocked down the last cultivator with one punch. Looking at the monks lying on the ground in a mess. He looked sharp and said domineeringly, "You are a bunch of bullies. Do you think that more people will win? Remember today's lesson well, and don't look down on others in the future. You must have empathy towards the weak. When dealing with the strong, you must learn to respect them." After saying that in front of everyone, he took the rings of the fallen monks. "Take them all off and take them away." This made everyone jealous. After he took off the ring, he said playfully to the monks on the ground who were still unconscious, "The strong prey on the weak, and the strong are respected. Since you have chosen to fight me, you must bear the consequences of defeat. These storage rings are the price of your defeat." When the monks heard this, they all felt angry and their blood rushed to their hearts. He fainted on the spot. Ling Outyan had no psychological burden at all. He looked towards Liwa and Lu Churu, but I was surprised to see Liwa actually kissed Lu Churu forcefully. "This is a beautiful and erotic picture." It instantly made his blood boil. I didn't expect that Miss Xiaohua actually knew the host. Their relationship seems to be very close. And Miss Xiaohua likes me, so to speak. The host will do this to me sooner or later? Ha ha ha. Ling Outyan couldn't help but laugh out loud, then take a firm and confident step, walk towards the two girls. Chapter 112. If you guess right, I can do whatever you want. Lu Churu helplessly broke free from Liwa's kiss, then he looked at her girlish appearance. "Sister Liwa, why are you pretending to be a girl? Didn't you always disguise yourself as an old woman or a mature woman before?" Liwa smiled sweetly and replied, "Try something new. How about this? Doesn't it look good? I am a pure and sweet girl. My name is Xiaohua now. Come, call me Sister Xiaohua," said Liwa. Turned around gracefully. She is wearing a beautiful white dress and has flowing long hair like the brilliant little white flowers that bloom in spring. "Sister Xiaohua." Lu Churu nodded and called out. She knew that Liwa was a white fox and liked to disguise herself as a human. This also makes it easier to live in human territory. "Sister Xiaohua, why didn't you tell me you were coming to participate in daytime sound?" Lu Churu's tone was gentle and reproachful. Liwa grabbed her hand affectionately and explained, "Haven't you been collecting information on young talents in Kyushu continent recently? You've been running around and racking your brains to find a good husband for Nikhang. So I thought, see if I can help you share some of the burden. So I secretly infiltrated this group of monks to help you find some potential stocks." Result: I actually found someone with great potential, said. She turned her head to look at Ling Outyan who was walking towards her, then he smiled mysteriously and deliberately asked Lu Churu, "What do you think of him? You also watched the battle just now. He actually advanced from the gathering spirit realm to the returning origin realm. He has great potential." Lu Churu shook her head and replied, "What happens to him has nothing to do with me." This answer made Liwa very happy. Xiao has also gone astray. Really, she also owns Zhang Mu's private diary. It seems that she will not follow the plot, otherwise, the ending of her and Nishang would be tragic. That's the case, then I can form an alliance with her. Liwa was excited and whispered to Lu Churu, "Tonight, wait for me in the room. I'll come over to discuss something with you. Don't fall asleep. Otherwise, I'll wake you up with my tail." Hearing this, Lu Churu felt her back garden inexplicably tighten. She fully believed that Liwa could do what she said. After all, there was a time before when he was drowsy and was almost woken up by her tail. So he replied softly, The two girls finished their whisper. Ling Outyan came in front of them. He took out 4 storage rings and handed them to Liwa and Lu Churu. "Cheerful way, little flower girl, the host, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." However, Liwa and Lu Churu remained silent and neither of them took it. Liwa simply doesn't want it. For Lu Churu, she didn't want to have any contact with Ling Outyan. The two girls declined silently. Ling Outyan was so embarrassed that he dug his toes into the ground. The group of monks watching behind him all laughed at him. 2 storage rings mean you want to bribe the host? You're just trying to get rid of a beggar. Exactly. Not to mention the host, even the girl in the white dress beside her is a top-notch beauty. How could he only use 2 storage rings? What a country bumpkin. If it were me, I would give away all my storage rings. As a man, I have no sense of dignity at all. I am so unsophisticated and stingy. In my opinion, he is a pure country bumpkin who has never seen the world. He is just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Hey, you country bumpkin toad, ha ha ha. Ling Outyan turned his head suddenly. He swept a cold look over the sarcastic monks, said coldly, "If you don't agree, step forward and fight." Boom. He exuded a powerful aura. The monks retreated in fear, not daring to say a word. Seeing this, Ling Outyan sneered and ignored it. He looked at the 2 silent women. Think about it, I figured it out quickly. They don't accept the ring. It must be because I'm embarrassed. After all, these 4 storage rings were stripped from those monks. If they accepted it in public, it would look very unclassy. A woman like this is really worthy of me. Ling Outyan, think about it. Ling Outyan curled the corners of his mouth slightly, and the embarrassment in his heart was reduced a little. This time, Wanner came here. Her obsessed gaze has subsided somewhat. It was just the look in his eyes when he looked at Ling Outyan, still shining. "Miss Wanner, you came at the right time." Ling Outyen could use her to resolve the embarrassment. He handed the 4 rings to her, but when I was halfway through handing it over, I felt something was wrong. After all, this was originally intended for Li Huan and Lu Chuoyu. So he took it back. He took out 2 storage rings again and handed them to her. Lang laughed and said, "This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, Miss Warner. Just consider it as a thank you for Miss Warner's care during this period." Warner was flattered. She didn't expect it. Ling Outyen actually gave her a gift in front of the OP, but she didn't dare accept it because she was afraid that the poster would be jealous and unhappy. After all, Ling Outyen's previous battle had already demonstrated his great potential. This has surpassed many young talents, therefore, the OP will definitely take a fancy to Ling Outyen. Thinking so, Warner secretly glanced at Lu Churu, but she saw Lu Churu also looking at her. He even nodded and smiled at her and said softly, "Don't think too much, just be yourself." "No need to think so much, just be myself." Warner was stunned. "Then I gradually figured it out. The poster is hinting to her that she can accept the storage ring given by Ling Outyen." Then, she boldly took the ring and nervously thanked Ling Outyen. "Thank you, Master Xia Ling." She was almost fainting with happiness. "Ha ha ha. You're welcome. I should be the one thanking you, Miss Warner." "Thank you for your care, Miss Warner." Ling Outyen bowed to Warner to express his gratitude. Quite heroic. Looking at these, Liawa felt that they were just a waste of her time. She still wants to continue reading the diary. So he said to Lu Churu, "Xiaoro, please open the portal quickly. I want to go back." Lu Churu nodded. She turned and approached the city gate. Then he took out a crystal ball from the ring. With a blue flute floating inside the ball, she held the crystal ball in one hand and made a seal with the other. Perform a secret technique. The soul of music is immortal, and it can be passed on in a proper way. The crystal ball glowed instantly, and the flute inside began to spin rapidly and open. A strong beam of light shot out from the crystal ball, shot towards the city gate. Buzz. The city gate gradually formed a vortex light gate. It is worth mentioning, Liawa and Lu Churu have been good friends for many years. They also have a cooperative relationship. Like the Lihua Pavilion, the Dark Knight Tower is located in various places across the Kyushu continent. The Lihua Pavilion can learn about the human race's situation through the Dark Knight Tower to avoid the risk of being discovered by the human race. The Dark Knight Tower can also learn more about the powerful and mysterious demon tribe through the Lihua Pavilion. This is the end of the main storyline dungeon of Sound of Daylight. It ended early, so there's nothing much to write about. Let's see if there are any rewards first. The bedroom of the sect master's palace. Jiang Mu closed the diary. I want to see if there are any good rewards. Finally 5 minutes passed, there is no reward. Damn, dog system. Jiang Mu cursed. He rubbed his head and thought, what should I write next? Just write Xue Menghan. She's been to the Changyu Empire once before. I also met with the Empress of the Fishes. At this time, Haishuisha came back from the wall gate on Ding Nanrong's side. She put her hands behind her back and walked slowly towards Jiang Mu step by step. And oh, she was smiling. She was staring at him with lustful eyes. Guess what I'm hiding behind you, bastard? If you guess right, I can do whatever you want. Jiang Mu was stunned for a moment and asked, what are you hiding? Black Water Demon replied with a lewd smile. Guess what? Ding Nanrong often uses it. Guess what? Give it to me now. Jiang Mu directly reached out to ask for it. If she had just taken some teacups or something, that wouldn't have been a big deal, but I am afraid what she took was Ding Nanrong's important belongings. If it breaks, it will be troublesome. Hee, if you don't give it to me, come to me if you can. Haishuisha smiled sinisterly but did not take out the items. Fuck, you're rebelling. Jiang Mu stood up and walked straight towards her. Then stretch out your hands and surround him on both sides. Grab behind her. Haishuisha was quick and immediately stuffed the item under her skirt. Come on, come in and get it. She held her head high and chest puffed out to challenge Jiang Mu. A look that said, you don't dare come in. Yo ha? You think I don't dare? How could this kind of difficulty, which is not difficult at all, possibly stump Jiang Mu? So he said nothing. To deal with the front and back of the Black Water Evil, he used a move, double dragon fighting. Chapter 113 Cloth of Truth. It's itchy. After Haishuisha was lifted into the air by Jiang Mu, he laughed out loud because of the itchiness. She immediately clamped down. Her arms were still wrapped around his neck. Swish, let go. Jiang Mu has already grabbed the item. It was a piece of cloth, silky, cool and soft, but half of it was still clamped by her and could not be pulled out. Just don't loosen up, just a little bit. The Black Water Demon mocked Jiang Mu mercilessly. She even stuck out her long forked tongue and stuck it into his clothes. You really are a mess. Jiang Mu laughed in anger. Obviously, Black Water Demon wants to take advantage of the opportunity. He quickly pried his hands apart. Bang! An exaggerated piece of purple fragrant cloth fell to the ground. Take a closer look. Then I saw a pool of crystal on the cloth. Good boy. You really are. Jiang Mu was truly shocked and speechless. Let him guess whatever he wants. I can never guess. It was taken by Hieshuishid. It turned out to be Ding Nanrong's favorite piece of cloth of truth. Damn, I have to put this real cloth back into Ding Nanrong's closet. Otherwise, if Ding Nanrong finds out, he will definitely be beaten up. Jiang Mu remembered it very clearly in a previous reincarnation. Because he was unhappy with Ding Nanrong, he secretly hid her favorite piece of real cloth. Finally, she found out. After that, she beat me so hard that I almost had to use a wheelchair. Hurry up, Ronger will be here soon to ask me to take a medicinal bath. Jiang Mu urged Hiishuisha.no. Judging from the crystal clearness on the real cloth, the black water evil was really having a hard time holding it in. Jiang Mu took advantage of the moment when she started to be staked, bend down and pick up the real cloth. One after another, slowly walked towards Ding Nanrong's room. At this time, haven't taken 2 steps yet, then I heard someone knocking on my door. Knock knock knock. Husband, what are you doing? Is it Han Yuqing? Damn, isn't she supposed to supervise the gathering of disciples? Jiang Mu walked around and then sat back on the stool. At the same time, pressed the black water evil and turned around. He quickly took out a quilt from the ring and covered himself and the black water evil tightly. It just made these. The door was pushed open. Han Yuqing walked in with a smile on her face. Jiang Mu made a dissatisfied expression and questioned, the demon army may attack the city tomorrow. Why are you coming here instead of supervising and gathering the sect disciples? Said. He also secretly patted the black water demon, signaled to slow down. Han Yuqing felt aggrieved and went around behind Jiang Mu, hugged him tightly, acting coquettishly. Husband, I haven't seen you for 4 days, I miss you so much, so I came over to see what you were doing. Actually, she was planning to supervise the gathering of the sect's disciples after reading the diary, but the diary suddenly stopped. I waited for a long time, but the content of the diary was not updated. So I'm curious, come and see what Jiang Mu is doing. Jiang Mu glanced at her and replied coldly, what else can I do? I'm practicing, of course. After saying that, he pried her hands apart, pointing at the door. He ordered, now, immediately, get out of here and do what needs to be done. Oh, Han Yuqing let go of her hand and walked out obediently. After only 2 steps, he noticed that Jiang Mu was covered with a quilt from the waist down. He stopped and asked curiously, husband, what kind of training method is this? Why are you covering yourself with a blanket? Said. She subconsciously reached out to lift it. Jiang Mu grabbed her hand, pretending to be angry. He said, this is the method of the dragon and snake romance, don't ask too many questions. Although he could let Han Yuqing join, but if she joins, the plot will go astray. Oh, okay. Han Yuqing saw that he seemed really angry. He shrank his head, walked out of the room obediently, very thoughtful too, closed the door gently. She's finally gone. Jiang Mu breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the pile rate under the quilt began to accelerate. There were also sounds of hiss. Hiss. Hiss, the sound even grew louder. Shoo. Don't make any noise, little cutie. Jiang Mu quickly patted his hands and warned, fearing that Han Yuqing, who had not walked far away, would hear it. The hissing sound disappeared after a few claps. Yeah, that's good. Jiang Mu praised, then he quickly stood up and walked towards Ding Nanrong's room. However, haven't taken 2 steps yet, then I heard Han Yuqing's voice coming from outside the door. Sister Rong, are you here to ask your husband to take a medicinal bath? Yeah, I just made the elixir. Ding Nanrong's voice also came in. Han Yuqing's voice suddenly became softer, like a whisper, but it still came through faintly. Sister Rong, remember this, when you were helping your husband absorb the medicine faster, hand foot mouth. Hey, I'm going to get busy first. Ding Nanrong's face turned dark. After Han Yuqing left, she opened Jiang Mu's door directly. It just came in. She saw Jiang Mu sitting upright at the table, looking at her with a quiet smile. I don't know why she seemed to see a hint of nervousness in Jiang Mu's eyes. Could it be that he heard everything Han Yuqing said to me just now? After thinking for a while, Ding Nanrong said coldly, I'm only helping you absorb the medicine faster. I can't do anything else. Just pretend you didn't hear anything. What Jiang Mu didn't understand what Ding Nanrong was saying for a moment. Ding Nanrong was too lazy to explain. She came here to ask for Jiang Mu medicinal bath. I've already filled the bathhouse with water and prepared the elixirs. Go ahead and take the bath. Oh, okay. Jiang Mu nodded in reply, but didn't show any intention of leaving the stool. He is very nervous now. It's not that I'm afraid that Ding Nanrong will discover the truth under the quilt, but he was afraid that she would see the real cloth in his hand. If you see it, something big will happen. What are you sitting here for? Why are you still covered with the quilt? Ding Nanrong looked at Jiang Mu's quilt, confused. Oh, nothing much. My legs just felt a little cold, so I covered them up. Jiang Mu lied and then said, you go to the bathhouse and wait for me. I want to change my clothes now. I'll come over after I'm done. He had to put her real cloth back without anyone noticing. Ding Nanrong looked strange and said, are you sure you want me to go first? The bathhouse is quite far away, don't you need me to take you there? Besides, if you want to change clothes, just do it. It's not like I haven't seen it before. She finished saying this. Somehow, my face couldn't help but feel slightly hot. This was a feeling she had never experienced before. Possible because I know his future. Will you become my companion? Oh, it's nothing actually. I just want to change clothes by myself and then walk over. Romer, you go to the bathhouse and wait for me first. Jiang Mu appeared calm on the surface. However, I was already starting to panic in my heart. Because the pile rate is getting faster and faster. He sensed that the black water evil was about toes for why it is so fast. Jiang Mu guessed that it was because she experienced a kind of Stealing, one way or another. If Ding Nanrong finds out, then, I dare not think about it. Fortunately, Ding Nanrong didn't ask any further questions, she just nodded and turned to walk out. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the door in the wall on the other side of her room. The wall door is open. So I asked Jiangmu curiously, what are you doing in my room? Huh? Oh, I went over and got a pair of scissors to cut my toenails. Jiang Mu replied without changing his expression, but my heart was so nervous that it was about to explode, because the pile rate is close to the peak. Ding Nanrong nodded again and said nothing. After all, Jiang Mu had used her scissors to cut his toenails before. So he turned around again, opened the door and leave. Just then, her hand just touched the door, behind you, his. Chapter 114. How to output. Ding Nanrong was shocked. She turned around immediately, seeing Jiang Mu still sitting upright. His hands were also inside the quilt, as if he was holding something, and his face looked like he was in great pain. Ding Nanrong had never seen Jiang Mu with such a strange expression, and judging from the screams just now, obviously it wasn't sent by Jiang Mu. So is there someone under the quilt? Ding Nanrong came to Jiang Mu with doubts, her eyes fixed on the quilt. He asked solemnly, is there someone under the quilt? Judging from the voice, it's a little girl. Wipe. She still found out. Jiang Mu was anxious and didn't know how to answer for a moment. However, Ding Nanrong didn't give him time to answer. She grabbed the quilt unexpectedly. Flip it up suddenly. White skirt, white hair, back. This is? Ding Nanrong was shocked by what she saw. A word came to her mind. Negative distance. What shocked her even more was, in Jiang Mu's hands, she was actually holding her favorite purple silk moon-wrapped cloth. You're doing this with it? Ding Nanrong was suddenly ashamed and angry. Xia was her usual cold and calm self. I can't stand Jiang Mu's abnormal operation. Her face flushed rarely and she quickly took the cloth back. After taking it back, I found that it felt sticky. A closer look reveals the crystal clear. This made her so angry that she burst into anger. Asshole. How dare you? If you miss, just say so. I'll grant your wish. She burst out with a powerful spiritual energy, causing her skirt and hair to flutter. Wronger. Listen to me trying to cover it up. Bah. Listen to my explanation. Jiang Mu was so frightened that he fainted. He was really afraid that Ding Nanrong would beat him. What if she beats me so badly that I can't take care of myself? Then the subsequent plot of the demon army attacking the city will be difficult to deal with. What the hell? Explain it from a wheelchair. Ding Nanrong was so angry that she punched Jiang Mu hard in the abdomen. Fuck it, I'm going to be ruined. Jiang Mu's expression changed drastically. He was completely unable to avoid her angry fist. If I get hit, I'll probably have to use a wheelchair. However, just before the fist hit him in the stomach, Ding Nanrong suddenly rolled her eyes, her whole body went limp and fell into his arms. What's going on? Jiang Mu hugged Ding Nanrong and was stunned. This time, the voice of Black Water Demon came to his mind. I did it. I used the soul book to summon her soul into the space. She's still a little dazed. This Jiang Mu was speechless. He didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing, but anyway, I am temporarily spared from being beaten and no longer have to sit in a wheelchair. So he quickly said to Black Water Demon, little cutie, can you please ask Wronger, that is to say, explain the Yuexingbu incident to Wronger? Black Water Demon refused grimly. Why should I explain? I'm not afraid of her. Jiang Mutu is in pain. You're not afraid, but I am. She's about to beat me into a wheelchair. Black Water Demon replied ruthlessly, if she dares to hit you, I'll fly her. After hearing this, Jiang Mu felt his scalp tingling. He was really afraid that Haishuisha would mess around. Then he gave the unquestionable order, fly your head. You must explain it clearly to Roger. Otherwise don't even think about touching me for a month. Hearing this, Black Water Demon panicked and said nervously, you don't want. Oh, Jiang Mu smiled. It seems that everyone has big weaknesses, especially snakes. So he ordered, then find a way to solve the fabric problem for me, and you also need to ask Roger to help me with the medicinal bath later. Do you understand? Haishuisha did not answer immediately, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, she suddenly said with a sinister smile, do you want your Ronger to help you with the medicinal bath? Okay. But I want to? Jiang Mu didn't hear the rest of the story, so he asked, what do you want? Don't ask for half and leave the other half. Black Water Demon continued to smirk, that's right, I want it. Jiang Mu was speechless. Black Water Demon pretended to be exhausted. Oh, my soul power can no longer support the soul book space. Jiang Mu interrupted her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Alright, hurry up. Black Water Demon succeeded and said excitedly, you can start now. I can handle any level. Finished, she fell silent. He was obviously in the soul book space, preparing to deal with Ding Nanrong's matter. Any degree. Jiang Mu looked at the Black Water Demon lying limply on the ground. Somehow, I actually felt a little evil in my heart. The dog system must be trying to corrupt me. So that I can't pass the level. He shook his head, getting rid of these evil thoughts. Then he picked up Ding Nanrong and sent her back to her room. Then he took her piece of cloth and used his spiritual power to evaporate the crystals on it. Finally put on this fabric. He folded it carefully and skillfully, and put it back into her fragrant closet. Finish this, just go back to your dormitory. Looking at the Black Water Demon lying limply on the ground, Jiang Mu began to think hard how to output it. Etc. Jiang Mu suddenly remembered something. A very important thing. That's it. Haishuisha injured Ding Nanrong at the beginning and was finally killed by Han Yuqing. So what will happen when Haishuisha meets Ding Nanrong and Han Yuqing? No, Haishuisha and Han Yuqing had met before. Jiang Mu suddenly remembered. When he was about to be defeated by the Black Water Demon, he used the teleportation technique and teleported to a cave in the Monster Mountain range, but he also teleported the Black Water Evil over there. He even accidentally brought Han Yuqing, who was in invisible state, with him. After that, the three of them had a big fight. But the strange thing is, Han Yuqing and Haishuisha met, but neither of them showed any emotional fluctuations. It's as if the two people don't know each other. Why? No. I'll have to ask the cutie. See if she still remembers what happened with Ding Nanrong and Han Yuqing. Jiang Mu immediately called out to the Black Water Demon in his mind, little cutie, touch the silk, touch the silk. In my mind, I heard the excited and expectant voice of Black Water Demon, push harder. Jiang Mu was really impressed by her, just straight to the point and asked, little cutie, do you still remember what happened between you, Ding Nanrong, and Han Yuqing? Black Water Demon replied, what is it? I don't remember. I have to deal with your Ronger's problem now. You are not allowed to save any effort. Oh, that's okay. You should do your best too. Jiang Mu was puzzled. Haishuisha actually didn't remember that she had hurt Ding Nanrong. Don't you remember Han Yuqing killing her? Jiang Mu thought carefully. Could it be that after using Resurrection of the Dead to revive a character? Will the main storyline correct itself? Han Yuqing and Ding Nanrong's death and resurrection, that's it. It didn't distort the main plot. Think about it, this was the only explanation Jiang Mu could think of, that is to say, after using Resurrection of the Dead to revive the character, it won't distort the main storyline, otherwise, the main storyline would not have been able to proceed to this point without deviation. This gave Jiang Mu a shot in the ARM. It was so strong that he instantly had endless energy. So he picked up the Black Water Evil Spirit on the ground in the Soul Book space. Haishuisha smiled and stared at Ding Nanrong. We meet again, good Ronger. Chapter 115, I did a good job, why are you stopping me from teaching him a lesson? Ding Nanrong stared at Haishuisha, feeling ashamed and angry as ever. Although in the future, she and Jiang Mu will become Taoist couples, but that doesn't mean she can tolerate Jiang Mu's behavior, at least not now. So she must teach Jiang Mu a lesson and make him understand the importance of respecting maids, but she couldn't leave the Black Water Evil space now. Haishuisha brushed his long straight white hair and said proudly, he is the master of this god. You actually want to teach him a lesson? Have you asked this god? Honor, Ding Nanrong was stunned. Only then did she remember. Before, when Haishuisha was in this space, he told her and Han Yuqing that Jiang Mu was her master. I asked curiously, how did he become your master? Black Water Demon did not hide anything and replied directly. That day, I sneaked into the Woyo sect and approached him. The purpose is simple. It's just to go against the plot and try to change my own destiny. Ha ha ha, it's itchy. Talking and talking, she suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, this puzzled Ding Nanrong. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Haishuisha replied naturally. She continued to tell Ding Nanrong everything about Jiang Mu becoming her master. It started when she sneaked into Woyo sect and approached Jiang Mu. Later he was killed by Han Yuqing. He was resurrected by Jiang Mu and turned into a loyal slave. Afterwards, he went to the tomb of the snake god and successfully created a permanent puppet, until now. Including the superficial things that happened with Jiang Mu just now, Black Water Evil also mentioned them one by one. After saying that, then he slowly knelt down. After listening to this, Ding Nanrong nodded. It means everything is clear. She looked at the Black Water Demon who suddenly knelt down, confused, and asked, are you okay? It's okay, don't worry about the details. Black Water Demon then quickly said, just now, that bastard asked me if I remembered what happened between you and Han Yuqing. Although I wanted to answer I remember, I couldn't say it out loud. This must be due to the will of heaven, but these are no longer important. Now it's you, me, and Han Yuqing. The three of us, we are on the same front, push harder. Are you trying to stand on the same front? Ding Nanrong pondered. That's true. After all, the three of them will follow the plot. Ding Nanrong, knowing that her ending will be happy, will follow the plot. As for Haishuisha, since she successfully created a puppet to replace herself, she will also follow the plot. As for Han Yuqing, since she doesn't know her ending yet, she will follow the plot. Think about it. Ding Nanrong said to Black Water Demon, in that case, the three of us are on the same front. Find some time later and talk to Yuqing about it. You can get me out now. I want to give Jiang Mu a medicinal bath according to the original plot. She was no longer angry with Jiang Mu, because her shroud was not taken by Jiang Mu, but it was the Black Water Demon, the lustful snake, who was used to provoke Jiang Mu. Black Water Demon suddenly closed his eyes and replied, I'll take you out later, oh. Ding Nanrong looked strange. She always felt that Haishuisha was weird. Sudden, she saw it in surprise. Haishuisha's feet slowly left the ground. Ding Nanrong widened her eyes. Strangely, she still thought of Shui Menghan. Wronger. Haishuisha suddenly called out to Ding Nanrong. Ding Nanrong was silent. She seemed to have guessed something. Sister Rong. The black water is extremely fast. Ding Nanrong thought about it. Finally I chose to move forward. Firstly, I will become Jiang Mu's Taoist partner in the future, and then I will be the mistress of Haishuisha. There is nothing wrong with a master helping his servants solve problems. Secondly, she doesn't reject it. Hiss. Hey. Haishuisha released the soul book and came out with Ding Nanrong. How's it going, little cutie? When Jiangmu saw Haishuisha wake up, he helped her tidy up her clothes. She's familiar. Haishuisha narrowed his eyes. Jiangmu didn't understand what the hell she was talking about. So he quickly asked, I'm asking. Have you explained the matter of the evil cloth to Ronger? Will she beat me again, besides? Did Ronger say that she would give me a medicinal bath next time? Haishuisha glanced at Ding Nanrong's room and replied confidently, rest assured, she won't beat you, she'll be here in a minute and take you to the medicinal bath. Who do you think this god is? Said. She brushed her long hair with her small hands and raised her chin to Jiangmu as if to ask for credit. He looked as if he was saying, this god has done a great job. Awesome. This little cutie is amazing. Jiangmu picked up Haishui and kissed him this way, the plot doesn't go astray, not bad, deletion. Chapter 116. She will become addicted to shushing. At this time, the side door was opened. Ding Nanrong came over from the next room. Master, let's go take a medicinal bath. She came in front of Jiangmu. He nodded and greeted Haishuisha next to him very naturally. Haishuisha smiled and stared at Ding Nanrong's exaggerated figure. He even stuck out his long tongue, forked it, and licked it twice in the air. Ding Nanrong's face turned slightly red. In addition, she was unable to give her all in the soul book space just now. So much so that she now began to have the urge to go to the bathroom. Jiangmu hurriedly asked Ding Nanrong, by the way, Ronger, do you know her? He pulled the Haishuisha with white dress and white hair to the front, facing Ding Nanrong. I didn't know him before, but now I do. Ding Nanrong nodded, then said calmly, her name is Cutie, and she's a demon snake. It was during the hunting season in the Monster Mountain range. She thought you were handsome, so she came to you secretly. She is still willing to let you be her master. Is this true? Could it be that Haishuisha was deceiving Ding Nanrong? Sensing Jiangmu's doubts, Haishuisha turned his head, blinked, and said affirmatively, that's it, my lord. Alright, that makes sense. It seems reasonable. Jiangmu tacitly agreed to this and then asked Ding Nanrong, what else? Like yours. My what? A bra? The one you brought that was so obscene? Ding Nanrong asked back with a smile. The question embarrassed Jiangmu, and he quickly explained, I don't. Ding Nanrong interrupted him and said, I know you didn't take it, it was actually the cutie who took it. She raised her hand and touched Haishuisha's little head. The black water demon did not dodge either. He even took the initiative to hug her. It's so intimate and harmonious. Jiangmu watched silently and breathed a sigh of relief. Very good. It seems that I don't have to get beaten and put in a wheelchair anymore. And point 1 point is confirmed. That's it. After resurrecting the character through resurrection of the dead, the relevant characters will lose part of their memory, that is to say, the main storyline will correct itself. Otherwise, Ding Nanrong would definitely remember that Haishuisha had injured her before. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the two of them to be so close and harmonious now, but they seem to be too harmonious, aren't they? Looking at Haishuisha's face, it was already sunken. Jiangmu felt incredible. Did Haishuisha become a good woman after his character collapsed? Shaking his head, Jiangmu pulled her away from Ding Nanrong's embrace and said, it's getting late, my dear, go in and put it in the ring. Ronger, take me to the medicinal bath now. Ding Nanrong nodded, Black Water Demon did not drill back into the ring, but said with great interest, you son of a bitch, I want to take a medicinal bath with you too. I can also help you absorb the medicinal power faster. Said. He licked his lips subconsciously. No. Jiangmu refused without even thinking. You can tell by the way she licks her lips. If only she were allowed to take the medicinal bath together, then his medicinal bath plot would be distorted, and he doesn't want to fall. Turtle. Master. Haishuisha shook Jiangmu's arm and acted coquettishly. You can't even call me daddy, go in quickly. Jiangmu remained unmoved. He stretched out his finger, motioning her to quickly get into the ring. Haishuisha curled his lips, his face full of dissatisfaction. But if I don't go in, Jiangmu will be unhappy. So he reluctantly turned into a ball of white mist and went in. Jiangmu was very satisfied, and then said to Ding Nanrong, there's no time to lose, let's go, Ronger. Shueching, City Lord's Mansion, Meeting Hall. After the meeting, the staff left one by one. Only Shui Yuanshan, Ling Outyan and Shui Menghan were left. Shui Yuanshan sat in the main seat, looked sad. Lord City Lord, are you still worried about the support? Ling Outyan asked speculatively. Oh, not bad. Shui Yuanshan sighed and continued, last night, the City Lord has sent people to deliver the letter to various sects and cities in the southern border. I hope they will send people to support Shueching tomorrow. Well finished. He sighed again. He is very worried. Those sects and cities did not believe what he said and would not send people to support Shueching. Shui Menghan put down the Jiangmu's private diary in her hand with her eyebrows slightly furrowed. She said, Dad, what if the Empress guessed wrong? There won't be any demon army attacking the city tomorrow? I also hope that the Queen's guess is wrong, but it's unlikely. Shui Yuanshan shook his head. Ling Outman pinched his chin and lowered his eyes in thought. At the same time, in his mind, he secretly asked Blackwater. Master, you think the vanguard of the Shade Demon Army? Will there be a surprise attack on Shueching tomorrow? A hoarse, childish, neutral voice sounded in his mind, needing. Oh? Is there any basis for this? My intuition is the basis. The tone was domineering and confident. This is simply wonderful. Ling Outyan's eyes lit up. He absolutely believes in Master. The early end of the Sound of Day made him miss the opportunity to obtain the treasure, but the demon army will come tomorrow. So you can hunt monsters to your heart's content. In this way, in addition to improving yourself, you can also hunt for demon cores, allowing Master to slowly recover his strength. You can also gain reputation for protecting Xuecheng. You can even gain Menghan's love, including the owner of Dark Knight Tower, Lu Churu. If you can gain the favor of Lihua, the leader of Lihua Pavilion, that would be even more perfect. Thinking excitedly, Ling Outyan took a step forward and smiled confidently at Shui Menghan. Menghan, I dare to assert it, tomorrow the vanguard of the Shade Demon Army will definitely raid Xuecheng. If you don't believe, then let's make a bet? If you lose, you will have to call me Brother Outyan from now on. Shui Menghan frowned and did not respond. Why did she feel that Ling Outyan seemed very happy? What's there to be happy about when the demon army attacks the city? Shui Yuanshan asked curiously. Master Ling, why are you so sure? Ha ha ha. This is my secret. I hope the city lord won't ask too many questions. Ling Outyan waved his hands, looking mysterious. Shui Yuanshan glanced at him with sharp eyes. I found that his breathing was stable and smooth, without a trace of tension. The word confidence was almost engraved on his head. Really, this kid is truly extraordinary. His future achievements will surely be extraordinary. Shui Yuanshan nodded secretly. It seems that saving him from Sect Master Jiang and Wuyo Sect was a wise move. So he smiled and said to Ling Outyan, then Master Ling, the demon army will attack the city tomorrow. I hope you can take good care of Honor. Don't worry, Lord City Lord. I will never let Menghan get hurt. I swear. Ling Outyan swore an oath with a stern look in his eyes. Then he looked at Shui Menghan. A wicked smile, however. Shui Menghan didn't look at him. Because the diary continues to be updated. So he raised the Jiang Mu's private diary in his hand. Keep looking. Wipe. Just arrived at the bathhouse to prepare for the medicinal bath. Why did this old maid suddenly go to the bathroom? She's been shushing for 15 minutes. At this rate, it will probably take another 15 minutes. After all, she is a water element, and sometimes she gets addicted to it. Put. Vulgar. Shui Menghan spat secretly. But why does this bastard know so much? Keep reading with curiosity. Chapter 117, Shang Yuanming, Stupid Woman. I remember one time. On the cliff at the back of the mountain, in a hanging bamboo bed under a tree. Romer was rocking with me when she suddenly had to go to the bathroom. She ran to the edge of the cliff and hissed for half an hour. The breeze blows gently on the cliff, and the rainbow flows. Ding nan rong in the women's restroom of the bathhouse. The black water demon in the ring, as expected of a water elemental body. Next time I will definitely give her a try. Slurp. Shui Menghan was disgusted. Pa. Vulgar. Romer is a caring and good Taoist companion. She knew that keeping me waiting would be bad for my health. Rainbow torrent, verbal battle. The setting sun on the cliff is not as red as her face. Bathhouse. Jiang Mu was only wearing shorts while soaking in the medicine pool. I wrote in my diary. He glanced towards the women's restroom but didn't see Ding Nanrong coming back. I have to finish my diary quickly during this free time. Then collect today's reward. So I continued writing. By now, Xuecheng's meeting should be over. Shui Menghan imagined that the demon army would not attack the city. Shui Yuanshan is worried that no one will support Xuecheng. Ling Outyan was very happy because there were monsters to hunt and he could show off his skills. He also took this opportunity to make a bet with Shui Menghan that the demon army would definitely attack the city tomorrow. If Shui Menghan loses, he must call him Brother Outyan. But Shui Menghan didn't gamble. Because she felt that the demon army attacking the city was not a good thing, but Ling Outyan seemed very happy. This made her feel a little disgusted. Shui Menghan curled her lips. Anyone would be disgusted. If the demon army attacks the city, people will die. As a result, many readers who read this plot said it was poisonous. They said this didn't fit the heroine's character of a nymphomaniac. So I strongly requested the author to change it so that Shui Menghan agreed to the bet and then became a fangirl. Otherwise, abandon the book. Many readers also believe that this is Ling Outyan's fault. He shouldn't be happy about the demon army attacking the city, as this seems very selfish. So the one who should be changed is Ling Outyan. Since the readers on both sides were evenly matched, neither could convince the other, and it eventually turned into a war of words. This attracted a wave of traffic to the book. So the author simply didn't bother to change it. This also made me change my opinion of Shui Menghan's character. At least she's not a nymphomaniac with no bottom line, nor is she that stupid. You're stupid. You're the stupidest. You're the one with no bottom line and you're a nympho. Just write your diary well. Why do you always criticize me? Shui Menghan stamped her feet in anger, her face flushed slightly. In Ling Outyan's eyes, he just thought that she was shy about saying Brother Outyan, then he smiled and said, Menghan, you haven't answered my question about whether to bet or not, huh? What the hell? Shui Menghan was so angry that she cursed on the spot, then he turned and left without even looking back. Ling Outyan was scolded for no reason and could only laugh awkwardly. Shui Yuanshan explained helplessly, "Don't worry, Master Ling Hunter has been restless these past few days since returning from the Chinyu Empire. She misses her mother." Ling Outyan took the opportunity to back down and touched his nose to ease the embarrassment, then he changed the subject and asked, "My lord city lord, I heard that the empress of the Chinyu Empire is a genius of her generation?" Shui Yuanshan's expression turned serious and he replied solemnly, "That's right, although the empress is immortal, she has no cultivation whatsoever, but she is undoubtedly the number one person in Yuzhou." "Oh, the empress is actually immortal, she has no skills at all, but she is the number one person in Yuzhou. How did she do it in this world where the strong prey on the weak?" Ling Outyan's eyes flickered and he couldn't help but reveal an evil smile that he was against this mortal empress, very interested. Bang, Shui Menghan kicked open the door of her boudoir. Then he kicked the door shut again. "Asshole, asshole, asshole." She cursed a few words angrily. "Just sit at the table, continue reading the diary. A few days ago. Shui Menghan followed Shui Yuanshan to the Chinyu Empire. I also met Chinyu Anmeng. Kyushu continent, eastern Yuzhou, the empire of Longfish, Yudu, deep palace. In the simple study, the aroma of incense curls up. Chinyu Anmeng had just finished her official business when she took off her fancy clothes and accessories, then she changed into a pink gauze dress to gently frame her tall figure. She leaned back in the cool window seat. "The mind is turning." A copy of Jiang Mu's private diary appeared in his hand. "Open the diary. I just happened to see the information about myself. Is it finally my turn to appear?" Changyu Anmeng, the 31st generation of the Chinyu Empire, is out of luck. The 31st emperor. She is also the first female emperor in the history of the Chinyu Empire. She is domineering, but kind-hearted. She is cold and ruthless, yet admired by the people. Born into an imperial family, she has mastered the art of power since she was young. Just like how the cutie plays with snakes and Ding Nanrong plays with water, they are just as adept at it. If I were to use a line of poetry to describe this empress, it would be: there is a beautiful woman in Yuzhou, peerless and independent. Her gaze is so stunning that it can captivate the whole country, and her heart is so calm that it can comfort the whole country. Oh, right. This stupid bitch is actually the fifth female lead. Stupid bitch, interesting. The corners of Changyu Anmeng's mouth curled up slightly. From childhood to adulthood, the praise she received was for being smart, resourceful, and so on, and now Jiang Mu actually called her a stupid woman? Far from irritating her, this did not. On the contrary, this contrast piqued her interest. Could it be that in the future plot? What kind of foolish thing would I do? Whatever. If there's a chance, I'll see you in person. Jiang Mu. Changyu Anmeng is very interested in Jiang Mu. The weird thing is, this stupid woman is actually immortal. Although she is only immortal. But she is still very good at politics, people's hearts, and strategic development. Otherwise. It is impossible for her to make the entire Yuzhou population willingly submit to her in this world filled with cultivators and monsters. After Shui Menghan met her, she generously gave him the title of Empress's personal guard. This is a recognition of the achievements of Shui Menghan's mother, Yunlan, and it also earns Shui Menghan's gratitude. The relationship between the two women became closer. This also paves the way for the harem plot later. A personal guard? Changyu Anmeng held his chin and thought. But what I gave to Shui Menghan was not a personal guard, but a younger sister. That is to say, is my storyline starting to go astray? Interesting. Changyu Anmeng's interest increased even more. She scrolled through the diary with her delicate hands. Continue reading below. Chapter 118. Okay, come and help me take it off because this stupid woman is the empress. So I often have to wear those complicated and gorgeous long skirts. Then the question arises. How does she pee? Changyu Anmeng was stunned for a moment. It took a while for me to understand. This guy really has a unique way of thinking. No normal person would think in this way. She laughed silently and didn't feel angry. As the ruler of a country, I grew up in an environment of intrigue and deception. His mind is already as mature as that of ordinary people. So it was impossible for her to be easily affected by such vulgar words. So I continued to read my diary leisurely. How does she wipe her poop? Changyu Anmeng, I understand. There must be a bunch of palace maids gathered outside the toilet, holding up her elaborate long skirt. This way, it will be easier for her to wipe it. Vulgar. Changyu Anmeng's hand trembled violently, accidentally threw the diary out the window. Well, let's stop here for now. I don't know if there are any rewards. Bathhouse. Jiang Mu closed the diary. I waited for a while, but didn't get any reward. Then what else should I write? There's nothing good going on today. No, that Li Hua and Lu Churu will meet tonight. Then let's write about these two heroines. So I opened the diary, continue writing. Tomorrow, the vanguard of the Shade Demon Army will raid Shuecheng. Everyone in Shuecheng will put aside their grudges and fight the monster together. Li Hua is a demon, and is secretly cooperating with Shay. So she can't resist monsters. Li Hua smiled charmingly. You're right, sister, because LV Churu is her best friend. So tonight, she will go to Dark Knight Tower to find Lu Chura. Probably trying to persuade Lu Chura to leave Shuecheng and temporarily avoid the spotlight. But Lu Chura chose to stay. Because she hated the soul-eating sandworms and wanted to kill them all. Dark Knight building room on the 7th floor. Looking at the words soul-devouring sandworms. Lu Chura's gentle gaze gradually became sharp. She got out of bed and walked out to the balcony gracefully. The soft yet sharp gaze was fixed on the direction of Linging Kingdom. The spiritual energy on her body gradually surged, causing her skirt and hair to float slightly. Soul-eating sandworm. Sand ring fragrance. One day, I, Dark Knight Tower, will definitely kill you all. Take back my Linging Kingdom. Boom. Powerful spiritual energy erupted, enveloping the entire Dark Knight building. The people in the building were terrified. Hiss. The landlord is showing off his power? Such terrifying Guiyuan realm strength. This is even stronger than City Lord Shui. The Dark Knight Tower is mysterious and unpredictable. That old witch Lu Churo and that evil monster Li Hua, that's it for today. It's almost half an hour now. The old maid should be almost done with her booing. Oh, right, when she was helping me absorb the medicine faster. According to the original plot, I would have passed out midway through. Black water demon, Unconscious. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Excited chuckles echoing throughout the entire ring space. That's because the drug is too strong, and I, a weak person, can't bear it. Because of my coma, Ding Nanrong had no choice but to help me absorb the drug. What specific enforcement methods does she use? Damn, I want to know that too. Over 70 rounds now, and every round I'm as unconscious as a dead pig. Forget it, just follow the plot. That's all for today. Give me some good rewards, dog system. After Jiangmu finished writing, he closed the diary, silently waiting for the reward. Then long lost system sound, IT rang in my mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the diary was written successfully. Temperament +2, 28/100, appearance +2, 28/100, reward, falling stars, immortal technique, reward introduction, destroy it for me. Consume all spiritual power, summon a meteorite from the sky, lock onto a character and attack. Consume all spiritual energy to summon a group of meteorites from the sky to launch indiscriminate attacks. Note, the power of the meteorite depends on the amount of spiritual power consumed. Note, this can be cancelled at any time during the execution. Note, after casting, it enters a cooldown state. The cooldown time depends on the amount of spiritual power consumed. Note, during the cooling time, you cannot use any spiritual arts, immortal arts, martial arts, etc. The actual situation shall prevail. Note, this can only be performed twice a day. Oh no. Another magical technique has arrived. And it's a big move. Jiang Mu was overjoyed. What he wanted most was this simple and crude skill. For example, the previous spiritual power inspiration in Thunderfinger, start fighting as soon as you disagree. After using this starfall, the blue bar is completely gone. It will also enter CD state. It looks like it must be very powerful. I hope there will be more attack skills like this in the future. Watching the introduction of stars falling from the sky, Jiang Mu was very satisfied. This is a broken copy of the game. In the early stage, he was completely unable to defeat the monsters in the Kaiguang realm, and now he really wants to use this magic. Let's see the power of these meteorites and see if they can kill a Kaiguang realm monster. Unfortunately, the situation does not allow it. He also had to take a medicinal bath. We can only wait until tomorrow when the demon army attacks the city and then find a chance to play. It's been half an hour, she should have finished her booing. Jiang Mu couldn't help but look towards the women's restroom. I just happened to see it. A cold beauty in a strapless purple miniskirt. He walked over with a slight limp. Good fellow. She's been hush-hushing for too long, and her legs are numb. Jiang Mu stared at her smooth long legs and kept looking at them. Ding Nanrong was not surprised. As long as Jiang Mu didn't do anything out of line to her, for example, stealing her scarf and doing something like that, she usually didn't hit him. Let's get started. Ding Nanrong came in front of Jiang Mu and said lightly. She didn't take off her clothes and jumped directly into the medicine pool, facing Jiang Mu. Ronger, aren't you going to take it off? Looking at the purple mountain floating in front of me, Jiang Mu followed the plot naturally. You want me to take it off? Ding Nanrong's face turned cold. No. Jiang Mu quickly denied it and then said, I was wondering if your dress would affect my ability to absorb the medicine. Meeting. Well, why don't you take it off? Okay, come and help me take it off. Ding Nanrong stared at Jiang Mu expressionlessly. The tone was so calm that the surface of the pool was instantly still. Ahem. Still no. Jiang Mu shuddered with fear, then warned Ronger, you must help me speed up the absorption of these elixirs into my body. Tomorrow, this sect will show off its skills in front of Menghan. Bring it on. He raised his arms and faced Ding Nanrong with his palms. Ding Nanrong also raised her arms and placed her palms on his, then cast the secret technique, water element, the art of attached water. Gurgle. The turbid medicine pool suddenly became turbulent. A dark green medicinal liquid began to gather around Jiang Mu's body. Ding Nanrong clasped Jiang Mu's fingers together. Sudden force, attach. The dark green liquid was forced by Ding Nanrong. It squeezed into Jiang Mu's skin madly. Jiang Mu screamed in pain. I in the blink of an eye to it was night. Ah! Burp. As Jiang Mu shouted, his eyes rolled back. One end of it cut into the purple mountain. He lost consciousness on the spot. Ding Nanrong. She checked Jiang Mu's body. I found out he wasn't pretending. He was indeed in so much pain that he lost consciousness. This time. A white mist emerged from Jiang Mu's storage ring. He rushed out in a hurry. Chapter 119, Gurgle. Gurgle, the white mist turned into a little girl with a human body, a snake tail, white hair, and golden eyes. It fell into the pool with a splash. What are you doing out here? Ding Nanrong looked at the black water demon, who suddenly appeared with a puzzled look on her face. She remembers Jiang Mu had previously ordered the black water demon not to come out. Haishuisha couldn't hold back any longer and hugged Jiang Mu strong and smooth back from behind. After rubbing it hard for a few times, feeling the bumps, he replied, "The bastard is unconscious. He is the master of this god. Then it is reasonable for me to come out and take this opportunity to protect him." She also sticks out a long forked tongue. Dive into the water. Ding Nanrong frowned slightly and said, "You are disobeying his orders. Aren't you afraid that he will punish you?" Although I can't see clearly what's happening underwater, but feeling the surge under the water, she had guessed it. What on earth is the black water demon's tongue doing? I am checking his body. Romer, you are still young and don't understand now. While the black water evil was twisting his tongue, his eyes fell on the floating purple mountain. The smile becomes lewd. Romer, the side effects of your Shui Yuan poison are truly enviable. If this god had a form like yours, that god won't have to work too hard to make that bastard surrender. Reached out and supported it. Ding Nanrong. She actually had no intention of getting rid of the black water evil. Now that's her main concern. Jiang Mu fell into a coma. Then, according to the original plot, she would continue to help Jiang Mu absorb the medicinal power faster. As for the black water evil's intervention in the middle, she didn't care. Anyway, just let it go and follow the plot. Feeling the increasingly violent surge under the water, Ding Nanrong said calmly to the black water demon, "I once knew about the serpent clan. Snakes are generally born with strong desires, and they appreciate the taste of marrow. So I can understand your current behavior. It's okay, you do yours and I do mine. Don't affect each other." Hearing this, the black water demon flicked the purple mountain twice, causing ripples on the water surface. She added with a sinister smile, "In fact, the main reason is not because I am a greedy snake, but because my soul and that bastard's soul are under the influence of the black water soul erosion technique. It's already closely connected. As a slave, not only are they willing to die for their master, they also desire their master. Plus, I am from the black water snake clan, so this desire is even stronger. As a demon god of my generation, why should I hide and suppress myself? If you don't agree, then fight." Finished, she quickly squeezed in between Ding Nanrong and Jiang Mu, and plunged into the waters. Gradually, the undercurrent surged, the purple mountains rose and fell, and the water surface was magnificent. Ding Nanrong. Her face flushed slightly. Maybe before, he and Haishuisha had comforted each other in the soul book space. What's more, he would be Jiang Mu's Taoist partner in the future. So that the scene in front of us, she didn't feel any embarrassment at all. It was even novel to hear the sounds in the water. Gulp. 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 Hearing this, her face turned even redder. She suddenly thought of a question. Jiang Mu was unconscious, so how could she shake his head? She had to hurry and help Jiang Mu absorb the medicinal power. So I swam behind him. She put her arms around his waist on both sides, a plan to cover his heart with one palm and his dantian with the other, but he found that what he touched was the black water evil. Then he said slightly speechlessly, "Can you?" Haishuisha understood immediately. Then it stopped surging and completely sank to the bottom of the water. After finding the right position, it continued to surge wildly. Ding Nanrong acted as if nothing had happened and placed her palms on Jiang Mu's heart and dantian, then practiced the exercises and mobilized spiritual power. Sizzle. The dark green water around began to squeeze into Ding Nanrong's skin frantically. She frowned and gritted her teeth in pain, since her cultivation level was higher than Jiang Mu's. She could bear this pain. She used the power of water element to extract medicinal properties from the green water in her body. Then, through his palm, he transferred the medicinal power directly into Jiang Mu's heart. The other palm slowly soothed Jiang Mu's dantian. To prevent the spiritual power in his dantian from becoming disordered and affecting the absorption of the medicine. At the same time, Dark Knight Building, 7th floor. Lu Churo lay on her side on the bed. Wanner, who was standing beside her, was fanning her gently with a big fan. At the same time, I felt a little uneasy. It was early in the morning when the host suddenly called her up. "I don't know what it is." Lu Churo closed Jiang Mu's private diary. He asked softly, "Wanner, how many years have you been with me?" 77 years. Wanner didn't understand why the poster asked this. Lu Churo nodded and continued to ask, "Wanner, what are your future life plans?" I think Wanna hesitated and didn't dare to speak. She wanted to leave Dark Knight Tower and stay away from Shuecheng, because if I stay in the Dark Knight Building, maybe one day, I will be sent out to carry out a dangerous mission. In the end, the mission failed and he ended up dying tragically, and what Shuecheng said was too dangerous. After all, monsters may invade at any time. This is not Tomorrow the demon army will attack the city, there will be rivers of blood, think of this. Wanner suddenly became very worried about Ling Outyen. She was afraid that Ling Outyen would be injured or even die during tomorrow's demon army's attack on the city. Lu Churo continued to ask, Wanner, have you ever considered finding a man and living a happy life with him? Wanner's face turned red, the fan in her hand fell to the ground, and she was completely confused then. She thought subconsciously, did the poster notice that I like Ling Outyen? So he knelt on the ground out of fear and replied in a trembling voice, I don't have it, sir. Lu Churo waved her hand gently, interrupting her, then he softly said the prepared speech, you've been with me for 7 years and you already know my temper, no matter who it is, as long as you don't do anything that harms the interests of Dark Knight Tower, I never interfere or object, for example, man and woman love. Love follows one's heart, happiness has no high or low, although you work hard for the Dark Knight Tower, but please don't neglect your own life, so, whatever you want to do, just do it, at least don't have any regrets, alright? It's late, go to sleep. Finish. Lu Churo raised her arm and motioned Wanner to go out. Wanner was confused and walked out of the room while digesting her words. Lu Churo closed her eyes, rubbed her head, and sighed softly, I hope Wanner can escape the fate of dying alone and depressed. At this time, a charming voice came from outside the balcony. Xiaoruru, your sister Li Hua is here to pamper you. Despair. A pair of long beautiful legs landed on the balcony. Then, under the moonlight, an enchanting woman in a white brocade jacket walked into the room. She was wearing a sexy and revealing slit silk skirt, with her sexy long white legs hunched over and her slender waist twisted, enchanting and charming, came to Lu Churo's bed. Chapter 120, Inch Sister Xioro. Li Hua sat on the bed, holding Lu Churo in his arms, praising her endlessly, it's so heavy it almost broke the bed, the children will definitely not go hungry in the future. Sister, I'm so envious. Lu Churo pushed Li Hua away helplessly and asked seriously, Sister Li Hua, you told me during the day that you would come to discuss things with me in the evening. What is it? Li Hua smiled mysteriously. She didn't reply, but stood up. The mind is turning, summoned Zhang Mu's private diary. Then in front of Lu Churo, his arms made the motion of flipping through a diary in the AIR. Lu Churo was confused from the beginning, until slowly his eyes widened, until his mouth opened wide enough to fit a fist. To the end, the whole person sat up with a whoosh. His face was filled with shock, so much so that he began to stutter, Sister Lily Hua, you and I, both. Li Hua closed the diary and sat back on the bed. She hugged Lu Churo and smiled charmingly, yes, you have it, and I have it too. 2 minutes later, after some understanding, Lu Churo finally recovered. She pushed Li Hua away and analyzed, that is to say, we both knew everything, neither of them intends to follow the rules. The analysis is correct. Li Hua gave her an appreciative look. Lu Churo's words clearly meant that as the second and fourth female protagonists, they would not follow the plot. Li Hua hugged her again and said, Sister is coming to see you tonight. I just want to form an alliance with you. If anything happens in the future, we can look after each other. Who makes us good sisters, what's more? Our two goals are the same, and we both want to break the rules. Right? Little Ruru. Lu Churo thought about it carefully. I strongly agree with what Li Hua said about the alliance. They are the second and fourth female protagonists, and both have Zhang Mu's private diary. So, the first female lead is Shui Menghan, and the third female lead is Hieshuisha. They both have diaries. First, there is a 90% chance that there will be black water evil. After all, the character of Hieshuisha has collapsed. It is very likely that she wanted to change her fate after knowing that her fate was to sacrifice herself to help Ling Aotian. So that the plot goes astray, and there is a 90% chance that Shui Menghan will have it too. After all, we already have 3 female protagonists, so it would be unreasonable if the first female protagonist is not there. Think of this. Lu Churo suddenly felt pain. She speechlessly pushed Li Hua away again and asked, Sister Li Hua, what do you think? Should we go find them? Draw them into us? This they naturally refers to Hieshuisha and Shui Menghan. Don't worry, let's leave it like this for now. Li Hua hugged him again. Lu Churo tried her best to cover it up, and said helplessly, you should go back to Li Hua Pavilion quickly. The demon army will attack the city tomorrow. Li Hua smiled, I haven't seen you for a long time, I miss you so much, so I won't be back tonight. Sister wants to sleep with you. Finished. Flutter, a white fox tail popped out from her. But Lu Churo. Li Hua, don't worry, it's the same old rules. Lu Churo. Li Hua, sister loves you. Lu Churo. The next morning, bathhouse, pool. Zhang Mu was half asleep and seemed to hear the sound of rushing water. Why do I feel like I was dreaming? In the dream, I was with the little cutie. Zhang Mu's current experience is indescribably strange. Hiss, gurgle, cough, gurgle. Cough, cough, gurgle. Oh shit, Zhang Mu shuddered strangely afterwards. Slowly open your eyes. The morning light shines on the pool water, making it clear and transparent. Asterisk dream? I looked around the bathhouse and saw that there was no one around except me. Zhang Mu felt strange. Could it be that the drug is too strong, plus I've been spending too much time with the little cutie? That should be it. Never mind. It doesn't affect the main storyline anyway. He moves his limbs vigorously. I found that the power was much stronger than before. Last night's medicinal bath was quite effective. He came out of the bath and used his spiritual power to evaporate the water, then he changed into the handsome jade white sect leader robe. While it's still early, let's write today's diary first. So I found a stone table and sat down, summoned the diary, and before writing that, he suddenly thought of the black water evil. That's right. This demon army attacking the city is the main plot. In the plot, Heroine, as the third female lead, has a lot of scenes. But now, she has been replaced by Blackwater. She even became my woman. So what kind of important role does she play now? Jong-moo thought about this problem. After all of this is equivalent to creating an extra character out of thin air, and no matter if it's one more role, still missing one role, when thrown into a plot. It's easy to change the direction of the plot. Also, what does Blackwater Demon need to do now and in the future? Jong-moo began to think hard, thought for a few minutes, then I thought of a conclusion. Heroine doesn't need to do anything. My goodness, she can actually lie down. I admire you. Jong-moo shed tears of envy. Unlike him, who tried his best to turn the plot back around, you also have to worry about characters suddenly dying from time to time. If a character dies, the plot will completely collapse. Even if he were resurrected, it would be of no use. Dog system. This must be a version updated after eating shit. Pooh. Cursing, Jong-moo fell into deep thought again. Blackwater Demon is like a character that appears out of thin air. As my loyal servant, she cannot disobey my wishes. That is to say. Now, under my will, she doesn't have to worry about affecting the plot at all. And because she is at the demon god level, her strength is awesome. Maybe it will make it easier for me to follow the plot. For example, during the demon army siege, hunting down demon beasts, beating up other idiots who are pretending to be cool, etc. It's really good. Think of this. Jong-moo felt relieved. So I started writing a diary immediately. March 22nd, sunny and bright. Last night's medicinal bath was very successful. Romer, thank you for your hard work. Ding non roam on the cliff behind the mountain. Yeah. This morning, I seem to have had a dream. Dreaming about me and the little cutie. How about we wait until the demon army has finished attacking the city and find some time to dress her up? She is so cute, she must be even cuter when she dresses up. For example, put a pleated skirt on her, white socks, and tie a bow on her. Oh, by the way, if I could do a double-tailed look and sit like a girl. That would be even more perfect. Wow. Chapter 121, Inside the Ring Space. Cough. After the Blackwater Demon vomited a large amount of water from his stomach, then he took out the diary and started reading it. A pleated skirt? Is it a pleated skirt? White socks. Twin ponytails. Sitting like a duck. She blinked her big golden eyes and stared at the words curiously. Oh, I almost forgot, this little cutie is from the snake tribe. Her sharp golden snake eyes would immediately identify her as a demon. So we need to get some white gauze or something to cover her eyes. Plus, she is very small and poor. A true anime little lowly. Maybe I can try to have her sit on me like in the anime. Praise. You bastard like this? Heroine narrowed his eyes. The image of myself dressed in that outfit appeared in my mind. Very good. After he dressed me up like this, I will sit and wake him up every day. Slurp. The main plot for the next few days is the Shade Demon Army attacking the southern border of Lizho. Today's words. The vanguard of the demon army will reach the Demon Beast Mountain range. And attack Xuecheng before noon. And now it's early in the morning. Shui Yuanshan will give a speech to the monks, probably to boost morale and encourage them to fight against demons together. Xuecheng. On the city wall, Shui Yuanshan looks solemn. A speech to the 10,000 monks below the city wall. Everyone. The human race and the demon race are as hostile as fire and water. We fight against demons, not for fame or profit, for it's the land of life beneath our feet. Today, the demon tribe is about to invade the southern border of Lizho and Xuecheng. It will be the first land to be occupied, you tell me. Agree or not? I don't agree. X10000. Tens of thousands of monks in the city roared in anger. The sound was so loud that it almost echoed throughout the entire Shui city. Good. You are worthy of being my good son from the southern territory, today. No matter how much grudge there is between you two. This city lord hopes so. You can unite and become comrades, leaving your backs to each other with peace of mind. Let's fight the monster together. Shui Yuanshan encouraged the monks with dignity and passion, and Shui Menghan next to him. Then I feel very worried. How long will the demon army continue to attack? Can Xuecheng finally be defended? She read the diary hard. I want to see if there is any information about Xuecheng's ending in the diary. Calculate the time. My wife is Han Yucheng. She personally led 90% of the Woyo sect's disciples, about 200 people, and they were almost arriving at Xuecheng. Since Shui Menghan and I were engaged, she even broke off the engagement with me at my birthday party. So when Han Yucheng arrived, Shui Yuanshan immediately stepped forward to apologize for the sake of the overall situation. I didn't want to cancel the engagement at that time. Shui Menghan pouted in grievance. It was at my birthday party. She deliberately did not follow the plot of breaking off the engagement and had no intention of breaking off the engagement at all, but he accidentally let it slip and said the words break off the engagement, that he was caught by Jiang Mu. So Jiang Mu was forced to break off the engagement with her. Humph, anyway, our marriage certificate is still here, so a verbal break-off doesn't count. Yes, it doesn't count. Shui Menghan raised her eyebrows. Continue reading the diary. Ling Outyan si Shui Yuanshan apologized to Han Yuqing. He even apologized for Shui Menghan's broken engagement. I immediately became unhappy. He had long considered Shui Menghan his woman. So, he argued with Han Yuqing in a domineering manner. And he also hurt me. Since he and Han Yuqing have a partnership, he is not worried about being beaten by Han Yuqing. And Shui Menghan, that silly dog, thought Ling Outyan's fearlessness of power was very handsome. So I became crazy about him again. You're just a nympho. Shui Menghan increasingly disliked the word nympho. She was so angry that she stomped her foot on the ground, breaking the bricks. Bricks fell from the city walls. It fell into a bowl in the hands of a servant. Ah! Who is this rice noodle roll for me? The servant looked up angrily. I just happened to see Ling Outyan's cold eyes, as if asking, who are you looking for? Ha! He was so scared that he didn't dare to say anything and continued to eat the rice rolls in silence, but he accidentally swallowed some gravel, which made him make a crunching sound. The saliva and snot all mixed into the bowl. Ling Outyan retracted his cold gaze and turned to look at Shui Menghan. He asked with a concerned tone, Menghan, what's wrong with you? Shui Menghan didn't want to talk to him and stood away from him. Seeing this, Ling Outyan burst out laughing. It may be because I participated in daytime sound these days and had no time to accompany her. That's why she was sulking. What a lovely young girl. Shui Menghan completely ignored him, just lowered his head and read the diary. She wanted to take another look to see if there was any information about Shui Cheng's ending. The result is no. It this time. The sky is far away. A large lightning ship flew over. The lightning ship landed in the city. Han Yuqing got off the boat with a group of Woyo sect disciples. She jumped onto the city wall, coming to Shui Yuanshan. He smiled faintly and said, Lord City Lord. My Woyo sect has dispatched 90% of its disciples to support Shui Cheng. Is this sincerity enough? 99%? Shui Yuanshan was shocked, but more of it is touching. Everyone knows the situation of Woyo sect. If these 90% of the disciples, that is, 200 disciples, were all sacrificed, then the Woyo sect will surely perish. Shui Yuanshan bowed and thanked him sincerely. Mrs. Jiang, Shui is here on behalf of Shui Cheng. Thank you very much. Then he suddenly remembered that Shui Menghan and Jiang Mu had broken off their engagement. So I felt guilty and apologized, saying, Mrs. Jiang, my daughter was ignorant that day and offended sect master Jiang. Shui is here to apologize. I hope Madame Jiang will prioritize the overall situation of fighting the demon and not blame my daughter. Finished, bow to show sincerity. It's okay, my husband is very generous and won't mind it. Han Yuqing waved her hands proudly to show Jiang Mu's magnanimity. It is exactly as what is written in the diary. Then, next, Ling Outyan came up to argue with me. Thinking about Ling Outyan, who was behind Shui Yuanshan, took a step forward. He stared at her with a stern look, said coldly, Mrs. Jiang. Love between men and women is voluntary. Menghan can't let a piece of marriage certificate ruin your life, so Menghan is right to break off the engagement with Jiang Mu. As for your Woyo sect supporting Shui Cheng, this is a matter of righteousness for the human race, and your Woyo sect cannot stay out of it. And Jiang Mu, as the leader of a sect, is hiding in the sect and sending a woman like you to lead the team? No responsibility. No sincerity, if the Woyo sect wants to show its sincerity. Jiang Mu should be the leader. Finished, Ling Outyan held his head high and chest puffed out, full of justice. He has a very loud voice. Shui Menghan, who was far away, heard this but was not infatuated with her for some reason. I even felt disgusted when I heard him slander Jiang Mu. The monks under the city wall listened to Ling Outyan's words. They were all shocked. Who is that brat? How dare he argue with Madame Jiang? I know. His name is Ling Outyan. Yes. He once helped Miss Shui break off her engagement and even knocked sect leader Jiang unconscious. He's pretty impressive. Ling Outyan? Is he the man who found the bone snake box and was rewarded with the sound of day and night order by City Lord Shui? He's so handsome. And I heard that he, who is in the gathering spirit realm, actually unleashed the power of the returning spirit realm. It's incredibly powerful. It's so terrifying. Asterisk asterisk, he made my rice noodle roll dirty. He's a stinking piece of shit. Oh? Your name is Ling Outyan? Are you awesome? Han Yuqing smiled seductively. She took it out of the ring in front of everyone. He took out a dagger that shone with cold light. As if ready to chop someone. That's right. I am Ling Outyan. Ling Outyan was not afraid at all. After all, he knew Han Yuqing. Han Yuqing was optimistic about his potential and invested in him. So that he believed that Han Yuqing would not really attack him. At most, it's just a token of my appreciation. It is even possible to deliberately lose to him. Let him show off in front of everyone, however. Xian Tian Luyang / A stream of light as strong as the sun shot out from the dagger cut towards Ling Outyan. Ling Outyan was caught off guard and a bloody wound was cut on his chest. The whole person screamed and fell off the city wall. The spurting blood formed a graceful arc puff. He fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could get up, a servant was nervous and excited. The bowl filled with rice noodle rolls and snot and saliva. It hit him hard in the face. You're fucked. Chapter 122. My husband likes you very much, Menghan. I'm so envious. Who did this? Ugh. Ling Outyan felt nauseous. The rice rolls on the face and in the mouth have a salty taste as well as a sticky and smelly smell. He brushed the rice noodle rolls off his face and stood up suddenly. So it's you. He recognized the rice noodle roll boy in the crowd at a glance. So he forcibly increased his strength to the chi high realm. A furious punch was thrown. Get out of here, boo, ah. The boy was beaten to the ground and flew towards the city wall with a scream. Finally, it was deeply embedded in the city wall. Can't pull it out. Hiss. So fierce. The monks around were frightened and retreated. They looked at Ling Outyan as if they were looking at a monster. Ling Outyan smiled coldly and ignored them. He covered the bloody wound on his chest. With a serious expression, he looked at Han Yuqing on the top of the city wall. Why did she hurt me? Aren't we secretly collaborating? Didn't she want to invest in me so that when I break through to the Lianqiu realm in the future, I can help her attack the Xianyang sect? Could it be that did she hurt me on purpose? Did she do this on purpose for everyone to see? Yes. That must be it. Ling Outyan guessed secretly. He examined himself, although the bloody wound on the chest looked serious, but in fact, no vital injuries were caused. That is to say, Han Yuqing had no intention of seriously injuring him or even killing him. I see. Because I have a grudge with Jiang Mu. And Miss Han is Jiang Mu's wife. You can't pretend you know me. She's so thoughtful. She is indeed the proud daughter of Xianyang sect. Admire. Ling Outyan already understood Han Yuqing's plot. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, nodded to Han Yuqing on the city wall. Another evil smile. The female monks around were so dazzled by this that they were almost mesmerized. Wow. Master Ling is so handsome. He's still so domineering even though he's injured. So amazing. I also want Master Ling to smile at me. Smile at me now, aha. As a man, I'm almost bewitched by his evil smile. It makes me want to betray Xiaohua now. I won't betray Xiaohua, because this Ling kid doesn't have a pair of rabbits, but locking him up must be very satisfying. Han Yuqing didn't look below the city wall. After she chopped Ling Outyan, he wiped the dagger and put it back into the ring. Then he came to Shui Menghan and looked at her body. He said with a smile, "You are your husband's fiancé, right? She is graceful, youthful, and beautiful. She's only 16, but she's already blossoming. With such a perfect figure, she is worthy of being the most beautiful woman in Xuecheng. By the way, I am his wife, Han Yuqing. From now on, we two sisters must get along well with each other." Han Yuqing spoke generously and appropriately, not minding the cancellation of the engagement at all. She even treated Shui Menghan as a good sister. I'm fine. Shui Menghan's face turned red, and she grabbed the edge of her skirt with her little hands and twisted it, feeling a little reserved. I don't know why. She stood in front of Han Yuqing. It felt like I was standing in front of my mother-in-law, afraid that she would be disliked. Han Yuqing smiled brightly and took Shui Menghan's hand affectionately. Then he pointed to the more than 200 disciples of the Woyo sect below the city wall, introducing, "Menghan, look, they were specially sent by your husband. From now on, they will absolutely obey your orders until the fight against the demons is over. My husband really likes you. I'm so envious of you." What? These more than 200 Woyo sect disciples, you actually obey my orders absolutely? Shui Menghan was stunned. Even City Lord Shui and everyone under the city wall, they were all shocked. Did I hear correctly? This is equivalent to the power of the entire Woyo sect. Sect Master Jiang is actually willing to give it all to Miss Shui? I'm so envious of Miss Shui. Why doesn't any man treat me like this? Is it because I weigh 500 pounds? I didn't expect that Sect Master Jiang, a useless cultivator, would be so unwavering in his righteousness. This is called vision. This is called courage. This is called true love. Master Jiang, so cool. The worry-free sect is worthy of being the overlord of the former southern border. Sister Han. Is this really what Jiang Mu gave me? Shui Menghan looked at the more than 200 disciples of Woyo sect in disbelief. Of course it's true, my husband really loves you. I'm so jealous. Well, Han Yuqing wiped her tears and pretended to be jealous. Shui Menghan's face turned even redder and her head started to feel dizzy. My little heart was pounding as if it was being hit by a deer. An unprecedented sense of happiness slowly welled up from the bottom of my heart. It's wonderful. Shui Yuanshan immediately bowed to Han Yuqing and thanked her from the bottom of his heart. 1,000 words cannot express my gratitude enough. Thank you, Sect Master Jiang. City Lord Shui, you don't have to be polite. It's because your husband likes Menghan so much. Han Yuqing waved her hand generously. She pulled Shui Menghan and walked towards the disciples of Woyo sect. Come, go, and show them some authority. Oh, okay. Xue Menghan was dragged away in a daze. Now. Han Yuqing should hand over the Woyo sect's support team to Xue Menghan. Xue Menghan originally resisted, but her father made her accept it for the sake of the overall situation. Speaking of which. Han Yuqing and Xue Menghan, one is my wife, and the other is my fiancé who broke off the engagement with me. These two women, instead of fighting, actually get along very well? Even became good sisters? This is really bizarre. But think about it. Han Yuqing knew I had always liked Xue Menghan, so to please me, she treated her like a sister. Xue Menghan also treated Han Yuqing like a sister. She hoped that Han Yuqing would keep an eye on me and stop me from bothering her. But it's time to go over to Xuecheng and give Xue Menghan a lick. And in the next few days, I will lick Xue Menghan every day. There should be a reward for writing this. Woyo sect, bathhouse. Jiang Mu closed the diary, silently waiting for the reward. Today is the main storyline. I hope there's an awesome reward. Dog system. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the diary was written successfully. Temperament +3, 31/100, appearance +3, 31/100, reward, body of fusion and cultivation reward. Introduction, work for me. You can integrate your own blood essence into the body of other characters. When other characters improve their cultivation, you can gain 0-10% of their cultivation. Note, the cultivation gained can be brought back to the real world after completing the game. Character whose essence and blood were melted, none yet. Cumulative cultivation, none. After the system sound, Jiang Mu felt it, his body was infused with a mysterious power. Oh no. Both temperament and appearance are +3. I don't know if my handsome appearance will become even more handsome when my temperament and appearance reach 50 points. Jiang Mu examined his body. Let's see what this body of integrated essence and cultivation can do. You can gain the cultivation gained by other characters. What the hell? Jiang Mu was confused, but he read it again carefully. Only then did I begin to understand. Suppose I merge my essence and blood into a character, such as the Black Water Demon. Then when her cultivation improves, I can also gain 0-10% of it. And it seems there's no upper limit to the characters who can fuse their essence and blood? Awesome. What if I created 10,000 characters? Then I will ascend to heaven today? What a good thing. Jiang Mu was very satisfied with the reward. The cultivation gain can be brought back to the real world. That's great. Let's try it now. Jiang Mu wanted to try out the effect of this body of integrated essence. So in my mind, I called out to the Black Water Demon, little cutie, little cutie. Touch the silk, touch the silk. Here. Slurp. Why is she so excited? Chapter 123. If you don't agree, this god will. Chapter 123. If you don't agree, I will. A white mist emerged from the ring. The white mist turned into a little Lolita with a white skirt, long white hair and golden eyes. Little cutie, you are getting cuter and cuter. Jiang Mu admired Haishuish's body. The little lotus has pointed horns, fair skin, long hair that reaches below the knees, and is delicate and pretty. Maybe it's because the buds are broken. So she looks extra kawaii. If you have time, I must give her a new style with twin tails. Of course. Who do you think this god is? Haishuisha proudly brushed his long straight hair. She even turned around deliberately, with her skirt and hair fluttering. Finally, lift your legs. Suddenly the little feet rested on Jiang Mu's shoulders and she did a split on the ground. Domineeringly said, come in. What the hell are you thinking about all day? Jiang Mu put down her legs speechlessly. Then he sat on the stone bench, motioned her to sit on his lap, and explained, I called you up because I wanted to try something fun with you. Oh? How fun is that? Black Water Demon became interested. She sat astride his legs, her arms naturally wrapped around his neck, her golden snake eyes blinking curiously. It's nothing, I just wanted to. Jiang Mu pondered. This body of integrated essence and cultivation does not specify how to use it. However, since the goal is to integrate the essence and blood into the other person's body, negative distance contact is definitely unavoidable. Above, under, Jiang Mu thought for a moment and said to Haishuisha, you don't have to do anything later. Just wait for me to do it, I'll stop naturally after I'm done. Got it? Why do you feel like I'm deceiving the little sister? Haishuisha narrowed his eyes and smiled lewdly. Understood. It can take as long as you want. He subconsciously stuck out his long forked tongue. Drill into Jiang Mu's chest. Go down quickly. No. Take it back. Jiang Mu quickly stopped her from drilling. He will go to Xuecheng later to lick Xue Menghan and get beaten for pretending to be cool. We can't waste 2 hours here. Then he said, open your mouth. Good. Haishuisha opened his little mouth in anticipation. However, she didn't see Jiang Mu unbuttoning his belt, and her expectations were instantly dashed. Jiang Mu put one arm around her waist and held her little head with the other, then pout, cover it up. Baji. Gradually Jiang Mu seemed to have an innate ability in his body. It is the ability to condense one's own blood into essence. This must be the effect of the body of integrated cultivation. So it took a few minutes. I am the heart, a marble. Sized ball of blood and essence condenses. The essence and blood ball left the heart and surged into the chest, rising to the throat, reached the mouth. At last, the blood and essence ball was passed over. Haishuisha suddenly felt something warm in his mouth. He swallowed it without hesitation. The ball of blood and sperm passed through her throat and through her chest. Finally, it reaches the heart. It's integrated into the blood. A wonderful feeling arose spontaneously in the body of the black water. Evil, very comfortable. It was so comfortable that her arms wrapped around him tighter and tighter. Baji. 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 I even couldn't help but start moving. Jiang Mu had no choice but to control the pace to prevent her from breaking the dam. At the same time, he secretly felt the effective fusion of essences in joint practice. Very good, my essence and blood have been integrated into her body a long time. Bo. Lips parted. Haishuisha licked his lips with satisfaction. Jiang Muja carefully sensed himself. I don't seem to feel anything. It seems it will only react when the black water evil improves his cultivation. Then let's melt Han Yuqing's essence some other day. The more the better. As for Ding Nanrong, we can only wait until the middle to late stages. Jiang Mu secretly made a plan to lie down after. He doesn't have to practice so hard. More importantly, the acquired skills can be brought back to the real world. So cool, he said to Black Water Demon. Alright, cutie. Go inside the ring. I'm going to Shuecheng now. He lifted the black water evil away from his legs. A strand of crystal was suddenly pulled out. Look down, the legs are sparkling. Jiang Mu. Not wearing any. Black Water Demon stared at Jingying without any sense of shame, and said viciously, just because I can hold it back this time doesn't mean I can do it next time. If you, a bastard, don't agree, I will. I'll kill you. After making those harsh remarks, she turned into a ball of white mist. He got into the ring. As expected of the Black Water Demon, so cute and so fierce. She really does what she says. Jiang Mu felt a little headache. He mobilized his spiritual power to evaporate the crystal. Then we left the bathhouse and walked towards the cliff behind the mountain. We have to find Ding Nanrong. Let her fly me to Shuecheng on her sword. The sun is scorching. A hot and humid atmosphere enveloped the entire Shuecheng. On the city wall, inside one of the sentry posts, the two monks were nervous, staring intently at the distant mountains and forests outside the city. Brother Tang, do you think the demon army will attack Shuecheng? Who cares? If a monster comes, I'll kill both of them. Brother Tang is mighty. Brother Tang is righteous. Bullshit righteousness. I just want to get the demon core and make a killing. Brother Tang is so kind. By the way, Brother Tang, have you settled down with your wife? Don't worry, brother. Your sister-in-law is hiding in Wang Fugui's mansion now. She is very safe. Brother Tang is brilliant. Wang Fugui is so wealthy, he must have a group of powerful monks around him. My sister-in-law will definitely be, safe. Of course I am. When I get rich, I'm going to hire a bunch of monks and show off my power. Brother Tang has lofty ambitions. I admire you. However, if Brother Tang dies in battle, why would you make money if you're afraid of death? Aren't you a coward? Yes, no. I mean, if Brother Tang dies in battle, what will happen to my sister-in-law? Then I can only ask you to take good care of my sister-in-law, good brother. Brother Tang, Brother Tang, Brother Tang, you're dead. Woo, cry me a little, you're just as fucked as your sister-in-law. The monster is coming. The monster is coming. The money is coming. Boom, 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 boom. The mountains and forests far outside the city. Suddenly there was a deafening roar. The sound was so powerful that it swept across the entire Shuecheng like a strong wind. Then a dense group of monsters, like a black wave, rushed out violently. He rushed straight towards Shuecheng. The monsters come in all shapes and sizes, tall and short, fat and thin. Looking at their number, there are tens of thousands of them. The demon army is coming. The demon army is coming. The demon army is coming. Chapter 124, Shui Menghan is obsessed with me? Are you kidding me? A ding 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 ding. The sentry issued a loud and impatient alarm, resounded throughout the entire Shuecheng. Everyone in the city suddenly felt like they were facing a great enemy. Shui Yuanshan immediately flew out of the city lord's mansion with Shui Menghan and Ling Aotian Dai. In an instant, he flew to the city wall. Lord City Lord. There are tens of thousands of these monsters. A monk reported the situation to Shui Yuanshan in panic. Shui Yuanshan nodded. He looked out at the dark group of monsters. With a solemn expression, he bowed to the thousands of monks on the city wall and asked, everyone. Shuecheng's survival depends on us. Then he waved his majestic hand and gave the order in a loud voice, begin according to the plan. Autonomous attack. The monks who received the order took action quickly. The monks who looked like team leaders shouted orders to the teams behind them. Firecrow sect disciples, listen up. Disciples of the Wind Lion sect, listen up. Thunder Elephant sect disciples, listen up. Disciples of the Water Lotus sect, listen up. Disciples of the Tumu spiritual temple, listen to my orders. Groups of male and female monks in uniform robes held their respective sects' spiritual weapons, following the leader's order. Put. Boom 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 boom, bang 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 bang, whoosh whoosh whoosh, chirp chirp, spiritual arts of various attributes, one after another shooting mercilessly at the group of monsters. The monster was beaten until its skin and flesh were torn, some even exploded on the spot, with blood and flesh splattering everywhere. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with smoke and dust. The roars and wails of the monsters resounded through the sky. In the sky, Ding Nanrong took Jiang Mu and flew on a sword towards Xue Cheng. Ronger, hurry up, I'm worried about Menghan's safety. Jiang Mu spoke the lines according to the original plot. Ding Nanrong increased her flying speed. Ronger, if Menghan is in danger later, don't worry about me. You must go and save her, understand? Have no idea. Ronger, you're flying too fast. I'm afraid I'll fall. Can I hold on to you? Catch it. Very good, the plot is smooth and her character is normal. Jiang Mu stepped forward and put his arms around Ding Nanrong's waist. I felt relieved secretly. Although Ding Nanrong's character is distorted, it is not too outrageous. At least, she did not affect the current plot of the Demon Army siege. I feel her sexy back and smell the faint fragrance of her hair. Jiang Mu felt very satisfied. Originally, Ding Nanrong was wearing a purple artillery group just like purple eggplant, and now she was wearing a short tube-top dress that exposed her shoulders, back, and long white legs. It is subtle and attractive everywhere. This time, riding her flying sword is much more enjoyable than before. Jiang Mu was enjoying it, while recalling the plot where he would appear later. We've arrived in Xuecheng. I will descend from the sky and rescue Xue Menghan. Then I took advantage of the situation and licked her. Xue Menghan couldn't refuse due to their relationship, so she had to suppress her displeasure and discomfort and put on a forced smile. She's so beautiful, I'm so happy. So I couldn't help but go up to her, hug her, and kiss her. But before I could even hug him, Ling Outyan appeared out of nowhere and punched me in the face. I was knocked unconscious on the spot. Finally, he was carried to Lihua Pavilion. How handsome your entrance is, how unlucky your exit will be. Damn, it's too hard for me, a villain who licks the dog. Jiang Mu was angry and helpless. Not long the two arrived above Xuecheng, looked down. More than half of the demon army's vanguard, which originally numbered over 10,000, were killed or wounded, and now the remaining 5,000 monsters have rushed to the wall of Xuecheng, climbing up madly. They were about to climb up the city wall, stepping on the corpses of their companions. Ronger, fly down quickly, fly to Menghan. Jiang Mu pointed at the beautiful scenery on the city wall. Xue Menghan, she at this moment, holding a long sword. He calmly commanded the disciples of Woyo sect to continuously kill the monsters that climbed up. Xue Menghan. I will never let you monsters set foot in Xuecheng. Xue Menghan repelled a tiger demon with one sword, and several disciples of Woyo sect immediately surrounded and attacked him. Watching the tiger demon being torn into pieces, Xue Menghan felt warm in her heart. That bastard, you're actually willing to hand over 90% of your disciples to me. He really likes me, right? Why hasn't he come yet? I don't know why. Xue Menghan really hoped that Jiang Mu would show up. She now really wants to fight side by side with Jiang Mu and protect the people of Xuecheng together. She even thought about it after successfully repelling the demon army. Will you accept Jiang Mu's pursuit? As she thought about it, her face flushed. That's why I lost my focus. Roar. Suddenly, a roar of a monster came from behind. Xue Menghan immediately came to her senses and turned around to look. An 8-armed, red-eyed ape was charging towards her at high speed, raising 8 large fists. Oops, her pupils shrank and she had no time to dodge. If she were hit by these 8 punches, she would definitely be seriously injured. Just then, finger thunder. Chirp. A purple lightning shot down from the sky. The lightning pierced through the monkey's crown and came out from the hole below it. Alas! The 8-armed ape let out a wail and then died. Jiang Mu jumped off. Ding Nanrong's flying sword landed steadily on the city wall. Want to hurt my Menghan? Get lost. Jiang Mu kicked the monkey's body hard off the city wall. Then he came to Xue Menghan, looking at her affectionately. Menghan. I'm sorry I'm late. Then he smiled handsomely at her. So handsome, Xue Menghan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She found that Jiang Mu's smile was really handsome. He was so handsome that her face turned even redder. In addition, Jiang Mu handed over the disciples of Woyo sect to her. This is equivalent to handing over the future of the entire Woyo sect to her, so much so that she now feels very shy. It's the shyness of a lover. She was so embarrassed that her face turned red and her ears were burning. His eyes were still fixed on Jiang Mu. His brain was almost unable to think. She looked like a crazy fan. Menghan? Menghan? What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Would you like a glass of water? Jiang Mu expressed his concern for Xue Menghan. However, I was already cursing in my heart. Blanche, what's wrong with her? Is she crazy about me? Are you kidding me? Jiang Mu was really panicked. Xue Menghan's reaction should have been that of disliking him but having to put on a forced smile for him. But now, she's such a crazy nympho, even more crazy than her usual crazy look. Damn. This main plot. It's not going to start to go crooked. Chapter 125. Go to Lihua Pavilion to take a rest. Forget it, I can't care less, now I can only follow my own story. Jiang Mu ignored Xue Menghan's infatuated look. He opened his arms and puffed out his chest. According to the original plot, show off the results of your medicinal bath. Menghan, look, am I not very energetic and handsome today? He also pounded his chest muscles a few times, looking forward to Shui Menghan's praise. As long as she gave the compliment against her will, then I can act like a hooligan and hug and kiss her. The result was that he was stopped by Ling Outyan and then beaten away by him. Shui Menghan came back to her senses. She looked at Jiang Mu's tall and handsome figure shyly, and stammered in praise, very energetic, very, very handsome. Finished, she lowered her head shyly, fiddling with her fingers, not daring to look at Jiang Mu. Wipe, does she look like she's distracted? She's not going against her will, no way. Jiang Mu had no choice but to continue with the plot and said excitedly, thank you Menghan for the compliment, you're so beautiful when you're shy. I really like you more and more. Menghan, I want it. He rushed over to hug her just then. Beast! Stop it! Ling Outyan's angry roar came from the side. Jiang Mu turned his head to look, then he saw a fist wrapped in spiritual power hitting him hard in the face. Jiang Mu screamed in horror, it's you country bumpkin. Very good, beat me up quickly, the monsters here are too scary. After beating them up, I can go to Lihua Pavilion and lie down however. Ah! Ling Outyan suddenly screamed and flew out of the city wall. Finally, it fell heavily into the city. This sudden scene left Jiang Mu confused. He looked at Shui Menghan. Just then I saw her face full of shame and anger, and she retracted her long legs. This made Jiang Mu's scalp explode instantly. Damn it, Shui Menghan kicked Ling Outyan away? Isn't she always crazy about Ling Outyan? Her character is so twisted, etc. I don't think she will end up like Black Water Demon, with her character ruined, no way. Jiang Mu looked at Shui Menghan as if he had seen a ghost, and now, with his open hands, it was not right to hug her, nor was it right not to hug her. The scene was awkward for a while. Who would have thought? Shui Menghan broke his embarrassment, her face flushed, and she took the initiative to step forward, let Jiang Mu hug her body. Feeling the warmth and fragrance in my arms, the buds bloomed. A group of divine beasts ran through Jiang Mu's mind, and under the city wall, Ling Outyan covered his abdomen and stood up. He stared coldly at the two people hugging each other on the city wall. You beast! How dare you hug my Menghan? At this moment, his heart was filled with anger and blood. Master! I cannot swallow this. Give me strength. I want to go up and destroy him. He angrily called out to Blackwater in his mind. Stupid guy, think about why Shui Menghan kicked you. Why did Menghan kick me? Ling Outyan was stunned. He quickly calmed down and thought about the problem carefully. Then, I gradually came to my senses. Could it be that is it because of those 200 Wuyo sect disciples? Menghan stopped me from attacking Jiang Mu because of this great favor from Jiang Mu? Is she doing this out of affection? Is it for Shui Chang's reputation? Is it for the overall goal of resisting the demons? Moreover, for protect my reputation? This young man is teachable, just as I expected. I see. I understand. Menghan is such a pure, caring, and kind girl. I, Ling Outyan, will never let her down in this life. Ling Outyan looked at Shui Menghan's slender back with burning eyes. He now fully understood why Shui Menghan kicked him away just now. Since Jiang Mu handed over 90% of Wuyo Sect's power to Shui Menghan, this put Jiang Mu on the moral high ground. If Ling Outyan really beat Jiang Mu seriously, so Ling Outyan's reputation might be ruined. Think about it. Ling Outyan's eyes turned cold as he stared at the hands that were hugging Shui Menghan. That was Jiang Mu's hand, brute. If it weren't for not disappointing Menghan's feelings. Even if I'm cursed by the world, I will destroy you. Ling Outyan suppressed the anger in his heart. He turned and left, going to the other side of the city wall. I don't want to see the two of them hugging each other right now. Jiang Mu was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that he would actually hug Shui Menghan. Wrong. It should be said that it was Shui Menghan who took the initiative to come forward and ask for a hug. Menghan, please let me go. I suddenly felt dizzy. I need to go to Lihua Pavilion to rest for a while. Jiang Mu had no choice but to go along with the plot. He doesn't have many roles in the plot of the demon army attacking the city. Just go to Lihua Pavilion, then he has nothing to do today. Go ahead and do it. Shui Menghan escaped from Jiang Mu's arms like lightning. She immediately lowered her head shyly, fiddling with her fingers, her heart pounding. I didn't know why just now when he found out that Ling Outyan was going to beat Jiang Mu, she subconsciously kicked Ling Outyan away. Then Jiang Mu opened his arms, looking like he was asking for HUG.so, as if possessed by some unknown force. He took the initiative to step forward and hug her. So embarrassing. Romer, hurry up and take me to the Lihua Pavilion to rest. Jiang Mu ignored Shui Menghan and didn't want to kiss her anymore. Who knows if the kiss will cause the plot to go seriously off track. He just wanted to get out of here quickly. So he quickly got on Ding Nanrong's flying sword and skillfully hugged her waist. The last piece flew into Shuecheng. Humph. You're having an affair with her, you bastard. Watching the two of them leave, Shui Menghan's face immediately became puffed up with anger. I don't know why, when I saw Jiang Mu hugging Ding Nanrong's waist, she felt very uncomfortable. Sudden. Humph. A monster roared from behind. Shui Menghan turned around alertly. It was a black wild boar with 6 legs. It hummed and rushed towards her. Come on. Die, pig head. Shui Menghan let out a delicate cry, raised the sword in her hand, and chopped the wild boar's head fiercely as if to vent her anger. The wild boar screamed in pain as it was chopped. Lihua Pavilion. On the top floor, in the imperial suite. Madam, our sect needs to rest. Don't let anyone come in and disturb us. Jiang Mu asked the madam to leave, because the demon army attacked the city. So Shuecheng almost suspended all business activities. Lihua Pavilion is no exception, but Jiang Mu has a special status. When he and Ding Nanrong arrived at Lihua Pavilion, he immediately got the highest standard imperial suite. He lay on the big bed and instructed Ding Nanrong beside the bed, Ronger, feel free to move around. I'm going to faint for a while. No, I'm going to sleep for a while. Don't call me if you have nothing to do, okay? Ding Nanrong nodded and replied, Jiang Mu closed his eyes and pretended to fall asleep. In secret, he performed spiritual magic. One eye from the sky. Just now, Shui Menghan was tilted too much, and he was very worried. So I have to take advantage of this free time to observe her. By the way, let's also observe Li Huo and Lu Churu in the city. Look at the two of them, none of them followed the original plot. Chapter 126, Abridged, Wipe. Shui Menghan isn't crooked at this moment. Jiang Mu was completely confused, watching the picture of One Eye of Heaven, but that's on the city wall. A scene of Shui Menghan fighting a six-legged wild boar. Go away, dirty hands. I'll let you hold her. Squeak, Shui Menghan ruthlessly cut off the wild boar's 6 hands with one sword, then he chopped off the pig's head with another fierce sword. Finally, he ordered the disciples of Woyo sect to form sword formations, killing more and more monsters. Strange, really strange. Jiang Mu thought about it. I still can't figure it out. Why did Shui Menghan follow the plot at this moment? Forget it, as long as she doesn't continue to tilt. Jiang Mu watched the screen for a few more minutes. Finally, Shui Menghan killed a wave of monsters. They went to Han Yuqing's side, and the two of them killed monsters together like sisters. Very good, Han Yuqing is not crooked either. In the original storyline, the two of them fought against the monster together. Jiang Mu was relieved. So he prepared to move the scene to the Dark Knight building. I plan to take a look at the two girls, Lihua and Lu Churu. Etc. Ling Outyan didn't knock me away just now, so will he be crooked? Where is he now? Jiang Mu started to worry again. In the original plot, after Ling Outyan beat him away, he gave Shui Menghan an evil smile. Then I was alone. Go to a round tower to kill the monster. Jiang Mu quickly moved the screen. Soon Ling Outyan appeared in a round tower on the city wall. At this moment, he is relying on the power of black water. He madly killed the monsters that crawled up. Like a furious god of war, this made the monks in the distance excited, and they admired and loved him. As expected of the male lead, he's awesome when he is cheats. This also shows that the male protagonist's plot is not distorted. Jiang Mu was completely relieved. However, just then a figure that shouldn't have appeared. He actually appeared in the round tower. What the hell? Isn't that Wanner? Isn't she in the Dark Knight building? Jiang Mu's heart was in his throat. Wanner is Lu Churu's maid and also Lu Churu's personal guard. In this scene of the demon army attacking the city, it was impossible for her to leave Lu Churu's side, but now, she actually came to find Ling Outyan. Jiang Mu hurriedly watched the scene. I want to see what Wanner is up to within the screen. Master Ling. I'm here to help you. Wanner suddenly appeared behind Ling Outyan. She raised her sword and stabbed to death a golden hyena that was about to attack Ling Outyan. Miss Wanner? Why are you here? Ling Outyan was very surprised. He knew that Wanner loved him, then Wanner came here because she must be worried about his safety. Miss Wanner, you came to see me specially, right? Are you worried about me? Ling Outyan wiped the monster's blood off his face. A wicked smile. So handsome. Wanner immediately lowered her head shyly, not daring to look again. Her face flushed and she stammered, yes, I'm afraid that Master Ling will get hurt. I want to fight the monster together with Master Ling. Ha ha ha. Good. Ling Outyan laughed heartily. He is very happy. I was so happy that I forgot the scene of Jiang Mu hugging Shui Menghan just now and no longer felt angry. Wanner. Leave your back to me. After saying that, he rushed behind Wanner and knocked the attacking golden hyena away. Thank you. Thank you, Master Ling, for protecting me. Wanner's eyes are full of stars. She felt Ling's love for her and felt happy instantly. She felt she had come to the right place. In my mind, I couldn't help but think of Lu Churu's words last night, love follows one's own heart. Happiness has no high or low. Don't neglect your own life. Do whatever you want to do, and don't have any regrets. It was Lu Churu's words that woke her up, so she decided to pursue Ling Outyan. Braze it. When did Wanner become so bold? She never approaches Ling Outyan on her own initiative. It's numb, it's numb. Look at her crazy look, she's definitely going to give it away for free. Jiang Mu's expression at this moment was as if he had eaten chocolate that tasted like shit. He watched the footage for several minutes, discover every time Ling Outyan fought off the monster for Wanner. Wanner's face is always filled with a happy smile, but other than that, nothing happened that changed the course of the plot. Well, she's just a bit player anyway. It should be alright, right? Jiang Mu prayed silently. In this situation, he could only watch helplessly and was completely powerless to do anything. Damn, we can only take it one step at a time. Let's go see Lihua and Lu Churu again. In the original plot, these two women should have gotten up by now. He will picture, move to the Dark Knight Tower in the city. A vision passes through the roof ceiling, just in a gentle style room, there were two women sleeping peacefully on a big soft bed. Fortunately, they are not crooked. It was the first time that Jiang Mu had seen such a scene, but now when I really see it. Fuck. Jiang Mu suddenly shuddered. The black water demon came out without my order? Rebelled against her, but in order to maintain the one eye of heaven, Jiang Mu could only act as if nothing had happened, continue watching the screen. Sister Liwa, the demon army has already attacked the city, let's get up quickly. Lu Chura tried to push away the tabby catkins on her body, but he was entangled by the tabby cat's tail and couldn't push it away at all. Sleep a little longer. Liwa hugged Lu Churu and continued to sleep. The reason why this old witch is still single at 290 years old is because she still has no man. Actually, it's all thanks to the tabby catkin. Because Liwa has always occupied Lu Churu. Jiang Mu also recalled Liwa's character information. Liwa is just a clone, her original body belongs to the White Fox clan, the White Fox tribe is all female. Oh, right. In the original plot, Liwa will come back to Lihua Pavilion in the evening. After she found out I was staying in the Imperial Suite. He requested a meeting with me, saying that he wanted to thank Woyo sect for supporting Xuecheng and to strengthen our relationship. But I rejected it. Because I think she's a bit of a bug. I only love Xue Menghan. Think of this, Jiang Mu was forced to withdraw from Song Tianyi Mu because of the black water evil. Chapter 127, Wang Fugui hiss. It was evening. Wake up, cutie, it's late. Jiang Mu stopped the girl from Black Water Demon from sitting. He taught her how to sit. I didn't expect that the teaching would last until the evening. Boo. Black Water Demon stood up. She skillfully wiped Jiang Mu with paper, only put on the skirt after finishing. Little cutie, your skirt is transformed by soul power. Can it be transformed into other shapes? Jiang Mu thought about the pleated skirt. He had thought about it before. We need to make Haishuisha into an anime loli with twin ponytails. Yes, what do you want me to become? Black Water Demon asked with a smile. She naturally remembered what was written in the diary. Jiang Mu wanted to change her look. Jiang Mu excitedly went to get a pen and paper, then draw a super short pleated skirt on the paper. After thinking about it, I slightly changed the hem of the skirt into lace. Next, draw a pair of over-the-knee white socks, then draw a white, belly button revealing, backless mesh top. Finally draw a strip of white gauze. Little cutie, you should wear it like this from now on. As for this white gauze, it is used to cover your eyes. Because your eyes are golden snake pupils, it is easy to be recognized as a demon. Jiang Mu handed the painting to Haishuisha. Good. Haishuisha took it and read it carefully. She began to use her soul power to slowly transform her skirt into a pleated lace skirt, white socks, and a white mesh top. Then he took out a piece of white gauze and covered his eyes with it, and during this period Jiang Mu combed her long, straight white hair into two ponytails. A few minutes later, a poor little cartoon girl wearing a super short pleated lace skirt, white socks over the knees, long twin ponytails, and a white gauze covering her eyes. Xiao Xiao stood in front of Jiang Mu. Perfect. Jiang Mu gave a thumbs up and praised generously. The black water evil spins in a circle. This makes the twin ponytails and skirt look pretty and flowing. She suddenly asked, did you intentionally leave one less piece? Really? Quite a bit. Jiang Mu couldn't figure out what was missing from the painting. Haishuisha suddenly raised his foot, placed his small foot on Jiang Mu's shoulder, and did a split on the spot. He said with a lewd smile, see? Jiang Mu. He swore that he really forgot to draw one thing. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Knock knock knock. Master Jiang, your servant Lihua comes to pay you a visit. Well, the voice is enchanting and charming. It's Tabby Cat. This monster came to find him according to the plot. Jiang Mu shouted towards the side hall. Runger, go send Lihua away. I don't want to see her. Hearing this, Ding Nanrong stopped meditating and walked out from the side hall. She glanced at the Black Water Demon curiously, and couldn't help but admire Jiang Mu's aesthetic taste. Yes, Black Water Demon's appearance is indeed much cuter. But how is she supposed to walk with her eyes blindfolded? Have you been using your spiritual sense to observe? Ding Nanrong didn't say anything either. She went straight to open the door. I saw Lihua, who was wearing revealing clothes, standing at the door waiting. Then he said lightly, the sect master doesn't want to see you, please go back. Lihua was not angry either. She smiled softly and said, I came here just to treat sect master Jiang to a feast to thank him for his righteous act of supporting Xuecheng. After all, if Xuecheng is conquered by the demon army, Lihua Pavilion will not be spared either. Not see. Ding Nanrong dropped two words, just close the door. This personal maid is so cold and indifferent. Lihua had no choice but to turn around and leave. Originally, she just wanted to have a brief meeting with Jiang Mu to strengthen their relationship, but now her purpose had long since changed. Jiang Mu, my flower-destroying sister, hee. She couldn't help but smile a sly foxy grin. I thought you would try your best to avoid me after leaving Lingyin country. I didn't expect that you would come to my door on your own the next day. Such a good opportunity, how can I let it go, sister? For Jiang Mu's transformation technique and teleportation technique, Lihua has already figured out a plan. Point 1. Who can get Ding Nanrong away and hold back the Black Water Demon, the perfect plan to personally tame the helpless Jiang Mu completely, at the same time. The other side, City Lord's Mansion, Meeting Hall, Shui Yuanshan gave a closing speech to everyone today. All the monsters that attacked Xuecheng have been annihilated. Although Xuecheng won. But we also suffered more than 500 casualties. And this is only the first day. This vanguard of tens of thousands of demon beasts is just the weakest cannon fodder. Their suicide attack was mainly to find out the strength of Xuecheng's defenses. The Shade Demon Army has already learned a lot of information about our southern border, including but not limited to types of spiritual arts, formations, spiritual weapons, etc. Tomorrow, we will truly begin to face a tough battle. I hope everyone will not let up and continue to work together to fight the monsters. Let's all go. Shui Yuanshan finished speaking. The leaders of each sect left one by one. Dad, will Shay personally go into battle tomorrow? Shui Menghan was very worried. Shay is the realm of refining emptiness. No1 and Xuecheng is his match. No. Shui Yuanshan stroked his beard and replied with certainty, but Shui Menghan was still very worried. What if Shay really goes to fight in person? At this time, Ling Outyen came to her side and said loudly, "Don't worry, Menghan, no matter who comes. I, Ling Outyen, will never let you get hurt in the slightest. I will protect Miss Wana like I did. I'll protect you with all my might." Said Xia Mei was interrupted by Shui Menghan, who waved her hand and said unhappily, Mr. Ling. I don't need your protection. Compared to me, you should protect more people in Xuecheng. As he said this, he took a few steps away from him. This made Ling Outyen feel like he had something stuck in his throat and he didn't know how to respond. I thought Shui Menghan would be very touched when she heard him say that he would protect her, but I didn't expect it. She actually rejected his kindness directly, not even happy anymore. Why is she different from Miss Wanner, etc.? Miss Wanner, right? Menghan must have seen me killing the monster with Miss Wanner, and Wanner was very close to me and even had a private conversation with me once. That's why Menghan is unhappy. Menghan is jealous. Think about it. Ling Outyen smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. It seems your own charm. It's becoming increasingly difficult to resist. He looked at the unhappy Shui Menghan, smiled faintly, and said, Menghan, don't worry. I, Ling Outyen, am not a heartless person. I'll prove it to you. Ha ha ha. After a few loud laughs, turn around and leave gracefully, leaving Shui Menghan with a confused look on her face. Even Shui Yuanshan didn't understand the mystery behind Ling Outyen's words. He said to Shui Menghan, Shade is not an ordinary void refining realm. If he goes to fight in person tomorrow, then naturally someone from the Xianyang sect will come to deal with him. We don't have to worry about it. Hearing this, only then did Shui Menghan feel relieved. After Ling Outyen returned to his room, he suddenly became very excited, also very nervous. In his mind, he asked his master, Black Water Seat. Master, during the day, Wanner whispered to me. She said she wanted me to wash up and wait for her in the evening. Will she come over tonight? Although this woman is plain looking, she is very brave. Master means, congratulations, she's going to make you a man tonight, real? Very good. I, Ling Outyen, am finally not a fledgling anymore. Ha 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 ha. Ling Outyen was extremely excited. He is almost 22 years old, and all the men in the village are married, and he was still a fledgling. He must seize the opportunity tonight. Ling Outyen quickly rushed into the bathroom, washed carefully and seriously. I was looking forward to Wanner's arrival soon. It is a few streets away from the city lord's mansion. Inside Wang Fugui's mansion. Wanner covered her face and sneaked into the mansion, finally sneaked into Wang Fugui's room. She looked through the screen. The sound of this man and woman talking to it was clearly heard by Wanner. Explain. The obscene language and the shaking sound of the bed were unbearable to hear. It made Wanner's face blush, but there is more. It's exciting. She heard it through the grapevine. This Wang Fugui, nicknamed Wang Fugui, that as the name suggests, any woman, under the guidance of Wang Fugui, will become vigorous and noble. After the women returned, and she is Wanner, she will serve her lover, Ling Outyen, later. In order to make her beloved Ling Outyen comfortable and obedient. So she decided to come here to watch how Wang Fugui guides those women. Mr. Ling, please wait for me. I want to learn the skills, and then give my best to the unique you. In Wanner's obsessed eyes, full of happiness. Chapter 128. What the hell is this plane? Wanner continued to hide behind the screen, secretly observing Wang Fugui and the woman. Based on the image of Wang Fugui and the woman, she simulated the image of Ling Outyen and herself in her mind. Half an hour later, woman, brother Wang. Wanner's face turned red when she heard this. She quietly left the room, then quietly jumped onto the roof. After a while, to see it, the woman came out on crutches, her legs shaking so violently that she could hardly stand. Wanner has already learned a few tricks. I was nervous and expectant of flying towards the city lord's mansion where Ling Outyen was. The next day, it was just dawn. Master, wake up, little cutie, don't mess with him. Jiang Mu, who was sleeping soundly, was woken up early by Ding Nanrong, because this morning Jiang Mu needs to go to the city wall, lick Shui Menghan, and follow Shui Menghan to fight the monsters. Who's sitting with me? Jiang Mu was dazed and felt something sitting on his pelvis, still rubbing slowly. Open your eyes. I saw a little girl with twin pigtails, her eyes covered with white gauze, wearing a pleated lace skirt and white socks that went over her knees. She was sitting there like a duck, and her long forked tongue was being caught by Ding Nanrong. Seeing this, Jiang Mu already understood. It must be that black water demon tried to sit down and talk to him before he got up, but was stopped by Ding Nanrong, Jiang Mu pinched Haishuisha's little face and said with a hint of pampering, "Not this morning. I have to go fight a monster." "You should go back to the ring, snort." Heishui retracted his tongue in displeasure. She slid onto Jiang Mu's chest, grabbing the ponytail and sweeping it across his face. She rarely pouts and acts coquettishly, it's so stuffy and boring in the ring. "I don't want to stay in there." Because she covered her golden snake eyes, she no longer looks fierce and becomes very cute. "Don't you want to stay in the ring?" Jiang Mu thought about it, wondering whether he should agree to her request. The current black water evil has been replaced by the black water seed and has also been completely transformed. It can be said that she is a brand new character who has nothing to do with the main storyline and can just lie there until the end, and under the will of his master. As a slave, it is impossible for her to affect the main storyline. So let her come out and stay by your side. No problem at all. Think about it. Jiang Mu finally agreed to her request. "Okay, but you have to be obedient. You have to stay by my side and not act on your own." "Yeah." Heishui was so happy that he picked up Jiang Mu's face and kissed him dozens of times. If Ding Nanrong hadn't grabbed her long forked tongue in time, I guess it's a waste of 2 hours. Jiang Mu got up and washed up. No time to write a diary. Haishuisha and Ding Nanrong were on his left and right, heading to the city wall. The sky is covered with dark clouds and a storm is about to hit. Yesterday, Shuecheng was still sunny. Today the sky is gray and the ground is red. On the battlefield outside the city, the sight of monster corpses and bloody flesh scattered all over the ground was horrifying. The air was mixed with the pungent smell of blood, which blew into the city with the wind. When people in the city smell it, they feel so depressed and drowsy. On the city wall, the monks in every guard post were nervous, staring intently at the distant mountains and forests outside the city. "Brother Tang, do you think there will be more monsters today than yesterday? I must kill the demon core today." "Woohoo! Brother Tang, don't cry. Please keep up the good work. By the way, this morning your wife, Woo. Is my wife more important or is the demon core more important? This demon core must be important to you, Brother Tang. Then why are you mentioning my wife? Are you stupid? Woohoo! Brother Tang, I wanted to say that my sister-in-law was on crutches this morning." "Oh, that crutch you're talking about? I made it myself. When I get rich, I'll make it into a spiritual weapon level crutch. Let your sister-in-law show off. Are you envious? You're jealous, right? But Brother Tang, what I want to say is that my sister-in-law has a problem with her legs, so she came to my house to buy groceries. Hey! Just let her have a good rest when she comes to your house. Do you know how to behave like a human being? The monster is coming. The monster is coming. Here's my chance to make a fortune. Woohoo! Boom 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 boom. The mountains and forests far outside the city, suddenly, there was a violent roar that shook the earth. A dense group of monsters, like a black wave, rushed out violently. The number of monsters is huge, there are actually 100,000 of them. Alert the whole city. Shui Yuanshan raised his hand and said in a loud voice, "Formation team. Follow my orders, 10. 9, 8. As the numbers get smaller, the group of monsters were getting closer and closer to the city wall. The formation team on the city wall also made hand seals together. 2, 1. Set up the formation. Buzz. On the battlefield, a huge circular formation suddenly rose up. The formation was so large that it could trap 100,000 monsters, all trapped in it. Range attack team. Free attack. Shui Yuanshan gave an order. Long-range spiritual arts of various attributes, one after another, mercilessly shooting at the group of monsters in the formation. Boom 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 boom, bang 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 bang, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chirp chirp. In an instant, the group of monsters trapped in the formation became soft targets. Some low-level monsters were beaten to pieces, some even exploded on the spot, with blood and flesh splattering everywhere. This bloody and cruel scene is worse than yesterday. It's important, not trivial. Shui Menghan looked at the monster trapped in the formation from afar. Still from time to time, he looked at the diary in his hand anxiously. Asshole. Why haven't you updated yet? She really wanted to know what happened today. I also want to know the final outcome of Shuecheng. I don't know why, she always had a hunch Shuecheng might be conquered by the demon army, and once Shuecheng is captured, then her father, the city lord Shui Yuanshan. Shui Menghan shook her head to get rid of the bad assumptions. At the same time, I comforted myself in my heart. Since I'm the first female lead, then it's impossible for my father to die in battle. Sudden eye in the bloody battlefield, in the sky of a huge trap. A circular space ripple slowly emerged. Then a large, segmented, bug-like leg fell heavily from space into the center of the trap. A large number of monsters in the formation were stabbed to pieces, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. At the same time, the entire huge trap. He was fucked on the spot. Boom. The huge sound waves emitted by the explosion of the trap array, impacting the entire Shuecheng. It made everyone panic. Refining Void Realm. Shui Yuanshan's face was gloomy, and he suddenly felt that something was wrong. That spatial ripple could clearly only be condensed by one at the void refinement realm or above. This is trouble. And the other side, Jiang Mu is rushing towards the city wall, leisurely, enjoying being fed buns by Haishuisha. Delicious, soft, and juicy. One more, little cutie. Black Water Demon smiled and stuck his tongue into the bag and then rolled out a steaming hot bun filled with fresh juice, accurately stuffed into Jiangmu's mouth. Sudden boom. A huge explosion sounded. Jiangmu was so scared that he vomited the juice. What the hell is that sound? Is it thundering? Not really. Jiangmu looked up at the sky is covered with dark clouds and a storm is about to hit, but there was no thunder, etc. This voice, it seems to be the sound of the heavenly flow demon binding array exploding? Reincarnation dozens of times. Jiangmu quickly heard it, the deafening explosion just now. It's the Tianlu demon suppressing formation. No way. This Tianlu demon formation was only broken by Shei's insect legs tomorrow. It's impossible that it will break today. Jiangmu got goosebumps unconsciously. In the original plot. He clearly remembered the scene when the trap was broken. It was on the battlefield, a huge insect leg fell from the sky and pierced the Tianlu Shuyao formation on the spot, and the one who started it. He is the mastermind who led the demon army to attack the southern border this time. Sand River. Wronger. Quick. Fly me up. Jiangmu hurriedly called out to Ding Nanrong. Ding Nanrong immediately picked him up and flew into the sky. Jiangmu watched from afar. His eyes widened immediately. He saw it above the battlefield. There was a huge, segmented insect leg stuck in it. Fuck it. Shei showed up early? What the hell is this plane? Chapter 129, Cracking Method. Jiangmu was so angry that he started cursing on the spot. Damn system. Can't you just let me go through the storyline peacefully for once? Does it have to be tilted every time? Don't you think it's fun? This is fucked. Fuck. Asterisk hashtag at asterisk and amp percent hashtag UN asterisk plus at percent UN hashtag. Jiangmu suddenly got angry and started cursing. This scared Haishuisha and Ding Nanrong. The black water demon floated in front of his face, wrapped his arms around his neck, and said with a sinister smile, "Whoever you want to kill, I will help you skin him alive." Ding Nanrong frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" There was a hint of concern in his cold tone. Jiangmu calmed down and casually explained to the two of them, "It's nothing. I just saw that insect leg and suddenly felt like cursing. After scolding, I felt much better." He began to quickly recall the plot in his mind. In the original plot. Today, Shei led 300,000 monsters to attack the southern border of Lizhou. The purpose is to extend the monster mountain range to the southern border, turning the southern border into the territory of the monster clan, and preparing for the future monster clan's invasion of Lizhou and even the entire Jojo continent, because Shei learned a lot of information about the southern border. So he formulated a strategy, dividing up 200,000 monsters to encircle the sects and cities on the edge of the southern border from multiple directions. The remaining 100,000 troops attacked Shuecheng. The 5,000 cultivators of Shuecheng worked together to cast the Heavenly Flow Demon Binding Formation to completely trap the 100,000 demon beasts. We'll be sleepy for a day and a night. By this time tomorrow, half of the 100,000 monsters will be killed. Only then will Shade move to Shuecheng. He used his insect feet to break the formation, released the 50,000 surviving high-level monsters, and continued to force the siege. By then, people from Shenyang sect will also arrive to fight against Shei. The final result was, the Shei demon army was defeated, Shuecheng won a tragic victory, and the city lord Shui Yuanshan was killed. But now? The Tianlushu demon formation had not been deployed for long. It was broken by Shade in advance. This plot is extremely twisted. Jiangmu was worried. If there is no support today, then Shuecheng will be completely destroyed by these 100,000 monsters. What kind of fun is this? He looked out at the battlefield for a while. I don't know what to do. A black water demon suddenly pulled his armor. Then he turned around and pointed at the giant insect leg above the battlefield, and said in an extremely cruel tone, "I'll go over there and help you kill that insect leg." No, there's no point in killing it now. Jiangmu touched her head. He could sense that Heishui wanted him to be happy, but in the current situation, even if the insect leg is killed, it cannot change the fact that the formation has been broken. Etc. Jiangmu had a flash of inspiration. The black water demon is also in the void refinement realm, so we can actually hold back the Sha River. If we can delay until tomorrow when someone from Shenyang sect arrives, there is still some hope. Jiangmu hugged Haishuisha and patted her little face happily. That's awesome, little cutie. But then he began to ponder again. The key is, what about the 100,000 monsters? If it can be cut in half, then the plot can be turned back around. But how to cut it? At present, there are only more than 10,000 cultivators in Shuecheng, which is impossible. But Liwa is a member of the demon tribe, and it is impossible for her to mobilize her tribesmen to help fight the demons, unless she gives her the transformation and teleportation skills in exchange, which would be possible. As for Lu Churu, she can use a special portal to transfer all the forces scattered in Linging country to help fight the monsters, but Shuecheng was just one of her strongholds. Even if it was destroyed, the loss would not be great, so it was impossible for her to do her utmost to help. As for Qian Yuanming, her army arrived later than the people from Shenyang sect, so they cannot be relied upon. It's difficult. You are very distressed. What are you thinking about? This god will help you think about it. Haishuisha used his tongue to swipe Jiangmu's face a few times to comfort him. Ding Nanrong could also see that Jiangmu was thinking, so she didn't interrupt him the whole time. She just silently held him from behind to keep him suspended. I'm thinking about how to reduce the number of monsters by half. Jiang Mu replied. At the same time, the reward panel is brought up. Calculating rapidly in my mind. Check out the current rewards to see if there are any that you can use. Pretending to be tough but getting beaten. Good waste body that carries all kinds of poisons. Transformation technique, immortal technique, extreme flash, immortal technique, spiritual power stimulation, spiritual art, thunder, immortal technique, stars falling from the sky, immortal technique, a body of merged essence and joint cultivation. This. Maybe this will work. Jiang Mu thought of a solution. A method that may greatly reduce the number of monsters, he excitedly said to Haishuisha and Ding Nanrong, little cutie. Ronger. Listen up. We'll go to the battlefield later. Ronger is responsible for protecting me. Little cutie, be on guard against any possible sand river. And I will be responsible for destroying the monsters. Muttering, at this time. On the city wall, Shui Yuanshan was calm and collected, commanding a group of monks to attack the monsters that were rushing towards them. Maintain wind magic. Disrupt the airflow. Interfere with the aerial attacks of flying monsters. Use fire magic to coordinate the attack. Maintain earth spirit arts. Transform soil into sand. Slow down the advance of the foot-like monsters. Use water spirit arts to coordinate the attack. Maintain the sound soul formation. Block all the prying eyes of the detecting monsters. There are no long-range spiritualists. Work together and alternately use the small spiritual cannon barrels to keep the spiritual cannons attacking continuously. As the instructions came down one after another in an orderly manner. A large number of colorful spiritual arts kept shooting out from the city walls and fell heavily on the battlefield. Every time the spiritual technique was shot down, pieces of monster flesh and blood would splatter, and watching the number of monsters decreasing little by little, Shui Yuanshan, however, was not happy at all. Because there are so many monsters, he had already figured it out. With the current defense force of Shuicheng, it is simply not enough to resist the attack of these 100,000 monsters. Now other sects and cities in the southern border are busy dealing with the invasion of the demon army. It is impossible to support Shuicheng at all. If the people from Xianyang sect fail to arrive in time, then within half an hour, Shuicheng will surely perish. Dad. There are so many monsters, can we resist them? Shui Menghan was very anxious. She was concerned about Shuicheng's safety. The current situation is very unfavorable to Shuicheng. The energy and spiritual power of the monks are limited. If they are attacked by groups of monsters one after another, then Shuicheng will probably end up. She didn't dare to imagine further. Ling Outyan ran over from a distance and comforted him with a smile. Don't worry, Menghan. I said that last night. Ling Outyan, will never let you get hurt in the slightest. I will protect Miss Wana like I did. I'll protect you with all my might. Said Ducky was very manly and gave Wana a wicked smile in the distance. Wana was so shy that she couldn't even use her sound magic to shoot at the monsters. Seeing this, Ling Outyan laughed out loud. Although Wana looks average, but last night, she was actually naturally skilled. He, Ling Outyan, experienced the true happiness of a man with her. Shui Yuanshan said solemnly, Mr. Ling, if Shuicheng falls, take honor and evacuate immediately. Shui Menghan was very anxious. Dad. Your daughter wants to stay with you. No. Shui Yuanshan refused mercilessly. He ignored her and continued to command the battle. Humph. I won't evacuate. Shui Menghan was so angry that her eyes turned red and she ran away. Honor. You. Shui Yuanshan was furious. Don't worry, Lord City Lord, leave Menghan to me. Ling Outyan chased after him. While chasing, he advised earnestly, Menghan, the City Lord is thinking about your safety, you should listen to him. Don't follow me. Shui Menghan turned around and slashed with his sword, blocking his pursuit. Ling Outyan had no choice but to keep his distance and follow from a distance. Shui Menghan came to the round tower. She picked up a small spiritual cannon barrel, which was Shuicheng's city defense weapon. It could only be used normally after reaching the Qi Hai realm. However, she, who had gathered her spirit, mobilized all her spiritual power as if to vent it. He began to madly bombard the monsters on the battlefield. I'll let you invade. Die. Boom 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 boom. One after another, spiritual energy cannons bombarded several Kaiguang realm monsters, blowing them up on the spot. Shui Menghan also became extremely weak due to excessive consumption. She put down the small spiritual cannon barrel and planned to rest for a while before continuing. Just then, squeak! A death-destroying storm bird in the Kaiguang realm suddenly swooped down from the sky, rushing towards Shui Menghan at high speed. Shui Menghan's expression changed drastically. She was too weak to dodge. If you are hit, you will definitely die on the spot. Menghan. Ling Outyan in the distance screamed in shock and immediately rushed over, but it was too late. Shui Yuanshan, who was always paying attention to her, suddenly widened his eyes and his heart stopped for a second. Honor. He roared, as if he saw the scene of his daughter's impending death, just when the storm bird was 1 meter away from Shui Menghan. An arrogant and indifferent voice came from the sky, finger thunder. Chapter 130. I am willing to share life and death with you. Chirp. A purple lightning bolt struck down, accurately shot through the storm bird's head. Bang. The bird's head exploded on the spot. The bird's body brushed past Shui Menghan and fell heavily to the ground. turning into a pile of meat paste. Meng Han. Are you hurt? Jiang Mu fell from the sky and landed steadily in front of her. Ah, you. Shui Menghan looked at Jiang Mu with lingering fear. My head is still buzzing. I didn't know what to say for a moment. Jiang Mu grabbed her hand and took the opportunity to recreate a dog-licking plot. Say affectionately, Menghan. Even if millions of monsters come. Even if Xueqing is reduced to ashes. I am also willing to share life and death with you. Would you like to? Finished. His face was full of anticipation for her response. At the same time, quickly go over the plot in your mind. In the original plot, after he licked Shui Menghan for a while, Shui Menghan would accept it with a forced smile. Then, he was given a moral education by Ling Outyan, and the two had another conflict. His body was temporarily strengthened due to the medicinal bath, so he pretended to be cool and wanted to beat Fei Ling Aotian. As a result, of course, he was beaten away by Ling Outyan. Afterwards, Han Yuqing would come over and teach Ling Outyan a lesson on behalf of her husband, but Han Yuqing deliberately let it go and did not take any harsh measures on the grounds of fighting the monster. This made Jiang Mu very unhappy. So he decided to go back to Lihua Pavilion at night and severely abuse Han Yuqing to vent his anger. That's about it. Meng Han. I am willing to share life and death with you, are you willing? Seeing Shui Menghan in a daze, Jiang Mu had no choice but to say it again affectionately. Shui Menghan's face turned red, and she finally came to her senses. Maybe it was because Jiang Mu saved her life. In addition, Jiang Mu gave her command of 90% of the Woyosek's power. So much so that she is now very moved, extremely moved, super moved. She was so moved that she subconsciously grabbed Jiang Mu's hand nervously and shyly agreed. I do. There's something wrong with her quail-like expression. Never mind, the results are pretty much the same anyway. Now it's Ling Outyan's turn and Jiang Mu turned to look. Then I saw Ling Outyan just flying over here. Meng Han. Are you okay? Ling Outyan was anxious to go forward and check on Shui Menghan's condition. Shui Menghan went around behind Jiang Mu and avoided Ling Outyan. Jiang Mu, but the heroine avoids the hero and hides behind the villain. Is this a serious move or crooked? Crooked is healthier. Seeing this, Ling Outyan thought that Jiang Mu was taking advantage of his power to bully Shui Menghan. He gradually clenched his fists, stared at Jiang Mu with a cold gaze, and said in a deep voice, Master Jiang. You saved Menghan, I thank you on her behalf, but everyone knows that Menghan doesn't like you. She has already broken off the engagement with you in person, so why are you still forcing her? If you rely on that marriage certificate and the power of 200 disciples to force Shui Menghan to satisfy your selfish desires. So, your morals are too despicable. You are not worthy of sitting on the throne of the clan leader. Jiang Mu was taught a lesson and immediately pointed at him angrily. If our sect is not worthy, then how can a country bumpkin like you be worthy? Today I will let you experience how powerful the power of our sect is after taking the medicinal bath. He roared and punched Ling Outyan in the face. Ling Outyan snorted coldly and said disdainfully, the power after the medicinal bath? It's not your own after all. He also fought back with his fists. The fist is wrapped in spiritual power, and it is very powerful. I'll show you what true strength is. Ling Outyan suddenly screamed and flew out of the city wall. Of the sudden scene, Jiang Mu was stunned on the spot. Looked down, he saw Shui Menghan's long legs, pressed against his waist, stretched out. It's obvious, it was she who launched a sneak attack and kicked Ling Outyan away. Well, it seems like she kicked Ling Outyan away yesterday. Before Jiang Mu could say anything, a strange laugh came from the distance behind him. Hey, Xin Guang Niake. A dazzling small beam of light flashed past Jiang Mu at high speed, shoot straight towards Ling Outyan's abdomen. Ling Outyan was caught off guard and a bloody hole was shot in his abdomen. He screamed and eventually fell off the city wall. Puff. Cough cough cough. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood. It looks like he is seriously injured. Mr. Ling. Wanner, who was watching from afar, was shocked. She hurriedly jumped down from the city wall and hugged Ling Outyan, who was vomiting blood. She was so anxious that she almost cried. Mr. Ling. Are you okay? She looked up at Jiang Mu, her expression darkening. If anything happens to Master Ling, I'm Wanner, I will definitely destroy you. Jiang Mu, grass. Jiang Mu was shocked by the national quintessence. Ling Outyan was actually seriously injured. It was Han Yuqing who did it. He turned and looked. I saw a pretty beauty in a lake blue long dress. He rushed over with a worried look on his face. She hugged Jiang Mu and asked about his well-being with concern. Husband. Are you not hurt? Baji. He even kissed her twice to comfort her. Let go. Jiang Mu broke free from her embrace, pointed at her nose and angrily scolded. Who told you to severely injure Ling Outyan without permission? After the medicinal bath, this sect can easily beat him to the ground. Why are you getting in the way? Now is the time to fight against demons. Our sect will not bother with you. You must come to see me at Lihua Pavilion tonight. I'll torture you to death and teach you what the rules are. Whatever. They're all crooked anyway. That's it. Now the outcome of this plot, Jiang Mu just took it as past after he scolded Han Yuqing. I'm too lazy to listen to her reply. He immediately jumped into the air and was hugged by Ding Nanrong again. Then it flew straight over the battlefield. He had to hurry up and reduce the number of monsters as planned. Sharing life and death, huh? Shui Menghan looked at Jiang Mu walking away and muttered to herself. A puff. She couldn't help laughing, her face is still rosy, looks very happy. Sister Menghan, do you like your husband? Han Yuqing next to her joked. Ah? No. I didn't. You don't say that. Shui Menghan ran away immediately like a frightened rabbit. She ran to the round tower and picked up the small cannon barrel on the ground, start bombarding the monsters on the battlefield. It's just that his movements were not very smooth and his face was already redder than a tomato. She looked so shy that it was hard to hide. It made Han Yuqing feel funny and interesting. Shui Menghan, the leading female character, must have fallen in love with her husband, the villain. By the way, her character is already distorted, and she is her husband's fiancée. Will my husband take her in after that? If my husband takes her in, then I can develop it with her. Han Yuqing simulated various scenes in her mind. Big.oneawat.so much. In the end, of course, it is used to maintain Jiang Mu's freshness and to tie Jiang Mu's body and mind. Han Yuqing looked up at Jiang Mu flying over the battlefield. Suddenly he showed a strange smile. My husband just told me to go to Lihua Pavilion to see him tonight? It seems. It must be because I severely injured Ling Outyan and messed up the plot. So my husband is going to abuse me tonight to vent his anger. I wonder how he'll torture me. Will he conceive a child? I'm really looking forward to it. Talk. It's a very busy summer vacation, so updates will be unstable before the end of the month. Chapter 131. His body is great. After Jiang Mu was carried by Ding Nanrong and flew over the battlefield, the huge insect leg had sunk into the void and disappeared. He warned the two girls, my little cutie monitors the possible appearance of the sand river in the void and protects Ronger and me at all times. Ronger, just suspend me in the air and keep me there. Now, I'm going to start killing monsters. At least, I want to get the demon beast in the Kaiguang realm. Kill them all. The two women responded in unison, Ding Nanrong let go of Jiang Mu, then he cast a spiritual power shield on him, suspending him in the air. The black water evil expanded his spiritual consciousness. The divine consciousness was so vast that it covered the entire battlefield and spread out for several miles. She told them everything she had learned. No spiritual energy fluctuations were detected in the void. Among the 100,000 monsters on the battlefield, there are about 30,000 in the Kaiguang realm, those in the realm of wisdom. Number about 70,000, and there are 30,000 people who have reached the 1st to 5th levels of the universal wisdom realm. There are 40,000 people who have reached the 6th to 9th levels of the realm of wisdom. As for those in the form transformation realm, there are none. After listening to this, Jiang Mu nodded to show that he understood. He looked down at the battlefield. The demon race's enlightenment realm is equivalent to the human race's spirit gathering realm. The Tongji realm is equivalent to the Qi Hai realm of the human race, and also has 1 to 9 levels. Above the realm of Tongji is the realm of transformation, where one can transform into a human form. But after transforming into a human form, it will retain the characteristics of a monster. 4. Example, Haishuish's golden snake eyes, Liu's foxtail, Sha Woman's insect limbs and shells, etc. The transformation realm of the demon race is equivalent to the return realm of the human race. Whether it is the transformation realm or the return realm, these are all watershed moments in cultivation. Fortunately, there are no monsters in the human form transformation realm among these 100,000 monsters. Otherwise, Jiang Mu was not sure that he could reduce the number of monsters in large numbers. Can you really kill all the Kaiguang level demon beasts? That's a full 30,000 of them. Ding Nanrong couldn't help but ask curiously. She looked at the densely packed 100,000 monsters on the battlefield below and analyzed, even if I'm at the Guiyuan realm, it is also impossible to kill thousands of Kaiguang realm monsters at once. And you're only at the Gathering Spirit realm, is that really possible? Black Water Demon also interjected curiously, if this god uses up all his spiritual energy to cast the Black Snake Divine Thunder, then those below the Void Refining realm will surely die, but the attack range of this technique is average, so it's impossible to kill tens of thousands of monsters at once. You son of a bitch, are you more powerful than me? The two girls looked at Jiang Mu, who was good looking but useless, and they all wanted to know what he did. As a person in the Gathering Spirit realm, is it really possible to kill 30,000 Kaiguan level monsters at once? Absolutely. Jiang Mu replied firmly. Because he has a magical power, falling stars from the sky, maybe. It's a demon beast that connects to the realm of wisdom. I can kill a whole bunch of them too. He opened the panel, see the introduction of this technique. Reward, falling stars, immortal technique, introduction, destroy it for me. Consume all spiritual power, summon a meteorite from the sky, lock onto a character and attack. Consume all spiritual energy to summon a group of meteorites from the sky to launch indiscriminate attacks. Note, the power of the meteorite depends on the amount of spiritual power consumed. Note, this can be cancelled at any time during the execution. Note, after casting, it enters a cooldown state. The cooldown time depends on the amount of spiritual power consumed. Note, during the cooling time, you cannot use any spiritual arts, immortal arts, martial arts, etc. The actual situation shall prevail. Note, this can only be performed twice a day. The second point is the meteorite cluster. It's an indiscriminate attack. The power of the magic that requires all spiritual energy to perform is absolutely extraordinary. Jiang Mu's plan: just use a swarm of meteorites to destroy a large wave of monsters, in order to maximize the power of falling stars from the sky. So he needs to use his own strength first, play to the extreme. My dear, use your secret technique on me. Use my power. Forcefully advance to the Guiyuan realm. Jiang Mu took a horse stance and signaled Haishuisha to take action. Haishuisha said nothing. He immediately used the secret technique of the Black Water Snake Clan to inject a demonic power into Jiang Mu. After the demonic power enters the body, it began to violently attack the flesh, bones, and veins. The impact made Jiang Mu's whole body emit a crisp pa-pa-pa sound. Even there is no exception. If it weren't for the medicinal bath that strengthened my body, he is probably dead now. Come out. Power. Jiang Mu gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He felt it. The speed at which Dantian absorbed spiritual energy began to increase faster and faster. The spiritual energy on his body is getting stronger and stronger. Bang! The spiritual energy radiates. The power of his gathering spirit realm directly broke through to the Qi realm. Keep raising me. The spiritual energy continued to rise. His strength also continued to increase. The first level of Qi High realm, second floor 3 layer 8th floor 9 story. After counting the breaths, bang! The spiritual breath exploded. Returned to origin realm. Jiang Mu wrapped his fist with spiritual power and punched out. The fight made the air roar loudly. Ding Nanrong, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but look surprised when she saw this. Your strength is almost catching up with mine. Then he frowned slightly and asked with a little worry, but the demonic power has entered your body. Can you hold on? Don't worry, Sister Rong. Black Water Evil answered quickly. She used her spiritual sense to detect Jiang Mu's body, and skillfully spit out her forked long tongue to lick his mouth. His body is amazing. Next time I'll try him out in this state. Slurp. Ding Nanrong? Jiang Mu in fact, he didn't know what Haishuisha was talking about. He explained to Ding Nanrong, this is all thanks to you, you Ronger, for helping me absorb the medicine faster the night before last. It gave my body a brief boost, otherwise I absolutely cannot withstand the demon's power. Jiang Mu also understood why Ling Outyan was so confident. After all, if you were in the gathering spirit realm, you can use the power of the returning origin realm. This is a hard-won achievement, spanning the 9 levels of the Qi High realm. It is really a great record of Li Shao etc. Black Water Evil helps me increase my strength. Black Water Seed helps Ling Outyan increase his strength. Wow, am I experiencing the treatment that only the protagonist can enjoy? I feel very strong now, strong enough to withstand a beating from Ding Nanrong without losing consciousness. Damn, it turns out that increasing strength feels so good. No wonder so many people like the old routine of fighting monsters above your level and pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Damn, why am I the villain instead of the protagonist? Dog system. Broken copy. Jiang Mu cursed inwardly. At the same time, mobilize spiritual power and perform spiritual techniques. Then next, let's increase the power of the Guiyuan realm to its maximum. Spiritual power stimulated, boom, his body instantly burst out with blue spiritual energy visible to the naked eye. The violent spiritual energy made his robe and hair flutter. He is in the state of blue super. What kind of spiritual art is this? Ding Nanrong, who is usually calm in the face of emergencies, was really shocked at this moment. She could clearly see that Jiang Mu's Guiyuan realm strength had more than doubled, even though she has the water elemental body. If I don't use forbidden techniques, I'm afraid I won't be able to defeat him. Jiang Mu knew she would ask this question. After all, she had been his personal maid for 3 years, and she even knew the size of his underwear after it was deformed. So, he had basically no secrets in front of her. Jiang Mu coughed lightly and explained to Ronger, you remember I told you no before, when I was a child, I was noticed by an expert. The masters say that I have extraordinary bones and am a rare cultivation genius. So what? He taught me an explosive spiritual technique to prevent me from being beaten to death and causing the world to lose a talented person in vain. Oh, right. He also told me not to tell this secret to anyone else. So Ronger, you must not tell anyone. Is that so? Ding Nanrong thought about it carefully and really remembered Jiang Mu saying something similar. That time, I also checked his body and found the detoxifying elixir in his dantian. He said that this detoxifying pill was given to him by an expert. I don't know whether it is true or not. Ronger. No matter what spiritual arts I know from now on, this is all taught by that master, understand? Jiang Mu simply reported to Ding Nanrong in advance, then later. No matter what diary reward you get, you can say it was given by a master. It's just a small patch. I'm about to start. Jiang Mu stood tall, supporting the sky with his arms. He looked at the sky covered with dark clouds with fanatical eyes, then under the gaze of the two women, shout out the lines you think are awesome. I want this gray, dark sky to be filled with stars. I want this land, where monsters are rampant, to stop trembling. Stone of destiny in the galaxy far away. Please answer my call. Give me the power of destruction, sky, drop. Shiba, fall dash, star. In an instant, Jiang Mu's spiritual power was drained from his body. A special aura descended from the sky and locked onto the battlefield below. The originally gloomy sky began to become increasingly gloomy. Finally, the sky was covered with a dense, opaque black cloth. At this moment, the world seemed to have entered endless darkness. This sudden change. The hundreds of thousands of monsters running wildly on the battlefield stopped and stood guard vigilantly. They felt that there was a faint energy That seemed to lock them up. Everyone on the city wall of Shuecheng also stopped attacking in surprise, whether it is a monster or a human. At this moment, they all have the same idea: look up at the pitch black sky. Why did it suddenly get dark? Could it be that our support has arrived? That's impossible. Who in the Southern Territory can turn the sky into darkness? Not even the entire Lizho. The legendary god of war should be able to do it. There is no martial god in Lizho. Are you stupid? Could it be the Changyu war princess from the Changyu Empire? Impossible. This kind of low-level siege war doesn't require a martial god, not even one in the Void Realm. Look. What is that? It's a star? It's actually a star. Everyone felt as if they had seen something extraordinary. On the originally dark sky, it started one after another, stars appeared. The stars are becoming more and more numerous, brighter, and bigger. Even if there is an unreachable distance between us, everyone could feel the pressure of the star cluster. The pressure is even getting stronger. It was as if he was about to fall onto the battlefield. The stars are falling. It looks like it's about to fall onto the battlefield. What? That's impossible. Really? It's true. A meteorite as big as 10 people could hug was burning with flames, falling from the sky. A boom. It fell heavily on the battlefield, creating a shower of sparks. It also caused the surrounding monsters to explode on the spot, with blood and flesh flying everywhere, before the other monsters could react. Boom. Another flaming meteorite fell from the sky. Sparks flew everywhere, immediately following. Boom. Boom boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Flaming meteorites fell from the sky. The pitch-black battlefield was suddenly engulfed in flames, blazing like daylight. The group of monsters were blown to pieces, and not even a trace of their bodies was left. For a while, the roars and wails of the monsters resounded through the sky. Chapter 132. Destroy it for me. Ha 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 ha. In the sky, Jiang Mu laughed out loud. The feeling of madly bombing the battlefield is so fucking awesome that if there is no cooling time, he wanted to have another star falling from the sky and fry the monsters to pieces. The two women next to them looked at the group of monsters below that were blown to pieces. Everyone was shocked. What shocked Black Water Evil was. She used her spiritual sense to detect the 30,000 demon beasts in the Kaiguang realm. They were actually all blown to death by Jiang Mu. Even low-level monsters in the realm of wisdom were killed or injured in the explosion. It seems that this useless owner of hers is really powerful. What shocked Ding Nanrong was the one who created such a grand and cruel battlefield. It turned out to be this spoiled and arrogant useless cultivator whom she had been accompanying for 3 years. It seems so. The master who taught Jiang Mu must have a very high level of cultivation, or it is the realm of emptiness and darkness. Or it is the realm of martial god. It is even possible to reach the first level of the martial god realm or above. Ronger, come here. After Jiang Mu's spiritual power was drained, he gradually felt weak in his muscles and began to become a little unsteady on his feet. So he had to let Ding Nanrong hold him and float in the air. Ding Nanrong immediately went around behind him and hugged him. At this moment, a flaming meteorite fell just above his head. Little cutie. Don't worry, leave it to me. Black Water Demon waved his little hand lightly. A space barrier immediately appeared above the three people's heads. Boom, the meteorite hit the space barrier, exploded, and turned into rubble and sparks that scattered everywhere. The monsters were hit so hard that they screamed in pain. Because of the group attack of falling stars from the sky, it is an indiscriminate attack. Therefore, even Jiang Mu, as the caster, would be implicated. If it weren't for the two powerful women, Ding Nanrong and Haishuisha, by his side. He probably sent it on the spot. Little cutie, have you detected the presence of Shay? Jiang Mu was admiring the meteorite explosion site below while looking for Shay. A Black Water Demon cast several spatial barriers to protect the three people, then replied nothing from beginning to end. There is no spiritual energy fluctuation in the void. No, that's normal. In the original plot, it was only when the number of monsters was reduced to 50,000 that Shay used his insect feet to break through the encirclement and finally attack the city. Now, more than 30,000 of the 100,000 monsters have been killed in the explosion. This means that the Sand River is about to appear. Jiang Mu waited quietly. As the flaming meteorites continued to bombard, the number of monsters is also decreasing. 3 minutes later, the meteorite swarm has been completely bombed. The dark sky returned to its previous cloudy state. And the battlefield at this moment, it was bombed to pieces and full of flames. Almost all the potholes were filled with the blood, flesh, and corpses of monsters. Of the original 100,000 monsters, only 50,000 high-level ones are left. They were in fear, roaring, wailing, and running around. For a moment, they didn't dare to attack the city. This made everyone on the city wall ecstatic. Shuecheng is saved. It's Sect Master Jiang. The white-haired girl beside him seems to be in the Void Refinement realm. So that's the case? It was actually Sect Master Jiang who saved us? No way. There's no one in the Void Refinement realm in the Woyo sect. Then who is that white-haired girl? It doesn't matter who it is. What matters is the result. That's right. The white-haired girl was with Sect Master Jiang, so it was Sect Master Jiang who saved us. Thank you, Sect Master Jiang. Master Jiang, this auntie wants to give birth to a child for you. Master Jiang is so handsome. I now have one more concubine in my harem. Cheers from the city walls. Jiang Mu didn't hear anything at all. Little cutie, Shay hasn't appeared yet? What he was most worried about was Shay. After all, he was the boss. That's right. There's a faint space ripple. The Blackwater Evil's spiritual sense suddenly detected it several miles away from the battlefield. A space ripple appeared then. A humanoid monster jumped out. She described the characteristics of this humanoid monster. Its face resembles a human, with dark, prominent eyes and two black tentacles growing from its forehead. The body is covered with black armor, and the limbs are long and segmented. Judging from his aura, his cultivation is at the refining void realm. And the aura is very strong, far beyond the reach of ordinary void refinement realm cultivators. This describes it's Shay for sure. Jiang Mu's face was solemn as he warned Blackwater Demon. He is Shay, the demon commander of the soul-devouring sandworm demon army and the culprit behind this invasion of the southern border. Brutal, vicious, and extravagant, little cutie, you have to keep an eye on him at all times. When he comes, you can hold him back. Just wait until someone from Xianyang sect arrives tomorrow and that'll be all. Can you do that? Haishuisha patted Wuqi's chest and replied confidently, if it's just a matter of delaying it, it's totally fine. Very good. Thank you for waiting here. I will go back to Lihua Pavilion to rest for a while. Jiang Mu touched her lowly head and was very satisfied. Haishuisha narrowed his eyes and licked his lips. After I return, will there be any reward? Jiang Mu was speechless. What's the good reward for this? Blackwater Demon reached out and grabbed, one day. Jiang Mu suddenly shuddered. Blackwater Demon pinched and grasped the left and right hands skillfully. You can also ask Han Yuqing, she should have learned a few positions by herself. Jiang Mu pushed her hand away. You've been thinking about nonsense all day long. We'll talk about it later. Blackwater Demon turned and hugged his neck. Then this god wants a reward in advance. Jiang Mu was at a loss for words. What do you want? It's broad daylight. Blackwater Demon swallowed his saliva and said, use your spiritual power to stimulate it and give me the essence blood pill. Said, she pressed her moist little mouth hard against Jiang Mu. Essence and blood pill, I see she is worthy of being a demon god. She is so thoughtful. Jiang Mu secretly praised Haishuisha. The essence and blood pill was produced after he used the spiritual power stimulation technique. I remember the time I was in the tomb of the snake god. He had used his spiritual power to stimulate and condense a red essence and blood pill in his Dantian.at that time. He did not catalyze the essence and blood pill, but sent it into the Dantian of the Blackwater Evil. After that, she gained ultimate power and finally succeeded in suppressing the Blackwater Star. Now the words, she can use the power of the void refinement realm. If you have the essence and blood pill, then she can catalyze it at any time, thereby bringing the power of the void refinement realm to its fullest extent. In this way, she doesn't have to worry about Shay at all. Pity. Now Jiang Mu cannot use spiritual power to stimulate that. He pushed her away. Bo. Lips parted, then he said regretfully, because I used Tianjian Luoxing, so for the next period of time, I will not be able to use any spiritual arts or martial arts. This is no different from ordinary people. Hearing this, Haishuisha didn't care. She just wanted to have a bite of Jiang Mu anyway. Then, she turned her eyes and suddenly asked excitedly, you just said that for the next period of time, you will be no different from ordinary people? Jiang Mu nodded, yes. Blackwater Demon became even more excited, then wait for death. Slurp. Jiang Mu wanted to laugh. He wouldn't tell her that good waste was a passive skill. I'm going back to rest. Just deal with Shay well. As long as you can delay until the Xianyang sect's people arrive, you can retreat. There's no need to risk your life. Got it? Jiang Mu gave a few more instructions. Ding Nanrong carried him and flew back into the city. Now this plot, although it is quite different from the original plot, but this is the best he can do. He has tried his best. At least, now there is no need to worry that Shay will capture Shuicheng and kill Shui Yuanshan in advance. There is no need to worry that Shay will confront Ling Outyan and fight against the Blackwater Group in advance. As for the 50,000 monsters, the people of Shuicheng can still hold on. But more people will die. Just hold on until tomorrow, then the plot can be straightened out. When Jiang Mu and the others were about to fly over the city wall, Shui Menghan below suddenly shouted, Jiang Mu. Are you okay, wipe? Shui Menghan actually took the initiative to call him. Listen to the tone, it's a deep concern. This scared Jiang Mu. He didn't want to pay attention to her, but when she called him in front of everyone, he, a loyal and devoted licker, couldn't pretend not to hear her. So he let Ding Nanrong fly down. Jiang Mu. I'm so glad you're okay. Seeing him coming down, Shui Menghan ran up nervously. She subconsciously tried to grab Jiang Mu's hand with both hands, but because she was shy, she only dared to pull the hem of her skirt, and those beautiful eyes scanned Jiang Mu's body. After not seeing any injuries, her nervous heart gradually calmed down. Menghan, I'm fine, thank you for your concern. What about you? Are you hurt? If you get hurt, I'll be very sad. Jiang Mu simply acted like a bootlicker, his face full of concern. I'm fine. Shui Menghan lowered her head in shame, not daring to look at Jiang Mu. Her face started to get hot and her ears turned red. The slender hands that were holding the hem of the skirt were pulling at it helplessly. My little heart is still beating fast. It feels wonderful, but Jiang Mu felt very bad about this. Oh shit, although she looks shy, she is still very young, pretty, and pure, but I'm the villain. The heroine is shy about the villain, what the hell? Yeah, Jiang Mu now really wants to go back to Lihua Pavilion and have a good sleep. By the way, I'm writing a diary to vent my feelings about what happened today. This time, City Lord Shui Yuanshan came to Jiang Mu. Sect Master Jiang. He suddenly bowed and asked solemnly, Master Jiang, I wonder if this meteorite swarm was caused by the girl in the white dress and hair next to you? He looked with awe at the delicate and pretty black water demon who was standing alone above the battlefield, his eyes covered with white gauze. Shui sensed her aura, and it's at the void refinement realm. Jiang Mu knew that the black water demon had appeared in everyone's sight. Then he replied, yes, it was indeed her who did it, but you don't need to know who she is, and don't ask too much. What you have to do now is to defend Xuecheng. Our sect has learned that people from the Xianyang sect will arrive tomorrow. As long as we hold on until tomorrow, Xuecheng will not be destroyed. Shui Yuanshan replied seriously, Shui will definitely live up to your trust. Xuecheng will definitely win. Jiang Mu nodded lightly, then looked at the people around him, but Ling Outyan was not seen. What the hell, the male lead is not here? City Master Shui, where is that country bumpkin? Jiang Mu had no choice but to ask. In fact, he probably guessed it should be that Ling Outman was shot in the abdomen by Han Yucheng and was seriously injured. So I went back to heal. Reporting to Sect Master Jiang, Ling Outyan is recuperating in the City Lord's mansion due to his severe injuries. Well, that's what happened. It doesn't matter. It's not that good even if it's crooked like this. Jiang Muxin was tired. I'm going back now. Goodbye. He called Ding Nanrong behind him and asked her to pick him up and fly back to Lihua Pavilion, but Han Yucheng appeared out of nowhere. Husband. She hugged him happily. He also became clumsy. You were almost hit by a meteorite just now. I'm so worried about you. Are you hurt? Ah. My husband, you seem to have muscle weakness. Let me help you massage it. Her face was full of heartache as she kept checking Jiang Mu's body. However, Jiang Mu moved her away and did not give her a good look. Don't think that just because you care about me, you can be exempted from punishment tonight. Chapter 133. This heroine is beyond saving. Does my husband really want to punish me? I'm so scared. Wu Han Yucheng shrank her head, crossed her arms, and had tears in her eyes. She looks like a little wife who was afraid of being punished for making mistakes. There's no point in being afraid. Jiang Mu was vicious. After that, he was too lazy to continue watching her acting, so he turned to Ding Nanrong and said to take me back to Lihua Pavilion quickly. I feel a little dizzy. He suddenly felt dizzy and faint. The body gradually became manic and hot. He understood the reason. The dizziness was due to the fact that after casting falling stars from the sky, his spiritual energy was drained away and he became weak. The body was feeling wild and hot because the demonic power of the black water evil had not completely disappeared and was now beginning to have a slight backlash. If the body hadn't been strengthened by the medicinal bath, he would have probably collapsed and fainted. Jiang Mu. Are you dizzy? Your skin is still a little red. Is everything okay? Shui Minghan's eyes were full of worry. She was nervous and said to Jiang Mu with courage, why don't you come to the City Lord's mansion to recuperate? Don't go to the Lihua Pavilion. I don't know why when I knew Jiang Mu was going to Lihua Pavilion, she felt very uncomfortable inside. Maybe because it was probably because I was his fiancé. Right, it must be like this. Ah, that's not necessary. Thank you, Menghan, for your concern. Damn, I'm a villain and you, the heroine, actually invite me to your house. Are you addicted to being licked? This heroine is beyond saving. Jiang Mu was too tired to complain. He didn't dare stay any longer, fearing that things would get worse. So he hurriedly urged Ding Nanrong, hurry up, I'm going to faint from the heat. Finished. He simply rolled his eyes and collapsed in Ding Nanrong's soft arms. Ding Nanrong hugged him who had a fever then. It flew directly towards Lihua Pavilion at an extremely fast speed over the battlefield. A black water demon with two fluttering white ponytails. He was using his spiritual sense to monitor the sandy river several miles away. This beast, why doesn't it attack me? Haishuisha felt very strange. She found out that Shade has been watching this side and has no intention of moving. As for the 50,000 monsters on the battlefield below, they seem to have received orders from Shade. They did not continue to attack Xuecheng, but instead gnawed on the corpses of the dead monsters to replenish their physical strength after a while. What's that beast doing? Haishuisha was stunned for a moment. She saw that the sand river actually disappeared into the void. It disappeared in an instant. Are they retreating? She could no longer detect Shay's presence, and the group of monsters below escaped into the sand river. They also evacuated quickly one after another. It only takes a moment. This battlefield was originally filled with roars and wailing. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop of this sudden scene. Everyone in Xuecheng was stunned. What's going on? The demon army retreated? It seems so. Why did they retreat? Someone with a sharp mind can come up with a guess. TSK. According to this young master's speculation, this demon soldier must have seen how handsome I am, so he ran away out of inferiority. Pooh, shameless. Hit him. Crockle. According to my guess, the demon army must be afraid of that white-haired girl in the void refinement realm, right? That's right. Her meteorite group spiritual technique just now actually killed 50,000 monsters at once. How terrifying. Although, will the demon army come again? Come if you want. The Buyang 7, will make sure they never return. TSK, 7 ugly bastards, Crockle. Help. I didn't say anything this time. Your eyes betray you, X7 crackling crack. The beating-haired IT didn't attract Xue Menghan's attention. She looked at the pitted and bloody battlefield. The ground was littered with the remains of gnawed monster bones. There was no living monster in sight. Dad, did the demon army really retreat? She couldn't believe it. They should have retreated temporarily. Shui Yuanshan couldn't figure it out either. He stroked his beard, looked at the black water demon in the distance, and guessed, maybe because the powerful spiritual technique of that girl in the void refinement realm killed 50,000 demon beasts. It must have frightened Shay, but Shay is leading 300,000 demon soldiers to attack the southern border, so there is no way they will just give up, though he has temporarily retreated today, but the next siege, it could be more intense. After all, the Monster Mountain Range is a rich source of monsters. Shui Yuanshan thought for a moment and said to Xue Menghan seriously, Honor, I have a feeling that Xueqing will most likely fall. While it's safe now, return to the city lord's mansion immediately. Then we will take the injured Master Ling with us and head to Yuzhou and enter the Chinyu Empire. Now that you are the sister of the Empress Chinyu, no one in Yuzhou dares to touch you after. From now on, you should stay by the Empress' side. Xue Menghan shook his head fiercely and said firmly, the daughter will never leave her father. I will live and die with Xueqing. Shui Yuanshan was moved and relieved, but on the surface, he looked very disappointed and scolded, Honor, be obedient, your mother's last wish. I just hope that when you grow up, you can stay by the Empress's side to practice and protect her. Do you want to go against your mother's wishes? You must set off before midnight tonight. Hearing my mother's last wish, Xue Menghan's eyes gradually turned red. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, her voice slightly choked. What about you, father? Shui Yuanshan said solemnly, don't worry, although I am in the Guiyuan realm, I have already stepped half a foot into the Lianshu realm. It won't be that easy for me to die. But. No need for buts. As the Lord of Shui City, I have a heavy responsibility on my shoulders and cannot be swayed by personal emotions. Honor, you must understand this. Father. Be good, go. Daughter knows. Xue Menghan wiped her tears. Finally, he jumped off the city wall reluctantly. He walked back towards the city lord's mansion with a heavy heart. Only she had secretly decided not to take Ling Outyan with her to the Chinyu Empire. The person she was thinking about and wanted to take with her was Jiang Mu. So tonight, she decided to go to Lihua Pavilion to find Jiang Mu, watching Xue Menghan's disappearing back. Shui Yuanshan sighed deeply. He gently stroked the worn ring on the ring finger of his left hand. That was a token of love given by his wife Yunlan. Lan'er. For Honor's safety, I had no choice but to fabricate your will to deceive her. You won't blame your husband, will you? My husband misses you. At this moment above the battlefield, the black water evil has been detecting with his spiritual sense. Final confirmation, Shay and the 50,000 monsters. It was indeed a complete retreat. This made her very unhappy. What is this god going to do? Should we continue waiting, or go back to Lihua Pavilion directly? But that bastard said he wanted me to hold off until the Xianyang sex people arrive tomorrow. She originally thought she could meet Shay for a while to kill time, but now Shay has run away, then she would be bored staying in the air alone. Let's wait and see. If the demon army had not returned to attack the city, then I will go back to Lihua Pavilion. The black water demon couldn't help but stick out his long forked tongue and lick the little mouth. The son of a bitch is now in his mortal state. I wonder how he will cope when this god's demonic power backfires on him. I really want to go back and help him land. Slurp. At the same time, hundreds of miles away from Xueqing, deep in a forest, in a hidden underground cave. A ripple in space appeared. Then a humanoid monster with insect limbs and shell fell from space. Shay's dark, prominent eyes rolled around excitedly. Lihua really didn't lie to me. That white-haired girl is really the leader of the Black Water Snake Clan. The Black Water Demon finally found you. Ha 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 ha. The long-hunted Black Water Demon was found. Shay laughed wildly with excitement. Next. As long as we capture her alive and devour her soul, which is at the level of a demon god. So, I will definitely be able to break through to the void realm. Ha 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 ha. Shay laughed wildly again. He seemed to see himself breaking through to the void realm and ruling the world. He even saw the scene of himself replacing the Lord of the Wilderness, Shabilawan. At this time, there is a huge black stone tablet in the center of the cave. It emitted a dazzling light. Then a hazy figure of a woman with curvy figures emerged on the stone tablet. Shade was in a good mood and spoke first. Liwa, you are right. That white-haired girl is indeed the black water demon. Ha 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 ha. The wild laughter echoed in the cave for a long time, but Liwa was not happy at all. She asked angrily, Shay, why didn't you capture the black water demon and instead withdrew your troops? She was really angry for Jiang Mu's transformation and teleportation. So she carefully made a thorough plan. This plan consists of 3 steps. First, he secretly informed Shade of the information about Haishuisha, and Shay went to capture Haishuisha, leaving Haishuisha no time to care about Jiang Mu. Second, let Lu Chura lead Ding Nanrong away from Jiang Mu. Third, he would personally tame the isolated and helpless Jiang Mu completely. Originally, the first step was about to succeed, but Shay actually retreated and did not fight with Haishuisha. This is how it happens. The black water demon may return to Jiang Mu at any time. This also disrupted her Liwa's plan. Sheikh sneered and replied, although the black water demon's aura is weaker than this commander. But no matter what, she is a genuine demon god, with rich combat experience, and is difficult to capture alive, and you saw her kill 50,000 monsters at once. This is something even I can't do. If we rashly start a war with her, I'm not 100% sure I can capture her alive. Who knows what she might have up her sleeve. So I will temporarily withdraw my troops. Liwa asked unhappily, for the time being? Then when do you plan to capture her again? Shahi said sinisterly, tomorrow at noon. Because I, the clever commander, have come up with an idea that has a 90% chance of capturing her alive. Liwa Pavilion inside the Imperial Suite. Jiang Mu was helped by Ding Nanrong to lie down on the gorgeous big soft bed. He at this moment I am becoming increasingly dizzy and weak, the skin is getting redder and the body is getting more and more manic and hot. Your demonic power is slightly backlashing. Can you withstand it? Ding Nanrong frowned slightly. She was worried that Jiang Mu, in his mortal state, would not be able to withstand the backlash of the demonic power. Ronger, help me. Jiang Mu suppressed his restlessness. The slight backlash of demonic power actually only requires him to fight and vent, but now he has no spiritual power and his body is still very weak, so he can't fight at all. So it is more difficult to endure, and I am afraid that the heat will damage the internal organs, meridians, etc. If he fell into a coma, it would be even more dangerous. Ding Nanrong naturally knew this too. She immediately used the water element secret technique. 2 water dragons as thick as arms extended from her arms. A water dragon wrapped around Jiang Mu's waist and rolled him up from the bed. Another water dragon washed Jiang Mu's skin back and forth from top to bottom. What Ding Nanrong had to do was to inject spiritual power into Jiang Mu's body to help him cool down comprehensively and continuously, until the backlash of the demonic power is complete. It's just that the process is a bit inelegant because Jiang Mu was too hot. I in front of her slowly raised his head. The frequency is getting faster and faster. Chapter 134. They are hairy. Perhaps the truth of rhythm is too difficult to look at directly. So Ding Nanrong used a secret technique to forcefully inject spiritual power into every corner of Jiang Mu's body. To speed up the backlash of demonic power and shorten the time, but in this way. Hiss. It hurts. Ronger, be gentle. Jiang Mu grimaced, feeling stinging and numb from her injection. I almost fainted. Ding Nanrong ignored his request. Even for efficiency, she simply stripped him down to his underwear with ease to facilitate the infusion of spiritual power. There is a lot of spiritual power, just bear with it. She controlled 2 water dragons to completely wrap Jiang Mu's body, then inject a large amount of spiritual power. The injection made him twitch repeatedly. A few minutes later, the heat in Jiang Mu's body has been greatly reduced. The backlash of demonic power was also ended prematurely. How do you feel now? Ding Nanrong took back the 2 water dragons, then he laid him flat on the big bed. I don't feel well. Jiang Mu still felt dizzy and weak and wanted to sleep, but somewhere he was extremely restless and couldn't sleep alone. Ronger, why don't you go and call Han Yuqing over? She's at the Yingbin restaurant in the north of the city, which is a bit far. Should we call her? Ding Nanrong suddenly understood, watching the truth that seemed to be about to burst out of the cloth. Her face flushed and her earlobes became hot. As his personal maid, she has been taking care of him for 3 years. Over the past 3 years, in fact, she has seen scenes that are even more revealing than this, even fingers touched it. But every time she remained calm except hot, like iron. I didn't feel anything else, let alone blush, but now, she already knew that they would become Taoist companions in the future. They will definitely intertwine. Not so much so that now she feels it is quite shocking. I don't know what it would feel like to be inside. It should be similar to the mobile game when the water poison attacks, right? Or is it the same as when he was with Shui Manghan or Haishuisha? Ding Nanrong shook off these messy thoughts. She thought for a while, then shook her head and said, you are currently unable to use spiritual martial arts and are in the state of immortal. What if someone wants to harm you? So, I can't leave your side. This what should I do if you don't go and call Han Yuqing, even with the blessing of a good waist? I'm afraid my hands will be useless if I'm alone. The girl from Liwa Pavilion is not open for business again, and now you can't untie those few pounds of charm. Jiang Muden glanced at the proud arc several times in pain, then he assured her, don't worry, we are now in the anti-demon period. And this is still the Emperor's suite in Lihua Pavilion, so no one will come to see me. Ronger, go call Han Yuqing now. Or you can just go there secretly without being discovered. Is that so? Ding Nanrong frowned slightly, still a little worried, but since Jiang Mu said it's okay, then it's okay. So he nodded and said, I'll go now, please be careful. She took a look at the thing, just walked out of the room. Jiang was left lying helplessly on the big soft bed. Well, Han Yuqing was originally going to come over at night to finish the storyline that I had tortured her with. But now I've called you in advance. It doesn't matter, it's all the dog system's fault. Oh, right. When Han Yuqing comes, let's melt her essence. Not bad, not bad. In fact, he wanted Han Yuqing to come over, not for any other reason, but just to try out the body of integrated cultivation to see if he could gain her improved cultivation. After all, if these skills are mastered, they can be brought back to reality. It's great. Jiang Mu opened the reward panel. Reward, body of fusion and cultivation introduction, come work for me. You can integrate your own blood essence into the body of other characters. When other characters improve their cultivation, you can gain 0-10% of their cultivation. Note, the cultivation gain can be brought back to the real world after completing the game. Characters whose blood essence is melted. Oh, Black Water Evil, Demon God Realm, 0 turn, cumulative cultivation, none. No cultivation has been obtained yet. Jiang Mu understood what this meant. Only when the Black Water Evil recovers to the Demon God Realm and continues to improve his cultivation, he can only obtain 0-10% of these cultivations. So to speak, now it is impossible to fleece the Black Water Evil. Well, she's hairless. Then let's grab Han Yuqing and Ding Nanrongs. They're very hairy. Jiang Mu was looking forward to it. Han Yuqing is at the 9th level of Qihai realm, and Ding Nanrong is at the Guiyuan realm. These two women will make breakthroughs in the middle and late stages. So they have these wolves that if you don't pull it out, it will be in vain. If you pull it out, it will be in vain. As for whether it will affect the plot, Jiang Mu was not worried at all. After all, so far, the rewards for writing a diary have all been positive. This shows that the dog system still has some conscience. Before Han Yuqing comes, let's write today's diary first. I hope to get an amazing reward to soothe my tired and fragile heart. The other side, City Lord's mansion. In the center of the back garden, there is a private lightning boat. Miss, all the supplies have been stored in the spacecraft. Well, you guys go down. Shui Menghan asked the maids to leave. Looking at her own personal lightning ship, her eyes revealed worry and reluctance. Before midnight in the evening, she would follow her father Shui Yuanshan's instructions and leave Shueqing. She knew Shui Yuanshan was protecting her. If she didn't leave, Shui Yuanshan would be distracted and unable to fight the monster effectively. Father, you must be safe. Shui Menghan's eye sockets began to turn red again. At this time, a loud laugh came from the corridor. Ha ha ha. Menghan. When did you come back? Why didn't you tell me? Shui Menghan adjusted her mood and turned around to look. It's Ling Outyan. The bloody hole in his abdomen was wrapped in white cloth and his condition had stabilized. Next to him was an ordinary-looking woman. Wanner, why is she following Ling Outyan? Shui Menghan felt strange, but it was none of her business, and she had no interest in knowing. This is my home. I can come back whenever I want. Why should I tell you? Shui Menghan didn't want to talk to Ling Outyan, just about to turn around and leave. I don't know why when I met Ling Outyan she suddenly didn't want to wait until night to go to Lihua Pavilion to call Jiang Mu. She wants to go now. Menghan, wait a minute. Ling Outyan subconsciously stepped forward to hold her back. Shui Menghan frowned and dodged his hand. He said with an unhappy expression, Master Ling, men and women should not touch each other. This is a principle that even a 3-year-old child understands. Don't you understand? I'm sorry, I was reckless. Ling Outyan withdrew his hand and touched his nose awkwardly. Then he glanced at the private lightning ship behind her. Then he said seriously, Menghan, I promised the city lord that I would protect you. I see you've prepared a private spaceship. Where are you going? I have to stay with you. As soon as these words came out, Wanner beside him, I immediately became unhappy. She looked at Shui Menghan with jealousy. When I saw Shui Menghan's perfect figure, beautiful and delicate face, and felt her youthful and beautiful aura, her jealousy turned into envy. The most beautiful woman in Shueqing. So what? The person who made Master Ling a man was me. Wanner was jealous and proud, and immediately took Ling Outyan's arm. He raised his eyebrows at Shui Menghan with a smug look on his face. It seems to be declaring, I am the queen. However, Shui Menghan didn't even look at her, just politely said to Ling Outyan, Mr. Ling first. Thank you very much for helping me in the Monster Mountain Range. In return, I have invited you to Shueqing, introduced you to some connections, and provided you with training supplies, so it's settled. Secondly, where I go is my personal business, you don't have to worry about it. Whoever you like to accompany has nothing to do with me. Now, what else do you want? This, Ling Outyan scratched his head, feeling embarrassed for a moment. After all, he had promised Shui Yuanshan to protect Shui Menghan, and he personally wanted to protect her. He said with a firm look, Menghan, these are extraordinary times, whether you like it or not. I have to protect you. Your safety comes first to me. Shui Menghan was too lazy to listen any further, and interrupted with a wave of her hand in a very aggressive tone. Mr. Ling, if you didn't hear clearly, then I'll say it again. None of your business is my business. Finished. He turned around and walked out of the garden. Menghan. Alas! Ling Outyen smiled bitterly. No wait, he had no choice but to stay by the private lightning boat and wait for Shui Menghan to come back. In fact, people with a temper like Shui Menghan, if he likes it very much, she is spoiled, rebellious, but also well-educated and polite, simple, shy, yet generous and decent. Plus, she had just turned 16 and was in the prime of her youth, regardless of figure, appearance, or temperament. They are all several levels higher than Wan Er. So a unique and beautiful girl like Shui Menghan, he, Ling Outyen, must be pursued. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Shui Menghan was familiar with the place. Soon they arrived at the entrance of Lihua Pavilion. The Lihua Pavilion has been deserted these days, but you can still smell the scent of rouge coming from it. Shui Menghan was very dissatisfied with the smell. Snort. Asshole, why don't you come to live in my house and come to this shady place? What's so good about this shabby place? She pushed the door open and walked in. Then I got into trouble, because she didn't know which room Jiang Mu was in. At this time, she suddenly felt something. That bastard started writing in a diary? He quickly called out his diary, watched with curiosity. Chapter 135, Raccoon and M. Chapter 135, Raccoon. M. March 23, dark clouds gathered. There are too many bad things. The main plot of the demon army attacking the city is distorted, very distorted. I just want to curse. However, I am an intellectual of the new century. I must be civilized, well-educated, and magnanimous. Fuck. Black water demon, kill me. Han Yuqing, fly me. Shui Menghan, ha. Lihua, Lu Churu, sister Lihua, don't stop. Ha, I feel a little better. Writing a diary can really relieve stress, and you can also get rewards. This is the most conscientious aspect of the dog system. Although the main storyline is distorted. But it's not completely distorted. At least now there is still a chance to get it back. As long as Xueqing can withstand the 50,000 demon army. And if the cutie can successfully hold Shade back until the Shenyang sex troops arrive tomorrow, then there should be no problem. Damn, now that my erection is standing tall, it suddenly feels like a little cutie's tongue, forked yyds. Do you miss my tongue? Slurp. Over the battlefield, Haishuisha used his spiritual sense to detect and guard against Shay's counterattack. At the same time, he was flipping through the diary with a sinister smile, it seems. The bastard is getting hot because of the backlash of his demonic power. Also, when the little cutie stretches his neck and opens his mouth, it can pass through his throat. Black water demon, gulp, Han Yuqing, it's so hard to breathe. Shui Menghan, what do you mean? Lihua, Lu Churu, sister Lihua continues to shock. Her duck-sitting pose is also very cute, and it is even cuter when she holds her twin tails while swaying. If I wasn't counting on her to hold Shade back and help the plot unfold, I'd have wanted her to come back and sit for a whole day. Now I can only rely on Ronger. I hope she can quickly get to the Yingbin restaurant in the north of the city and bring Han Yuqing over. Han Yuqing, hey! Sister Rong, come here quickly. I just used my husband's mold to teach myself a reverse move. Thank goodness I have a good waist, otherwise, in my mortal state, I would definitely be thrown to the ground by her. Ding Nan Rong went to the north of the city? Dark night building, in a room on the 7th floor. On the bed, the tabby cat lying on Lu Churu while shaking the foxtail between the two of them, he looked at Jiang Mu's private diary in his hand. There was excitement in her charming eyes. That is to say, Ding Nan Rong isn't with Jiang Mu? The black water demon hasn't come back yet? And Jiang Mu is actually in a mortal state? What a great opportunity. The more Lihua thought about it, the more excited he became. The fox was so excited that its tail began to swing faster. Final, yo. Ugh. 2 arrows of holy light shot out, collided with each other, and dispersed into shimmering waves of light. Lihua quickly jumped off the bed, retracted her tail and put on her clothes. Looking at Lu Churu with a blushing face, she gave him a cunning fox smile. Xiao, sister needs your help. What's the matter? Lu Churu smoothed her hair, which was wet with sweat. At the same time, he called out the diary, glanced at it, and understood what Lihua meant. Do you want me to stop Ding Nan Rong? She knew that Lihua's goal was to get Jiang Mu's transformation and teleportation skills. Now that Jiang Mu is alone, it is a good opportunity for Lihua to tame him. That's right. Lihua wiped Lu Churu with a reluctant look because Shay did not capture the black water demon. Her plan could not be carried out. So I came to Dark Knight Tower to find Lu Churu to vent. Unexpectedly, Ding Nanrong happened to go to the north of the city. That would be a good opportunity to ask Lu Churu to hold Ding Nanrong back, and myself. You can then go back to Lihua Pavilion secretly to fuck Jiang Mu. Xiao Ro, the fate of my fox clan depends on you. Lihua lifted Lu Churu's chin and took a breath, then he jumped out of the window excitedly, flying straight towards Lihua Pavilion. Jiang Mu was still unaware of the impending crisis. At this moment, I am still writing in my diary on the big soft bed. Forget it, I don't want to write anymore. See if there's any reward. He closed the diary. I waited for a long time, but no reward came. Then write some more. So I opened my diary and continued writing, and the first floor lobby Shui Menghan found the madam and asked, I'm asking you, which room is Sect Master Jiang in? Because this is a place for fun.so even if Shui Manghan has a clear conscience. My face couldn't help but turn red. The madam looked troubled. Shui Chen Jin, Sect Master Jiang has given instructions. He doesn't want to be disturbed by anyone. As he said this, he glanced at Shui Manghan's red face and was very surprised. This is incredible. This is incredible. Miss Shui actually came to Lihua Pavilion to find sect leader Jiang during the anti-demon campaign. Is it because last time she got hooked up with that powerful and handsome young man, so now she wants to try sect master Jiang? After all, sect leader Jiang is her fiancé who loves her and is very handsome. TSK, these upper-class people play even more chaotic games than us in Lihua Pavilion. Sect leader Jiang probably doesn't know that there is already a green grassland above his head. With his frail body, I wonder if Miss Shui can even help him out by supporting his waist. The madam's eyes, which had discerning eyes for countless women, secretly scanned Shui Minghan's figure. High waist, straight body, pure and beautiful, with flowing skirt and hair. The 16-year-old girl is so beautiful. Although sect leader Jiang lost money, he still made a profit. Then I'll find it myself. You go ahead and do your work. Shui Menghan asked the madam to leave and had to go upstairs to look for it herself. At this time, the diary has been updated. So just continue reading. Alas, I really don't want to complain anymore. That number 1 female lead, Shui Menghan, is actually crazy about me. There will be a plot later where I will forcefully hug her and kiss her. Of course, the result was a failure, and my limbs were crippled. But if she keeps being shy with me, or even being a bitch to me, is she afraid she will forcefully hug and kiss me? TSK. Who wants to kiss you? You're just being sentimental, snort. Shui Minghan's face turned as red as a tomato. However, he denied it, but I don't know why, but I feel happy there is actually a little bit of expectation. Besides, I'm so handsome, what if she has a deeper conversation with me? Then she's just like Black Water Demon, her character design is ruined. I dare not think about it, I cannot think about it. In-depth communication? Shui Menghan pondered. She didn't understand why communication would ruin her character. It's normal for two people to communicate and talk to each other, right? But anyway. As the heroine, I, the villain, must lick her. There will only be more and more stories between us in the future. This also effectively aroused Ling Aotian's hatred and allowed the conflict to continue to escalate. It's an old trick. After this demon army finishes attacking the city. Shui Menghan will follow Shui Yuanshan's instructions and go to the Changyu Empire in Yuzhou to serve as Chang Yuanmeng's personal guard. As a devoted licker, of course I will lick her wherever she is. The diary suddenly stopped. This made Shui Menghan feel strange. Sudden, the imperial suite on the top floor, there were screams of terror. Fuck. The screams seemed to be muffled by something. Come to an abrupt end. Talk, I'm under a lot of pressure, please don't push me to update. Chapter 135, abridged. The cry just now, it's Jiang Mu. Shui Menghan immediately ran to the center of the hall and looked up at the top floor. The structure of Lihua Pavilion is similar to a hollow ring tower. So the screams coming from the top floor were loud and clear. Did something happen to him? I don't know what happened. Shui Menghan felt very anxious, fearing that Jiang Mu, in his mortal state, would encounter an accident. So he mobilized his spiritual power to his legs without hesitation. Then he stepped on the railings and quickly jumped up one floor after another, quickly jumped to the top floor. Finally, we arrived at the door of an imperial suite. Jiang Mu. Are you okay in there? Shui Menghan shouted loudly, and knocked on the door hard. However, there was no response. Tong Biquan. She decisively used her martial arts, gathered her spiritual power, and punched out with both fists at high speed. The delicate fist was surrounded by flowing light and was full of momentum. Bang 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 bang. The solid door was blown into pieces. Jiang. As soon as Shui Menghan entered the door, she screamed in fright and her mind went blank in an instant. Damn it, Shui Menghan is here too? Fuck. Why? Jiang Mu felt very desperate. I was just writing in my diary. Li was suddenly rushed in from outside the window. That's right. It's Tabby Catkins. He naturally understood Li was purpose. I just want to get his transformation and teleportation skills. But what is Shui Menghan doing here? It crashed. It crashed. What a bullshit plot. At the same time Jiang Mu was in despair, Li Hua suddenly appeared behind Shui Menghan. Same fragrance enchantment technique. Me. Shui Menghan felt very strange when his eyes moved to Jiang Mu, just rolled his eyes. He actually fainted on the floor. Li Hua. Jiang Mu. The air fell into silence. After a short while, Li Hua squatted down to check Shui Menghan's condition. It was discovered that his spiritual energy was disordered and his qi and blood were unstable. Apparently he fainted from excessive excitement. I wanted to knock you out, but now I can save some energy. Li Hua no longer paid attention to Shui Menghan, who suddenly broke in. She had to seize the time and take advantage of the opportunity when Lu Churu blocked Ding Nanrong and Han Yuqing. Get Jiang Mu. She stood up and looked at Jiang Mu, who was lying on the bed in a state of panic, with a charming smile. Little guy. Jiang Mu was speechless. If it weren't for the mortal state he had already escaped using the extreme flash and now he could only watch as Li Hua limped towards him. Puff. She also popped out a white fox tail. Jiang Mu is now like a fish on the chopping board, and can only be slaughtered. Li Hua made hand seals and performed the Fox Clan's secret technique. Fox soul engraving. She slowly condensed her soul into her tail. You have been struck by the fox soul mark of my fox clan. From now on, you will be obsessed with me and only me. Liwa grinned with delight and couldn't help licking his sharp fox fangs. I didn't expect it to be so easy to succeed. So next. As long as the soul of this clone is completely imprinted in Jiang Mu's body, then it would be difficult for Jiang Mu to leave her. From today on, you are mine. In his mind, Liwa was looking forward to the scene of himself learning the transformation and teleportation techniques. As long as she teaches this advanced transformation technique to her tribe members, then her white fox clan will be able to live more freely in the human race's Kyushu continent, greatly improving safety and teleportation. She will use this teleportation technique to find the legendary glass wonderland. If you successfully find the fairyland, you will obtain the power of Lioli Fairy's fairy soul. So she can use the power of the immortal soul to nourish the fox immortal soul of her fox clan in order to repair and consolidate the fox immortal's constantly fading power. In this way, her white fox clan will not have to worry about losing the fox fairy and falling out of the list of the 3 major demon clans. And Jiang Mu has so many secrets. Maybe in the future, we can find a way to solve the problem of the fox clan's inability to reproduce from Jiang Mu. So looking forward to it. Liwa showed a satisfied and happy fox smile. Little guy, you made me bleed so much. The words were not yet finished. She suddenly felt dizzy. The whole room started to spin. What's going on? She saw it in confusion. A headless body. Whose is that? Immediately following. A beautiful woman in a blue dress appeared out of nowhere. Everything fell into endless darkness. Licking face and pushing books. Recommend 2 books by friends. 1. After rebirth, my ex-girlfriend, a top student, chased me back to Unmuchu and filed for divorce from Jean Bea. On the day they received their divorce certificate, an accident brought him back to life. He thought that going back to the past would allow him to avoid his ex-girlfriend and not experience the regrets of his past life. But he never expected that Jean Bea would suddenly stand in front of him and ask to be his girlfriend. Student Duanmu, do you have a partner? No. Can I chase you then? No. This book is also known as My Love Tug of War with My Painter Ex-Girlfriend. Point 2. Mage's Life Simulator Introduction. If you don't have enough qualifications, try simulation. At the beginning, he activated the life simulator and kept breaking through himself. He finally used the simulator to break free from the death deadlock and thought he was about to reach the peak of his life. Belial never expected that everything was just the beginning. This is a story about a group of cheating time travelers who are killing each other. Chapter 136. At the same time, a Joyo quenching valley, under a huge tree on a small hill in the valley. Puff. A beautiful white fox demon girl suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood sprayed on the face of the little girl in her arms. The little girl felt aggrieved when she was sprayed. Stupid sister, why are you vomiting blood? The little girl's eyes suddenly turned around. Oh, I see. That's it. I'm giving you some worms to replenish your blood, eh? She took an insect out of the bag and handed it to the enchantress with a snicker. The insect was blood red in color, palm-sized, and shaped like a pig, with yellow gas emitting from its tail. Eat your head. This pig godworm can replenish essence and blood, but it will make you fart for a long time after eating it, you clever little ghost. The enchantress glared at the little girl and put the pig insect back into the cloth bag and then take out a silk scarf. He wiped the blood off the little girl's face. My clone, Liwa, died, causing my soul to suffer a backlash. But I'll be fine after recuperating for a while. Ah? My sister's clone is dead? The little girl tilted her head and looked behind the enchantress. There were originally 4 tails there, but now there are only 3. Don't be afraid, look, I'll make another one for you. The little girl grabbed one of the fox tails of the enchantress with great interest, then she made hand seals with her little hands. Waves of light began to surround her body, and her young face revealed a cold and charming temperament that did not belong to a child. Not for now. The enchantress stopped the little girl's action and smiled charmingly. Our goal is to obtain Jiang Mu's transformation and teleportation techniques, now. A portion of my fox spirit, Liwa's clone, has already gathered within Jiang Mu's body, although the small part of the fox spirit cannot completely tame him, and cannot make him fall in love with Liwa alone. But as long as he has sex with a woman other than Liwa, his life will be eaten away by the fox spirit bit by bit. If he wants to get rid of the fox spirit, he has no choice but to come to me in person and beg me. After the enchantress wiped the little girl's face, then he combed her pigtails again, his eyes full of doting. Jiang Mu has many secrets. Maybe we can find a way to break the curse on you from him. Hearing this, the little girl's bright eyes flashed with brilliance. Really, that's great. Once I'm free from the spell and become an adult again, I can continue to bully my silly sister. When my silly sister falls asleep, I will secretly use my tail, enchanter? Bang bang bang. Oh, silly sister, you hit my butt. You don't love me anymore. When I become an adult again, I will use my 4 tails, pa 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 pa. Wow, Liwa Pavilion inside the Imperial Suite. Husband. How are you? Did that bitch Liwa hurt you? After Hanyu untied Jiang Mu, he anxiously gave him several full-body examinations. Before this, she came to Liwa Pavilion with Ding Nanrong. On the way, he met the owner of Dark Knight Tower, Luchuru. She didn't expect that the old witch was so powerful that she could stop her and Ding Nanrong with her own power. If she hadn't used the void invisibility, she wouldn't have been able to escape and come here to kill Liwa. Husband, I didn't notice if you were injured. How do you feel now? Han Yuqing was anxious but also curious. She checked it up and down, front and back several times. No abnormality was found in Jiang Mu's body, but she didn't believe that Liwa would not do anything to Jiang Mu. Don't worry, I'm not hurt. I was raped by Liwa simply because I'm handsome. I'm fine now. Jiang Mu didn't know how to explain it, so he just made up a reasonable excuse to get away with it. Although Han Yuqing could not find any abnormality in his body, but he felt it deeply. A part of Liwa's fox soul is engraved in his body. Damn, luckily Han Yuqing arrived in time, otherwise, once Liwa has imprinted her entire soul into me, I will probably become her plaything and it will be difficult for me to leave her. Jiang Mu kissed Han Yuqing's pretty face fiercely and praised her. Sincerely, my wife arrived just in time. Hey hey. Han Yuqing laughed charmingly with smugness. Since Jiang Mu said it was okay, she was no longer worried. And now this situation. Talk. Chapter 135. I went in for a week and the investment failed. Sorry. Chapter 137. She was smiling. Where can I find such a good opportunity? Husband, she decisively seized the future. Jiang Mu! Exclamation point. Originally he now it is being haunted by Liwa's fox spirit. It just so happens that I can take this opportunity to use the co-cultivation body on Han Yuqing to help her improve her cultivation in the future. In the future, she will break through to the Guiyuan realm and the Lianxu realm, so it would be a waste not to grab her. Then Jiang Mu threw the quilt out of the bed and covered the unconscious Shui Menghan. Then suddenly Han Yuqing gradually Jiang Mu used the body of fusion of essence and cultivation to condense a marble-sized ball of blood and essence in his heart. The sun sets in the west and the moon is full on the branches. Ah. Aha. Aha. Jiang Mu felt a headache. What was the original plot? Abuse her and punish her? Pooh. No matter how you look at it now, it's a reward for her. Oh, it's all distorted. The plot is completely distorted. It doesn't matter. At this point, there's no point in thinking about anything. Jiang Mu adjusted his mentality and mood, then click on the rewards panel, check out the effects of integration of essences and cultivation. Reward, body of fusion and cultivation introduction, come work for me. You can integrate your own blood essence into the body of other characters. When other characters improve their cultivation, you can gain 0-10% of their cultivation. Note, the cultivation gain can be brought back to the real world after completing the game. Characters whose blood essence is melted. A Black Water Evil, Demon God Realm, 0 turn, Han Yuqing, Chi High Realm, 9th level, cumulative cultivation value, none is still not available. Then when Han Yuqing improves her cultivation, she should have it. Jiang Mu was quite looking forward to it, then I felt pain in my balls again. Damn, this lousy cat. From now on, if I'm with a woman other than her, my life will be absorbed by that fox spirit of hers. It's just very raw. He knows the fox soul mark not only makes you fall in love with Liwa, but also absorbs his vitality. Whenever he was with a woman other than Liwa, his life would be absorbed by the fox spirit. He had just spent the entire afternoon with Han Yuqing, and some of his life force had already been absorbed, unless you find Liwa's true body to remove this part of the fox soul. Otherwise, Black Water Demon, Han Yuqing, and the mid to late stage monster Ding Nanrong. Maybe it's like the more you asterisk, the faster you die. What's the point of having such a nice waist? Damn, we can only take it one step at a time. At this time, a woman flew in from outside the window. Romer, did you send Menghan back to the city lord's mansion? Why did it take so long? Did something happen to her? Jiang Mu withdrew his thoughts and asked hurriedly. The person who came was Ding Nanrong. During the time he was absorbed into life, Ding Nanrong had already forced Lu Chura to retreat and rushed back. Yes, she was sent back a long time ago. She was just unconscious. She's fine. That's good. Jiang Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, if Shui Menghan hadn't barged in, it would have delayed Liwa for some time, then he probably sent it. Ding Nanrong's expression suddenly became serious and she said, I just went to the battlefield outside the city and found that the little cutie was not there. Not here? He must have moved to another battlefield during the battle with Shay. Jiang Mu guessed so. After all, it is normal for two cultivators in the void refinement realm to use space magic to escape in a battle, although the Black Water Demon cannot kill Shay, but relying on her combat experience and divine awareness in the Demon God realm, it is not difficult to hold back Shay. Ding Nanrong shook her head and said, I asked City Lord Shui, and he said that from beginning to end, there was only little cutie above the battlefield, and Shay did not appear. Jiang Mu was stunned for a moment. What's going on? Ding Nanrong continued, according to Shui Yuanshan's description. The little cutie took the initiative to leave the battlefield and headed south, which is the direction of the Monster Mountain Range. Shui Yuanshan was curious and concerned about Shui Chang's safety, so he did not hesitate to consume a large amount of demon cores to activate the secret treasure to sense her every move, but at the same time, I could vaguely sense that there were flashes of blood in the sky, demonic power rising to the sky, and demons wailing. A flash of blood? Demonic power soaring to the sky? The wailing of demons. Jiang Mu's expression also became serious. Having reincarnated dozens of times, he was naturally familiar with this situation. That is a unique method of refining and sacrificing used by the demon race. By refining and sacrificing monster beasts, one can condense astonishing demonic power. If you absorb this demonic power, you will gain explosive power. Could it be that Shay was refining and sacrificing his 50,000 demon soldiers to increase his own strength? It shouldn't be possible. Without the demon army, Shay could not occupy Shueching at all. Besides, Xiao Bailuan would not allow him to do so. But anyway, and now Haishuisha has discovered this abnormality. That's why I took the initiative to find out. Ronger, take me to find her. Jiang Mu was a little worried and decided to go check on the Black Water Demon, and through the master-servant relationship, it was easier for him to find the location of the Black Water Evil. Ding Nanrong refused. No, you don't have any spiritual energy, so you can't use any spiritual martial arts. Forehead. Jiang Mu just remembered that the cooldown time for casting falling stars from the sky had not yet ended, but it will be over in a few hours. It's okay. I'll be back in less than 2 hours. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Ding Nanrong indifferently. Then wait for you to recover first, and don't put up a dangerous wall. Finished, then walked to the guest bedroom. He closed his eyes and sat in meditation on the cushion. This, alright. No way, even he, the sect leader, cannot change the decision made by Ding Nanrong, the personal maid. So I had no choice but to wait. Well, I'll take this opportunity to finish writing the diary that I haven't finished today. So he covered Han Yuqing with a blanket, then got up and put on his clothes. Then he went to the table and called out the diary. Start writing. Chapter 138. I'm so handsome, it would be dangerous if I went there. Damn, Liwa's character design is ruined. While Ding Nanrong was looking for Han Yuqing, she took advantage of the situation and sneaked in, giving me a kill. She even stabbed me with her tail and imprinted her fox spirit into my Huiyang acupoint, which I couldn't erase. What? Tick, you cheap beaker. Haishuisha bared his teeth and tried his best to suppress the violent aura in his body. She was very angry. Liwa's behavior has distorted the plot. If it weren't for the need to monitor the Shay River now, she wanted to rush back to the Liwa pavilion immediately, dig up 2 Liwa flowers and stick them on the cow dung, unless I go to Joyo Keihan Valley to find Liwa's true body, Wuxingyue, and ask her to remove the fox soul in my Huiyang acupoint. Otherwise, every time the little cutie and the others fly over me, a little of my life will be absorbed by the fox spirit. And Ding Nanrong in the middle and late stages is a see. I am dedicating my life to love. Ding Nanrong meditating. The key point is that Liwa has now been killed by Han Yuqing. What about the plot behind Liwa? Yuqing killed Liwa? Haishuisha was stunned. Then I felt a sense of schadenfreude. Ha. Good kill. After this demon army plot is over, I will redeem my promise and grant you 3 requests, Yuqing. Ha. Haishuisha did not forget his previous promise to Han Yuqing. At that time, she had just become Jiang Mu's loyal servant. Because she was afraid of being ordered by Jiang Mu to return to Ling Outyan to follow the plot, she asked Ding Nanrong and Han Yuqing for help. As long as they let her stay with Jiang Mu, she would meet their 3 demands. In the end, only Han Yuqing agreed to help her, and she followed Han Yuqing's idea and did some operations. Sure enough, he successfully stayed by Jiang Mu's side. Yuqing is a good sister who truly understands man and is worthy of my deep friendship. If Liwa can't escape the plot, then how can she get close to investigating Ling Outyan? How can she still come into contact with the soul-devouring sandworms? How can she manage the Liwa pavilion in Zhozhou? How can she still stack with Lu Churo on a daily basis? Sister Liwa, is she dead? Lu Churo was in shock. No wonder I haven't received any news from Liwa even though I've been back to Dark Knight Tower for so long. It turned out that he was killed by Han Yuqing. Han Yuqing is indeed the pride of Xinyang sect. At only 26 years old, he has already reached the 9th level of the Qi realm. He was even able to use the unfathomable art of invisibility to escape right under my nose. And Sister Liwa was just a clone at the Qi High realm, so it makes sense that she was assassinated. In fact, Lu Churo was not too worried about Liwa's situation. After all, clones can be recreated. She was just curious. Now the tabby cat is gone, what will Jiang Mu do then? Well, what? If Liwa isn't a clone, I can still revive her and save the plot. Now I don't know when this evil fox Heart Moon will create another Liwa. And even if it was created, who knows how distorted the plot would be. Do I have to use the transformation technique and play the role of Liwa to follow the plot? Lu Churu, or do I really have to leave the Jojo continent and go to that Joyo Keihan Valley to find Fox Heart Moon? Her White Fox clan, a small nation of all females, is quite enjoyable. I'm so handsome, if I go there, I'll be in big trouble. Fox Heart Moon, come on bother. I feel upset. Super annoying. If the plot is distorted but the result is not, then it is still okay. In other words, as long as tomorrow's result is the Sheikh Demon Army's defeat, Shueching's tragic victory, and the death of the city lord Shui Yuanshan. Then the plot of the demon army attacking the city is also complete. But who knows what will happen tomorrow. Grass. Fuck. After writing the diary as a way of venting, Jong-moo closed the diary. In the past, he always looked forward to the reward, but now the plot has gone awry. As a result, he was in no mood. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the diary was written successfully. Temperament +3, 34/100, appearance +3, 34/100, reward, Hanyuan returning to 1 body reward description, enter my body. Merge only one character into your own body to gain their abilities. Note, the abilities acquired include but are not limited to spiritual arts, physical fitness, cultivation level, martial arts, formations, alchemy, forging, etc. Note, some abilities cannot be obtained, the actual effects are subject to change. Note, you must obtain the character's consent before you can integrate. Note, the fused character cannot use any spiritual arts, immortal arts, martial arts, formations, etc. for a period of time. The actual situation shall prevail. Note, use only once a day. Fuck this skill. Awesome frog. Jong-moo's eyes lit up instantly. He couldn't help but look at Han Yuqing, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and Ding Nanrong, who was meditating in the side room. Just imagine. If Ding Nanrong fought with the enemy, both sides would suffer losses. At this time, he used the Hanyuan Gi body to integrate Ding Nanrong into his body, gaining her cultivation level, physique, spiritual skills, etc. Wouldn't that mean he has become the new Ding Nanrong, and he has so many skills himself? Wouldn't that mean you can just beat up the enemy? So cool, it's simply a bug within a bug system. Ugh. Damn system. Eat shit. The other side, deep in the heart of the monster mountain range, in the sky, there was a little girl hovering, wearing a pleated lace miniskirt, white twin tails, over the knee white socks, and a white gauze covering her eyes. The bastard is in great distress. When the story is over, I will give him a massage to relax him. After reading the fuck content at the end of the diary, Haishuisha closed the diary. Chapter 139. This is trouble. She continued to monitor the area below with her spiritual sense. In the valley below, there is a huge formation glowing with blood. Thousands of monsters, all with bloodshot eyes and roaring, rushed into the formation frantically from all directions. Every monster that entered the formation gradually had its skin torn apart and turned into a ball of blood mist. Countless blood mists gathered towards the center of the formation. At this moment, it has gathered into a demon blood pill the size of a fingernail. The demon blood pill shone with bloodlight, emitting terrifying demonic power that soared into the sky. Humph. The 10,000 demons blood-sucking formation. Haishuisha's cute face gradually became ferocious. She remembers it very clearly. Back then, in the Blackwater Jedi, Shabilawan, the leader of the soul-devouring Sandworm clan, used the 10,000 demons blood-devouring formation to refine countless members of her Blackwater Snake clan, and finally refined a demon blood pill. Shabilawan swallowed the demon blood pill and gained explosive power, eventually destroying the Blackwater Snake clan. If it weren't for her, Haishuisha, stepping into the realm of demon gods, I'm afraid he would die on the spot. Shabilawan. The Blackwater Shah, swear on the honor of the Blackwater Jedi. In the future, I will definitely exterminate all of your soul-devouring Sandworm clan. Her teeth were chattering, looking at the blood formation in the valley that was used to sacrifice monsters. He wished he could destroy it with a single move of the Black Snake Divine Thunder, but Jiangmu only asked her to hold Shake back, and Shay is still lurking, probably waiting for the demon blood pill to be refined before appearing. That beast. Could it be that he intends to swallow the demon blood pill, increase his strength, and then conquer Shui City on his own? It's a pity that I met this god. Once this demon blood pill is refined and sacrificed, it will belong to me. Haishuisha smiled sinisterly. She decided, once the demon blood pill is refined, just before Shay, snatch it away. An hour later. Boom. The 10,000 demons blood-sucking formation suddenly dissipated. A blood-glow demon blood pill the size of a marble, emitting a surge of demonic energy. It was suspended in the AI. This time. A humanoid monster suddenly emerged from the void. Its face is human-like, with prominent black eyes, 2 black antennae on its forehead, a body covered with black armor, and slender, segmented limbs. Haishuisha recognized at a glance that this person was Shay. You beast, you finally came out. She immediately disappeared into the void. In the blink of an eye. He appeared in midair behind Shay and used his killing move directly. Snake God Poison Water Fist. The delicate fist suddenly hit Shay's back, and a black water snake emerged from the fist, accompanied by waves of spatial ripples. Shay was shocked by the terrifying aura behind him. He didn't have time to grab the demon blood pill, so he immediately twisted his body to block it with his arms. Snap. There was a crisp sound of bones breaking in Shay's branched arm. Die. The black water demon pursued the victory and ordered the black snake on his fist to attack the sand river. Shay made a quick decision and cut off his own arm, then quickly retreated. The broken arm was instantly corroded by the black snake and turned into a withered branch, and the demon blood pill that was filled with demonic energy also fell completely into the hands of the black water demon. Haishuisha frowned, full of doubts. Logically speaking, although her black water snake venom is very strong, but it is not enough to let Shay sacrifice the car to save the driver. After all, Shay is not an ordinary refining realm. Just then. Shahahaha. You've fallen into my trap. Shay suddenly burst into hoarse laughter. He was seen making hand and foot seals together, and suddenly shouted, soul-devouring sky-binding formation. Explode. Bang. The broken and withered arm actually exploded and turned into a circular space formation. The black water evil was immediately covered in it. This is? The black water demon was caught off guard and failed to dodge immediately. She discovered that this circular transparent space completely isolated her from the outside world. So he immediately used space magic to try to escape from the formation. However, as space ripples just appeared around her, they gradually dissipated and she remained in the formation. No matter how she tried, it was the same, obviously. She couldn't escape through space magic. This is the soul-devouring sky-binding formation? Haishuisha gradually recognized this formation and his expression became more solemn. That's right. Sand ha 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 ha. Shay laughed wildly. He looked at the black water demon in the space with a sinister look, and proudly introduced it. The soul-devouring sky-binding formation is a spatial formation created by my soul-devouring sandworm clan. Within this spatial formation, any spatial magic or spatial props will be ineffective. And the condition for activating the formation is that I need the bones of my soul-devouring sandworm as a trigger. Why do you think I cut off my own arm? It's to activate the formation and trap you, the black water demon, who is in the demon god realm. Sand ha 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 ha. End of introduction. Shay laughed wildly again. Black snake divine thunder. Haishuisha clasped his palms together, and a black snake-shaped lightning shot out from his palms, shoot straight towards the Shay River. Sizzle. After the lightning struck the wall of the space array, it disappeared without a trace. The space array wall is still intact. Sand ha ha. Shay laughed and said, it's useless. The walls of the soul-devouring sky-binding array have the ability to devour spiritual energy. You can't attack the outside from the inside, nor can you attack the inside from the outside, unless you recover the power of the demon god realm and forcibly break the formation. Otherwise, you'll be trapped in the formation forever. Sand ha 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 ha. Sand ha 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 ha. His laughter became more and more wild. The pair of dark eyes staring at Haishuisha became more and more fiery and greedy. Just devour the soul of Haishuisha, the demon god, then he Shay, you will definitely be able to break through to the Kongming realm, then sacrificing these tens of thousands of demon soldiers to refine the demon blood pill is totally worth it. The black water evil at this moment, his face was so gloomy that it looked like water was dripping from it. Now, we're in trouble. Chapter 140. The little cutie is calling me. What Haishuisha is most worried about is not his own safety. After all, this soul-devouring sky-binding formation cannot be attacked from the outside. If the formation is broken, she can also use space magic to escape, or condense her soul to escape. Therefore, she herself would not be in any danger. That's what she's most worried about now. Shay will take this opportunity to attack Xuecheng. In this way, Xuecheng will surely perish. Then the plot collapsed. You want to take advantage of this god's imprisonment to attack Xuecheng? Haishuisha asked coldly. Shay sneered and replied, Xuecheng, for my sandworm clan, this city is indeed the best entry point to capture Lizho. Once we occupy it, we can connect to the monster mountain range and send countless monsters to occupy the southern border, turning the southern border into the territory of the monster tribe. So, Xuecheng is of great strategic significance to our sandworm clan's conquest of Lizho and even the Kyushu continent. Then his eyes became hot. But for me personally, you, black water demon, are the most valuable. As long as I devour your soul from the demon god realm, I can be promoted to the void netherworld realm. By then, all the strategies and race survival will be bullshit. Only your own strength is fundamental. Haishuisha said coldly and contemptuously, Sha Bailuan really raised a dog that is ungrateful and betrays his own people. Shay snorted coldly, if a demon doesn't work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. You are the only one who matters. You should be very clear about this principle. These words reminded Haishuisha of the betrayal he had suffered at the hands of his own tribe, and his expression grew even colder. If it weren't for the betrayal by trusted tribesmen, how could she, who was at the level of demon god, end up with her body imprisoned and her soul displaced? But I felt relieved. As long as Shay doesn't attack Xuecheng, it will be fine. But, want to devour her soul? It's just wishful thinking, not to mention that Shay couldn't capture her alive. Now she has the demon blood pill with surging demonic energy in her hand. So she was not afraid of Shay at all. Are you thinking that I can't do anything to you? Shay looked gloomy and suddenly pointed to the east, that is the seaward direction of the monster mountain range. Why don't you use your spiritual sense to detect what's over there? What? Haishuisha had a bad feeling. He immediately condensed his spiritual consciousness into a line and shot it towards the East Sea. That's another 10,000 demons blood-sucking formation? Haishuisha suddenly felt something was wrong. She detected it hundreds of miles away in the east. Near the sea, there is actually a giant blood-sucking formation of all kinds of demons, and inside the formation, there were actually nearly 100,000 monsters being sacrificed. The demon blood pill is made by sacrificing 100,000 demon beasts. The power contained within it is absolutely terrifying. Sand ha 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 ha. Shay laughed wildly. He circulated his spiritual power, his muscles tensed, and veins on his face bulged. The broken arm actually grew back. Because he had a broken arm, his aura was weakened and his strength decreased. He flexed his new arm, his face filled with anger. If it weren't for Liwa's sudden death, I would have worried about the plan being leaked. I won't change my plan at the last minute and waste an arm to activate the soul-devouring sky-binding formation, risking trapping you. Black Water Demon asked gloomily, what a plan? Shay chuckled and showed off his plan one by one. Of course, it's my plan to capture you, the Black Water Demon, alive after I swallow the demon blood pill. I have secretly gathered all the demon troops besieging the southern border to the Demon Beast mountain range, numbering over 100,000. Use the myriad demon's blood devouring formation to refine and sacrifice it, and by tomorrow noon, you will be able to refine a powerful demon blood pill. As long as you swallow the demon blood pill, my strength will be temporarily increased to the peak of the refining void mirror, infinitely close to the void realm. After all, you are at the demon god level and can condense your soul to escape. If I hadn't swallowed the demon blood pill, I wouldn't have been able to capture you alive. Li Wo also knows about this plan. But she died suddenly. I guess her identity as a demon was exposed and she was killed. I'm worried that the plan will be leaked from her mouth, and you'll come and snatch the demon blood pill after learning about it. I had no choice but to temporarily change my plan, sacrifice 10,000 demon beasts, and refine the demon blood pill as bait to lure you here. I will sacrifice my arm to cast the soul-devouring sky-binding formation to trap you. In the end you really got fooled. Now, you are trapped and there is no way to escape. And this commander will have enough time to refine and sacrifice the remaining 100,000 demon soldiers. Sand ha 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 ha. The laughter was harsh. Haishuisha's expression instantly turned ferocious, and his fists were clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. Brute. Buzz, she suddenly used the soul book to pull the soul of Shay, who was laughing wildly, into the space. Ha 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 burp? Shay was stunned by his laughter. He found that his soul seemed to have entered an unknown dark space. Before I could react, a powerful soul shock wave came rolling over. Get out of here, God, boo, ah. Shay screamed, and his soul was directly knocked out of the soul book space. Finally, the whole person fell from the sky dizzy and hit the deep valley heavily, creating a deep pit. Puff. Cough cough. He even spat out a mouthful of blood and was seriously injured. Shay climbed out of the pit feeling dizzy. His face turned pale, a few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his heart was pounding. The Black Water Demon soul sneak attack was so vicious that it caught him off guard. If he was not an ordinary cultivator in the void refinement realm, he would have probably fallen into a coma long ago. Then he showed a fanatical look again. Such a powerful soul power. Worthy of being a demon god. After devouring her soul, I will be able to advance to the void realm. Then I will have the chance to replace the Lord of the Wasteland, Shabiluan. By then, the soul-devouring Sandworm clan, one of the 3 great demon clans, will be the only one in Shay who can dominate. Sand ha 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 ha. Shake smiled wildly, as if he saw a wonderful scene in the future. He couldn't wait to use space magic and escape towards the East Sea, and after his breath completely disappeared through the master-servant relationship, Haishuisha frantically called out to Jiangmu in the depths of his soul. Come and save me, you bastard. Come and save me. Come and save me. Lihua Pavilion inside the Imperial Suite. That's strange. Why do I feel like the little cutie is calling me? Jiangmu, who was resting in a chair, suddenly felt a faint soul fluctuation. It sounded like Haishuisha was shouting, you bastard, come and save me. It was very vague. It's because of the master-servant relationship. Jiangmu recalled the master-servant relationship between him and Haishuisha, because he used the Black Water Soul devouring technique on her and became her master. The souls of the two are closely connected. Little cutie, are you calling me? Jiangmu tried to respond from the depths of his soul. Little cutie? Little cutie? Moss. Come here, you bastard. Help me, save me. Waves of fluctuations came from the depths of the soul again. Although it is faint and blurry, it is much more frequent. She really seemed to be calling me. Could it be that the situation in Shay has changed? Jiangmu was worried that Haishuisha might encounter some danger. Think about it. Then he stood up and went to lie on his side, said to Ding Nanrong, who was meditating, Ronger, take me to the monster mountain range quickly. The little cutie needs me. Hearing this, Ding Nanrong opened her eyes. She stood up and placed her bare hands on Jiangmu's dantian area. After examination, it was found that there was no spiritual energy in his dantian. Obviously, he is still in his mortal state. No. Ding Nanrong refused without hesitation and just said 2 words. Jiangmu disgusted in a gentle voice, Ronger, just go over and check on the little cutie for a while. I'm worried she might be in danger. No. Then take a look from a distance. No. No. Damn, why is she so stubborn? Jiangmu had a headache. You might say she is stubborn, but she is indeed concerned about his personal safety. After all, Shay is a demon clan, and is even in the realm of refining emptiness. Only the Black Water Evil can compete with him, but Ding Nanrong was only at the Guiyuan realm, so she could only escape. In addition, the place we are going to is the Monster Mountain Range, so there must be powerful flying monsters. It would be very dangerous if you were attacked by a group of monsters. So to speak, Ding Nanrong's worries are not unfounded. There was no other way. Jiangmu had to give her a shot of cardiac stimulant. Romer, to be honest, I'm confident I can handle Shay. Chapter 141, Insufficient Water? Ding Nanrong looked at him strangely. You can't even beat me, and you actually say you can handle Shay? The questioning tone is just short of asking directly, are you sick? Have Jiang Mu replied with certainty. He was really sure, because of the body of Han Yuan returning to oneness. At that time, if we really encounter any danger, then as long as you integrate the black water evil into your own body, you will be able to deal with the Sand River. Jiang Mu organized his words, explained the function of that Han Yuan Gi body to Ding Nanrong. Ronger, do you remember what I told you? I was once noticed by a master who gave me a poison-removing pill and taught me many abilities. One of my abilities is that I can merge a person into my body. In this way, I can obtain this person's cultivation realm, spiritual skills, etc. If I ever encounter any danger, I can merge the little cutie into my body. Or you can do it too. If all else fails, Rong Han Yuqing will do. Besides, in another hour, my spiritual power will be restored and I can teleport away at any time. So don't worry, I won't be in any danger. Hearing this, Ding Nanrong opened her eyes wide, looking incredulous. You mean integrating others into you? And gain other people's abilities? How can this be? But suddenly I thought of it again, that he could resurrect her, Han Yuqing, and Haishuisha. After resurrection, they are even given magical abilities such as Steel Body, Void Invisibility, and Soul Book, then integrate the person into the body or something. It's no wonder. Okay, let's go. She agreed to take Jiang Mu to find the Black Water Demon. Huh? Oh, okay. Jiang Mu didn't expect her to agree so readily without any questioning. Husband. I want to go too. At this time, Han Yuqing, who was sleeping soundly, woke up. In fact, she had woken up a long time ago and heard everything that happened between the two of them clearly. She threw back the quilt and got up to put on her dress. However, due to a sudden pain, he lost his balance and fell to the ground in a limp state. Jiang Mu walked over and helped her, naked, to sit on the edge of the bed. Then he took the quilt and covered her snow-white body covered with horrific scars. Fuck you, you can't even stand steadily. Jiang Mu didn't let her go, thinking it was better to have less trouble than more. Hey, it's all my husband's fault. I'm red and swollen. Han Yuqing smiled slyly. She deliberately crossed her legs in front of Jiang Mu to prove that she was really red and swollen. Her eyes were full of spring, and she acted like a shy little woman. When my husband comes back, I'll rub it. It hurts. Spread your legs again, Jiang Mu. Ding Nanrong glanced at it and said, it's because there's not enough water. Ronger, there's no time to lose. Let's go and fly out the window. Jiang Mu didn't know what Han Yuqing was talking about, so he turned and walked towards the window. Ding Nanrong nodded. She took out the water lotus sword from her ring, threw the sword out of the window, and made hand seals. The water lotus sword gradually grew larger and hovered in the air. She jumped on it. Jiang Mu also climbed up to the window, jumped onto the sword, stood behind her and hugged her waist tightly. Ronger, full speed. Ding Nanrong mobilized her spiritual power and flew with her sword at full power. Call out. In the blink of an eye, the two of them turned into a trail of afterimages and flew towards the monster mountain range at a high speed. Husband. Sister Rong. Please be careful. Han Yuqing waved and gave instructions. At this moment, there was a rapid knock on the door. Bang. 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 Bang, accompanied by crying. Jiang Mu. Open the door. I want to see you. Woo woo. Is this voice Shui Menghan? Han Yuqing put on the quilt, covering the horrific scar below her collarbone, then he limped to the door. Squeak, open the door. Then I saw a young and beautiful girl in a green dress, Shui Menghan. However, at this moment, Shui Menghan's eyes were red and her face was full of anxiety. Sister Menghan, what's wrong with you? Jiang Mu. Shui Menghan did not respond to Han Yuqing and rushed into the room directly. Jiang Mu, where are you? Where are you? Come out now. She searched around but couldn't find Jiang Mu. I was so anxious that I was spinning in circles. Sister Menghan, what are you looking for your husband for? After Han Yuqing closed the door, she helped Shui Menghan sit on the edge of the bed. I'm looking for Jiang Mu. I want to ask him for help. Shui Menghan held Han Yuqing's hand tightly, completely speechless. She originally wanted to say, I want to ask him to save my father, but it was blocked by the way of heaven. In fact, when she saw in the diary that the result of the demon army's attack on the city would be the death of the city lord Shui Yuanshan, she felt like she was struck by lightning, and tears immediately fell like rain. She cried and persuaded Shui Yuanshan, hoping that he would leave Xueqing with her. This way, the outcome of death can be avoided, but Shui Yuanshan sternly rejected her, saying that as the lord of a city, he could not abandon his people and leave. Shui Menghan thought for a long time, but still didn't know what to do. So he ran towards Lihua Pavilion. She didn't know how to change the outcome, but her intuition told her. If we look for Jiang Mu, there might be a turning point. Sister Yuqing. Tell me where Jiang Mu is. I want to find him. Woohoo! Shui Menghan was so anxious that she shed tears again and her voice became choked. Han Yuqing wiped away her tears with warmth. My husband has left for something. You can tell me and I will tell him when he comes back. I can't say it. You can't see it either. Shui Menghan opened the diary crying and poked at a line of words on it to show Han Yuqing. She hated this broken god so much that he wouldn't let her reveal the information in her diary, nor would he let others see her diary. Han Yuqing didn't understand. Can't tell? I can't see. Han Yuqing felt more and more puzzled as she watched Shui Menghan poking the air hard. Wait, Shui Menghan is the first female protagonist, so does she also have a diary? Han Yuqing guessed so. After all, even the third female protagonist has the black water evil, and even he and Ding Nanrong have it, then there is a high probability that Shui Menghan also has it. Han Yuqing immediately called out the diary and quickly found the content related to Shui Menghan. When you see a line of words, the result was that the Shade Demon army was defeated, Xu Weqing won a tragic victory, and the city Lord Shui Yuanshan was killed. City Lord Shui Yuanshan was killed in action. Could it be that, because Shui Menghan knew about her father's death, so you came to find Jiang Mu? Did she want to change the ending? Isn't this just like a little cutie? Han Yuqing closed the diary and tried to ask, Sister Menghan, are you looking for a husband because of your father? Yes. My dad. Shui Menghan couldn't say anything again. So she was so angry that she threw the diary in her hand and cried even louder. Look at her like this. Han Yuqing was certain that Shui Menghan also had the diary. In fact, regardless of whether Shui Menghan has a diary or not, it is a fact that she is the first female protagonist. Then can I win her over and ask her to help me attack Shenyang sect in the future? Furthermore, if she becomes Jiang Mu's woman, wouldn't that mean I have another close sister? Just do it. Chapter 142, Cure? Sister Menghan, don't cry. Han Yuqing comforted Shui Menghan for a while, then said, I don't know what happened to your father though, but there must be some difficulties, right? You want to solve this problem, right? In other words, you're looking for a husband because you want to change your fate, right? Change destiny, the fate of my father's death. When Shui Menghan heard this, her tear-red eyes suddenly lit up. So he cried out anxiously, yes. I want to change my destiny. Sister Yuqing, you are Jiang Mu's wife. You must ask him to help me. Woohoo! Don't worry, I will definitely help you. You are my good sister after all, Han Yuqing patted her round bare breast and indicated that it was okay, then he asked quietly, do you know what my husband likes most? Shui Menghan didn't understand why she asked that, and replied while wiping her tears, I don't know, what does he like best? His favorite. Han Yuqing's eyes swept over Shui Menghan's perfect young body, and her tone was ambiguous, you are? Shui Menghan's face flushed red, and her watery eyes froze in an instant. My little heart is still beating wildly. Jiang Mu likes me the most. Han Yuqing's tone turned sour again. My husband likes you and is infatuated with you. This is known to the entire southern territory. For you, he was willing to give you the Wuyo sect. I'm so envious, sister. Even though he has married me now, he still loves you, especially this whole afternoon. When my husband was pressing on me, he kept calling your name and forced me to imitate your tone and shout, Brother Mu, woo woo. Great. In fact, the last part of suppression was made up by Han Yuqing. It was just to make Shui Menghan believe more that Jiang Mu really liked her. Really. After hearing this, Shui Menghan's face became even redder, like a red stove. Even my head is smoking. She lowered her head in shame, put her hands on her slender legs and squeezed them tightly, and sometimes rubbed the hem of her skirt helplessly. I'm speechless. My husband loves you to the point of madness. Then sister, I have the simplest and most effective way to change your fate. Han Yuqing kept the secret. Shui Menghan immediately recovered from her shyness and grabbed Han Yuqing's arm, her eyes full of hope as she asked urgently, what method? Tell me quickly. Hey, this method is, Han Yuqing leaned close to her ear and said mysteriously, cure? What's that? Shui Menghan's face was full of question marks. Han Yuqing smiled charmingly, that's it, riding a wooden horse. Boom. Shui Menghan felt as if she had been electrocuted, and her head was buzzing. Ride. Han Yuqing struck while the iron was hot and advised you are your husband's fiancé, right? You haven't torn up your marriage certificate yet, right? So, you are acting reasonably, legally, and morally. You are also the most beautiful woman in Xu Weqing, having just turned 16, young and beautiful, with your buds in full bloom. So, my husband will definitely be ridden to the bone. And in the future, when you marry my husband, Xu Weqing will be tied to the Wuyo sect, and your father will become my husband's father-in-law. As a son-in-law, it's my duty to help my father-in-law solve his problems, right? Sister, am I right? Listening to Han Yuqing's words, Shui Menghan's head was still buzzing and she was stunned. Ride. Seeing her like this, Han Yuqing said anxiously, oh silly sister, don't hesitate, although the demon army has retreated now, but tomorrow Sheg will definitely launch a more fierce attack. By then, Xu Weqing will be a river of blood. As the city lord, your father will definitely live and die with Xu Weqing, so it will definitely be dangerous. The only one who can save this now is my husband. Time waits for no one. Tomorrow? Xu Weqing is flooded with blood? Is my father in danger? Then I am not the only one. Nighttime. Shui Menghan's watery eyes were instantly filled with panic, and when I think that only Jiang Mu can turn the situation around, her panicked eyes gradually filled with shyness. Ride. Han Yuqing put on her dress quickly, then he pulled her up and limped towards the door. You. Where are you taking me? Shui Menghan was so embarrassed that she couldn't even speak clearly. Han Yuqing said firmly, aren't you looking for your husband? He's in the Monster Mountain range. I. Sister will take you there in the spaceship right now, let's go. Ah, my personal spaceship is faster. Shui Menghan said this for some unknown reason, and she herself didn't know why. That's all. Her head was buzzing, she felt shy, anxious, and full of anticipation. Han Yuqing forcibly pulled him out of the room. The moon is dark and the wind is strong, monster mountain range, under the blue sky inside the circular space formation. Why don't you come and rescue me, you bastard? Haishuisha stared at the direction of Shui Chang with an anxious look on his face. Through the master-servant relationship, she had already sensed Jiang Mu's response. Now more than half an hour has passed, but Jiang Mu still hasn't arrived. Is he still messing with Han Yuqing? Just as she was getting more and more anxious, a shadow flashed from the sky. The afterimage is getting closer. Finally, it arrived in front of the space formation and hovered. You're finally here, you bastard. Get me out of this broken formation. Haishuisha excitedly punched the formation wall, causing ripples in space. The people who came were Ding Nanrong, who was flying on a sword, and Jiang Mu behind her. Little cutie, are you okay? Seeing her trapped, Jiang Mu felt terrible. Damn, isn't this the soul-devouring sky-binding formation? Sure enough, the situation in Shade has changed. Jiang Mu asked anxiously, what's going on? How did you get trapped? And where's that sand river? Listen to me, you bastard. It's like this. Black Water Demon explained the whole story. They were all set out one by one. After hearing this, Jiang Mu was stunned. Shay actually wants to refine 100,000 demon soldiers into demon blood pills. No more attacking the city. Fuck the fucking Shade. #%. Jiang Mu started cursing on the spot. Haishuisha and Ding Nanrong also understood his feelings. After all, he took great pains to reverse the plot of the demon army attacking the city, but now it has become crooked like this. I'm afraid all my efforts will be in vain. Chapter 143, Convenient? More flexibility is better. Wait until he finishes scolding. Black Water Demon's face was gloomy, and he said with his teeth bared, save me. I'm going to Lin Hai and kill that beast. Alas, Shade is not an ordinary Lianqiu realm cultivator. You can't kill him. Jiang Mu sighed deeply and rubbed his temples tiredly. Didn't he also want to kill Shay? The previous broken engagement plot, hunting season plot, and daytime sound plot, although they are all crooked, but with his unremitting efforts, the results of these plots can be considered to be turned around. I didn't expect it now. This is the plot of the demon army attacking the city. Shay actually sacrificed all the remaining demon soldiers? Then tomorrow, there's no point in the demon army attacking the city. Why would those people from Xianyang sect come to Shueqing to support? And in this case, if Shueqing hadn't been completely ravaged by the demon army, how could it have been taken over by Chang Yuanming's army? How could the Changyu Empire develop its branch line of unifying the 9 provinces? If city lord Shui Yuanshan hadn't been killed, how could Shui Menghan bear the vengeance of her father's murder? What reason would she have to go to the Changyu Empire and cultivate and grow beside the Empress? If Shui Menghan doesn't go to the Changyu Empire, how can Ling Outyan contact the Empress Chang Yuanming through her? How can they develop their relationship? How do we unfold the map of the Changyu Empire? The worldview, cultivation system, sect power, etc. were all slowly expanded and improved in the Changyu Empire. It's over. It's over. It's over, it's over, it's over. Ha 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 ha. Oh yeah. Yay. Jiang Mu shouted, happy like a silly child. Ding Nanrong was silent. Black Water Demon was worried. After being tired of shouting, he simply hugged Ding Nanrong's waist with both hands, rested his chin on her exposed shoulders, and leaned his head against her face. He just closed his eyes and slumped behind her. Take a comfortable rest. Ronger, let me sleep for a while. Although doing so might make her unhappy and she might throw her flying sword away, but it doesn't matter, it's best to throw it to death. Destroy me. Jiang Mu felt so tired that he didn't want to move at all. Ding Nanrong frowned slightly. If I hadn't known that he would be my Taoist partner in the future, she would probably beat him up and then throw the flying sword away. And now I look at his face, which is more tired than ever before, and feel his peaceful and desireless breathing. She actually felt a little sorry for him, even a little bit of heartache, not very clear, but what is certain is that he is very depressed now. What should I do? After thinking for a while, Ding Nanrong said softly, I was once in a desperate situation, but I never gave up hope, so I am still alive today. Jiang Mu opened his eyes, looking at Ding Nanrong's beautiful profile. It was as if he had seen a ghost. What is she talking about? Why do I feel like she is comforting and enlightening me? Not only did she not beat me or throw me around, she even counseled me. Good job. Her cold and aloof personality is finally going to collapse, right? Sister Rong is right. Don't give up any hope. Haishuisha also spoke to comfort him. Because of the master-servant relationship, she could fully feel his tiredness, helplessness, resentment, depression, and unwillingness. You need to cheer up, you son of a bitch. Although there are dark clouds in the sky, there are always stars shining behind the clouds. There are still many wonderful things waiting for you to do in this world. For example, me. Ding Nanrong. Jiang Mu, good guy, you are worthy of being the Black Water Demon. Even the way he comforts people is so domineering. Thank you, I'm fine. Jiang Muson left Ding Nanrong's waist and quickly combed down. They are right, don't give up. Oh shit, I have survived more than 70 rounds before, so haven't I seen any storms? Isn't it just a broken copy with a bug? Damn it. Jiang Mu encouraged himself that the plot is still going on. No matter what, let's finish it first, but how to do it? Shay is currently training and offering sacrifices to 100,000 demon soldiers in Linhai. Wait until tomorrow noon, those 100,000 demon soldiers will be refined and sacrificed into demon blood pills. Once Shay swallows the demon blood pill, the consequences will be unimaginable. What to do? Jiangmu squatted down, supported his face with his hands, and thought hard. Seeing this, Ding Nanrong knew that he had cheered up and nodded secretly. My future Taoist partner has a good attitude, and the black water evil. She also squatted down like Jiangmu, supporting her little face with her hands. Those golden snake eyes stared at him through the white gauze. However, because a piece of cloth of truth was missing, Jiang Mu saw it clearly. The small indentation was very eye-catching and seriously affected his thinking. Jiang Mu, little cutie, please fix the missing piece of painting. Black water demon, convenient? Jiang Mu, it would be better if it were more flexible. Black water demon, I understand. Ding Nanrong, what are they talking about? Jiang Mu watched as the small depression was slowly covered by the white cloth condensed from soul power. While thinking of a solution without distraction, he no longer expected to turn the plot around. After all, the 100,000 demon soldiers are being sacrificed by the Sand River, so they will not attack the city at all tomorrow. Now the most important thing. We must stop Shay from successfully refining the demon blood pill and kill Shay. Otherwise, once Shay swallows the demon blood pill, his combat power will soar to a level infinitely close to the void realm. So what if Black Water Demon fights against Shay? The Black Water Demon will definitely die. Once Shay escapes, he will tell Xiaobailuan the information about the Black Water Evil. Then there is a strong possibility that Xiaobailuan will come to Lizhou in person. Once the Black Water Evil encounters the Xiaobailuan, he will definitely die. This was something he couldn't accept. You son of a bitch, are you worried that I'll die? Haishuisha sensed Jiang Mu's inner worry and couldn't help but grin. This feeling of being cared for and concerned about by others has not been felt for hundreds of years. It's nice. Yeah, I'm worried. Jiang Mu answered truthfully without any hesitation. Then what will you do if this god is really killed? Haishuisha narrowed his eyes, looking forward to his answer. Jiang Mu paused, his eyes gradually becoming sharper. He stared at the Black Water Demon and said word by word, skin the sandworms alive from all tribes, and wipe out the southern border demon territory. Simple and straightforward, but domineering and awe-inspiring. However, Jiang Mu considered himself to be domineering. The next second, it was ruined by the style of Haishuisha. She suddenly stuck out her forked long tongue and licked Jiang Mu frantically through the wall. Slurp. Slurp. The licking caused ripples on the walls of the formation. He licked and yelled, "Let me out now. I'm going to kill you right now." Slurp. Slurp. Ding Nanrong. Jiang Mu, well, Haishuisha's character has collapsed long ago. She is quite cute now. In fact, he had a way to rescue her. The key is, after rescuing him, we must ensure that Shade is absolutely killed. Jiang Mu watched the Black Water Demon licking the wall frantically, while thinking intently. At the same time, he also checked the rewards he had. Name, Jiang Mu temperament, 34 out of 100 appearance, 34 out of 100 reward, pretend to be beaten reward, good waste reward, body that carries all kinds of poisons reward, resurrection of the dead, rules, reward, one eye in the sky, spiritual technique, reward, transformation, immortal technique, reward 7, extreme flash, immortal technique, reward, spiritual power stimulation, spiritual art, reward 9, thunderfinger, immortal technique, reward, body of fusion and cultivation reward, falling stars, immortal technique, reward, Han Yuan return to one body tip, click on the reward to view details. Can we cooperate and use these rewards to kill Shay? 3 minutes later. A while. Got it. Jiang Mu slapped his forehead and finally came up with a plan. Don't lick it yet, little cutie. Ronger, listen to me. He greeted the two girls. After the two girls listened attentively, he said seriously, I have a plan. This plan only requires the three of us to cooperate well. There will be a chance to kill Shay. Chapter 144. Are you sick? Die. What's the plan? Hurry up and tell me. Haishuisha blinked his big golden eyes, and Ding Nanrong was also very curious. Jiang Mu organized his words and explained his plan in detail. In about an hour, I will be out of my mortal state and will be able to use all kinds of strange spiritual arts. I will rescue the little cutie then, and Ronger will use her water element clone to replace her. At the same time, Xu Weqing. A private lightning boat set off from the city lord's mansion and flew to the Monster Mountain range. There were only 3 people in the cab. Shui Menghan controlled the spaceship with an expressionless face. Han Yuqing leaned against the window and flipped through her diary boredly. Ling Outyan sat on the chair and did not drink the tea for a long time. The atmosphere is a bit depressing. Looking at Shui Menghan's delicate and beautiful face, Ling Outyan put down the teacup with a thud, stood up, and asked unwillingly again, Menghan, what are you going to do in the Monster Mountain range? Can't you tell me? I already said it has nothing to do with you. Is this the end? Shui Menghan was very impatient and didn't want to talk to him at all. Originally, she didn't want Ling Outyan to come with her, but Ling Outyan moved Shui Yuanshan out, saying that if he was not allowed to go, he would tell Shui Yuanshan. In addition, Han Yuqing secretly told her that Ling Outyan should be able to find the location of the demon army, which means he can find the location of Jiang Mu, which saves a lot of time. She thought about it and it made sense. After all, as the male protagonist, he had a master who was at the level of a demon god, so she had no choice but to let Ling Outyan come with her. Menghan, I guess you went to the Monster Mountain range to survey the monster army's movements, right? You wanted to spy on the enemy for Shui Chang, right? But it's very dangerous. Ling Outyan guessed confidently. Shui Menghan had an indifferent expression and did not respond. But even if there is danger, I will never let you get hurt. Ling Outyan stroked the storage ring on his left hand, feeling full of confidence. Ever since Master Blackwater returned, his sense of security had never decreased. Even if he encountered Shahi, who was in the void refinement realm, he believed that his master would have a way to deal with it. After all, his master is at the demon god level. This is the pinnacle existence in the Zongling realm. But he still understands the principle of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger unless it is absolutely necessary. It is better not to reveal your cards. Seeing that Shui Menghan did not respond, Ling Outyan said, Menghan, according to the city lord's speculation, tomorrow's demon army's attack on the city will surely be even more fierce. The city lord has entrusted me to escort you out of Shui City, so we must fly to the Qingyu Empire before the demon army attacks the city. Firstly, he believed that Shui Yuanshan's speculation was accurate, and Xuecheng would be a river of blood tomorrow, so he had to take Shui Menghan away. Secondly, he was very interested in the empress of the Qingyu Empire, Qingyu Anmeng. In this world where martial arts are respected, Qingyu Anmeng, a mortal woman, actually ascended the throne of the huge Qingyu Empire and ruled Yuzhou, one of the 9 states. This is truly admirable and amazing. Such a stunningly talented woman. Naturally, Ling Outyan wanted to get to know him. Menghan, you must be tired. Let me help you control the spaceship. Seeing that Shui Menghan didn't respond, Ling Outyan thought she was tired of flying the spaceship. So he went up to take over the control panel of the spacecraft. He also deliberately touched Shui Menghan's tender hand. After being nurtured by Wanner, he also learned some tricks. For example, an unintentional hand touch like this, can enhance the relationship between both parties. Mr. Ling, as a man, you must be calm and polite. Han Yuqing, who was leaning against the window reading her diary, suddenly spoke, stopping Ling Outyan from taking action. Since Shui Menghan is going to be Jiang Mu's woman, no other men can be allowed to touch Shui Menghan. This was careless and reckless on my part. Ling Outyan withdrew his hand and smiled awkwardly. He has to show some respect to the woman who invested in him. Han Yuqing didn't continue talking and started looking at her diary again to pass the time. Shui Menghan also secretly dispersed the spiritual power in his legs, without kicking out, and continued to drive the spaceship with an expressionless face. The atmosphere fell into depressing mood again. This made Ling Outyan feel very sorry. Point 1 is a young girl of 16.1 is a beautiful young woman with a strange and novel look. It was rare to be in the same room with 2 beauties, but nothing erotic happened. Pity, but it doesn't matter. Menghan will sooner or later become my, Ling Outyan's, woman. As for Han Yuqing, after I help her destroy the Shenyang sect in the future, I will let her become my woman. Thinking about Ling Outyan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Are you sick? Can you be quiet? Go to hell. Shui Menghan's face suddenly became furious, and he finally couldn't help but kick out hard. Bang! Ling Outyan screamed and was kicked out of the cab unexpectedly. After a while, he came back in, holding his abdomen. There was an apologetic look on his face. Menghan, I'm sorry, I'll be quiet, ha. He touched his nose to hide his embarrassment, then he sat back in his chair and continued drinking tea as if nothing had happened. This time, in my mind, the hoarse voice of Blackwater, a childish and neutral person, rang out of this seat. Has detected that in the direction of the monster mountain range facing the sea, there are faint sounds of thousands of monsters wailing and demonic energy rising to the sky. Master, what's going on? Ling Outyan responded solemnly in his mind. The distance is too far to be clearly detected with spiritual sense. But it can be inferred that there are definitely demonic troops in the direction of the sea. Demon army? Are you serious? Ling Outyan showed a look of surprise. Do you doubt me? There was dissatisfaction and resentment in the childish tone. No. Disciple absolutely believes in Master. Ling Outyan quickly said affirmatively. Master's mood is unpredictable. If I make her unhappy, I'm afraid I'll get beaten again. Tell Shui Menghan the location of the demon army, and you will gain her trust and favor. I can see that this woman is strong-willed and stubborn. Once she makes up her mind, it's hard to change. She will be a great help to you in the future. Disciple thinks so too. But I want her to be my woman even more. Ling Outyan tightly gripped the teacup, staring at Shui Menghan's youthful and charming back with burning eyes. Have you forgotten my warning? Haishuazua's tone turned cold and gloomy. On the path of cultivation, one must cross mountains of bones and seas of blood before reaching the pinnacle of martial arts and overlooking the world. Trust is the cheapest garbage, and emotions are the deadliest poison. Except for yourself, everything else is an enemy and a resource, including me. Yes. Disciple will always keep it in mind. Ling Outyan humbly accepted the advice. Well, tell her the location of the demon army, but remember not to reveal me. Disciple naturally knows. Ling Outyan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. This is a good opportunity to show off in front of Shui Menghan. He stood up, walked to Shui Menghan with a confident step, and said, Menghan, there is definitely trace of the demon army on the east side of the monster mountain range near the sea. After saying that, he smiled evilly. Is there a demon army in the eastern coastal area? Shui Menghan ignored Ling Outyan's smile and turned to look at Han Yuqing eagerly. Han Yuqing also stopped flipping through the diary and winked at Shui Menghan, as if to say, see, I was right, wasn't I? Ling Outyan really knew the location of the demon army. This made Shui Menghan feel both shy and expectant. Is Jiang Mu also there? She murmured shyly. In this way, Jiang Mu will be found soon, and I thought of what Han Yuqing said about riding a wooden horse. She immediately blushed with embarrassment, and even her ears were almost red. Ling Outyan saw this. I just think that Shui Menghan is very happy and grateful, but is embarrassed to express her affection to him in front of Han Yuqing. After all, she is only 16 years old and is quite shy. He said in a very caring and gentle voice, Menghan, you don't need to thank me. And you don't need to ask me how I knew the whereabouts of the demon army. Just fly towards the east coast, trust me. After saying that, he turned around gracefully, then he sat back in his chair and sipped his tea leisurely. Judging from the extent of Shui Menghan's blushing, her liking for him must have increased significantly. This trip is worth it. Ha 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 ha. An hour later, alright. I have finally escaped from my mortal state. Are you ready? Jiang Mu asked the two girls eagerly, ready to implement the plan. This is a plan to kill Shay. Haishuishan narrowed his eyes and smirked. I've been prepared for this for a long time. Ding Nanrong nodded calmly, yeah. Chapter 145. Very concave and plump. Jiang Mu waved his hand and shouted domineeringly, start. Ding Nanrong immediately jumped out of the flying sword and shot towards the lake below like a cannonball. Jiang Mu said to the black water demon who was trapped in the soul-devouring sky-binding formation, my dear, I am going to use Hunyuan Gi to merge you into my body. Remember, don't resist. Come on, I want to taste what it feels like to be inside you, slurp. Jiang Mu suspected that she was driving, but had no evidence. There is no time to lose. He immediately used the Hunyuan Gi body and communicated with the black water evil at the same time. In an instant, Jiang Mu felt a powerful suction force bursting out of his body, which began to attract the black water evil in the formation. The black water demon began to emit light and at the same time continued to decompose into countless light particles. Light particles passed through the array wall and floated towards Jiang Mu's body. Final, all the light particles were completely absorbed into Jiang Mu's body. You bastard, I actually came inside you, but it didn't feel anything special. I thought it would be the same as when you came inside me. Okay. Although she didn't feel it, Jiang Mu felt something strange. His body became very explosive, just like an ant suddenly turns into an elephant, filled with endless power. Now, he has obtained almost all the abilities of the black water demon. This ability includes but is not limited to cultivation level, spiritual skills, demon talent, etc. Is this the power of the void refining realm? Amazing. Jiang Mu felt the surging power in his body. He waved his hand lightly, and a space barrier appeared in the air. Finger thunder. Chirp, a bolt of purple lightning shot out from the tip of his index finger and struck the space barrier, but it failed to penetrate the barrier at all. As expected of the void refining realm, this spatial spiritual technique is truly amazing. Jiang Mu couldn't help but admire it, then try using the void teleport to get familiar with it. Escape. Space ripples appeared around him. In the blink of an eye, the whole person escaped to a distance of more than 100 meters. Use void escape again. The whole person moved back to his original position. Spiritual consciousness. He mixed spiritual power, soul power, and chi and blood in proportion to condense an invisible special power. This special power is unique to the demon god realm or the martial god realm. Spiritual consciousness. His spiritual consciousness was like an impenetrable spider web, expanding wildly in all directions with his body as the center. It expanded to dozens of miles in an instant. No one can escape within the spiritual network. For example, Ding Nanrong on the shore of the lake below, although she is completely invisible to the naked eye, she can be detected with spiritual sense. Even the color of what she was wearing today was known clearly. Well, she's still as purple as ever. Just like always. Very concave and plump. Why is it wet? Oh, she must have used the water element clone technique, which caused the water element poison. She's expelling the water elemental poison. Jiang Mu was very concerned and had no distractions. He used his spiritual sense to carefully scan Ding Nanrong's body temperature. This can determine the amount of water poison, fortunately, not much. This divine sense is simply a human-shaped radar. I'm so envious. Jiang Mu sighed repeatedly. As a villain, he only advanced to the Guiyuan realm and had only experienced the feeling of flying and space escape, tearing the void, spiritual consciousness scanning, regeneration of severed limbs, soul possession, and soul condensation and reincarnation. He had never experienced this before. Oh, this plot is so twisted. I might as well just travel around the world. What's the point of this plot? During the time when Jiang Mu was feeling bitter, Ding Nanrong has used the lake water to create a water elemental clone in the Guiyuan realm. Then, she and her clone flew up from below. Finally it was settled in front of Jiang Mu. Before she could speak, Jiang Mu spoke first to Ronger. You don't have to tell me which one is the clone. I will identify it myself. He used his spiritual sense to scan the two identical Ding Nanrongs in front of him. In Ding Nanrong on the left, her dantian in the abdomen emanates a strong spiritual energy, blue spiritual energy flows through the meridians throughout the body, and a trace of soul power is emanating from the spiritual platform in her head. Ding Nanrong on the right also exudes spiritual power and soul power, but has no dantian meridians, and her whole body is like a pool of plump and flowing water. The one on the right is Mizumoto's clone. Jiang Mu pointed out with certainty. In front of the divine consciousness, almost everything is exposed. Have you truly achieved the level of cultivation that little cutie possesses? Can you use your spiritual sense? The original body, Ding Nanrong, was shocked, so much so that her pupils trembled. Although Jiang Mu had already told her in Haishuisha about the effect of Hunyuan Gi, but when she actually saw the scene, she still found it unbelievable. That's right, now I can say that I am not afraid of the Sand River at all. Jiang Mu's sense of security soared to an unprecedented height. He is even confident that he can defeat Ding Nanrong. Ronger, I'm so powerful, are you afraid? He couldn't help but teasing Ding Nanrong with a bright smile. After more than 70 rounds, this is the first time that I have defeated her in terms of fighting power. This is a proud feeling. It feels great. Will you always be this powerful? Ding Nanrong asked back. Well, Jiang Mu was suddenly speechless, feeling like he was knocked out. Well, this body of unity only lasts for about an hour, and it can only be used once a day. You son of a bitch, hurry up and act according to the plan. I can't wait to go to Linhai and tear that bastard Shay alive. The black water evil that melted into Jiang Mu's body was full of cruelty. Shay actually tried to devour her soul, absolutely unforgivable. Good. Jiang Mu grabbed his clone Ding Nanrong and used his magic. Extreme Flash. A flash of light passed by. He and his clone Ding Nanrong flashed into the soul-devouring sky-binding formation together, then performed the transformation technique on the clone. Change. Bang! Ding Nanrong, the clone in the tube top and short skirt, turned into Haishuisha with white twin ponytails, white pleated skirt, and white gauze covering her eyes. Ding Nanrong, the real body outside the formation, saw this and was shocked again. Even speaking was a little stuttering. Your transformation technique, did that master teach you that too? This little cutie is transformed. Even my true self finds it difficult to distinguish true from false. If it weren't for the water element's secret technique, she couldn't tell at all that the black water evil in the formation was her water elemental clone. Yes, that master taught me everything, including the teleportation technique just now. Jiang Mu replied perfunctorily. Then he warned Ronger, I'm going to divert the Sand River here now. You must maintain your clone and transformation skills. Do you understand? Ding Nanrong nodded and emphasized, the clone and I are at the same realm, the Guiyuan realm. No matter where my real body is, as long as I maintain the water element technique, the clone will not be released, but the farther the distance, the more spiritual energy I consume, but correspondingly, more and more water elemental poison will be produced in my body. Once the amount of water poison is too much, I will, so, you need to hurry. No more than half an hour at most. Half an hour, which is an hour. Jiang Mu knew very well that if there was too much water element poison, the consequences would be serious. Don't worry, there's enough time. I'm going now. One eye from the sky. Buzz, Jiang Mu's vision instantly fell into darkness. Below the visual field, the complete map of the Songling realm gradually emerged. He moved the picture all the way eastward. We quickly located ourselves in the eastern coastal area, then he used magic again. Extreme Flash. A flash of light passed by. Jiang Mu disappeared into the soul-devouring sky-binding formation. Only the black water evil remained in the formation. There is also Ding Nanrong outside the formation. Go down and change. Ding Nanrong began to feel a little uncomfortable, and even the two places above her felt sticky. Then he descended towards the forest below. Finally, we entered a cave with no living creatures. Slowly untie the belt around your waist. The other side, the east, is by the sea. Above the clouds. A flash of light passed by. Jiang Mu appeared out of nowhere. He used his spiritual sense to penetrate the clouds and look down from above. There is an island below, and the entire island was operating a blood red array, the blood-sucking formation of 10,000 demons. Inside the formation, a group of nearly 100,000 monsters were being sacrificed. They all had bloodshot eyes and were wailing. Every once in a while, a small group of monsters would be turned into blood mist. Countless blood mists gathered towards the center of the formation. At this moment, it is gathered into a thumb-sized demon blood pill. The demon blood pill shone with bloodlight, emitting terrifying demonic power that soared into the sky. Jiang Mu narrowed his eyes, and for the first time, he showed a sinister grin like the black water demon. The show is about to begin. Chapter 146. Are you, Liwa? Sand, ha ha ha. On the island, looking at the demon blood pill in the center of the 10,000 demons blood-sucking formation that was emitting demonic energy rising to the sky, Shay, who was outside the formation, had eyes filled with fanaticism. Tomorrow at noon, I will devour the black water evil. Lord Sha Bailuan. I, Shay, will break through to the void realm and replace you as the Lord of the Wilderness. The soul-devouring Sandworm clan will reign supreme. Sand, ha 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 ha? Who? Shag laughed wildly towards the sky. A powerful demonic aura suddenly appeared behind him, along with waves of spatial fluctuations. He was so startled that he turned around like lightning and stabbed viciously with his arm. The segmented arms were wrapped in a layer of space protective film, which created cracks in the space. Its unparalleled power seems to be able to pierce through everything mercilessly. Sizzle. The arm pierced into a space barrier, making a sound like steel grinding teeth, but it failed to hurt the woman behind the barrier at all. Master Demon Marshal, you are still as courageous and ferocious as ever. You are indeed a partner that I look forward to working with. A charming woman's voice came from behind the space barrier. Shay looked carefully. She was a charming woman wearing a white brocade jacket and a slit red silk skirt. Are you, Tada? Shay retracted his arm and retreated dozens of meters to keep a safe distance. He looked at Li Hua warily, suspicious and fearful. Aren't you already dead? He discovered that the demonic energy of the tabby cat was extremely powerful. It's almost on par with the black water demon in the demon god realm. It is beyond his reach. Li Hua waved his hand gently and removed the space barrier. She embraced her chest with one hand and gently stroked her beautiful face with the other hand. A charming and sweet voice came out from her red lips. My true self has actually already created a new clone. Shay pressed on, but as far as I know, your original body's cultivation level is only at the refining void realm, and the highest level of the clone you created can only be at the returning origin realm. But why is your clone at the refining void realm? Li Hua sighed and replied helplessly, it's all because of that Jiang Mu. He has something that may help solve the crisis of my Fox clan, but he has powerful cultivators like Ding Nanrong and Haishuisha by his side, which makes it difficult for ordinary cultivators in the Guiyuan realm or even the Lianqiu realm to capture him. So, my original body did not hesitate to consume a large amount of Fox spirit soul to create an avatar in the realm of refining emptiness. Hearing this, Shay narrowed his dark eyes and began to think. He and Li Hua have a cooperative relationship, so he naturally knows the crisis of the White Fox clan. The Fox Fairy soul is gradually dissipating. The soul of the Fox Fairy is the foundation of the White Fox clan. During its heyday, the White Fox clan was superior to the Dragon clan and the soul-devouring Sandworm clan, and for a time became the leader of the three major demon clans in the Tsongling realm. But the Fox Spirit soul gradually dissipated. Therefore, the Fox clan has been on a downward trend and has now become the last of the three major demon clans. One day, the White Fox clan will fall out of the list of the three major demon clans. They may even end up being eaten by other monsters. The leader of the Fox clan, Fox Xinyue, was worried day and night about the disappearance of the Fox Fairy soul. Fox Xinyue also said, if anyone can resolve the crisis of the Fox clan, she will bow down and marry him, no matter if he is male or female, human or demon. It can make the arrogant, selfish and overbearing beauty give up her dignity as a king and her personal happiness and marry him. It can be seen that the crisis of the Fox clan has reached a point where it can no longer be delayed. No wonder she would not hesitate to consume the Fox Fairy soul to create an avatar in the realm of refining emptiness. It seems that she is interested in Jiang Emud. Is determined to win. Since you want to capture that guy, why don't you go directly to Xuecheng? Why come to my side? Shay did not let down his guard. He was afraid that Li Hua would be tempted by the opportunity and disregard the cooperation agreement between the two parties to snatch his demon blood pill. Li Hua seemed to be able to see his concerns and said with a charming smile, don't worry, Master Demon Marshal. I won't steal your demon blood pill. We have been working together for so many years. Have I ever betrayed you? When did you ever cheat me? Have you forgotten about the last time you raised the price? Shade really wanted to curse. He did not forget that he asked Li Hua to investigate Ling Outyan last time. Originally, he offered 50 enlightened demon cores as a reward, but Li Hua, the profiteer, raised the price of 50 Kaiguang realm demon cores to 250. He also added 15 Tongji realm demon cores and 2 Huaxing realm demon cores. This still hurts him to this day. Li Hua didn't know what Shade was thinking. Her face turned serious and she said something that made Shay tremble with fear. In about half an hour, a void refinement realm elder from the Shenyang sect will arrive at the Monster Mountain range. What? Refining void realm, half an hour later? Shay's pupils shrank, and he asked anxiously in shock, are you serious? If that elder in the void refinement realm discovered the 10,000 demons blood-sucking formation, then his plan to devour the soul of the black water demon, there is a high possibility of failure. Really? My clone was killed by that void refinement realm elder. Li Hua's face was filled with resentment, and terrifying demonic energy couldn't be restrained from surging out of his body. The monsters in the sea area within a radius of 10 miles were frightened and dived into the sea in panic. Even Shay felt a little nervous. Li Hua restrained her evil aura, and the resentful expression disappeared as she said, and naturally turned into a charming smile. Just now, I was heading to Xuecheng. On the way, I saw the black water demon trapped in the soul-devouring sky-binding formation. I sensed the demonic energy coming from the seaside again, so I came here to tell you the news. After all, you and my White Fox clan are close partners if you successfully devour the soul of the black water demon and break through to the void realm. Then for my Fox clan, it will be 100 benefits with no harm. You're right, right? The future lord of the wasteland. Hear this. Shay's vigilance relaxed a lot. He had doubted what Li Hua said, but as Li Hua said, his breakthrough to the Kongming realm is beneficial to the White Fox clan. Therefore, he couldn't think of any reason why Li Hua would deceive him. So here comes the question, what to do now? Should we end the 10,000 demons blood-sucking formation early and head to the black water evil? Shay looked at the demon blood pill floating in the center of the formation. The demon blood pill has not been completely refined yet and is currently considered a defective product. After swallowing this defective demon blood pill, the strength will not be greatly improved, and there is no guarantee that the black water evil can be killed. But if the 10,000 demons blood-sucking formation is not ended in advance, half an hour later, if that void refinement realm elder really arrives, the situation will only get worse. In Shay, hesitating, Heroine narrowed her almond-shaped eyes and smiled meaningfully. Master Demon Marshal, I have something to say, do you want to hear it? Shay was attracted by her words and couldn't help asking, what is it? Liwa smiled even more charmingly. I will help you devour the black water evil. Oh, Shay's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but think about it. If there is a raccoon flower to help. So even if he swallowed a defective demon blood pill, the success rate of swallowing the black water evil is definitely 80%. What do you want in return? Shay suppressed the joy in his heart and asked calmly. Based on his understanding of Liwa, she would not easily do anything without great benefits. Really? Liwa's next asking price was so high that it made people vomit blood. 10 transformation realm demon cores, plus the Tiansong mountains in the southern border demon territory. Impossible. Why the hell don't you just go and rob it? Shay was furious and pointed at Liwa and cursed her. He had worked hard for so many years, but only managed to save 3 or 4 transformation level demon cores. Where can he find 10 coins now? Even asking him to seed the Tiansong mountains, that is an area with abundant spiritual energy in the southern border demon territory. Most of the monsters in the demon army were brought from the Tiansong mountains. Liwa, the lion, is asking for a very high price. He is simply trying to make a killing. How about you be the demon commander? Chapter 147. You are such a good actor, you bastard. Next time you will be my servant. Oh, my asking price seems a little high. Liwa's beautiful phoenix eyes rolled around and she changed her tone and said, then let's change it to 1 transformation realm demon core, plus 1 soul devouring sky binding bead. The corners of Shay's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. He suspected that the woman was playing a trick on him because the price she asked for before and after was so different. It's like the difference between heaven and earth, but even if he was fooled, he could only endure it. A transformation realm demon core is fine, but the soul devouring sky binding bead. Shay felt very painful. The soul devouring sky binding bead is a bead that stores the soul devouring sky binding formation. It can be used by injecting spiritual power, which is very convenient. However, the cost of manufacturing the soul devouring sky binding bead is extremely high. Only the soul eating sandworms at the void refinement realm or above can create it using their own bones, flesh and blood. And the chance of manufacturing failure is also very high. How about this? I can give you the demon core first. But the soul-devouring sky-binding pearl will be given to you after I devour the black water evil and ascend to the void netherworld realm. Sheikh said to Liwa with a serious expression. He almost forgot one thing. If you create the soul-devouring sky-binding orb, his strength will inevitably decline. If he makes it now, then his next battle with the black water evil will be extremely disadvantageous. Oh, Master Demon Marshal. You have your worries, but I have my own difficulties too. What if a cultivator from the void refinement realm tries to stop us when we capture Jiang Mu? I need one right now. Liwa had a sad face and showed no intention of giving, and Shay immediately reluctantly increased the price, 2 soul-devouring sky-binding beads. As long as I advance to the void netherworld realm, I will give you 2. However, Liwa remained unmoved and still had a sad face. That's not possible. 3. That's not possible. 4. That's not possible. 5. That's not possible. That's not possible. Liwa. Don't be so arrogant. Give me some face, okay? I will become the Lord of the Wilderness in the future. Sheikh was about to fly into a rage, but when he remembered that he would need Liwa's help soon, he immediately became gentle. Even his smile was unprecedentedly sincere and pious. However, that's not possible. You and #at. Insect language, Sheikh roared and cursed. Born as a bug, this was the first time he felt so suffocated. Okay. I'll remember it. No way. He could only agree with gritted teeth and create a soul-devouring sky-binding bead right away. Then thank you, Master Yao Shui. Master Demon Marshal is indeed worthy of being the future Lord of the Wilderness. Sure enough, courage. Liwa stroked her face and smiled charmingly. The voice is still enchanting and beautiful, but to Shay's ears, it sounded so harsh. Very good. After I break through to the Kongming realm, I will definitely skin you, Huxinhua, and your crippled sister alive, and rip your bones clean. I will devour their souls and eat their flesh. I will also refine and sacrifice all of your group of female vixens into demon blood pills. Sheikh snorted coldly and secretly planted the seeds of hatred in his heart. I have started manufacturing. He gritted his teeth and tore off one of his arms, throwing it forward, then pinched the seals with your hands and feet together. Soul-devouring sky-binding formation, explode. Bang! The broken arm exploded and turned into a circular space formation. He then tore off a piece of flesh and blood from his own shoulder armor. Throw out. Then he made some complicated and strange hand seals. Receive. The next moment, the spatial formation shrank and began to slowly merge into the shell, and the shell gradually became round due to the contraction of space. Just when it is about to form a round bead, snap, the shell was torn apart by space. The soul-devouring bound sky bead failed to be manufactured. Shay's heart is bleeding. One arm is gone, and his strength has been reduced a bit. Helpless, he could only make it again. So he grew an arm, then endured the pain and tore it off and threw it forward, pinched the seal. Soul-devouring sky-binding formation, explode. Bang! The arm exploded and turned into a circular space formation. He tore off another piece of bloody shell, throw it out and pinch the seal, receive. The spatial formation shrank and merged into the shell, snap. The carapace cracked again, manufacturing failed again. UN #at. Insect language. Shay was so angry that he started cursing and his blood pressure rose. When Liwa on the opposite side saw this, an imperceptible smirk flashed in his eyes. Shay adjusted his mentality. At this point, he can only continue to manufacture, the third time. Crack, failure, the fourth time. Crack, failure, the fifth time. Click, failure, UN #at. Insect language, the ninth time, click, failure, 10th time. Success, receive. The spatial formation shrank and merged into the shell, and the shell gradually became smooth. At last, the carapace formed a bead with red and blue colors intersecting, and spatial ripples on the surface. Finally succeeded Shay, whose face was pale, wiped the sweat off his forehead and felt relieved. He took out a blood-colored, egg-sized transformation-level demon core from the storage ring. Then he threw the beads and the demon core to Liwa. You go to the black water demon first. I will go there after I recover a little. Due to the consumption of 10 arms, this caused his breath to become very weak and his strength to decrease a lot. Okay. Liwa smiled and caught the demon core and the soul-devouring binding bead. She knew that Shay was deliberately sending her away so that he could concentrate on dismantling the 10,000 demons' blood-sucking formation and obtaining the demon blood pill. Then I will go ahead and wait for you over there. After saying that, space ripples appeared around her, and her enchanting figure disappeared into the void. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. A long time. On the other side, at the soul-devouring sky-binding formation, Liwa appeared out of thin air next to the formation. Transformation technique, release. Bang! Liwa, who was wearing a slit red silk skirt, turned into Jiangmu, who was wearing a jade white sect leader robe. It should be said it was Jiangmu who released the transformation technique and changed back to his own appearance in order to save spiritual energy. He played with the demon core and the soul-devouring bound orb in his hand, with a triumphant smile on his face. Hey, the plan went well. Wow. You bastard, your acting was amazing just now. That idiot Shay completely believed you were Liwa, and you fooled him so much that he lost his way. Also, the way you touch your face and smile seductively is a true horseflea. Do you have a deep understanding of tabby caterpillars? The voice of the black water demon sounded in his body, full of curiosity and admiration. She saw the entire conversation between Jiangmu and Shahi just now. She almost thought Jiangmu was Liwa, it was so realistic. It's just that my acting is great, I don't know much about Liwa. Jiangmu held his head high and chest puffed out, his face full of pride. After all, it has been performed for more than 70 rounds. Even if it is a pig that has never learned acting, its acting skills will not be too bad. You son of a bitch, you're such a good actor. Next time, you'll play the role of my slave, the kind who doesn't fight back and obeys me absolutely. Slurp. What the hell is this? Let's talk about it later, let's get down to business first. Jiangmu put the demon core into the ring, then he said to the black water demon in the battle, that is, Ding Nanrong's water elemental clone Ronger, get ready, Shay is coming soon. Black water demon nodded, It's just that her expression wasn't very natural. The two little hands subconsciously grabbed the ponytails and twisted them awkwardly. He seems to be nervous about something. Chapter 148, spoilers are fine, and twists are fine. Ronger, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Is your true form hidden? Hide well. Where? In the cave. Ding Nanrong turned her head slightly, as if she didn't dare to face Jiangmu directly. It was her abnormal behavior. Jiangmu suddenly understood something. So without asking any more questions, he descended directly and used spiritual sense to detect the location of Ding Nanrong's real body. Soon Jiangmu landed in front of a cave. Rong hasn't spoken yet. A high-pitched, shrill cry suddenly came from the cave. This scared Jiangmu and the black water evil in his body. You bastard, it's Ronger. She's trying to alleviate the water elemental poison. Haishuisha was inexplicably excited. Hurry in and take a peek. Slurp. What the hell am I supposed to be? I'm that kind of person? Jiangmu Ci criticized the black water demon sternly and righteously, and just stood outside the cave waiting quietly. It seems he guessed right. Ding Nanrong relieved the water poison in the mobile game. No wonder her Shueiyuan clone was so nervous just now. In fact, this also explains, it was indeed very difficult for Ding Nanrong to create a clone of the same realm as her original body. The amount of water elemental poison produced in her body was greater than she had imagined, and if she doesn't relieve the water poison immediately, that might affect the next battle. Jiangmu didn't wait for a moment, then Ding Nanrong walked out of the cave. The sound of shoes is pleasant, the skirt flutters, and the waves surge gently. There was still a slight blush on that beautiful face, and her temples were wet with sweat, but she acted very calmly, as if nothing had happened. Ronger, are you okay? Jiang Mu comforted him with concern, and use your spiritual sense to scan her body to see if the water poison has eased. She changed into a clean one. Still purple, there was only one wet spot in the middle of the grooved eye. In other words, the water poison has been alleviated a lot and will not affect the subsequent battle. I'm fine. Ding Nanrong subconsciously closed her legs. She felt as if a spider web was sweeping over her, especially there. It feels vague and slightly uncomfortable. I'm glad you're okay. Jiang Mu nodded. Ding Nanrong was afraid that he would notice her abnormality, so she changed the subject and asked, how confident are you that you can kill Shea? 90%, if the plan goes well. Jiang Mu's plan is to kill Shea. The plan is divided into 4 steps. First, he transformed into a Liwa to deceive Shea, so that Shea would end the 10,000 demons blood-sucking formation early and rush here to devour the Black Water Evil. Second, if Shea wants to devour the Black Water Evil, he needs to spend time to dismantle the soul-devouring sky-binding formation first, and then attack and kill it while it is dismantling the formation. Third, even if the attack fails, when the formation is lifted, the Black Water Evil will explode, and the power of water element will sink into Shea's body. At the same time, Ding Nanrong's body can activate the secret technique of water element and attack Shea from the inside. Fourth, when Shea tried to escape, the lurking Ding Nanrong came out to stop him and trapped him with the soul-devouring binding bead. The first step of the plan has been successful, said Jiang Mu. Handed a red and blue bead to Ding Nanrong. Shea has already consumed 10 of his arms in order to create the soul-devouring sky-binding orb, and his strength has declined. When he realizes there's no hope of devouring the little cutie, he'll definitely use Sand God Shedding Shell to escape. Then it will be up to you, Ronger, to trap him. Ding Nanrong took the beads. The spatial ripples surrounding it were the spatial laws that she could not understand. I can't help but sigh, is this the power of the void refining realm? It's really amazing. Jiang Mu nodded and said, don't be envious. Sooner or later you will break through to the void refinement realm. You will be more powerful than Shea. Breakthrough to the void refining realm. Ding Nanrong was silent. She remembered the contents of the diary. When she broke through, the water poison would break out, and finally she forcibly pulled Jiang Mu, who was passing by, into the room. That night, she matured, and he grew up too. As I thought about it, my heart couldn't help but beat faster. From now on, will I really be unable to leave him? Ding Nanrong looked at Jiang Mu with her beautiful eyes, pursed her lips, and said nothing, but I still couldn't help asking, when do you think I will break through to the void refinement realm? 3 months. After all, Ronger, you are just a weakling. Well, in about 3 months, you will break through to the void refining realm. Jiang Mu almost revealed her water elemental body, but it doesn't seem to matter anymore, right? Just spoil it if you want to, and just distort it if you want to. Wait until the plot of the demon army attacking the city is over. He seriously considered whether or not to continue with the story. Ha, that's fucking awesome. 3 months. Ding Nanrong was a little nervous. 3 months later, will she be able to experience what it's like to be a woman? But for some reason, she had an intuition, and now that the plot has gone astray, will she still follow the original plot and break through to the void refinement realm in 3 months? Will there be a time delay, or will it be earlier? Ronger, in order to maximize your Guiyuan realm power and bring it infinitely close to the Lianqiu realm, I will now cast spiritual power stimulation on you. Jiang Mu's words interrupted Ding Nanrong's thoughts. She came back to her senses and nodded. She already knew the spiritual art of activating spiritual power. When Jiang Mu performed this technique, a blood essence pill would condense, and he would then transfer the blood essence pill into her dantian. After she can catalyze the essence and blood pill at any time to increase her strength to the extreme of her current realm. The effect of this technique is stronger than the demon blood pill, and there are no side effects. The only drawback is that spiritual power is consumed very quickly. I'm about to start. It's urgent, so don't worry about it, Ronger. Jiang Mu took 2 steps forward, held her face, and performed spiritual magic. Spiritual power stimulated. Moment. A red essence and blood pill condensed in his dantian. The essence and blood pill ran to the chest, esophagus, and throat, and then to the mouth. The essence and blood pill passed from Jiang Mu's mouth into Ding Nanrong's mouth. Xiao was mentally prepared, and Ding Nanrong also felt a little blushing and shy. The essence and blood pill entered the throat and passed through the chest. Finally it entered the dantian.bo. Lips parted. Before she could wipe it off, she suddenly heard Jiang Mu chuckle, get ready for battle. Jiang Mu's spiritual sense detected spatial fluctuations in the sky. Follow the plan. He immediately used the transformation technique on Ding Nanrong. Change. Bang, Ding Nanrong turned into the appearance of the black water demon, then he performed the transformation technique on himself. Change. Bang, he turned into the appearance of a tabby cat, then he used space magic to submerge his body into the void. Ding Nanrong, who had turned into the black water demon, was lurking on the spot, high in the sky. After a space ripple, shade appeared out of thin air in front of the soul-devouring sky-binding formation. Black water evil. I'm here to devour your soul. Sand ha 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 ha. Chapter 149, Villain shouldn't talk too much, devouring this god's soul, wishful thinking. The black water demon in the formation suddenly looked full of hostility. She formed hand seals with her hands, trying to use some magic to attack Shay, but he seemed to remember that the array wall would absorb spiritual arts. He angrily gave up pinching the seal and instead said coldly and sarcastically, "You don't have the demon blood pill made from the sacrifice of 100,000 demon beasts. How can you devour this god? Ridiculous. Of course it depends on me." An extremely coercive and charming voice sounded. Black water demon was startled and looked in the direction of the sound. Then a charming woman in a red dress appeared out of nowhere on the other side of the sand river. Shay looked at Heishui's panicked expression and said smugly and sarcastically, "Her name is Liwa, she is at the refining void realm, and she is from the White Fox clan, one of the 3 major demon clans like this commander. Her demonic energy is as strong as your black water. Demon, with her help, there is no chance for you to escape. Why don't you just give up resistance and let me swallow you obediently? That way, at least I won't suffer anymore." Sand ha 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 ha. Liwa raised the index fingers of both hands. Electric arcs flashed at the fingertips, making a chirp chirp sound like thousands of birds singing, and the power grew steadily. She pointed her 2 index fingers at the soul-devouring sky-binding formation, ready to shoot the black water evil at any time. "Master Demon Marshal, please quickly dismantle the soul-devouring sky-binding formation and end this battle swiftly." "Great. That's exactly what I want." Shay also agreed to a quick victory. However, the 2 purple arcs of electricity on Liwa's fingertips were so powerful that it really made him feel uneasy, but more of it is gratitude. Liwa and he have a cooperative relationship and are allies. With such a powerful ally to help him, it will be basically a sure thing for him to devour the black water evil. The more Shay thought about it, the more excited he became. "Let me swallow the demon blood pill first to increase my strength." He took out a thumb-sized demon blood pill from his storage ring. It was glowing with blood and exuded a strong demonic aura, then swallowed directly. Goo, the demon blood pill entered the body and dissolved instantly, and the essence of power was poured into every part of the body. His entire body quickly grew taller, his muscles constantly squirming and expanding, his hard black shell became shiny and thick, and his dark, bulging eyes became scarlet and bursting due to congestion. At last. Boom. A powerful and unparalleled demonic energy emanated from his body, shocking all the demonic beasts within a 10-mile radius and making them kneel on the ground, without even the slightest thought of resisting. "You are oozing with demonic energy, worthy of being called Master Demon Marshal. Even if the Lord of the Wasteland, Shabiluan, comes, he won't be a match for you. You will definitely become the Lord of the Wilderness in the future." Liwa praised the flower exaggeratedly as if it were free. Sand ha ha ha. Sheikh enjoyed her praise. Now, there is endless violent power inside his body, continuously flowing out of his blood. This kind of powerful force is exactly what he has been dreaming of. This also made his desire to devour the black water evil even stronger. "I'm going to start dismantling the formation." Shay couldn't wait to stretch out his arms and open his palms, and a layer of space protective film completely covered his palms. Then he placed his palms on the wall of the soul-devouring sky-binding formation. He was muttering complex insect language, gelling #it, % and amp, buzz. The walls of the soul-devouring sky-binding array began to glow. Snap. 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 The array wall cracked like glass, with cracks constantly appearing. The black water demon in the formation was so frightened upon seeing this that he bared his teeth and grimaced like a little white cat with its fur standing on end. She suddenly put her palms together, and her petite body gradually swelled up, fatally revealing a cold aqua blue light. The whole person looks like a water balloon that is about to explode. Shay thought that after breaking the formation, she would use some secret technique to attack him. Then he reminded the lynx on the other side of the black water snake clan's secret technique is sinister and ruthless. After the formation is lifted, she will definitely fight to the death. Let's be careful. Is that so? Then I will have to stay back and let the invincible demon commander take the lead. The tabby cat swiftly floated to the backside of the sand river, looking timid and frightened. This made Shay secretly despise him. TSK. The White Fox clan is indeed a bunch of selfish, cowardly women. It's really a disgrace to the 3 major demon clans. Shay stopped talking nonsense and immediately increased his efforts to remove the formation. Snap. Snap. There were more and more cracks on the array wall, and the entire soul-devouring sky-binding array was like a cracked glass ball that was about to break. Soon, just before the formation wall was completely broken, Shade excitedly reminded Liwu. "Prepare to kill Heishui." But at this moment, chirp, chirp, 2 purple lightning bolts, like the chirping of thousands of birds, emitted a might that could penetrate everything and shot towards his dantian area. Shay felt a dangerous aura behind him and his nerves suddenly tensed up. The instinct for survival made him bend his waist sideways frantically, trying his best to avoid the lightning. However, because he was in the process of dismantling the formation, his palms were unable to leave the formation wall for a while, so he was unable to completely avoid the lightning. He could only barely avoid the vital points and protect his dantian. 2 bloody holes were pierced in Shay's abdomen. He screamed in pain and his face turned pale. Obviously, he was seriously injured. "Liwa, you're looking for death." He endured the pain and turned around angrily, stabbing the Liwa fiercely with his long-pointed arms. The arms scraped against the air, making a sound of tearing silk, and the vortex of space emitted by the tip of the arm seemed to be able to crush everything. However, after a sneak attack, Liwa had already retreated away from his attack range. Untie. Bang! She released her transformation technique and changed back to Jiang Mu's appearance to conserve her spiritual energy. Open your dog eyes and see who I am. Jiang Mu gave a sinister grin. Who are you? Shay was stunned, so stunned that he couldn't even feel the pain from the 2 bloody holes in his abdomen. The raccoon flower in front of me. How did you become a man? No. You're not a tabby. Who the hell are you? He suddenly came to his senses. Obviously, it was the raccoon cat just now out. It's fake. It was this strange man in front of me who changed. I'm a human. I'm your father. Bah, I won't be your father. Jiang Mu immediately stopped talking nonsense that he is a villain, so just in case, he should not talk too much during the battle. So he quickly took out a blood-glowing demon blood pill from the ring, which was emitting surging demonic power. Goo. The demon blood pill entered his stomach and exploded, its essence pouring into every part of his body. His entire body quickly grew taller, his muscles kept wriggling and swelling, his hair grew longer and harder, and the skin on his face, neck, and arms grew black, hard snake scales. His deep, lazy eyes also turned scarlet and bursting due to congestion. Boom. A powerful and unparalleled demonic energy emanated from his body. The monsters within a 10-mile radius were frightened and fell to their knees. It even made the Sand River scream. Yao Yao blood pill? Where did you, a human, get the demon blood pill? Who the hell are you? Sheikh was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. He knew the effect of the demon blood pill better than anyone else. In addition to increasing strength, the demon blood pill can also significantly reduce pain nerves and stimulate the body's fighting instincts, and this strange man in front of me is very strong. Now that he has taken the demon blood pill, he has become even stronger. Hee. Jiang Mu was very frugal with words and sneered in response. He extended his index finger, made the gesture of Tao Bai by releasing the Dong Dong wave, and aimed at the Shay River. The electric arc at the fingertips flickered slowly. At the same time, a thin black water snake emerged from the index finger. The purple electric arc wrapped around the black water snake, making a chirping sound like a bird snake. The power is rising steadily. Chapter 150 Black Water Evil, Self-Destructed. Chapter 150 Black Water Evil. Self-destructed. Shay's face darkened, as if facing a powerful enemy. The insect armor on his body has extremely strong defensive power, and ordinary void refinement realm cultivators cannot break it at all, but the small lightning from the man opposite easily penetrated his insect armor. This is the situation now, unless he uses all his strength and performs the forbidden technique unique to the Sandworm clan. Otherwise, there is no way you can beat that man. It is impossible to devour the black water evil. Damn it! You bastard who ruined my good thing. Shay pointed at Jiang Mu angrily. The hatred in his eyes seemed to be able to drown people, no matter how you obtained the demon blood pill. It doesn't matter how you practice the magic. If you dare to provoke me today, I will definitely exterminate your entire clan in the future. Now, let me first let you experience how terrifying I am. Oh! Shay roared angrily, bent his waist, and made his upper body parallel to the ground. Then, with a hiss, 2 arms grew out from his armpits. He clenched his forearms into fists and punched downwards frantically, so fast that countless fist shadows were created. The powerful spiritual power from the fist shadow continuously shot down onto the forest below, forming a spiritual power tornado that caused the forest to collapse. The vast tracts of woods, boulders, and soil were continuously swirled up by the spiritual tornado, gradually forming a giant sandstorm tornado full of spiritual power. Some terrifying monsters had no time to escape and were caught in the storm on the spot, wailing as they were turned into pieces. Sand ha 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 ha. Shay was boxing crazily and laughing. Let me show you how terrifying my Sandworm clan's secret sand manipulation technique is. This move, Sand Tornado Earth Spirit Storm, can turn a forest into a desert. The desert will then feed back into the Sand Tornado Earth Spirit Storm, making it even more powerful. All living creatures will be turned into minced meat. Even an ordinary cultivator in the Void Realm would definitely be left with a layer of skin peeled off if he were to be hit by this move that I unleash with all my strength. Shaha. However, before he could finish his talk, Jiang Mu shot out a purple-black snake-like lightning bolt in advance as if to launch a sneak attack, while cursing, "Can't you see I'm using my skills? Stop talking nonsense." With this IQ, he's still the boss of the first volume. What a stupid novel. Die for me. Black Snake Cave Divine Finger Thunder. Chirp, the purple-black snake-shaped lightning shot towards Shay's head with the force of piercing the sky and breaking the earth. Shaha. Despicable human race. Shay, who was originally laughing wildly, suddenly looked horrified. He didn't expect that the other party would launch a sneak attack before he could finish performing the secret technique. The snake-like lightning was so fast that he had no time to create a space barrier for defense. At the critical moment, he cleverly bent his upper body and successfully avoided the lightning strike on his head. Result, for the first time in his life, he felt pain in his crotch. Oh my. Bastard. Aya. Shay covered his crotch and wailed miserably, blood flowing down his ankles, his body convulsing and throbbing. His facial expression was as dramatic as it could be. Tears even coming out. The huge sandstorm below also collapsed in an instant, and the broken trees, rubble, and monster flesh were scattered all over the sky. This is a spectacular picture. Seeing Ding Nanrong, who was lurking below, nodding secretly, she couldn't help but evaluate Jiang Mu in her heart, ruthless and decisive, just like me. Not bad. Then I became curious again. What is the first volume of Bo Si that he just mentioned? Is the first volume of this novel world coming to an end? Ding Nanrong didn't quite understand, just continued to stare at the battle situation in the sky. At this time, Shade had stabilized the injury on his crotch and stopped the bleeding, but judging from his pale face, twitching tentacles, trembling body, and disordered and weak breathing, he felt very uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable. I can't urinate normally, brute. Shay pointed at Jiang Mu angrily with trembling hands, his dark red eyes staring at him intently, as if he wanted to tear Jiang Mu to pieces. Despicable human race. The cunning human race. Shameless human race. A wicked person. When he hated the abuse, Jiang Mu took the opportunity to shoot out another bolt of lightning. Still beeping, pointing to thunder. Chirp, a purple lightning bolt shot out, and wherever it passed, everything turned into a vacuum. Shay was so frightened that he quickly turned sideways, completely avoiding the lightning, but Jiang Mu's target was not him at all, but the cracked soul-devouring sky-binding formation behind him. Lightning struck the wall of the soul-devouring sky-binding array. Kale, the battle wall was shattered on the spot. Shay's eyes widened suddenly, thinking to himself, oh no. He immediately used space magic and quickly escaped into the void to prevent the attack from the black water evil behind him. However, just a second before he disappeared into the void. Water element original attack. Black water evil said coldly, and his whole petite body exploded into a ball of water. A large amount of water covered Shay's body and began to seep into his skin, mixed into his blood, and penetrated into his dantian. This? Did the black water demon self-destruct? What's going on? Shay, with a confused look on his face, just sank into the void and successfully escaped 100 meters away, but he couldn't figure it out at all. Why did the black water demon choose to self-destruct when he was fine? Why? How could this devour her soul? But he didn't have time to think about it. Because of the sudden sharp pain in dantian, the spiritual energy began to become disordered. There's something wrong with this water. Shay looked horrified. The water that just seeped into his body was unusual. They are attacking his dantian, so he tried his best to practice the skills to suppress the water in his body, protect his dantian and stabilize his spiritual power. However, due to the serious injury, it is difficult to completely suppress it. This also causes the spiritual power to be sometimes stable and sometimes unstable. Result. His spatial spiritual technique was interrupted due to the interruption of spiritual power. So much so that the whole person fell out of the void. Damn it! You bastard! Shay cursed in shock and anger, but he did not forget to escape into the void again. However, after escaping for dozens of meters, his dantian was invaded by water again, causing his spiritual energy to become disordered, but the next second, he fell out again. You damned bastard! He cursed and once again escaped into the void. After running away for dozens of meters, he fell out again. You beast! Then escape into the void, fell out again. Escape into the void, fall out, escape into the void, fall out, escape into the void, fall out. Keep looping. Jiang Mu flew high into the sky, expanded his spiritual sense, looked down at the Shay River, and was ready to launch a surprise attack at any time. Great, the plan went perfectly. As long as we force Shay into a desperate situation, he will be forced to use the forbidden technique, Sand God Shedding Shell, to escape. Then the lurking Ding Nanrong can use the soul-devouring sky-binding bead to trap him. Then he's dead. Ha, perfect. Jiang Mu felt very comfortable. As long as the plan succeeds, Shay will die. Then there is no need to worry that Shahi will tell Sha Bailuan about Haishuish's information, and Haishuish's life will no longer be threatened. Son of a bitch, after killing this idiot, what are you going to do next? The voice of Black Water Demon suddenly rang in my mind. The tone sounded very pleasant. It was because the fool who tried to devour her soul was about to die. Chapter 151, Tongue is the best in the world? What's next? After I kill Shay, I will have a good sleep. Okay. Slurp. I mean rest. Yes, what else? After that, we'll have some barbecue and relax. Well, Ronger and I will roast the fat sheep together. Jiang Mu said so. The demon army's siege of the city is the final main plot of the first volume. When the story is over, as a villain, he and Ding Nanrong would roast lamb on the cliff behind the sect. The plot of roasted lamb is mainly to promote the relationship between him and Ding Nanrong. As for his wife Han Yuqing, because he hated her in the early days. So she had no part in the original plot of the roast lamb. Little cutie, you and Yuqing come too, the four of us can grill together. Jiang Mu added, calling Haishuisha and Han Yuqing. Now the plot has gone so awry that he is too lazy to follow the original plot. Besides, roast lamb is not part of the main plot. Roasted lamb? It doesn't taste as good as yours. Jiang Mu didn't know what she was talking about. You can try mixing and matching, slurp. Why do I feel that the roast lamb plot later on will become something unusual? It doesn't matter. Jong-mu continued to look down with his spiritual sense. I found that Shay was still trying to escape, and he was cursing as he ran, and he was persistent. This Shay is indeed an extraordinary void refining realm. Even if he was hit by Ding Nanrong's water elemental power, his spiritual power was only disrupted, and he didn't suffer any substantial damage. He's really strong. In that case, let me put a little pressure on you. Jiang-mu stretched out his index finger and aimed it at Shay, with an arc of electricity flashing at his fingertips. The effect of the Hunyuan Gi body only has about 20 minutes left. We must hurry up and force Shay into a desperate situation, forcing him to use the sand god to shed his shell. That's over there. Jiang-mu was stunned for a moment and cancelled the finger bomb. Within the range of his spiritual awareness, he suddenly detected that a private spaceship was flying towards this side from the east. This spaceship is quite small. It's a private spaceship. Xu etching ship emblem with emerald green lace pattern. Why is it like Xue Minghan's private spaceship? Hiss. No way. Jiang Mu's heart skipped a beat and he felt uneasy. He didn't want any accidents to happen at this critical juncture. He immediately used his spiritual sense to carefully detect the interior of the spacecraft. Soon, 3 people were detected in the spacecraft. Xue Menghan was driving the spaceship with an impatient expression. Ling Outyan drank tea while looking at Xue Menghan with a faint evil smile on his face. Han Yuqing leaned against the window, her hands scratching the air. Fuck. It's really Xue Menghan. Why is she here? And Han Yuqing? And Ling Outyan? What the hell is this? And a p. Percent. Jiang Mu cursed loudly, and his blood pressure rose. The plan to kill Shay was smooth and successful, but a few people showed up in the middle, and they were the main characters. Is this the turning point in the novel? If the situation takes a turn that allows Shay to escape the life of the black water demon, fuck. What's wrong? Haishuisha sensed that Jiang Mu's mood suddenly fluctuated, so he asked with concern. Jiang Mu, who was devastated by the twisted plot, quickly calmed down. But I still feel depressed and worried. Damn it. Xue Menghan is flying this way in a private spaceship. Is that so? Haishuisha fell into deep thought. She was wondering whether Xue Menghan's arrival was a good thing or a bad thing. Jiang Mu looked at the sand river below and began to think. If Shay sees the spaceship, he and the spaceship will perish together. Then Han Yuqing and Xue Menghan will most likely be dead. After all, their cultivation is too low. And if Shay arrests them and uses them as human resources. What the hell are these hostages? What a cliched, bloody plot from a 3000 speaking novel. Fuck you. Jiang Mu cursed and became more and more annoyed the more he thought about it. Son of a bitch, throw a falling star at Shay, hee. Haishuisha suddenly smiled sinisterly and made a suggestion. A star falling from the sky? Jiang Mu was stunned. Then think about it carefully. Then everything became clear. Since this place is deep in the heart of the Monster Mountain range and is full of dangers, even if he and Ding Nanrong kill Shay, they still have to retain the strength to protect themselves. Although the move of falling stars from the sky is the most lethal of all his spiritual arts, but after using it, it is not certain how much damage it can cause to Shay. The only thing that is certain is that one's spiritual power will be drained immediately and one will immediately fall into the state of immortal. Ding Nanrong's main task is to stop Shay from escaping. If necessary, she will use her iron body to exchange injuries for injuries. Immortal, plus a cultivator who is seriously injured and whose water poison may flare up at any time, is unlikely to survive for more than a few hours in the heart of the Monster Mountain range, where the monsters are ferocious, the plants are dangerous, and the terrain is steep. So, from the beginning to the end, he never considered using the falling stars, but now, since Xue Menghan has arrived in a spaceship, then we can take her spaceship back and there will be no safety risks. Why worry about a bird? Why not just throw a meteorite into Shay to end this quickly? You're so cool, little cutie. Moa. Jiang Mu praised Black Water Demon highly. Of course, I am the patriarch of the Black Water Snake Clan, a powerful demon god who stands at the pinnacle of the Zhongling realm. 666. So awesome. This little cutie is the best in the world. Is the tongue the best in the world? Ahem. Jiang Mu didn't understand her train of thought, so he stopped talking. He rolled up his sleeves and prepared for action. I'm going to prepare to cast falling stars. Hey, why not just have a big one? Jiang Mu grinned sinisterly. He planned to first use his spiritual power to stimulate and increase the power of the void refining realm to the extreme, then use all your strength to cast stars from the sky, the sand river below at this time, because the spiritual power has been disturbed by the strange water in the body. As a result, the space magic kept failing and he fell out of the void again. Yuan #at. Insect language, he was so impatient that he started cursing his mother tongue. Sudden. A sinister voice came from the sky. Spiritual power. Stimulate, boom. A powerful spiritual power enveloped from above. Shay's soul trembled and he broke out in cold sweat. He looked up in horror. Then I saw a man floating under the grey night sky. The man's hair was fluttering, his eyes were like red thunder, and his whole body was emitting a violent blue aura. His spiritual power? How did I suddenly become so close to the void netherworld realm? Impossible. Except for the demon blood pill, nothing else in the world can achieve such an effect. Impossible. This is impossible. Shay roared and roared, his body trembling with fear, and his eyeballs seemed to be shaking. Jiang thought this was stupid. Seeing how powerful I am, why didn't you run away quickly? Maybe this is a sign of low intelligence. However, with the interference of Ding Nanrong's water elemental power, he seems unable to maintain the spatial spiritual technique. Jiang took out a wooden horse from the ring. This is the toy he has played with since he was a child. As long as you put a demon core into the eye of the Trojan horse, it will float up and you can ride on it for fun, but you can't move it. Jiang stuffed a demon core into it and threw it in front of him, where it floated, then sit on it. The reason for doing this is simply because after performing the Skydrop Star, his spiritual power will be drained and he will fall into a mortal state and be unable to fly. I made this thing to float and avoid falling down and getting eaten. Bring it on. Jiang sitting on a wooden horse, raised his palms to the sky, looked up at the night sky, and shouted out the awesome lines. I want this gray, moonless night to be dotted with starlight. I want this place where monsters are rampant to stop trembling. Stone of destiny in the galaxy far away. Please answer my call. Give me the power of destruction, sky, drop, fall, star. Chapter 152. He is skilled in an instant. Jiang spiritual power was completely drained. A special energy descended from the sky and locked onto the sand river below. The originally gray and moonless night sky suddenly became darker and darker with dark clouds. Finally, the sky was covered with a dense, opaque black cloth. At this moment, the world seemed to have entered endless darkness. This is an unusual change. This made Shay extremely uneasy. Why is the sky so dark? And this strange aura? He felt a strong sense of power that completely locked him down. It's the breath of death. Run. Absolutely run. At this moment he has only one belief: to live. If I don't run away quickly, I will definitely be killed in one blow. Escape. Shay desperately and madly used the space magic, and his whole body disappeared into the void, but the next second another sharp pain came from Dantian, and the water in the body impacted the spiritual sea, causing the spiritual energy to become disordered. As a result, the whole person fell out of the void again. I see. Someone is controlling the water. Who is it? Who on earth is it? Shay's eyes swept across the mountains and forests below like fire. After many attempts just now, he had already vaguely sensed the strange water in his body. In the forest below, someone is secretly controlling the water, disrupting the spiritual power in his body, making it impossible for him to maintain his spatial spiritual power. Get out here, Marshal. He released his spiritual pressure with all his strength and pressed down on the forest below. The powerful spiritual pressure of the Lianshu realm is like 1,000 mountains, which bends the trees in the forest below, makes the dust fly, and makes the monsters faint. It also caused Ding Nanrong, who was lurking in the dark, to have her Dantian shaken and her spiritual sea churned. Such a strong void refining realm spiritual pressure. But it's just in time for you to come. Ding Nanrong was calm and completely gave up on defense, accepting this powerful spiritual pressure. This caused her Dantian to be crushed and ruptured, and hundreds of cracks appeared instantly, and the turbulent spiritual sea continued to leak out and dissipate into the cracks. Puff. Ding Nanrong was so injured that she spat out a mouthful of blood and looked a little weak. She immediately used the water element secret technique to seal the hundreds of cracks in her Dantian to prevent the loss of spiritual power, and at the same time vomiting blood. There is also the sand river above. Poof. My Dantian? Shay covered his stomach in disbelief. He looked inside and found that his Dantian had cracked into more than a dozen pieces. Spiritual power is also constantly leaking and dissipating from the cracks. Now, he basically can't use continuous spiritual arts like space teleportation. Damn it. At this time, a dazzling star gradually appeared on the dark sky. Shay suddenly looked up. The starlight grew bigger and brighter. Even from a great distance, one can still feel the terrifying pressure. Is that a star? The stars are on fire? Still falling? How is this possible? While Shay was horrified, he recalled that it was such a flaming meteorite that killed his 50,000 demon soldiers on the battlefield outside Shueching yesterday. Even he couldn't do this. Looking at the meteor in the sky, which was burning with blazing flames, growing bigger and bigger, and seemed to carry the mark of death, Shay Juejuan gritted his teeth and his face became ferocious. Now that his Dantian was shattered and locked by the meteorite's energy, he had no way to retreat. The only option is to fight hard. Just a meteorite. Are you trying to kill me, the demon marshal of Shay? It's not that easy. Oh. Shay suddenly took a horse stance, put his four palms together, and performed the secret technique of transformation. Transformation. Technique. The next moment, his body rose and expanded, his head transformed into a ferocious tentacle-like insect head, hundreds of segmented bones emerged from his ribs, forming hundreds of branched insect legs, and his legs turned into long insect tails. Final. Shay, who was originally in human form, turned into a giant centipede sandworm that covered the sky, sand. Shay roared to the sky, and the majestic demonic energy rushed straight into the sky, as if venting the anger in his heart, and also as if showing off his own powerful strength. He held his ferocious insect head high, his pair of shiny black eyes widened as wide as possible, glaring at the flaming meteorite falling from the sky. In an instant, the meteorite penetrated the sky, and the dark world suddenly became as bright as day. Sand. 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 Sand, 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 sand. Shake howled and curled up his body. His whole body was gradually covered with a layer of space protective membrane. Hundreds of insect feet crawled rapidly in the void, and his huge body spun up at high speed, trying to resist the attack of the meteorite. Whoosh, boom. The flaming meteorite, which was 10 times larger than the Sand River, fell completely on his huge insect. Shade was smashed to pieces on the spot, and his shrill screams resounded through the sky. Even though he was confident that he could withstand the meteorite, he still underestimated its destructive power. It only takes one breath. His entire huge insect body was smashed to pieces by the meteorite, and a large number of broken insect legs, flesh and shells fell all over the sky. Boom. The meteorite exploded with a loud bang. Sparks from the sky fell into the forest, turning it into a sea of sporadic fire. The scene was so spectacular, like the end of the world. Good fellow. This single target falling star is so powerful? It smashed Shay's body into pieces in one go. Jiang Mu, sitting on the wooden horse, looked down at the scattered sea of fire below and was shocked. A moment later, all the sparks were extinguished. The dark sky slowly returned to its previous gray night sky. Shade at this moment, his entire insect body had been completely blown up, leaving only a ferocious insect head. Due to the lack of spiritual support, the insect head gradually shrank to the size of a human and began to fall from a great height. Cough, cough, cough. Shay's fang-filled mouth was spitting blood, and his resentful insect eyes were staring at Jiang Mu in the sky. It's you! You beast! You've ruined everything I have. When I return to the wilderness, I will tell the Lord of the Wilderness everything. And that black water demon. Since she's already self-destructed. Then her snake body, which carries the blood of the demon ancestor, will become a great tonic for Master Sha Bailuan. As long as Lord Sha Bailuan successfully merges with her snake body, he will obtain her demon ancestor's bloodline. He will be able to touch the door to the demon god realm. He may even break through to the demon god realm in one fell swoop. By then, Lord Sha Bailuan will reign supreme over the Kyushu continent. My soul-devouring sandworm clan will surely become the ruler of the Kyushu continent. You, a bunch of incompetent humans, will also be enslaved by my sandworm tribe forever. Ha 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 ha. Cough, cough, cough. Ha 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 ha. Cough, cough, cough. Shake was spitting blood and laughing wildly, almost losing his mind. Knowing that he was doomed, he turned around and fell rapidly towards the forest below. As long as he holds on to his last breath, he lands on the ground and performs the forbidden escape technique. Sand god shedding his shell, you can definitely escape. He wanted to escape back to the wilderness and tell Sha Bailuan everything. Sand god take off sudden, just as he landed on the ground and had no time to use the sand god shelling technique. A cold voice came from the darkness ahead. Spiritual power is stimulated. Boom. A powerful spiritual pressure came towards him like an overwhelming tidal wave. Puff, puff, puff. Shay's face was suddenly distorted by the pressure, and he screamed and vomited blood immediately following. A little lowly with white twin tails, golden snake eyes, and a violent blue aura emanating from her body. It emerged from the front and rushed towards him. You are Blackwater. Shay's brain froze for a moment, his worldview was severely impacted, and he was so shocked that he forgot to continue using the sand god's shelling technique. Ding Nanrong took advantage of his stunned moment and threw a red and blue bead at him. The surface of the bead was shrouded in spatial ripples. Soul-devouring sky-binding orb, explode. As the indifferent voice fell, a bang, the soul-devouring sky-binding bead exploded, forming a soul-devouring sky-binding formation. Shay's entire insect head was completely trapped in the formation. This is the soul-devouring sky-binding orb? Shay suddenly woke up, but in an instant, I felt completely hopeless. It's over. It's over. It's over. He muttered to himself, his eyes gradually becoming dull and lifeless. He couldn't understand why the black water evil, which had already self-destructed, suddenly reappeared. I also can't understand why the black water evil possesses the soul-devouring and sky-binding pearl. He only knew that with only one breath left, trapped in the soul-devouring sky-binding formation, there was only one outcome: die. Sha ha. Ha. Ha 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 dot. Dot. Shake slowly closed his eyes, with his ferocious insect head held high, without any plea for mercy. As if this could protect his last bit of dignity as a demon commander, Ding Nanrong, who was standing next to them, did not just stand there and watch. She mobilized the power of water, made hand seals, and attracted the water in the blood in Shay's head. Water element original attack. Immediately, Shay's raised insect head began to swell, its eyeballs gradually bulged out, and the densely packed fangs in its mouth gradually turned outward. This made Shade very painful, so painful that he held miserably. Sand. Even if I die, I will never let this marshal down with dignity. Sand. You and #@ Insect language. Final. The insect's head swelled to its maximum size and then exploded. Bang. Blood, flesh, and broken bones instantly covered the entire inner wall of the soul-devouring sky-binding formation. A generation of demon commander in the realm of refining emptiness, the soul-eating sandworm, and Shay. Die. Untie. Ding Nanrong released the state of spiritual power stimulation. She also lifted the transformation spell, changing from Haishuisha's lowly appearance to her own plump appearance. To save spiritual energy, she looked up at the sky, searching for Jiangmu. When I saw a floating dot in the sky, then he flew up immediately. Soon it flew next to Jiangmu. Ronger. How's Shay? Did you trap him? Is he dead? Seeing Ding Nanrong flying up, Jiangmu immediately grabbed her slippery shoulders and shook them violently, very anxious. Well, he's dead. His head exploded. Ding Nanrong was shaken so hard that the waves surged and she felt a little uncomfortable. If this had happened in the past, she would have bandaged his dirty hands on the spot. Ha damn, that thing is finally dead. Jiang Mu breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the wooden horse, looking a little weak. Seeing this, Ding Nanrong said with concern, how are you? It's okay, but after using the Skydrop Star, my spiritual energy was drained. I feel very tired and want to sleep. Ding Nanrong nodded and asked, where's the little cutie? She's still inside me, but the effects of the Hanyuan Giyi body are almost over. She'll be out soon. Come out and sleep sniffing. Jiang Mu ignored the black water demon. Oh, right, Ronger. He pointed to the east and said happily, Shui Menghan is here. I don't know what she's here for, but we can take her spaceship back. That's great. Shui Menghan? Ding Nanrong looked in the direction of his finger curiously, then I saw a private spaceship flying towards this side. Ronger, how's your water elemental poison? Is it serious? Jiang Mu asked with concern. It's okay, there aren't that many. I'll feel better once I get back to the sect. Puff. As Ding Nanrong was speaking, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her dantian and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face looked a little painful. Ronger, what's wrong with you? Jiang Mu was startled and quickly pulled her over and let her sit sideways on the wooden horse to rest. My dantian has ruptured, with hundreds of cracks appearing. But I sealed the crack with the power of water. Although it hurts, I won't die. Ding Nanrong wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and spoke lightly, as if it was just a trivial matter, but Jiang Mu knew that this was no small matter. The dantian has hundreds of cracks, good job. If it were an ordinary Guiyuan realm cultivator, he would have been ruined long ago. However, she was able to use the power of water element to resist. It can only be said that she is worthy of being one of the 5 major physiques, the water element body. Ronger, let me massage it for you. It can help relieve the pain. Jiang Mu put one arm around her waist and placed his other palm on her belly. Then, based on the experience of massaging her for dozens of rounds, he rotated his palms left and right, twisted lightly with his 5 fingers, rubbed heavily, pressed again, and stretched and flicked them from time to time, although he cannot use spiritual power. But ordinary massage can also soothe the meridians around the dantian. He said solemnly while doing it. After I go back, I will find a way to help you repair your dantian. According to the original plot, 3 months later, Ding Nanrong will break through to the refining void realm, but now her dantian was broken. Even with the sect's high-level spiritual medicines, it would take at least a year or 2 to repair the damage. If she really followed the original plot, she would have made a breakthrough in 3 months, then her dantian would be exploded by the large amount of spiritual power. Then she would become a useless person. Well, please. Ding Nanrong turned her head and looked in the direction of the spaceship, her face flushed slightly, a rare occurrence. Regarding Jiang Mu's behavior of hugging the waist and rubbing the belly, she didn't even have the slightest thought of rejection. Maybe it's the concept of Taoist companions that's causing the problem, but his method, why are you so skilled, not only relieved the pain. It's even quite comfortable. Chapter 153. You know what to do. After a while, the private spaceship flew over and stopped below Jiang Mu and the others. Husband. I'm coming. Han Yuqing came out of the cockpit and stood on the bow, waving and shouting happily. Seeing this, Ding Nanrong put away the floating wooden horse, hugged Jiang Mu, and jumped onto the spaceship. Husband, are you okay? I was so worried. A fragrant breeze blew over, and Han Yuqing fell into Jiang Mu's arms. She rubbed her face against Jiang Mu's like a kitten and said in a sweet voice, Husband, I was afraid that you and Sister Rong were in danger, so I couldn't help but come to find you. Alright. It turned out that she was the one who was going to come, not Shui Menghan. Jiang Mu suddenly understood, but think about it, Shui Menghan had no idea that he was in the Monster Mountain range, and had no reason to come looking for him. By the way, my dear, is Shay dead? Han Yuqing suddenly lowered her voice and asked quietly. She also secretly glanced at the cockpit. At her request, Shui Menghan and Ling Outyan did not come out. Jiang Mu thought her behavior was a bit strange, but he didn't think too much about it, just nodded and replied, well, Shay is dead, huh? Before he could finish, Han Yuqing put her arms around his neck, stood on tiptoe and kissed him hard. She was also twisting her waist. Ding Nanrong, are you okay? Haishuisha, TSK, she has trained her waist to Jiang Mu. She works very hard to keep me in good graces. Han Yuqing, oh, so Shay is dead. If Shui Menghan knew this, she wouldn't ride her husband anymore. I'd lose a great helper. I'll have to make it a done deal between her and her husband. Bo. Lips parted, Han Yuqing took Jiang Mu's hand and shook it left and right like a spoiled child. Husband, are you tired? I've prepared a big bed specially for you. It will allow you to sleep comfortably. Then he turned to Ding Nanrong and said with a smile, Sister Rong, I've prepared hot water in the bathroom, with fragrant flower petals. You can bathe in it all night long. Bath. Ding Nanrong's eyes lit up. Thank you, Yuqing. After thanking him, she rushed into the cabin, relying on the perception of water power. She accurately found the bathroom room, bang, opened the bathroom door, the fragrance is strong and the mist is lingering, the huge bathtub was covered with petals of various colors, and hot water was steaming. Just one look at this fairy-like scene can instantly eliminate one's fatigue, bang. Ding Nanrong immediately locked the bathroom door. I guess he's getting ready for a bath. Wife, you came just in time. You did a great job. Jiang Mu sincerely praised Han Yuqing. I have to say, her preparations were indeed very thoughtful and considerate. Hey, of course I did a good job, I can do better. She had a bright smile on her face, her eyes were crescent-shaped, and the butterfly scar on her face added a bit of charm to her. Jiang Mu couldn't help but touch her face with his other hand, and gently scratched the butterfly scar with his thumb. Feeling the scraping sensation, he thought of Han Yuqing's childhood experiences, and a wave of pity rose in his heart. You son of a bitch, you love her, I can feel it. Jiang Mu, he immediately let go of her hand, pulled it out, and adjusted his mood. The plot is still in its early stages. If he goes against his villain character and acts too affectionate with Han Yuqing, then in the later stage, the deep relationship between him and Han Yuqing might be distorted beyond recognition. By the way, I used my spiritual sense to detect that there were 3 people in the cockpit. Where's Shui Menghan? And where's Ling Outyen? Why don't they come out? Jiang Mu looked towards the cockpit curiously. Ah? Divine consciousness? Han Yuqing was stunned for a moment. Does my husband have spiritual awareness? Oh, he must have obtained it after melting the black water evil, right? She remembered that before in Lihua Pavilion, Jiang Mu had talked to Ding Nanrong about integrating and gaining abilities. Thinking about it, he explained with a smile, oh, that's right. What about Shui Menghan? She's going to pilot the spaceship. As for Ling Outyen, I know you hate him, my husband, so I won't let you see him. Finished, she took Jiang Mu's hand and urged him to go into the cabin. Husband, come, let's go in and sleep. When we wake up, we will return to Wuyo sect. And in the cockpit, Shui Menghan was leaning against the window, her hands clasped together as if in prayer, her eyes watching the situation outside through the crack in the window. After Jiang Mu was pulled into the cabin by Han Yuqing, her little heart began to beat wildly. Sister Yuqing, after putting Jiang Mu to sleep. I want it, what? As I thought about it, my face gradually turned red and became hotter and hotter. My head is still buzzing and I can't hear any other sounds. Menghan, your face is so red. Don't be nervous, I won't eat you. Ha ha ha. Ling Outyen, who was sitting and drinking tea, laughed teasingly when the spaceship met Jiang Mu. Han Yuqing suddenly asked that Ling Outyen and Shui Menghan could not go out and meet Jiang Mu, although no reason was given, but he was smart enough to figure it out. Han Yuqing definitely created an opportunity for him and Shui Menghan to be alone together, unexpectedly. The woman who invested in him actually introduced him to other people. I have to say, this woman is really good to him. Menghan. If I'm not mistaken, Han Yuqing, Jiang Mu, and the maid Ding Nanrong will sleep in the same room. I'm afraid it's just you and I spending this night in the cockpit. But don't worry, just focus on driving the spaceship. I will help you find the traces of the demon army. It won't be long before we reach the eastern coast. There are definitely traces of the demon army there, believe me. Ling Outyen had a smile on his face and was in a good mood. He poured himself another cup of tea. Goo, sweet, cool, and refreshing. Ha ha ha. But his loud laughter and what he said, Shui Menghan couldn't hear anything at all, because she had been staring at Jiang Mu's room. Her head was buzzing and her ears were red. This time, she saw Han Yuqing walking out of the room, but Han Yuqing did not come to the cockpit. Instead, he walked to the bow and took out a bottle from his ring. On the bottle label, there are 5 words, the birds are in joy and the fragrance is sweet. Han Yuqing unscrewed the bottle cap and poured some liquid on the railing. Finish this, she walked towards the cockpit. Squeak, open the door. Sister Yuqing, Shui Menghan shouted nervously. Han Yuqing smiled, pulled her to the corner, and whispered in her ear, my dear sister, your husband has been stripped naked by me. I'll go over there later and put him into a baby's sleep. Then, you come over. You know what to do, hee hee. Shui Menghan was so nervous that she couldn't speak, and she pecked her head shyly like a little chicken. In order to prevent her father from being killed by Shea, she had no choice but to capture Jiang Mu. But I still feel very nervous and scared. These whispers almost made Shui Menghan's heart jump out. She covered her face with her hands, feeling so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Han Yuqing patted her on the back to show her reassurance. This time. Squeak, 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 squeak. Suddenly, the joyful cries of a group of birds and animals were heard outside. Master Ling. Please go out and take a look. It might be a monster attacking. Han Yuqing said to Ling Outyen with a serious expression, but there was an imperceptible sly smile flashing under her eyes. Monster? Ling Outyen raised his eyebrows. This is the heart of the monster mountain range, full of dangers, then it is normal to be attacked by flying monsters. Ling Outyen finished a cup of tea and placed the cup heavily on the table. Bang. Leave it to me. He stood up, waved his hand, and walked out of the cockpit in a dashing manner. When you get on board, you'll see a dot on the bow railing. More than a dozen birds and beasts were fluttering around. The bird has a monkey's face, a pig's body, for short legs, no hair on its body, and two fleshy wings on its back. The strange thing is, this group of birds and beasts were actually engaging in group reproduction. Is that a flock of happy birds? Ling Outyan recognized these birds and beasts. The reason why it is called a flock of happy birds, this is because among these birds and beasts, the males have a bunch of barbs there, while the females have a dense hole there. Every time they reproduce, they do so in groups. A group of birds that aren't even monsters are nothing to worry about. Ling Outyan didn't take the group of happy birds seriously because the flock of happy birds are just ordinary birds and animals and are not harmful, but allowing them to reproduce on the bow is not a good idea. After all, it may attract stronger monsters to hunt them. So Ling Outyan walked over. Oh! Throw a punch, a squeak. A male flock bird screamed and fell off the spacecraft, dragging a dozen barbs with it. Several females also screamed, because the hook bleeds. Ha! 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 Ling Outyan threw several punches in succession. A squeak. 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 Several more flocks of birds were shot down from the spacecraft. Finally, a few male birds couldn't bear it anymore and pounced on Ling Outyan. They all took out their barbs as weapons and looked for holes on Ling Outyan's body. Ling Outyan was not afraid at all and smiled coldly. A bunch of birds and beasts who haven't even reached the enlightenment realm. Go back to your nests and practice well. But it's not over yet. He didn't know what hit him in the back. As a result, he accidentally fell off the bow of the boat. He screamed. Following them flew down were several angry male birds. Squeak. 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 Get out of here. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Hiss, the beast is seeking death. On the bow, Han Yuqing, who was in invisible state, looked at the falling Ling Outyan and smiled eerily. Mr. Ling, please bear with yourself for a moment and walk slowly back to Xuecheng. Then she took out some strange powder from her ring, then sprinkled the powder on the railing to drive away the flock of happy birds. Finished this, then he walked towards Jiang Mu's room. She was taking off her clothes while walking. Hey. Chapter 154. Squeak, open the door. Husband, I'm coming. I'm hiding. Han Yuqing, who was invisible, entered Jiang Mu's room. Ha? Husband, why are you glowing? She was surprised to see that Jiang Mu's body was emitting light. Oh, these lights are little cuties, and they're coming out of me. Jiang Mu, who was lying flat on his back, replied, because the effect of the Hanyuan Gi body has ended. So the black water evil was constantly seeping out from his skin in the form of light, gathering beside him, and slowly forming a human shape. Final. A little Lolita with twin white ponytails, a white gauze covering her eyes, wearing a pleated miniskirt and white knee-high socks. Xiaosheng lay flat on her back next to Jiang Mu. Haishuisha slowly opened his eyes and suddenly felt a wave of fatigue. Yawn. She stretched. Son of a bitch, I'm so sleepy. Haishuisha rubbed his eyes, then he turned over and sat on Jiang Mu. Asshole, I can't seem to use spiritual arts anymore? She clenched her fists, but they were weak and powerless, unable to use any abilities or spiritual arts. Don't worry, this is a side effect of the Hanyuan Gi body. Jiang Mu explained. For the next period of time, you will not be able to use any spiritual arts or abilities. Just like me, we are trapped in the mortal state. Is that so? Haishuisha nodded to show that he understood. Yawn. She opened her mouth and yawned again. Due to the side effects of the Hanyuan Gi body, she became increasingly sleepy. You son of a bitch, I want to sleep now, I'll let you go tonight. After saying this, he lay down on his stomach, still mumbling lazily. Enter Jiang Mu, Han Yuqing. The two did not understand what black water evil meant, but Haishuisha's next action made them understand instantly. Only the little hand of black water demon. She sat down slowly and fell asleep soundly on her stomach. Jiang Mu, if I didn't have a good waist, I probably wouldn't be able to sleep later. Han Yuqing, wow. It can actually be done this way? I've learned a new trick. Yan. Jiang Mu also felt tired, even more sleepy than Haishuisha. Wife, didn't you say you learned some tricks? Come on. He also closed his eyes and fell asleep. Okay, I promise to let my husband fall into a blissful dream. Han Yuqing smiled. She took out a white bottle with 5 words written on it. Infant sleeping glass liquid. This is a bottle of high-end sleeping pills, suitable for all ages, quick acting, and with few side effects. She poured a mouthful into Jiang Mu's mouth. Sweet. Although Jiang Mu didn't know what this was, Han Yuqing would never harm him. So I just swallowed it. My husband is so good. Han Yuqing patted his cheek as a reward. Then, she lifted him up from behind with both hands. Her 5 fingers were attached with a faint spiritual energy, and she twisted it from time to time. Her scarred, sleep, sleep, my dear husband. Sleep, sleep, my dear baby. She also sang softly, as if she was coaxing a child. She learned this from a book called 360 Methods of Catching a Husband Under a Skirt. The technique used now is called the method of making the husband sleep under the skirt. It is said to relieve fatigue and help people fall into a deep sleep like a baby. The effect will be better if combined with infant sleeping glass liquid. Look, in just a cup of tea, Jiang Mu fell into a deep sleep. Hey, I fell asleep completely. Han Yuqing smiled slyly and took out a bottle of Kun Huan Niao Qing Xiang. This bottle of love fragrance is extracted from a group of happy birds. In addition to promoting the reproduction of flocks of happy birds, it can also make people even if I fall asleep. Excuse me, little cutie, I need to use my husband for a moment. Han Yuqing picked up Haishuishe Bu, then put the black water evil aside. When she was about to apply love fragrance to Jiang Mu, she suddenly froze. Ha! It seems my husband no longer needs love fragrance. So he put away the fragrance of joyful birds. At this time, Haishuisha, who was sleeping next to him, kicked his legs as if he was looking for something. He kept mumbling. Enter Han Yuqing thought about it, then he took one out of his ring. Good boy, get some sleep, just in case. He took out the infant sleeping glass liquid and poured a small sip to Haishuisha, then he moved her aside. Hey, done. Looking at the two people sleeping like dead pigs, Han Yuqing was very satisfied. Then what's next? Just ask Sister Menghan to come over. Abridged, Chapter 155 Untie. Han Yuqing lifted her invisibility spell, put on her clothes and walked out of the room. Come to the cockpit. Squeak, open the door and go in. I saw Shui Menghan still standing in the corner, still covering her face shyly. Sister Menghan, you are still shy. Han Yuqing walked to the driver's seat jokingly. She operated the control panel array, started the spaceship, and flew towards Xueqing on its own. Finished this. Just as he went to the corner, he pulled Shui Menghan out and said with a sly smile, "Hey, my husband is asleep, let's go." Hearing this, Shui Menghan felt even more embarrassed. She let Han Yuqing pull her away, her little heart beating wildly. In the room, Shui Menghan was pulled by Han Yuqing to the big bed where Jiang Mu slept. Shui Menghan suddenly screamed. It's so scary. The more she looked, the more nervous and embarrassed she became. I was so scared that I forgot why I came here. Sister Yuqing, I'm going to fly the boat. She even had the idea of quitting. So he moved his feet, turned around and ran away, but Han Yuqing dodged and blocked the way out. Bang, the door was locked by Han Yuqing. Hey, the spaceship is already flying automatically. Besides, a spaceship is not as important as a Trojan horse. Han Yuqing lifted her chin with her finger and reminded her with a smile, "Sister, be obedient. You don't want your father to be exhausted by the demon army, do you?" Ha! Father, Shui Menghan was stunned. Only then did she remember that she came to find Jiang Mu in order to save her father Shui Yuanshan's life. Han Yuqing smiled seductively, and pounced forward when she wasn't paying attention, grabbed the dress. Hiss. Jiang Mu had a dream, a very strange dream. In the dream, there were two women. One is my wife Han Yuqing, the other one, it's actually Shui Menghan, and she also big. One out. Is this the happy dreamland that Han Yuqing talked about? I'm the villain. I'm the infatuated licker of the heroine Shui Menghan. How could I tell Shui Menghan? Well, it was a dream, that's okay. The forest below, Ling Outyan pulled out a male bird of joy with great pain. Boo. 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 Hiss, oh, die. Bang, Ling Outyan was furious and punched the bird's barb with all his strength, destroying it. Then he looked into the distance with a sad face. Master, what should we do? The spaceship has flown away. The disappearing point in the distant sky is Shui Menghan's private spaceship. The spaceship actually left him behind and flew away. How can he return to Xueqing? Moreover, this is the monster mountain range, full of dangers. With me here, there's no need to worry. The neutral and childish voice of Master Blackwater rang out in his mind. Only then did Ling Outyan feel relieved. Then he frowned again, feeling strange. Master. My disciple seemed to have been attacked by something and fell off the spaceship? The moment you fell off the spaceship, I used my spiritual sense to detect it. Han Yuqing kicked you off. She seems to have used some kind of invisibility magic. Miss Han? How is that possible? Why did she do that? Ling Outyan's face was full of surprise and doubt, but more of it is anger. Isn't this woman investing in him? Aren't you trying to match him up with Shui Menghan? Why did they suddenly kick him off the spaceship, leaving him in danger? Master. She's trying to harm me. When we get back to Xueqing, I'm definitely going to teach her a lesson. Madness. Blackwater command scolded Ling Outyan. Push aside the grass in front of you and take a good look at what's there. Yes, Master. Being suddenly scolded, Ling Outyan didn't dare to say a word. Just push aside the tall grass and trees in front of you. After walking over. This is. He was shocked to see it. There was a slightly blue and transparent circular formation in front of him, and the inner wall was covered with blood. This is the soul-devouring sky-binding formation, a spatial trapping formation that can trap even those in the void refinement realm. Take a closer look at what's inside the formation. What is it? Ling Outyan looked carefully. See you soon. At the bottom of the formation, there lay a dark red, egg-sized crystal. The surface of the crystal exudes a faint demonic aura, and there are also slight spatial ripples lingering around. It's actually a demon core? And this spatial ripple. Could it be, it's a demon core from the void refining realm? Master. This is actually a demon core of the void refinement realm. Ling Outyan was ecstatic. The demon cores in the transformation realm are already very rare. The demon cores in the realm of refining emptiness are even rarer. Opportunity, what a great opportunity. Yes, it is indeed a demon core of the void refining realm. Your chance is very good. Ha 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 ha. Ling Outyin laughed wildly. This was the first time he had seen a demon core in the void refinement realm. If Master were to refine it, his strength would be restored even more, and if he were to refine it himself, although the conversion rate would be extremely low, it would be enough for him to break through to the Chi High realm. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is, if he is allowed to refine it, then he will have the opportunity to comprehend the laws of space. This will be of great help to his future breakthrough to the void refinement realm. Then, Ling Outyin seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly became happy. A master. Could it be that Miss Han kicked me off the boat on purpose? Well, you not only have good luck, but you are also very smart. Ha ha, it's Master's teaching that's good. Ling Outyin couldn't help but touch his nose proudly when he was praised. Based on my inference, Han Yuqing must have known that there was a demon core here, so she kicked you off the boat. And the reason she went invisible must be to avoid being seen by Jiang Mu and others. After all, she and you are secretly collaborating. Ha ha ha. I was wrong about Miss Han. She's been so nice to me. Ha 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 ha. Humph. She invested in you because you are useful. I have said that trust is the cheapest garbage, and emotion is the most deadly poison. Except yourself, everything is an enemy and a resource. Including me. Yes. Disciple will remember Master's teachings. Ling Outyin's eyes were fiery. At the same time, I secretly swore in my heart, Miss Han. I, Ling Outyin, will never forget this kindness. In the future, I will definitely rescue you from Jiang. And then, I will make you fall in love with me. Demon cores in the refining void realm are extremely rare and can only be found by chance. As for why this place exists, it is not important for now. The most urgent thing is to wait until the formation disappears naturally, then refine this demon core. A demon core from the refining void realm not only allows you to break through to the Chi-Si realm, but also gives you the opportunity to comprehend the laws of space. Although refining the demon core will cause backlash from the demonic energy, you can rest assured with the assistance of my secret technique. Yes. Disciple thanks Master. Ha 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 ha. Morning, Chuecheng, back garden. A private spaceship engraved with colorful and green patterns slowly landed in the middle of the courtyard inside the spaceship's room, on the bed. Yan, after Jiang Muyu woke up, she stretched beautifully. I have to say, last night's dream was so blissful, the most beautiful woman in Chuecheng. Too bad it has little water. My dear, my wife, wake up. Jiang Mu glanced at the edge of the bed and found that Haishuisha was still sleeping on his stomach. He glanced at the side again. From this thin quilt bulge, my wife is up. Jiang Mu rubbed his eyes and pulled the quilt open. A delicate red sleeping face. Who is this? 3 seconds later, oh my god. At Yuan shit. At Bai Wabiu. At Woohoo, Yuan, %. Oh yeah. Yuan. At hashtag. Woof woof. It seems to be under scrutiny. Chapter 156. Is this my fault? Jiang Mu grabbed his hair and rubbed it violently. His mind is in a mess now. It's like having a stick stuck in your brain and stirring it violently. Stir for a full 10 minutes. I barely recovered. It's over. This is really the end. Shui Menghan and I actually, with trembling hands, he covered Shui Menghan's body with the quilt. It turned out to be last night's dream, but it's actually true. He, the villain who licks the dog, actually has a relationship with Shui Menghan, the first female protagonist. Then her character is just like Blackwater Demon. It collapsed. It collapsed. Totally fucking broken. Jiang Mu pounded his temples, his face looking very miserable. Squeak, the door suddenly opened. Han Yuqing walked in with a bowl of hot porridge. Her face was still filled with the smile of a happy little woman. Husband, are you awake? Come here and I'll feed you porridge. This is Kun Huan Niaogo porridge. I made it myself. It's very nourishing. Han Yuqing smiled, brought the meat porridge to the table, and stirred it with a spoon to dissipate the heat. The porridge exudes a rich meaty aroma, filling the entire room and making people's mouths water, but Jiang Mu was in a miserable state and didn't want to drink at all. Wife, come here quickly, I want to ask you something. He patted the bed weakly and motioned Han Yuqing to come and sit down. What's going on? Han Yuqing put down the spoon, walked over with lotus steps, lifted her lake blue dress, and sat obediently on the edge of the bed. When she saw Jiang Mu's messy long hair, she considerately combed it with her hands, looking like a warm and loving little wife. Wife, do you remember what happened last night? As he spoke, Jiang Mu slightly lifted the quilt on the side. Shui Menghan's delicate and beautiful face was revealed. At least, he really wants to find out now. How the hell did I end up with Shui Menghan last night? Last night? Last night. Han Yuqing looked at the sleeping Shui Menghan, her eyes rolling around, her fingers against her mouth, as if she was thinking. Then he stared at Jiang Mu. Suddenly he reached down with starry eyes of admiration. My husband was amazing last night. Damn. That's so powerful. Stop it. Jiang Mu quickly stopped her from shaking. In this situation, he has no time to think. I'm asking you, what happened last night between you, Shui Menghan, and me? This one? Shui Menghan spoke without hesitation what he and Shui Menghan had conspired to say last night, actually. Sister Menghan came into the room to get a blanket and then go back to the cockpit to rest. What's the result? My sleeping husband suddenly showed his might and forcibly took my sister Menghan away. I came in halfway through. Since my husband is in a good mood, I'll teach Sister Menghan as well. I taught you all night long. What the hell, am I in the mood to show off my power? Are you teaching her by the way? Is it my fault? Bullshit. Jiang Mu was completely dumbfounded that he is not the prime minister. When did he have the ability to dream people? And he is in a mortal state. As a mortal, he is no match for the cultivator Shui Menghan. Because my husband is so manly. Sister Menghan was stunned on the spot. She kept crying, and she didn't stop. Han Yuqing smiled and scratched, twisted, and pinched his wow. Is her technique so good? Jiang Mu shuddered and quickly stopped her. He asked seriously, tell me honestly, did you force Shui Menghan? Halfway through the conversation, he was interrupted by Han Yuqing crying. Whoa, husband, how could you wrongly accuse me? I demonstrated it myself to Sister Menghan last night, but I was very tired. It's still red and swollen. I even got up early to make porridge for you despite the pain. She wiped her tears with one hand and covered her swollen skin with the other, looking aggrieved and pitiful, as if her husband was bullying her. Damn, you were just pretending to be so cool. Jiang Mu has a toothache. How could she deceive herself, who had reincarnated dozens of times, by pretending to cry? But unfortunately her reason was not convincing at all, and I had no way to refute it. Well, Jiang Mu sighed deeply. Now that it has happened, it is irreversible. What's the point of saying more? At this time, the quilt was moving slightly, swelling where it should swell and sinking where it should sink. There was also a rustling sound, like the sound of someone putting on clothes. Obviously, Shui Menghan woke up. Jiang Mu did not lift the quilt. He didn't know how to face her soon. Shui Menghan had put on her dress. She grabbed the edge of the quilt with both hands, quietly poked her head out, and glanced at Jiang Mu shyly with her eyes. When she found that Jiang Mu and Han Yuqing were also looking at her, she screamed in fear. Then he jumped out of bed like a frightened rabbit and limped out of the room. Before jumping off the spaceship, he left a sentence in shame and anger. Asshole Jiang Mu. You dare to do this to me. You have to be responsible for me. Otherwise, I will die in front of you. Humph. The voice became smaller and smaller, but the shame became stronger and stronger. Jiang Mu's skin was numb from listening to it, while Jiang Mu sighed deeply again, rubbing his temples to calm his emotions. He is so confused now and needs someone to calm him down. Wife, where is this place? It's Shui Chang. Hey, Sister Menghan should be taking a bath in the boudoir. Husband, please go down and take a bath with her? Wash the hell, fly back to Woyo sect quickly. Don't disturb me if you don't have anything else. I want to be alone. Okay. Baji, Han Yuqing held Jiang Mu's face and kissed him. Thanks to the story, he and Shui Menghan had conspired together. He successfully deceived Jiang Mu, but so she was very happy. She successfully made a good sister. I'm going to fly the spaceship now. My husband, remember to drink the porridge. It's good for your nutrition. Baji. Then he bit him twice. Han Yuqing happily walked out of the room and went to the cockpit. After a while, the spaceship took off happily. Gu Jiang Mu's stomach made a sound. I was very hungry because I had used up a lot of energy last night. Hey, have some porridge. He was too lazy to get dressed, so he just got up and walked to the table and sat down. Because Shui Menghan's character collapsed. So he turned his grief and anger into appetite and directly picked up a whole bowl of meat porridge. Damn it, drink some porridge. Drink it hard to gurgle. At this time, Haishuisha on the bed behind him woke up half asleep. She rubbed her eyes and stretched comfortably. Yawn, huh? I was stretching halfway when I suddenly felt something stuck. Boo. The silk is shining. She studied it curiously. What the hell is this? How come it's exactly the same as that bastard's? Where are the others? Black Water Evil glanced around through the white gauze. She found Jiang Mu sitting on a stool with his back to her, holding a large bowl of porridge in both hands and drinking it in big gulps. TSK, the back muscles are strong and the lines are sexy, worthy of being a bastard. Ha! By the way, he's in mortal form now. Hey, slurp. Haishuisha showed a sinister smile. She climbed out of bed silently, keeping her body close to the floor, crawl slowly towards Jiang Mu's feet. She is a demon snake. She has absolute confidence that she can turn Jiang Mu, who is in his mortal state, fly. Gurgle slurp. Gurgle hiss cough. Chapter 157. If you do that every day, you won't live for more than 3 months. 20 minutes later, Wuyo sect, the backyard of the sect master's palace. A private spacecraft slowly landed inside the spaceship room. There were rags of white cloth scattered on the floor. Hiss. Haishuisha overestimated his own ability and underestimated Jiang Mu's patience. So he fainted on the table halfway through, looking at her body covered in sweat, her messy white pigtails, her torn top, her tattered pleated skirt, and her over-the-knee white socks with one missing piece. Jiang Mu felt like laughing. You're already in your snake form, and you still want to sneak attack me. How can you be so cute? He pinched Haishuisha's chubby sleeping face lovingly and held her on his lap. Then just sit there hugging me. Think quietly without distraction. Haishuasha is the third female protagonist in Ling Outyan's Master, but now she has become the woman of the villain like me. Clang Clang Shui Menghan is the first female protagonist, the first person Ling Outyan fell in love with, and now she has become my woman. Clang 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 Clang. Since Black Water Demon has been replaced by Black Water Seat, even if Black Water Demon's character collapses, it will not affect the main plot. But now, Shui Menghan's character has collapsed, and there is no new character to replace him. What about the main plot? Oh, so annoying. The more Jiang Mu thought about it, the more irritated he became. Clank. 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 Suddenly, the door opened. A woman in a tube-top miniskirt and a double-braided jellyfish hairstyle walked in. After a night of playing mobile games, Ding Nanrong has recovered from the water element poison. I came to see what Jiang Mu was doing. Ding Nanrong? Jiang Mu, their eyes met. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. I'm going to the back mountain to meditate and warm up my dantian. Don't call me unless you need anything. Ding Nanrong turned a blind eye and said lightly, then he turned around and left. He also closed the door. Well, she's worthy of being Ding Nanrong. She's really calm. Oh, and her dantian has hundreds of cracks. Alas, I have to find a way to help her repair her dantian as soon as possible. Otherwise, if she breaks through in 3 months, she will become a useless person. Oh, so annoying. Jiang Mu continued to think anxiously. Bang 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 bang. The other side, Joyo Quenching Valley. The morning light penetrated the clouds and shone into the cold valley, dispelling the chill. Under the giant tree with fiery red maple leaves drifted down in the wind, landing gently on the body of the white fox fairy, adding a touch of fiery red to the open snow white. The enchantress casually flicked the maple leaf away and continued to lie on her side contentedly. She was wearing a thin, cool red nightgown, with her long, white legs folded to the side, and 4 long, white fox tails like matsutake mushrooms curled around her, forming a circle. Sitting opposite her was a little girl with fox ears. The little girl with fox ears was wearing a green leaf skirt, sitting on the enchantress's tail with her legs together, her brows furrowed from time to time. The two sisters were playing insect chess face to face. It is said that this insect chess helps develop children's intelligence. Look at my brave little spider, crawl. 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 The little girl held up a spider chess piece and moved 3 steps domineeringly. Finally, the enemy's queen bee was successfully blocked. Ha 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 ha. I win again, stupid sister Lulu Lulu. The little girl stood up proudly, one hand on her waist and making faces with the other. She was mocking the white fox fairy opposite her. The enchantress gave her a glare. Don't get complacent too soon. It's only been 2 games. There are still 98 to go. Don't cry if you lose. Humph. I won't lose. I'm so smart. The little girl looked at the enchantress with her nose turned up, very arrogantly. Yes, yes, you are the smartest. You are the smartest in the world. Okay. Enchanter rolled her eyes, rearranged her chess pieces, and prepared for the next game. Suddenly her soul sensed something. I couldn't help but smile seductively. Jiang Mu, that little guy, has started again. He hasn't stopped all night long. He's really asking for death. Ah? Jiang Mu? Who? Oh. It's him. It's him. When the little girl heard Jiang Mu's name, her eyes gradually lit up. She was looking forward to Jiang Mu's arrival, hoping that he would help her become an adult again. Stupid sister, check quickly. See how much of Jiang Mu's lifespan has been absorbed by the fox spirit. She impatiently grabbed the enchantress's fox tail and shook it hard, but the enchantress did not do so, but only asked with a smile, my dear sister, who do you think is the smartest? The little girl answered without thinking, of course my stupid sister is the smartest. My stupid sister is the smartest in the world. This is a contradictory answer. This made the enchantress roll her eyes and be speechless. She made hand seals and a strong purple light suddenly emanated from her body. She was using the Fox Clan's secret technique to sense the condition of the fox soul in Jiang Mu's body. It was quickly sensed. The fox soul's soul power has become much stronger after absorbing Jiang Mu's vitality. Based on the strength of this soul power, she could calculate that Jiang Mu had absorbed about 3 years of his lifespan. Then he said to the little girl, Jiang Mu He Huan has passed through 3 times, and now 3 years of his lifespan has been absorbed. The little girl touched her chin with her hand, pretending to be mature and calculating wisely. If he does it 3 times, he will lose 3 years of his life. If he has sex every day, then he. She was stuck and couldn't explain why. Yao Ji was a little amused and said, if he has sex every day, he won't live more than 3 months. After all, the fox spirit's power will become stronger and stronger, and it will absorb more and more vitality. The little girl suddenly had an idea and guessed, the fox spirit is getting stronger and stronger. Doesn't that mean he'll come looking for my stupid sister soon? Yao Ji gave her a look of praise and said affirmatively, if he wants to completely get rid of the fox spirit, he has no choice but to come to me in person. Hearing this, the little girl's fox ears twitched, and her eyes sparkled. That's great. When he comes, I will ask him to do everything he can to help me break the spell and turn me back into an adult. When I become an adult, I can use my tail to bully my stupid sister. Enchantress, she pulled the little girl into her arms, bang bang bang. Oh, silly sister, hit my butt. When I turn into an adult, I will throw silly sister and Jiangmu into the cave, strip them naked and put them intoxicated. Pa 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 pa. Wow, Woyo sacked, the backyard of the Sect Master's palace, inside the spaceship room. On the chair, bang 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 bang. Hiss. The fainted black water demon fainted again. Ha, a little tired. Jiangmu wiped the sweat off his forehead. Even with the blessing of a good waist, he, in his mortal state, could not withstand the continuous. He picked up Haishuashe. Then he put her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Suddenly there was a slight tingling sensation in the Huiyang acupoint. Ha? Why does it hurt? What's going on? He quickly lowered his head to check. Just see it the Huiyang acupoint, a faint purple light is gradually dissipating. Damn, it's Li Hua's fox spirit. I almost forgot about it. Jiangmu thought of something depressed. That time, I was in the imperial suite of Li Hua Pavilion. Li Hua suddenly attacked and gave him a blood, and he used the Fox Clan's secret technique on him. Fox soul marking. The Fox soul imprint not only makes him obsessed with raccoon flowers, but also absorbs his vitality. Whenever he had sex with a woman other than Li Hua, his vitality would be absorbed by the Fox soul. The more that thing is, the more lifespan is absorbed, almost exponentially. I think it was only 3 times. 3 years of my lifespan was absorbed? Jiangmu checked the Fox Soul at Huiyang Acupoint. I found that the Fox Soul's soul power has become much stronger. Changing the algorithm means 3 years of extra soul power. Damn, if I get bullied by this little cutie every day, I probably won't survive even 3 months. Even if it's not every day, even if it's every few days, I won't live to see the end of the story. Unless you quit smoking. What's the difference between this and being a eunuch? Chapter 158. How much sorrow can you have? Do I really have to go to the Fox country to find Fox Xinyue? For the sake of profit, the fox will do anything. If she orders a group of vixens to come, I'll be in big trouble. But if I don't go, I probably won't live to see the end. What should I do? Damn it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Zhang Mufan was furious. Just empty your mind and stop thinking about this bad thing. He walked to the table in a nonchalant manner and sat down, rubbing his head irritably. Then he summoned the diary. Oh shit. After finishing today's diary, I'll just play it badly from now on. Rewards, plot and character design, to hell with it. Today is the last day of the Demon Army's siege plot, and it's the end. So Jiang Mu planned to collect today's diary reward, and then just write whatever came to his mind from now on. As for passing the customs, not to mention that the main plot is distorted and the heroine's character collapses. Now even I have been marked by the Fox Soul. If you don't go to Joyo-Kehan Valley, find Fox Xinyue to get rid of the Fox Soul, then it becomes a question whether I can survive to the end of grass. Jiang Mu opened the diary angrily. He started writing quickly. On any of the days in March, it was cloudy. I ask you how much sorrow you can have. I will squeeze out a pool of spring water and throw it into the Kuelo Mu. Oh shit. If I could, I would definitely pin that evildoer, Fox Heart Moon, to the grass. Fox Xinyue. The other side, Shueching. The warm morning light penetrated the clouds and fell on the devastated battlefield outside the city of the flesh, blood, and bones of monsters in countless pits sparkled with dazzling colors under the baptism of the morning light, like sparkling pearls. What a beautiful sight. The thousands of monks on the city wall had no interest in appreciating it. Everyone stared at the dark forests. In the distance outside the city, their expressions were either serious, angry, sad, fearful, or excited, but without exception, no one retreated at all. Now, inside a sentry post in the round tower of the city wall, 2 monks were chatting to ease their frayed nerves. I want to get rich. Brother Tang will definitely get rich. By the way, Brother Tang, did your wife board Wang Fugui's private spaceship and leave Shueching last night? Yes, Wang Fugui is indeed a rich man. His spaceship is so fast, it flew away in a flash. Brother Tang, why don't you keep your sister-in-law? Leave a fart. Last night, the city lord issued a notice saying that today's demon army attack on the city would be terrifying and that Shueching might be flooded with blood. So, I, being smart, arranged for your sister-in-law to leave. Brother Tang, did my sister-in-law just leave like that? Did she say anything to me or you? Yes, at first she refused to leave, saying she wanted to fight the monsters with me and that she wanted to live and die with me. I had to kneel down and beg her before she agreed to leave. This woman is so stupid, she doesn't even know how to cherish her life. Brother Tang. I don't allow you to talk about my sister-in-law like that. My sister-in-law isn't stupid. She's loving you. You're driving her away, don't you love her? Of course I love her. There's a famous saying that goes, if you love her, you must charge for her, give her everything she wants, and give her a lifetime of happiness. So, how can there be happiness if she's not alive? Don't you think you're stupid? What Brother Tang said makes sense. I didn't expect that Brother Tang also knows famous sayings. Brother Tang is indeed a cultured person. You bullshit intellectual. These are all things I've learned from life. Your sister-in-law loves freedom, stinky tofu, embroidery, romance novels, and wandering around. What's that? Romantic. My sister-in-law likes to watch birds on the mountaintop. She thinks flying is the most romantic thing. Yes, it's romantic. How come you understand it better than me, brother? Ahem. After all, she's my sister-in-law. As a good brother of Brother Tang, I must understand. I also know that my sister-in-law likes children very much. Yes, she likes children. She likes children very much. She can be happy for a whole day just by seeing other people's children wet their pants. She really wants a child. Unfortunately, when I rescued her from the nest of a flock of happy birds, I accidentally got tricked by those beasts. Otherwise, your sister-in-law would have become a mother a long time ago. She wouldn't be laughed at by the neighbors every day. The neighbors say she was blind to follow a poor and dull good-for-nothing. She can't experience the joy of a woman, let alone being a mother. Her life is ruined. She's only 21 years old. Woohoo! Wow! 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 Brother Tang, don't cry. My sister-in-law marrying you is the happiest thing in her life. Being your brother is also my greatest honor. Wah-wah-aya. Then when the demon army attacks the city later, brother, you must help me. I'm going to kill a lot of demon beasts, make a lot of demon cores, and make a lot of money. Then I'll let your sister-in-law show off and give those neighbors a good slap in the face. Don't worry, Brother Tang. As a brother, I will definitely support you through thick and thin. Good brother, I didn't invite you to my house for dinner in vain, huh? Something's happening in the forest. Something's coming out. Something's coming out. Ding 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 ding. The sentry issued a loud and urgent alarm, which echoed throughout Shuecheng. All the monks on the city wall instantly felt like they were facing a great enemy. Look! Something is coming out of the forest. What is that? It's the demon army. No. It's not the demon army. Looks like a human? That's right. It's a person. Wearing a black robe. What's going on? Everyone's surprised eyes were focused on the figure walking out of the forest. That forest is the only way for the demon army to invade Shuecheng, and now, someone actually dares to come out from there, still leisurely walking towards Shuecheng. When things happen unexpectedly, there must be something wrong. City Lord Shui Yuanshan was also surprised that he has excellent eyesight and can see people's faces clearly. Ling Outyen? Shui Yuanshan was stunned. The man in black was actually Ling Outyen. Chapter 159. This boy has great potential. Didn't I ask him to escort Honor out of Shuecheng? What's going on? Shui Yuanshan's face was solemn. His rough hands pressed hard on the wall tiles, leaving cracks. His sharp eyes stared at Ling Outyen. Ling Outyen walked with vigorous steps, head held high and chest puffed out, staring sharply at the city wall in the distance. As the first line of defense in the southern border, Shuecheng city wall is like a sleeping dragon, ancient, thick, tall and solid, extending to both sides with almost no end in sight, and its cold and murderous aura is natural. The walls were covered with bloodstains of monsters, which looked even more chilling and eerie under the morning light, making people feel odd and afraid to approach. But Ling Outyen didn't show any awe. More than that, it is a feeling of triumph and joy. Master! The demon army will no longer attack the city. I will tell everyone this news later. Will I be revered by everyone? Ling Outyen's lips curled up slightly, looking quite pleased. Reverence? If it doesn't bring cultivation resources, it's useless. A childish, neutral voice came from my mind, its tone cold and contemptuous. Ling Outyen narrowed his eyes and nodded in agreement with Blackwater's words. Master is right. But the city lord is an open-minded man. He won't treat me unfairly. After all, people who bring good news have always made people happy and will be rewarded since ancient times. Besides, I'm reporting great joy. Ling Outyen was confident that after telling everyone the good news of the demon army's defeat and Shay's death, that he will surely be cheered and loved by everyone in Shuecheng. He will also definitely be appreciated and valued more by the city lord Shui Yuanshan. Maybe, he will even win the heart of Shui Menghan, the most beautiful woman in Shuecheng. And there is also the heart of Lihua, the leader of Lihua Pavilion. And the heart of Lu Churu, the owner of Dark Knight Tower, even Han Yuqing's heart. Ding Nanrong's heart. Ha 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 ha. As he thought about it, Ling Outyen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Actually last night he was refining the demon core of the Void Refining Realm in order to break through to the Chi-Si realm and comprehend the laws of the Void. His master, Blackwater Zua, had already conducted an investigation into the Monster Mountain range. On the eastern coast, Blackwater discovered a group of tens of thousands of monsters, which turned out to be the main force of the monster army. But this group of monsters had red eyes and roared angrily. They were extremely irritable and were biting and killing each other as if they were crazy, although I don't know what caused it. But one thing is certain, this demon army has been defeated and it is impossible for it to continue attacking Shuecheng. Ling Outyen also found some strange pieces of meat, shells, and segmented insect legs. According to Blackwater's judgment, those were the remains of the soul-devouring sandworm, and they were the remains of the Void Refinement Realm, the soul-eating sandworm that can appear in the Monster Mountain range is the only one who has reached the Void Refining Realm. and that is Shay. In other words, the demon core of the Void Refinement Realm is Shay's demon core. The demon commander of Shay is dead. Master, I really want to know who killed Shay. Ling Outyan asked again in confusion. Shade is so strong that even his master can't kill him. So who killed him? I don't know either. Shade is one of the 7 soul-devouring demons, ranked 4th in combat power. He is the vanguard in attacking the human race and a capable subordinate of Sha Bailuan. He is far more powerful than the average refining Void Realm cultivator. Even I have no confidence in killing him. The person who can stop Shahi from using the forbidden technique Sand God Shedding Shell to escape and kill him must be at least in the Void Realm, or very close to it, or several extremely powerful Lianshu Realm people. But one thing is certain, the person who killed Shade definitely knew Han Yuqing. You must make friends with Han Yuqing. Master is right. Disciple thinks so too. Thinking of Han Yuqing, Ling Outyan's eyes flashed with heat. It was this mysterious and strange woman who deliberately kicked him off the spaceship and gave him the demon core of Shay. Now he has refined the demon core. Not only did he successfully break through to the Chi-Hai realm, he even successfully comprehended the laws of space. Ha 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 ha. Ling Outyan laughed heartily. We have now arrived at the city wall. Originally, his master, Haishuizuo, could use space teleportation to take him all the way to Shueqing, but he refused. He wants to climb up from the bottom of the city wall using the power of space, because he wanted to let the entire Shueqing know that he, who was only at the Chi-Hai realm, had comprehended the laws of space and had enormous potential. In this way, he will inevitably be strongly wooed by various forces. Maybe he would even enter the sight of the Queen of Fish and be the focus of her attention, capture her heart. Ha 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 ha. The laughter is confident and domineering. The monks on the city wall were very confused when they heard this. Who's that person grinning foolishly down there? I think his name is Ling Outyan? Yes, he is Ling Outyan, the one who broke off the engagement for Miss Shui and knocked sect master Zhang unconscious. It is said that the city lord is very optimistic about him and says that he has great potential. Moreover, Miss Wanner from Dark Knight Tower also admires him. But he's only at the Gathering Spirit realm right now, and the demon army is coming soon. How dare he wander around outside the city? Who knows, maybe he's just a cocky idiot. What is he doing under the city wall? Is he trying to climb up? It's so high, can he climb up? Even a cultivator at the Chi-Hai realm can't climb up. Ha, if he can climb up here, I'll do a handstand and pee, then catch it in my mouth. He's stained my rice noodle rolls before. He's a stinking piece of shit, cuspit. Everyone was talking about it, and they were all curious about what Ling Outyan was doing. Ling Outyan looked up with an evil and confident smile on his face. Let them see the laws of space that I have comprehended. When they saw me, a Chi-Hai realm cultivator, could actually cover my palms with a spatial protective membrane and scale the city wall with my bare hands. It will definitely be a feast, huh? What is that? Bang, a mass of slime under the glare of the sun fell on Ling Outyan's face. What the hell? He quickly wiped it off with his palm. Take a closer look. Yellow, warm, sticky, and emitting a faint odor. Thick sputum. Who the hell did this? Ling Outyan's whole body was covered with hair and his face turned green. He angrily shook off the spit, raised his head sharply, and shot murderous eyes towards the top of the city wall. I just happened to see a servant shrink his head back in fear. Ling Outyan clearly remembered that it was this boy who turned a bowl of rice noodle rolls upside down on his face. The rice rolls are mixed with the smell of smoke and phlegm, but it's exactly the same. You're here again. I'm going to destroy you. Oh. Ling Outyan roared loudly, and an astonishing spiritual energy burst out from his whole body. Then he stretched out his arms, and a layer of transparent space protective film gradually covered his palms. He thrust his palms into the wall, started climbing up at a rapid speed. What the hell? What is that? A space membrane? Am I seeing things? His palms are covered with a layer of space protection. His spiritual energy is at the Chi-Hai realm, right? With Chi-Hai realm cultivation, he can comprehend the laws of space? How is this possible? Could he be a true disciple of one of the 9 major sects? Could he be a relative of the Changyu Empire? Could he be a disciple of the legendary Holy Land? So terrifying. The space protective film on Ling Outyan's palms instantly made everyone go crazy. Even Shui Yuanshan was so shocked that he almost couldn't stand. The power of space can only be used by cultivators who have reached the realm of refining emptiness, and Ling Outyan, who obviously only has the cultivation level of Chi-Hai realm, has comprehended the law of space. This kid really has huge potential. Extraordinary. In the future, he will surely be able to successfully break through to the Void Refinement realm. There is even a great possibility of breaking through to the Void realm. I bet on the right horse. Shui Yuanshan's eyes were burning, and his excited hands had squeezed the wall tiles so hard that cracks appeared. Looking at Ling Outyan, who was climbing up madly, he had already started to think about how to allocate resources in the future. This time, an anxious voice came from behind. Father! Is the demon army coming? Hainer, didn't you leave Shueqing and go to Changyu Empire? Shui Yuanshan widened his eyes and turned around in disbelief. Just see it. Shui Menghan, with a worried look on her face, limped over, holding up her skirt. Chapter 160. Are you sick? Honor. Why haven't you left Xuecheng yet? Seeing his daughter coming, Shui Yuanshan was anxious and angry, and he flew into a rage. The terrifying spiritual aura of the Guiyuan realm burst out from his body, shocking the surrounding city guarding monks so much that they retreated. He had clearly told Shui Menghan repeatedly that he must leave Xuecheng and go to the Changyu Empire. And what's wrong with your leg? Is it injured? Seeing that she was walking unsteadily, Shui Yuanshan immediately restrained his breath, and the anger on his face turned into worry. I accidentally pressed my leg while sleeping last night. Shui Menghan stuttered, her eyes were evasive, and her face flushed. She couldn't possibly say that she had taken Jiang Mui liquid last night for her father's fate, right? Honor. Before the demon army arrives, get on the spaceship and leave Xuecheng. Shui Yuanshan didn't waste any time asking questions. He grabbed her arm and was about to fly back to the city lord's mansion. No. I won't leave. Shui Menghan broke free from his hand, his eyes fixed firmly on her. Last night, after she was riding a horse and sucking liquid, Han Yuqing hugged her and said with a smile, "My dear little sister, you were so good. From now on, we are close sisters. You are my husband's third woman. Your father's fate has changed. Tomorrow's demon army will attack the city and there will be a big surprise," so she had to stay and see what the big surprise was. Han, are you? Shui Yuanshan was furious. Just when he was about to take her away by force, Ling Outyan's scolding could be heard from a distance. You little beast. Where are you running to? I saw him climbing up the city wall. He rushed towards a servant who was fleeing in panic. I'll destroy you. He burst out with the power of the 5th level of Qi Hai realm and caught up with the guy in an instant. Then he used a counterattack move. The hand covered with the space protective film reached out fiercely behind the servant. Snap. The sound of something breaking. Oh, digga mother AA, the servant screamed heart-wrenchingly and was thrown away on the spot. Finally, he flew out of the city wall and fell on the street inside the city, rolling around in pain. Bah! What the hell? Ling Outyan spat coldly, then he turned and walked towards Shui Yuanshan. Seeing this, everyone was amazed at his ruthlessness. This kid not only has great potential, but he's also decisive and ruthless. He's not to be trifled with. That guy is too miserable. He should be useless. Did that guy say he wanted to stand upside down and catch the pea in his mouth? Looks like he can't catch it anymore. At this moment, Ling Outyan came to Shui Yuanshan. When he saw Shui Menghan was there, he curled his lips slightly and said with a smile, "Menghan, are you waiting for me? Your face is so red. Are you worried about me?" Shui Menghan's face was flushed and she looked a little anxious, just thought she was worried about him. After all, last night, he went with her to the Monster Mountain range to investigate the situation of the monster army. As a result, he was left behind, and now that I'm back alone, she must be worried. Don't worry, Menghan, I'm fine. If you don't believe me, come and check my body. Ling Outyan opened his arms expectantly, revealing his agile figure. To make it convenient for Shui Menghan to check. You are sick. Shui Menghan took a few steps back in disgust, turned around, and pretended to ignore it. Suddenly, she felt something in her heart. That bastard wrote a diary, so he happily took out his diary and flipped through it anxiously. She was waving her arms in the air, completely ignoring the actions of others. This made Ling Outyan, who was asking for inspection with his hands outstretched, feel very embarrassed. The strange looks and pointing from the people around him made him even more embarrassed. Fortunately, a surprised woman's voice broke his embarrassment. Mr. Ling. Are you okay? Ling Outyan turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. Then he saw an ordinary-looking woman in a blue dress rushing towards him with a look of surprise, wanting to throw herself into his arms. Miss Warner? Ling Outyan, however, put his hand on Warner's shoulder, creating some distance between them and preventing her from succeeding. Ling Gong.Sun? Warner was blocked, and the surprise on her face instantly turned into panic and grievance. The hands that were open to hug Ling Outyan also had nowhere to put. Ling Outyan smiled politely and said, Miss Warner, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Because Shui Menghan is here. So, if I act too close to Warner, then Shui Menghan will be jealous of maybe. Liu Churo and Liwa, two of the 3 great beauties in Xuecheng, would also be jealous. Even Han Yuqing, Ding Nanrong, Xiaohua girl, Suohua girl, and the Changyu Empress, who she had never met before, would be jealous. That he doesn't want women to be jealous of him in the future and make him anxious. Alas, great charm is trouble. After thinking about it, Ling Outyan touched his nose in self-mockery and said to Warner, Miss Warner, it's inconvenient to be with so many people right now. I'll ask you for advice on cultivation tonight. Is it inconvenient to practice at night because there are so many people? Warner understood Ling Outyan's words. So the panic and grievance on his face gradually turned into shyness, and when she looked at Shui Menghan, she saw her green silk long skirt, high satin waist, long hair to her hips, perfect figure that was about to bloom, and her stunning appearance. The shyness on her face turned into jealousy. So what if she's the most beautiful woman in Xuecheng? I am Master Ling's first woman. Warner raised her chin provocatively and gave Shui Menghan a smug sneer of a winner. However, Shui Menghan kept paddling in the air, completely ignoring this side. Ling Outyan felt a headache about this. If possible, he wanted Shui Menghan to be his first woman. After all, compared with Shui Menghan, Warner, whether it is figure, appearance, status, or temperament, Warner is far behind. But Ling Outyan believes that he is not a heartless person, since Wan'er loves him so much, she even secretly uses the resources of Dark Knight Tower to help him. Then he couldn't let Wan'er down. Shui Yuanshan, who was standing by, noticed the subtle relationship between Wan'er and Ling Outyan, but he didn't say much. Instead he changed the subject. Master Ling, why did you appear from the forest outside the city during the anti-demon campaign? And your cultivation level is actually the 5th level of Qi High Realm? Why did you break through overnight? Why did you comprehend the laws of space? Who are you? Shui Yuanshan had never seen such a thing before and was very surprised. Why did Ling Outyan break through to the 5th level of Qi High Realm overnight? What's even more terrifying is that he actually comprehended the laws of space. Even some of the most gifted people in the world cannot do this. Chapter 161. She really wants to see Jiang Mu, Lord City Lord. I am just a casual cultivator. This is my chance. Please don't ask too many questions. Ling Outyan is steady and calm, and quite unfathomable opportunity. Everyone was envious and jealous when they heard this. What a great opportunity this is. Since Master Ling won't say anything, then this city lord won't ask any more questions. Shui Yuanshan felt deeply regretful, although he really wanted to get to the bottom of it, but the most urgent thing is to send my daughter away safely. He turned to look at Shui Menghan and found that she was still raising her hands and paddling in the air. Then he said to Ling Outyan in an urging tone, Master Ling, I'll leave Honor in your care. Take advantage of now before the demon army arrives. Take Honor and leave Shuecheng immediately and head to Changyu Empire. Ling Outyan did not do so, but laughed loudly. Ah! Don't be anxious, city lord. I have great news. What great news? Everyone was attracted by his words and listened attentively. Ling Outyan waved his hand and said with high spirits, the demon army has been dispersed and will not attack the city again. Shade Demon Commander is also dead, that is to say. Shuecheng, we're saved. As soon as these words came out, in an instant, it was like a huge rock hitting the lake, causing huge waves and stirring everyone's nerves. The demon army was defeated? Shade Demon Commander is dead? He was a demon cultivator at the refining void realm. How is this possible? He's lying, right? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. So handsome. Wan'er's eyes were full of stars. She completely believed Ling Outyan's words, and her admiration and love for him increased by tens of thousands, but some people think that he is just trying to attract attention and bragging. One of them was an ugly man with a thin stature and a pointed face. He walked out unhappy. He looked at the tall and straight Ling Outyan, a flicker of jealousy flashed in his eyes, and he pointed at Ling Outyan and yelled, You brat. With the enemy at hand, how dare you spread false military intelligence? If this false news destroys Shuecheng, can you afford it? Look, I'm going to destroy you, you open your mouth. Clang. Clang, he suddenly drew out the 2 swords behind him. He launched himself forward with his legs, displaying a gorgeous and dashing body movement, and rushed towards Ling Outyan like a phantom. Martial arts. Jade-faced flying dragon double strikes the sword. The 2 swords were like 2 noble flying dragons charging straight towards Ling Outyan's handsome face. Ling Outyan did not dodge or evade, but just raised his hands contemptuously, and his palms covered the space protective film. Ding ding. He easily grasped the sharp sword, twisted harder, crack. The 2 swords broke. You're only at the 3rd level of the Qi High Realm, and you dare to challenge me, Ling Outyan? Get lost. A slap hit the ugly face of the thin man. Hard bang, ah. The thin man was blown away, more than a dozen teeth fell out, and he fell off the city wall with a scream. Finally, he fell to the ground on the street, covering his bloody mouth and rolling around in pain. Those who refuse to obey, fight. Ling Outyan crossed his arms across his chest and looked down upon the monks around him. Astonishing spiritual energy surged out of the body instantly. Almost everyone was frightened and took a few steps back, not daring to move forward. So handsome, so handsome. Wan'er's eyes flashed wildly, and her admiration and love for Ling Outyan increased by millions more points, but there were still a few monks who disliked him. They surrounded them aggressively, displaying their weapons such as guns, swords, and whips. They wanted to join forces to teach him a lesson. Stop it. During the anti-demon period, those who fight among themselves will be killed. City Lord Shui Yuanshan roared angrily with majesty. The voice mixed with strong spiritual power was shocking. At the same time, Dantian also emits powerful spiritual pressure. The pressure caused the spiritual energy in everyone's Dantian to become disordered. They tried their best to resist in panic and dared not to do it again. The situation is under control. Shui Yuanshan withdrew his spiritual pressure and turned to Ling Outyan and said seriously, Mr. Ling, be careful with your words and actions. The demon army you mentioned was routed and Shade died. This city lord thinks you are joking and is just trying to calm everyone down. Shuecheng is in danger. If the intelligence about the demon army is reported falsely, Shuecheng will fall into an abyss of no return. Then no matter how great Ling Outyan's potential is, the city lord cannot protect him. My lord city lord, I am not joking. Ling Outyan looked around at everyone and smiled confidently. If you don't believe it, you can wait. Wait until morning, afternoon, evening, and tomorrow, and you will know the result. I, Ling Outyan, guarantee this with my life. This message. Absolutely. True. Hearing this, everyone was talking in a chaotic manner and didn't believe his nonsense at all. Shui Yuanshan frowned and looked slightly displeased, obviously not believing it. Moreover, his approval rating of Ling Outyan in his heart couldn't help but drop significantly. Could it be that this boy relies on his great potential and good luck to lie casually? That's too arrogant. If this continues, he will definitely get into a lot of trouble in the future. It seems that Honor can't get too close to him. Suddenly, Shui Menghan next to him shouted excitedly, "Dad! Shui Chang is saved! Shui Chang is saved!" Whoa, whoa, whoa. She was so excited that she squatted down and started crying. She cried while flipping through the diary in her hand, confirming the information several times. Oh shit. The demon army is gone, and Shay is also dead. This main plot has gone astray. Now even Shui Menghan, this silly girl and crazy fangirl, her character has collapsed. Then why should I continue with the storyline of a milkhammer? Turning badly. Playing bad, playing bad, playing bad, playing bad. Well, the roast lamb in the original plot was for tomorrow night, so let's change it to tonight. Oh my god, yeah, this is terrible. Woo. Dad! Shui Chang is really saved. You don't have to die. I couldn't say it, because it was blocked by the heavenly Dao, but it did not stop Shui Menghan from continuing to cry with joy. It turned out that Han Yuqing did not lie to her. The surprise was the demon army was defeated and Shade died. It was such a surprise. My father's fate has really changed. He doesn't have to die anymore. It is so worth it for her to be Jiang Mu's woman. This was the best thing she had ever done in her life. Woo. Dad, I'm going back first. Woo. Shui Menghan cried happily and limped down the city wall. For some reason, she really wanted to go to Woyosek to see Jiang Mu, although I don't know what to do after seeing him, but I really want to see him. Chapter 162. Is this the male protagonist? Too weak Honor? Shui Yuanshan was confused by her crying, shouting and running. It seems, did my daughter believe Ling Outyan's lies and was so happy? Ling Outyan spread his hands, expressing helplessness. Alas, Menghan is the only one who believes in me. Water beside her suddenly became unhappy, her face full of grievance and jealousy. Master Ling, I believe you too. I'm the first one to believe you. Shui Menghan can only be second. Ahem, sorry Waner, I was negligent. You both believed in me at the same time. Ling Outyan comforted Waner and gently touched her face with his hand. Another evil smile. So handsome. Waner was mesmerized by Ling Outyan's evil smile and became a complete nymphomaniac on the spot. Her face turned red from being touched by Ling Outyan's big hands, and her little heart was beating fast. Finally, my legs went weak and I squatted down, so excited that I almost fainted. Ling Outyan burst out laughing. Has my charm reached this level? He shook his head helplessly, then he smiled at Shui Yuanshan and said, Lord City Lord, even Menghan believes it, don't you? Shui Yuanshan was speechless. What kind of logic is this? Sudden an object fell from the sky at a high speed and landed heavily in front of Shui Yuanshan. Boom. The impact was so great that it created a deep pit. Monsters are attacking. Everyone quickly drew their weapons and became fully alert. Shui Yuanshan approached the deep pit solemnly. Keep your eyes fixed and watch. But he found out that it was not a monster. Are you the fish-tooth girl? In the deep pit, there lay a masked woman. Shui Yuanshan recognized the woman's identity at a glance. One of the personal guards of Empress Chanyu, with the cultivation level of Guiyuan realm, codename Fish-tooth, judging from the strong smell of alcohol emanating from her, obviously drank a lot of wine. Belch. Yuya burped, then he felt dizzy, his whole body floated up, and fell to the ground swayingly. Only then did everyone see her figure and appearance clearly. She was wearing a tight blue dress and had a high knee-length ponytail on her head. The blue mask only revealed her sexy red lips. She had a tall and well-proportioned figure, and her legs were much longer than those of an average person. Because he had been drinking, his head and body were tilted and he couldn't stand steadily. Shui Yuanshan stepped forward, bowed in respect, and asked, Miss Yuya, long time no see. Why did you come to Xuecheng alone? Did the Empress send you here for support? Yuya didn't answer. She was dazed and fumbled for the big gourd around her waist. Pop. Pull out the cork from the gourd. Tons. He drank it in big gulps. Belch. After a satisfied burp, he started searching in the ring again. There were too many things in the ring and they were too messy, so it took some time to find a beast skin scroll. Yuya threw the animal skin scroll to Shui Yuanshan and said drunkenly, secret letter from the Empress, hiccup. Then his hazy eyes turned to Ling Outyan, looked at it curiously. Miss, my name is Ling Outyan. Do you recognize me? Seeing this tall and beautiful Yuya looking at herself, Ling Outyan took a step forward and nodded to her with a smile. Sure enough, my charm is getting bigger and bigger. Suddenly, Yuya kicked Ling Outyan in the head. The speed was so fast that even Shui Yuanshan could only see a little bit of the footsteps. Bang! Ling Outyan was kicked away unexpectedly and fell off the city wall with a scream. Finally, he fell onto the streets of the city and kicked his feet. He lost consciousness. Hiss. He actually knocked Ling Outyan unconscious with just one kick? What a cruel woman. Her kicking skills are amazing. It was too fast. I couldn't even see it clearly. Why would she do that? Everyone was startled by Yuya's sudden attack and took more than 10 steps back, Fearing that they would be kicked, Yuya looked at the unconscious Ling Outyan below, scratched his sexy red neck, and felt quite depressed. Is this the so-called male protagonist? I can't help kicking him, he's too weak. I don't know if Jiangmu was that powerful kid. She jumped high into the air carrying the big gourd. He drank tons of wine and flew away staggeringly. This series of weird behaviors, Shui Yuanshan, who knew her, was used to it. However, the direction that Yuya flew was the direction of Wuyo sect. Could it be that the Empress is also cooperating with the impoverished Wuyo sect? Shui Yuanshan guessed so. After all, Chang Yuanming's goal is to unify the 9 provinces, therefore, it is not surprising no matter which force or sect they cooperate with. Shui Yuanshan skillfully performed the unlocking formation and removed the restriction on the scroll in his hand to read carefully. There are only 2 lines of words in the scroll. Last night in the Monster Mountain range, traces of the monster army were discovered, but they had already been defeated and Shay was dead. Xianyang sect leader Fang Yasong has been hesitant to send reinforcements to Xuecheng, intending to use the demon army to reorganize Xuecheng and ultimately take it over. But now that Xuecheng is intact, he will definitely find a way to kill you. Be careful. After a few breaths, the animal skin scroll triggered the self-immolation formation and burned to ashes. Shui Yuanshan's breath suddenly stopped. What follows is endless joy. The demon army has truly collapsed. Shay is really dead. Xuecheng is saved. Ha 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 ha. He completely ignored his status as the city lord and laughed wildly like a child in excitement. He could choose not to believe Ling Outyan's words, but the information was provided by Chang Yuanming, absolutely true and reliable. The other side, Shui Menghan ran back to the city lord's mansion. He gave orders to his servants eagerly and expectantly. Someone prepare the spaceship. This lady is going to Wuyo sect. Now, immediately. While the servants were quickly preparing the boat, she hurried into her boudoir. He took out a marriage certificate with red cover and gold letters from the drawer. Humph. Bastard. You said you loved me, you said you wanted to marry me, and you said you wanted to lick me. If you dare not take responsibility, I will place the marriage certificate in front of your parents' spirit tablets and make you feel guilty every day. He he he. He 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 he. She stroked the marriage certificate with a silly smile, as if she was stroking a priceless treasure. When Jiang Mu's licking dog face gradually emerged in my mind, her beautiful face gradually revealed the youthful and shy blush unique to girls. Her white legs subconsciously closed together. It doesn't hurt anymore. Chapter 163. I'm tired. Destroy it soon. Shui Menghan boarded the private spaceship. He shyly flew towards Wuyo sect. Oh shit. I'll have a good time roasting lamb tonight, and tomorrow I'll go find who Xinyu is. Beaker. Fuck. Fox Xinyu, little guy, are you finally going to release the fox spirit? Little girl with fox ears, come and help me turn into an adult. I want to bully my stupid sister. Fox Xinyu, bang bang bang, little girl with fox ears. Woo wah wah wah. As for the subsequent plot. Shit. Whoever wants to leave can leave. Fuck. Wuyo sect. I in the backyard of the master's hall, in the spaceship room, Jiang Mu closed the diary, quietly waiting for the reward. I wrote so little, I guess there's no reward. Really, I waited for 5 minutes but there was no system sound. It must be because the diary content is too boring and there is no plot, so there is no reward. What a shitty system. So he called out the diary again, write the plot in a long and detailed manner. The story of the demon army attacking the city marks the end of the first volume and the beginning of the second volume. In the original plot. Today, 2 support teams will arrive in Xuecheng, the Xianyang sect and the Changyu Empire's army. After the Xianyang sect's men arrived first, they didn't immediately support Xuecheng, but instead used a concealment formation to hide. After the demon army and Xuecheng had almost finished fighting each other, and after they had secretly attacked Shui Yuanshan and killed him, the Xianyang sect came out to defeat the demon army and occupy Xuecheng, thus profiting completely. But behind this fisherman, there is Lao Lu. That is the evil cultivator from the blood abyss. The Xianyang sect thought they had taken over Xuecheng, but were attacked by the evil cultivators of Shui Yuan. Both sides fought to the death, suffering heavy casualties. Finally, Chang Yuanmeng's army arrived, destroyed the evil cultivators, and saved the Xianyang sect. As a result, the Empress earned favors from the Xianyang sect and also gained access to Xuecheng, the great city that was the first line of defense for the human race against demons. Xuecheng has extremely important strategic significance for the Changyu Empire's future unification of the 9 provinces and its attack on the demon race. I have to say it. This foolish empress, Chang Yuanmeng, dared to secretly cooperate with Shui Yulei, the lord of the blood abyss, using Shui Yulei's evil cultivation to kill the Xianyang sect, then turning around and destroying the evil cultivation, and finally gaining Xuecheng. She is courageous and strategic. Chang Yuanmeng, you're calling me stupid again? Interesting. Later, Fang Yasong, the leader of Xianyang sect, was furious because Xuecheng, the duck that was about to be caught, flew away. He couldn't swallow this. So he took out his anger on the Wuyo sect. Because Han Yuqing was the proud daughter of the Shenyang sect, but she had married without reporting to the sect, Fang Yasong used this as a charge and demanded that the Woyo sect hand over Han Yuqing and abolish her cultivation. Damn, speaking of this Fang Yasong, 3 years ago, in the battle at the Monster Mountain Range, 90% of the Woyo sect's disciples died, and this scumbag was partly responsible. He is also a beast, and has harmed and destroyed countless women. Library. On the top floor of the 8th floor, in the study, the warm morning light shines through the window and falls on the desk piled with ancient scrolls. Han Yuqing sat at the desk, correcting the sect's internal affairs scrolls with a beast bone pen in her hand. I am so happy to have the help from Shui Menghan. He was so happy that he hummed a cheerful tune while correcting the scrolls. I've sung it dozens of times already. Change the scroll. I am a little expert. Draw a circle, draw a check mark. I'll help my husband clean his mouth. Each batch will complete one internal affairs scroll. She glanced at the book, Jiang Mu's private diary, next to it. When I saw the words Fang Yasong and harm and destroy women, the animal bone pen in his hand snapped into 2 pieces. Square Cliff Pine Brute. Han Yuqing narrowed her eyes and smiled slyly, her body gradually beginning to tremble uncontrollably. A picture from my childhood gradually emerged in my mind. It was a sunny afternoon after the rain. The rainbow in the sky was beautiful, the breeze was cool, and the birds in the trees were washing their feathers. Her mad mother hung her upside down under the tree and whipped her tiny body with a wet, thorny bramble. I'm going to beat you to death, you little bastard, you and that beast are both bastards, I'm going to beat you to death, die. The sound of my mother's crazy laughter, the sound of thorns piercing the flesh, the sound of cool wind blowing through the trees, the sound of birds singing. It keeps running back and forth in my mind and can't be shaken off. Han Yuqing curled up in the chair, trembling, cold sweat dripping from her forehead, her eyes blank, the beautiful butterfly-scarred face also became twisted and eerie due to fear. Mom, don't hit me, I'm good, she muttered to herself, fearful and in pain, and stabbed her arm with the 2 broken pens in her hand. He skillfully pulled it down to leave 2 bloody wounds. Pull it up again, pull down again, pull it up again and again. The arm was turned over, revealing torn skin and flesh, and the bones were exposed, which was shocking. Bright red blood flowed down his arm, staining his thin sleeves and the scroll on the desk red, feeling the warmth of the blood and the piercing pain. Han Yuqing's trembling and curled up body slowly calmed down. After a while, she threw away the broken pen that was stained with flesh and blood, and took out a new one from the drawer, continued to correct the blood-stained scrolls. He also hummed a cheerful tune. Alter the scroll. It was as if nothing had happened. Han Yuqing is so beautiful. If she fell into the hands of Fang Yasong, a beast, she would definitely be harmed and destroyed. Besides, she is my woman. I will never hand her over to you. That's why the Woyo sect and the Shenyang sect have a grudge against each other. I'm helping my husband with his mouth. Wow. I love you. My husband, I love you. As for Shui Menghan, she will go to the Changyu Empire and serve as a personal guard beside the foolish empress, diligently cultivating in order to kill Shui and avenge her later. Shui Menghan learned that Fang Yasong had deliberately left Shui Cheng to die and had also caused the death of Shui Yuanshan. So she hated Fang Yasong so much that she wanted to kill not only Shui but also Fang Yasong. This coincided with Han Yuqing's goal, so the relationship between the 2 women became even better. High in the sky inside a private spaceship, look at the contents of the diary. Shui Menghan puffed up her face and glared angrily, slapping the table. Bang. The table was shattered. Shenyang sect. I will never coexist with you. But now that the plot has become so twisted, who knows if Shui Menghan will still go to the Changyu Empire. If she hadn't gone to the Changyu Empire, Ling Outyan wouldn't have followed her, and there would have been no way for him to develop a romantic relationship with Changyu Anmeng. The southern border of Lizhou is just a novice village, and the Changyu Empire is the advanced dungeon. The worldview, cultivation system, sect power, etc. are all slowly unfolded in the 2nd volume, The Longfish Empire. The heroine's side stories will also unfold one by one. For example, Liwa can resolve the crisis of the fox spirit's soul disintegrating. For example, Lu Churu and Chu Nishan recaptured the Lingyin kingdom. For example, by Qingwu, the awakening path of the Holy Land Valkyrie. For example, the eternal fish warrior, the invincible guardian of the empire. For example. Forget it, that's it. I'm tired. Let's destroy it. Grass. Jiang Mu became more and more annoyed as he wrote, so he simply threw the diary away. Damn it, if there's no more rewards, I won't write anymore. Whatever you want to soon, the long-lost system voice sounded in my mind. Chapter 164. I really want to give Boss Jiang a baby ding. Congratulations to the host, the diary was written successfully. Temperament +4, 38/100, appearance +4, 38/100, reward, Forbidden Spirit Area, Spiritual Realm, Introduction, in my spirit realm, you are all scum. A spirit realm is formed with you as the center, within a certain range. Other characters in the spirit realm cannot use any martial arts, spiritual arts, or immortal arts. Note, it has no effect on props, talents, etc. Please refer to the actual situation. Note, the higher the realm, the larger the scope. Note, when the spiritual power is exhausted or cancelled actively, the spiritual domain will be cancelled. Note, use only once a day. Forbidden Spirit Area? Spirit Realm? This is fucking amazing. Although I have a bad mentality, but Jiang Mu was still a little shocked. For the spiritual realm, having reincarnated dozens of times, he is naturally not unfamiliar with it. Spiritual domain is a continuous special spiritual technique with various special effects. For example, within the range, it can restrict the mobilization of other people's spiritual power, make the formation ineffective, change the terrain and space, speed up time, etc. The effect of the spiritual realm works regardless of the realm. Some monks with abnormal spiritual realms can even easily kill people across realms. Only two kinds of people possess the spiritual realm. Point 1 is the monk who has awakened his innate spiritual body. The second group is some monks who have awakened their innate primordial bodies. For example, Ding Nanrong, who has awakened her water elemental body, possesses the spiritual realm. However, her spiritual domain is useless. It just turns the surrounding space into a smelly water space, which is useless in combat. Moreover, her use of the spiritual realm will accelerate the growth of water elemental poison in her body. So she hardly uses it. Let's see how it works. Jiang Mu mobilized his spiritual power to test the range effect of the Forbidden Spirit Zone, but since he is still immortal, he cannot use spiritual arts. Then we can only try again tomorrow. Rubbing his sore wrist, Jiang Mu stood up from the stool, walked lazily to the bed, picked up the clothes on the bed and put them on, looking at Haishuisha with a pouty face sleeping on the bed. He was thinking about what to do today. Well, there's no need to go to Xuecheng. Then I'll have nothing to do all day. At this time, the sleeping Haishuisha kicked his legs, as if he was looking for something. That cute little mouth was still mumbling, "Fuck. Good fellow." In the original novel, she is very cruel and brutal. I remember one time, I praised her for being cute, and she almost cut me in half. Now she is narrow, flat, and tight. I saw Haishuisha kick his legs twice again. Jiang Mu thought about it. He picked up a stick beside the bed. Tisk, as expected of Han Yuqing, she really knows me inside and out. It's 99% accurate. Plug, because there are two kinds of stains on this bed, and there are also blood stains. Even though it was dry, it wasn't very comfortable to sleep on. So Jiang Mu wrapped Haishuisha in a quilt, picked her up, walked out of the room, and got off the spaceship. Then he went into the master's bedroom and put her on the bed. Her white mesh top and pleated skirt were torn, and one of her over-the-knee white socks was missing. So this is uncomfortable. So I just ripped it all off and then cover her with the quilt. Little cutie, sleep well. We'll roast lamb together tonight. Baji, bite her little face. Jiang Mu walked out of the dormitory and closed the door. In fact, he had no intention of sleeping at all, because he remembered something very important, that is the problem of repairing Ding Nanrong's Dantian, because Ding Nanrong's Dantian had hundreds of cracks. If you don't use elixir, it will take at least a year and a half to recover. But according to the original plot point, 3 months later, Ding Nanrong will break through to the void refinement realm. Then when the time comes, her Dantian would not be able to withstand the impact of the huge spiritual power. Then the person is useless. So Jiang Mu must help her repair her Dantian within 3 months. This requires a magic medicine formula. I remember the formula for repairing Dantian is in the library. In fact, this formula is not something top secret. Almost every major sect has it, and there are many kinds, with different effects. To find the one with the best relative effect, suitable for the water element body, suitable for the Guiyuan realm, and suitable for female cultivators. Then you have to take the time to select. Slowly thinking about, Jiang Mu first called 2 female disciples and instructed them. There is a little white-haired girl sleeping in our dormitory. If she wakes up and wants to find us, you should take her to the library. After saying that, he turned and left. Yes, sect master. The 2 female disciples responded respectfully, looking at Jiang Mu's handsome back as he left. They excitedly held each other's hands, raised their legs, and their faces flushed. Did you notice? Sect Master Jiang seems to have become even more handsome. His temperament is even more charming. I found it. I really want to give birth to a baby for Sect Master Jiang, but what should I do? I want to, too. He. Then together. He. I don't know what the 2 female disciples are thinking. Jiang Mu has arrived at the cliff behind the mountain. He had to tell Ding Nanrong that he was going to the library to find the recipe. Although you can order the sect disciples to look for it, but I'm just sitting around doing nothing anyway. The key is that he doesn't want others to get involved. At this moment, Ding Nanrong was sitting on a stone bench on the edge of the cliff, closing her eyes and resting her Dantian. The morning light is soft, white clouds and flying cranes are below the cliff, and the cranes' calls are loud and melodious. The fresh cliff breeze blew, ruffling the beauty's braids and bringing with it the fragrance of her tube-top skirt. The fragrance drifted into Jiang Mu's nose behind her. The smell woke Jiang Mu up. He walked over and sat next to her, touching her belly with his hand. Ronger, how is your Dantian? Hearing this, Ding Nanrong opened her beautiful eyes, turned her head to look at him, and opened her lips slightly. I have the power of water to support me. As long as I don't mobilize too much spiritual power, I will be fine. It is worthy of being a water element body. Jiang Mu nodded and guessed it. That's good. I'll go to the library now and find you a recipe for an elixir that can quickly repair your Dantian. After saying that, he got up and left. Ding Nanrong stood up and asked, do you need help finding it? No, I'll have a day to find it. You can continue to cultivate your dantian. Then Jiang Mu remembered something and added, oh, right, Ronger. Didn't I promise you before that I would treat you to roast lamb as a thank you for your protection over the past 3 years? Tonight, let's all grill together. Roast lamb. Ding Nanrong's eyelashes trembled slightly, and a light flashed in her eyes. This is her favorite, but she hasn't eaten it since she was 4 years old until now, when she is 35. Yeah, okay. She nodded slightly and said, I will prepare some dry mountain chili peppers, century-old oyster essential oil, pickled red potato flour, 16-angled fennel, and worry-free ginseng wine in advance. There was an unconcealable expectation in the indifferent tone. Okay. Jiang Mu made an okay gesture that Ding Nanrong couldn't understand, then turned and left. But I haven't taken 2 steps yet. Suddenly, an object fell from the sky at a high speed and landed heavily in front of him. Boom! The impact was so great that it created a deep pit. Chapter 165. Is this drunkard going to kick my head? What the hell? Jiang Mu was so frightened that he stood on one leg with his arms crossed. Ding Nanrong behind him reacted quickly and stood in front of him in an instant. He then stabbed the deep pit with a water lotus sword. Ding! The loud sound of metal, the water lotus sword was actually bounced away and broke into 2 pieces. Boom! A terrifying aura of spiritual energy also erupted from the deep pit. What a powerful Guiyuan realm! Ding Nanrong's face darkened, and she instantly picked up Jiang Mu and jumped away from the edge of the pit. There was also a water lotus sword in his hand. Be alert and vigilant. Belch! A burp sounded from the deep pit, then a tall woman floated up dizzily. Finally, it fell to the ground swaying. Ding Nanrong and Jiang Mu behind her saw the woman's figure and appearance clearly. She was wearing a tight-fitting, hip-hugging blue combat skirt, with a high knee-length ponytail on her head. Her blue mask only revealed her sexy red lips. She had a tall and well-proportioned figure, and a pair of white thighs that were much longer than those of an average person. Because he had been drinking, his head and body were tilted and he couldn't stand steadily. Fuck! Why is this drunkard here? Jiang Mu was shocked as if he was struck by lightning. He recognized the woman wearing the green fish scale mask at a glance. She is Chang Yuanmeng's personal guard, codename Fishtooth. At the same time, she also has another awesome identity, the war princess of the Changyu Empire and the contemporary god of war, real name, Changyu Warrior. Fuck. Isn't this drunkard a late-stage character? Why did she come to Wuyo sect? Even though the plot was distorted, Jiang Mu felt his scalp tingling and goosebumps all over his body. This Changyu warrior is not just Chang Yuanmeng's personal guard, she is also the patron saint of the Changyu Empire and is the heroine who appears in the later period. A late-stage character appeared in the novice village in advance. He even came to his Wuyo sect. Just fuck. Well, destroy it. Oh yeah, Jiang Mu took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Ding Nanrong held the water lotus sword tightly. She felt a great crisis. We're both in the Guiyuan realm, but she's very strong. I might not be able to defeat her. He just suppressed his cultivation. His real cultivation is at the martial god level. You definitely can't beat him. Even after I merged with the little cutie, I still couldn't beat him. Jiang Mu walked out from behind Ding Nanrong and said with a bitter look on his face, Hey Ronger, put away your sword. He also walked towards the Changyu warrior, but Ding Nanrong grabbed her arm. Her whole body was filled with spiritual energy, her skirt and hair were slightly agitated, and her tone was somewhat resolute. Hurry up and go to the forbidden area to call the 3 elders. I will hold her back. Oh no, knowing that she couldn't beat the other party and might even be killed by the other party, she still wanted me to go first? Could it be that she, the fake maid, was beginning to become real? Is her character about to collapse? This is outrageous. Well, it doesn't matter. Oh yeah. Ronger, put away your sword. Jiang Mu patted Ding Nanrong's hand and gave her a look that told her to stay calm. This masked woman is called Yuya, and she is the personal guard of the Empress Changyu. We, the Wuyo sect, have always been cooperating with the Empress. We are not enemies. It's okay. Collaboration with the Empress, Ding Nanrong understood. He then withdrew his breath and put away the water lotus sword. Since he said it's okay, then it's really okay. Jiang Mu came in front of Changyu warrior. Looking at her drunken appearance, he suppressed his displeasure and asked, Damn drunkard. Miss Fishtooth, what are you doing here? Did the Empress send you? Jiang Mu is 178 centimeters tall, but when he stands in front of Changyu warrior, his head is only level with her breasts. She has a relatively large frame, and the tight, hip-hugging combat skirt makes her look very heroic. In front of her, I inexplicably felt like a little donkey trying to pull a big cart, unable to do so. The Empress didn't send me here. I was just passing by. Hiccup. Yuya burped in a daze, his voice slightly magnetic. What the hell, passing by, is this true or false? Jiang Mu didn't know her real purpose. Following the principle of less trouble is worse than more, he simply asked her to leave. In that case, Miss Yuya, please return and give my regards to the Empress. Yuya seemed not to hear. She fumbled for the large gourd from her waist. Pop. Pull out the cork from the gourd. Tons. He drank the wine in big gulps. Belch. After a satisfied burp. A pair of hazy and sharp eyes through the mask scanned Jiang Mu from head to toe. Are you Jiang Mu? Why are you so handsome? Hiccup. She was surprised to find Jiang Mu's figure, appearance, and temperament all very good. He even surpassed the male protagonist Ling Outyan in the geniuses from the 9 major sections. I am afraid only the handsome men and beautiful women in the Holy Land can compare with this little guy. Thank you for the compliment, Miss Yuya. You are also very beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Please go back. I will send someone to take you there by spaceship. After Jiang Mu had some business exclamations, he did not forget to ask her to leave. But I'm wearing a mask, how can you tell I'm beautiful? Hiccup. No matter whether you wear a mask or not, I will praise you for being ugly. Jiang Mu was speechless. Tons. Yuya drank the wine in big gulps again. He drank the last drop of wine in just a few gulps. Hiccup. He also burped a few times in Jiang Mu's face. The aroma of wine and mouth-watering food made Jiang Mu lean back and hold his breath, making a gloomy face. Damn this drunkard, he will die if he doesn't drink for a moment. Sudden Chun Yu Zhanji kicked Jiang Mu in the head. She came to Woyosek just out of curiosity to know whether Jiang Mu, the little villain, would be stronger than the male protagonist Ling Outyan. If so, it would be nice to use him as a sparring partner to relieve her boredom, but halfway through kicking, she suddenly stopped. That long white leg was fixed near Jiang Mu's temple. Ha? You don't have any spiritual power? Hiccup. Through her spiritual sense, she discovered that there was not a single trace of spiritual energy on Jiang Mu's body, just like an ordinary person. If she kicked him like that, his head would be as fragile as a watermelon. Snap. Ha? Oh yes, I don't have any spiritual power right now. It won't be restored until tomorrow. Jiang Mufeng explained calmly, as if he didn't care at all about the life and death situation that had just happened, but I was already cursing in my heart. Grass ***. What was this drunkard doing just now? Do you want to kick my head off? Fuck, I almost got fucked. Fuck her. #@%. Looking at the long beautiful legs in front of him, Jiang Mu was so shocked that his soul almost flew away. This also reminded him of one thing, that this drunkard was also a violent maniac who loved fighting. She even conceitedly made a vow, she would marry whoever could beat her at the same level, even if that person was a pig. Drinking and violence, who wants you? But her legs are really long. Cyan, ding. Unaware of Jiang Mu's gentlemanly gaze, Yuya retracted her long beautiful legs. She adjusted the hem of her skirt drunkenly and said in a pleasant and magnetic voice, you won't recover your spiritual power until tomorrow? Then I'll kick you again tomorrow. Hiccup. What? Kick me tomorrow, kick Namabo. Why don't you go kick Ling Outyan? Alright, I'm out of wine. Hiccup. Your Woyo sect is vast and rich in resources, give me some wine. Hiccup. Are you still asking me for wine? You are such a good girl, aren't you afraid that I will get you drunk? Jiang Mu was vicious in his heart and imagined all kinds of scenes for her, but on the surface you can't offend her. Otherwise, if she gets drunk and destroys the Woyo sect and exposes herself, it would be a great injustice. No problem. My Woyo sect's Wuyo Dishan wine is delicious and intoxicating. It's the finest wine in Lizhou. Ronger, go to the underground wine cellar and bring over a jar of wine. No, take 2 jars, one that's 100 years old. After all, Miss Yuya is an honored guest. Jiang Mu gave instructions to Ding Nanrong behind him, but he didn't wait for Ding Nanrong to leave. Yuya grabbed his belt with one hand and lifted him up like a chicken, levitating him. I'm going to the wine cellar. Hiccup. Ronger, lead the way. Helpless, Jiang Mu could only agree. Ding Nanrong nodded, floated up, and flew down the mountain. Soon, the 3 of them came to the supplies hall. The materials hall is located in the southeast corner of the sect. It is very large and 13 stories high. Almost all of the sect's supplies are stored here. The senior guard saw Jiang Mu and said, Greetings, sect master, Miss Rong. Then he opened a hole in the palace protection formation and let the 3 people in. Inside the hall, Ding Nanrong pushed open the door leading to the underground wine cellar. A strong and intoxicating aroma of wine mixed with a refreshing aura hits your face. Wow! It smells so good. Burp. The Changyu warrior was impatient and pounced into the cellar like a hungry wolf. Jiang Mu and Ding Nanrong walked down the stone steps. The entire underground wine cellar is as big as a playground. Bottles, jars, and tanks of fine wine, a dazzling array, fill the entire cellar space. The long fish warrior scurried around excitedly, and finally stopped in front of a wine vat that was about the size of 5 people hugging it. She opened the lid of the wine jar and then opened her arms to pick up the entire jar. He tilted his head back and drank it down in one big gulp. Ton. The wine jar was soon empty. A hiccup. She was not satisfied with the drink, so she picked up the second jar. Tons. He drank madly and white steam came out of his body. This is a manifestation of spiritual power dissolving the alcohol in the body, so that she will not get drunk easily and can keep drinking. Miss Yuya, please drink less. Looking at the empty tanks one after another, Jiang Mu's heart was bleeding. These fine wines have been brewed hundreds of years since the sect was founded. Every drop you drink is one less drop. It is extremely precious, but there's nothing we can do. He's a god of war. If she is unhappy with drinking, she will go crazy. Then she might overthrow the Woyo sect. Can't afford to gamble, can't afford to offend. Well, Ronger, you stay here with her. I'll go to the library to find the recipe. Jiang Mu said something to Ding Nanrong helplessly and left, out of sight, out of mind. Chapter 166. She came at the wrong time. Walk out of the supplies hall, going around in circles. Jiang-mu came to the library. Meet the sect master. As soon as he entered the door, the old man guarding the pavilion told him, Master, the madam is in the attic on the 8th floor. Jiang-mu held his head high, his hands behind his back, and walked towards the stairs with the arrogant steps of a villain. Han Yuqing happens to be here, so I can tell her about the roast lamb in the evening. Go up to the 8th floor attic, gently push open the door of the study and go in, past the screen. Just see it. Han Yuqing was sitting at the desk, using a beast bone pen to correct the sect's internal affairs scroll, while humming a cheerful tune. Change the scroll. I am a little expert. Draw a circle, draw a check mark. I'll help my husband clean his mouth. Jiang-mu. As expected of her, the lyrics are quite unique. Wife, I'm changing the scroll. He shouted and walked over. Husband? Han Yuqing stopped writing and looked up, her eyes suddenly lit up with surprise. She jumped out of the chair and threw herself into Jiang-mu's arms with a fragrant breeze. Husband, you're here. Baji, she even held Jiang-mu's face and kissed him. Did my husband come here just to see me? I'm so happy. She hugged Jiang-mu's waist tightly, swaying her graceful body and looking at him with a smile. She looks like a little wife who obeys everything, well. Although her personality is distorted, she still seizes every opportunity to please me. Honey, I just came to tell you that we can roast some lamb together in the back hills tonight, okay? What happened to your arm? Jiang-mu grabbed Han Yuqing's left arm and frowned slightly. There was a bright red patch on her arm, and the lake blue fabric was torn, revealing the recently healed rotten skin and flesh inside. It was obviously being stirred back and forth by something. There was also a large bloodstain on the table, and some scrolls had been stained with blood, reflecting bright and beautiful colors under the soft sunlight. Does it hurt? Jiang-mu gently touched the wound on her arm, feeling a surge of pity in his heart. It seems that she must have recalled the scenes of her childhood experience, so she self-harmed to calm down. Hey, it doesn't hurt. My husband really cares about me. I'm so touched. Baji, Han Yuqing kissed Jiang-mu again and smiled happily. Jiang-mu was speechless. He gently stroked the rotten skin and flesh with his thumb, and his eyes gradually became gentle. Some later scenes of the couple gradually emerged in my mind. Those are scenes of love and mutual harm. My heart can't help but feel some sadness, sorrow, beauty, and throbbing, while a jumble of emotions dissolved into a sigh. He felt sorry for her. Now the plot is twisted to pieces. Jiang-mu didn't bother to care about the villain character anymore and just hugged Han Yuqing tightly in his arms. Just hugging quietly like this, the faint fragrance on her body, mixed with the smell of dry blood, made Jiang-mu's thoughts drift away, and the pain in his heart became stronger. As time passed, the sunlight gradually shortened the shadows of the two people hugging each other. As the shadow shortens, a hiss. He shuddered all over. Looked down. I was shocked to see it. I don't know when my belt had been untied. Hiss. What are you doing, wife? Jiang-mu quickly stopped him. He came here to find the recipe, not to waste his life. Hee, my husband's eyes are so gentle. Han Yuqing smiled charmingly. Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. How could she miss such a good opportunity? If she was pregnant with Jiang-mu's child, then her power will skyrocket, then basically everything in the Woyo sect would belong to her. The destruction of Xinyang's sect is just around the corner. Hiss. Holy shit. Jiang-mu felt as if he was electrocuted and almost couldn't stand. She really is that good. Husband. Han Yuqing slowly knelt down. Jiang-mu just felt his scalp tingling for a while. He had forgotten what he came here for. Sudden knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. A shy girl's voice could be heard from outside the door. Asshole, can I come in? This sound, is it Shui Manghan? Damn, why is she here? Jiang-mu woke up from his dream. Before he could open his mouth, he said, you can't come in. The door creaked open. Obviously Shui Manghan came in without permission. Wife, get up quickly. Jiang-mu quickly pushed Han Yuqing's head away. Boo, however. Han Yuqing smiled seductively, performed the void invisibility technique, and her body slowly became transparent. Hiss, good job, is this how you use void invisibility? Jiang-mu Yegener had no time to stop her. This time, Shui Manghan just happened to walk over the screen and came in with lotus steps. In the huge study, she saw Jiang-mu standing alone with his back to her. The morning light shone on him through the window, and the cool breeze blew his jade-white sect leader robe and his long jet black hair fluttering in the air. This beautiful image made Shui Manghan blush instantly. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she found that Jiang-mu's temperament had become much more ethereal. His entire back seemed to reveal a single word: handsome. It's just that his standing posture is rather strange, with his hands on his hips, legs apart, and slightly squatting. Bastard, I'm coming. The voice is soft and shy. Because she was nervous, she kept twisting the edge of her emerald green skirt with her fingers, lowered her head slightly, her face became more and more flushed, and her heart began to beat. She didn't know what she was nervous about anyway, just very nervous. Manghan, why are you here? Is there something you want to talk to me about? If not, please go back. Hiss. Jiang-mu stood like a rock, his expression calm and composed, with the dignity of a sect leader. Can't I come to you if I have nothing to do? Humph. Shui Manghan was offended by his words of persuading her to come back and immediately blushed, staring at the back of his handsome head. But in my mind, the memory of myself and Han Yuqing last night gradually emerged. He immediately lowered his head out of shame, her face turned even redder. Asshole. You are responsible. The sound is as thin as a mosquito. Jiang Mu couldn't hear clearly and couldn't concentrate enough, although he didn't know what Shui Menghan wanted him to do, but this is the situation now, obviously she came at the wrong time. Hey, Menghan, why don't you go to the cliff behind the mountain first? I'll come find you later, hiss. I'm not going. I want to watch you here. After saying this subconsciously, Shui Menghan immediately covered her face with her hands. My ears were so hot that I felt like smoke was coming out of my head. How could I say such a thing? So embarrassing. Look at me? What am I doing? Jiang Mu had a lot of question marks in his mind, but no matter what, he didn't have the energy to deal with her right now. He just wanted to finish the job and find the recipe. So I didn't bother to care about the dog-licking character, and said in a tough tone, Menghan, you have to go to the cliff at the back mountain. I'll come find you later. Hurry. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, coupled with this commanding tone, Shui Menghan was so angry that she almost exploded. I'm not going. Asshole. She stared at Jiang Mu's handsome back and ordered angrily also. Don't turn your back on me. Turn around, wipe, what's wrong with her? Jiang Mu was frightened by her arrogance. Hiss. Slowly. Chapter 167. Will you marry me? Slow what? Shui Menghan didn't know what Jiang Mu was yelling about, but he still didn't turn around to look at her. I got even angrier. Asshole. Turn around. Do you dislike me? She stormed forward and grabbed his shoulders with both hands. Turn it over to me. Fuck no. Jiang Mu was horrified and tried to resist, but because he is in a mortal state and Shui Menghan is a cultivator, he is still very strong. So that he was easily turned around. Boo, Shui Menghan. Jiang Mu Han Yuqing, who was kneeling on the ground, said, wow. A cool breeze blew and the air fell into silence, after counting the breaths. Asshole. You. What are you doing? Shui Menghan turned her head to look out the window, her face flushed, her little heart beating wildly, almost jumping out. Maybe because she had already figured it out last night, she wasn't frightened to the point of screaming or being stunned, but Jiang Mu's self-entertainment behavior made her surprised, curious, and nervous. Was it because I didn't let him do what he wanted last night? As he thought about it, the hands that were holding Jiang Mu's shoulders tightened. Menghan, you hurt me. Jiang Mu quickly slapped her hand and grimaced in pain. I'm sorry. Shui Menghan was so scared that she let go immediately. She was still looking out the window with a blushing face, at a loss as to what to say. This also made the careless Jiang Mu very embarrassed. He rubbed his shoulders, his tone helpless. So, what are you here for? Shui Menghan's sudden arrival made it impossible for him to deal with the problem. Fortunately, he had a good waist and maintained his condition, otherwise he might have embarrassed the man. I came here just to think. Shui Menghan hesitated, then turned around and mustered up the courage to look directly into Jiang Mu's eyes. I want to see you. You want to see me? What do you mean? Jiang Mu scratched his head, not understanding what she meant. Literally. I just want to see you. Is that not possible? Humph. Shui Menghan clenched his fists and stomped his feet, feeling both ashamed and angry. I am ashamed of my brave expression of love. What made her angry was Jiang Mu's stupidity and his failure to understand her feelings. She angrily took out a marriage certificate with red cover and gold letters from her ring. It suddenly flashed before his eyes. Look what this is. It's a marriage certificate. What's wrong? Jiang Mu recognized the marriage certificate at a glance. He also had a copy in his dormitory. This also reminded him that the two of them were engaged. Humph. Then do you remember that you said you loved me? Shui Menghan put one hand on her slender waist and waved the marriage certificate in the other, looking both coquettish and strong. Remember this. Jiang Mu didn't understand what she was going to say, so he had to answer truthfully. Then do you still remember that you said you wanted to marry me? Remember this, too. Humph. Then let's get married. Getting married? Are you okay? Jiang Mu's eyes widened. What's with that expression on your face? Are you unwilling to marry me? You bastard. Seeing him look like he had seen a ghost, Shui Menghan's temper flared up instantly. This lady is the most beautiful woman in Xuecheng. She has a good figure and a pretty face with temperament, and a temperament with talent. Now that I'm taking the initiative to ask you to get married, you actually say there's something wrong with me. I'm so pissed off. Shui Menghan had a murderous look in her eyes and she gave him a do or die. Jiang Mu screamed like a pig on the spot. He never expected that the spoiled and rebellious Shui Menghan would have such a cruel side. Let go. Let go. He quickly grabbed her hand away. However, Shui Menghan's hands were as firm as a pair of pliers, without any looseness at all, and his expression remained ferocious. Say it. Marry me, clamp, Tell me now. Marry me. Twist, will you marry me? Pull. Marry, 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 marry. Jiang Mu howled and hugged Shui Menghan reflexively, experiencing firsthand what it meant to be painful and happy at the same time. Shui Menghan also let go of his hand immediately. She happily hugged his waist and buried her head in his chest. The fierce and ferocious look just now was gone, replaced by the shy look of a little girl in love. He even started to smile foolishly. She admitted that she had been a little impulsive in forcing Jiang Mu just now, but now he and I are husband and wife, then sooner or later I will marry him. So, this marriage is not forced at all. If you dare to break your promise and not marry me, then I will hold the marriage certificate, stand in front of your parents' spirit tablet, and cry every day until I die in front of you. I'm a man of my words, humph. She said coquettishly, looking up at Jiang Mu's eyes, her face full of expectation. Asshole, when are we getting married? But he found Jiang Mu's face was bitter, so he turned to worry and said, does it hurt? You try it if it doesn't hurt? What if it gets ruined? Jiang Mu helped her up, feeling a little annoyed and not giving her a good look. He finally understood. Shui Menghan came to see him. It turned out that she wanted to fulfill her engagement with him and choose a date to get married. This must be because the two of them cooked dinner last night, so she came here to force them to get married, but she was too cruel. If it weren't for her strong waist, she would probably have been disabled. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Shui Menghan knew that she was in the wrong, so she shrank her head like a chicken pecking at rice and apologized honestly. I didn't mean it. Jiang Mu cursed viciously. At this point, he doesn't want to play the role of a bootlicker anymore. You are not allowed to be mean to me, you have to love me, humph. Shui Menghan pouted and acted coquettishly, shaking Jiang Mu to show that she was unhappy. This made Jiang Mu unable to adapt for a while, and his goosebumps were all over the floor. What a sin. Asshole, pick an auspicious day and let's get married. She also did not forget to remind him about getting married, marriage. This made Jiang Mu very difficult to eye in the original book. He and Shui Menghan have always been in a fiancé/fiancé relationship and have never been married, and now the words, although the main plot was distorted, her character also collapsed. But if I really marry her, how will the plot develop later? How will Ling Outyan react? What actions will he take? Will it affect the other female protagonists' side stories? But have no idea. I have no idea. Jiang Mu didn't dare to mess around, nor did he want to after all. He knew the plot of the whole book. If he marries Shui Menghan, the subsequent plot will be completely ruined. Then he is like a blind man crossing a river, and everything becomes unknown. So he cannot marry Shui Menghan, but if they don't get married, Shui Menghan will cry every day until she dies. Think about it. Jiang Mu grabbed Shui Menghan's shoulders and said in a negotiating tone, Menghan, let's do this. Wait until you break through to the refining void realm, and then we'll get married. Is it the void refining realm? Can I break through? Shui Menghan tilted her head in confusion, pouting her little mouth, which was quite cute. Jiang Mu's eyes were sincere and he said firmly, believe me, you have a very high talent for cultivation. Not only can you break through to the refining void realm, you can even break through to the void realm. Okay. Then wait until I break through to the void refining realm, and then we'll get married. Shui Menghan smiled like a flower and happily agreed. Since Jiang Mu said she could break through, then she could break through. She absolutely believes in him. Seeing Shui Menghan agree, Jiang Mu felt relieved instantly. In fact, what he said was true. Shui Menghan, the first female protagonist, can indeed break through to the Lianshu realm, and even break through to the Kongming realm. But it was only after he, the villain, died that she had her breakthrough. Perfect. No, I'm not happy at all. Jiang Mu almost forgot that all this was Shui Menghan's fault, and now, his good waist is still in good condition. If it is not resolved quickly, it will be bad for your health. Shui Menghan obviously also noticed this. Asshole, you me. She glanced furtively downwards, then she immediately looked away in shame. She thought about it seriously. His expression was resolute, as if he had made up his mind. Wait for me. She broke away from Jiang Mu's arms, turned around, walked to the door, and looked around. After finding that there was no one outside, he closed the door and locked it with peace of mind. Then she walked shyly to the window, lying on the windowsill with his back to Jiang Mu. Then, her fingers gently twisted the edge of her skirt, her face flushed, and she slowly lifted up the emerald green dress. She also slightly raised her hips. Jiang Mu? Han Yuqing, wow. Menghan is so brave. Chapter 168. Get this drunkard out in the study. Shui Menghan lifted the hem of her skirt slightly and leaned on the windowsill. The warm sunlight fell on her emerald green dress. The perfect curves are illuminated to make them look youthful, beautiful, and attractive. Jiang Mu was no fool and immediately understood what Shui Menghan meant. So he walked over casually. Shui Menghan glanced back quietly, and was so scared that she immediately looked away, looking out the window nervously and expectantly. Time passes. Two figures on the windowsill slowly moved into the room. In the huge study, two figures were running through almost every corner. The figures were so close together that they overturned the bookshelves, knocked over the screens, broke the stools and chairs, and tore through the bead curtains. Running. There were actually three figures connected together. The smooth floor was now covered with emerald green and lake blue dress ribbons. The sun is at noon, and the table has three shadows. The desk that originally held scrolls, pens, and inkstones, and now he is bearing a weight that he shouldn't be bearing. Bang. 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 Clank. 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 Clang 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 clang. Whoa. Take a breath for a moment. Han Yuqing slid her body off Jiang Mu's back and lay flat on the side. Husband, I need to rest for a while, boo. After pulling out a homemade gadget, close your beautiful eyes and fall into a sweet sleep. Go to sleep. Jiangmu touched her butterfly-scarred face, feeling tenderness and love. As for Shui Manghan, her beautiful hair covered the entire table, her neck was stretched straight, her eyes were turned upwards, and her lips were undulating. Jiangmu knew that she had a good physique, so he didn't let her slow down. Bang! 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 Clang 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 clang. 10 minutes later. Woo woo! Hiccup! Jiangmu wiped the sweat off his forehead and got off the unconscious Shui Manghan. Then he picked up two blue and green dresses on the ground and covered their bodies with them, looking at the two women sleeping soundly on the table. Mixed emotions. Well, then lower your head and sense the fox soul and the Huiyang acupoint. That I found out the fox soul has become stronger, and much of his own lifespan has been absorbed by the fox soul. In just one morning, a year of my life was sucked away. If I keep going like this, I'll be killed sooner or later. Damn fox heart moon. Cursing in frustration, Jiangmu picked up his clothes from the ground and put them on. He left the study in high spirits. I've already wasted a whole morning. We have to hurry and find the recipe. So he went down to the 4th floor and began to look for the formula to repair his dantian, because 90% of the sect's disciples were sent to support Xueqing in fighting against the monsters. So there are no other disciples in the entire library. This also makes it easier for him to find the recipe in his mortal state. I searched all afternoon until dusk, after searching through the rows of wooden scroll racks. Jiangmu finally selected the most effective one from more than 500 recipes. This is also the only dantian repair formula that is suitable for the Shueyuan body and Gueyuan state. There are a lot of medicinal ingredients in the recipe. There are 3 kinds of medicinal herbs that are crucial. Burial ground, blood spirit fruit, donghai, gueyuan plant, water elemental, cold crystal. Jiangmu sat in the chair, holding his chin and thinking carefully. He was not unfamiliar with these 3 medicinal herbs. Burial ground, blood spirit fruit. It can produce blood and flesh, open up blood vessels, and plays a dominant role, especially in repairing and consolidating a ruptured dantian. Donghai, gueyuan plant. It can accelerate the condensation of spiritual energy in the dantian and prevent the spiritual energy from dissipating. In addition, it has other wonderful benefits. Water element, violent cold crystal. It can nourish the power of water element, and can also temporarily suppress the outbreak of water element poison, ensuring the normal progress of the dantian repair process. These 3 medicinal herbs, all of them are essential for repairing Ding Nanrong's dantian. The Tibetan blood spirit fruit. I remember there is one in the blood abyss. The Donghai Gueyuan strain is also found in the Chanyu Empire. As for the Shueyuan violent cold crystal, it's more difficult to obtain. You may need to go to the North Snow Holy Mountain. That is the territory of the Holy Land. Jiangmu pondered. It will take some effort to obtain all 3 medicinal herbs. But fortunately, it doesn't bother me at all. Fortunately, I have one eye in the sky and extreme flash, so I can travel around the world with the company of the demon god Heishuisha. The degree of danger was greatly reduced. So he was not worried at all about not being able to gather all the herbs. Well, that's it. Find an opportunity later and get the herbs as soon as possible. It's getting late. We have to go back and roast the lamb. Looking at the dim sky outside the window, Jiangmu prepared to go to Lingqin Peak to catch a few fat sheep. Then he returned to the cliff at the back mountain and worked with Ding Nanrong and the others. Damn, I almost forgot, Ronger is in the underground wine cellar, accompanying that drunkard. He started to have a headache again. The arrival of the long fish warrior disrupted his rhythm. He didn't want to have anything to do with this drunkard. In addition to being an alcoholic, this drunkard is also a violent person. Jiangmu was very worried that when he left Wuyo sect and went to Fox Country tomorrow, this violent maniac would force Ding Nanrong or Han Yuqing to fight with her. At the very least, it's a way to relieve boredom by exchanging ideas. In serious cases, he may get drunk and kill someone. Damn it, I have to find a way to get her out of here. Thinking about a hoarse, tender voice suddenly came from behind. You're here, you bastard. Then a little lowly with white twin tails crawled into his arms. Chapter 169. Even a bastard can't save you. This is what the god said. Little cutie, you're awake. Seeing Heishuisha suddenly crawl into his arms, Jiangmu lifted her up and sat her on his lap, smell the faint fragrance of the soul and feel the soft lotus tips. The depression in my heart was slightly relieved. By the way, little cutie, are you still in mortal form now? Is there anything unusual? Have you recovered your spiritual power? He asked with concern. Nothing unusual is happening. It should be the same as yours. The spiritual power will not recover until tomorrow. Heishuisha put his arms around his neck, rocked him and said comfortingly, You son of a bitch, you seem upset? Tell me what's going on. Through the master-servant relationship, she could sense that Jiangmu was in a bad mood. Fine. Jiangmu pinched her cute little face. He didn't want to talk about Changyu Zhanji because he was upset. However, Heishuisha refused to buy it. It's okay. My soul belongs to you. No matter what happens, you are not allowed to hide it from me. She straightened her upper body, hugged Jiangmu's neck tightly, and pressed her lips against him domineeringly. Jiang was suffocated. 5 minutes later, when he was almost aroused, the black water demon loosened his mouth at the right time. Tell me what's going on. Don't force me to do anything. She stretched out a small hand. Clamp Jiang. This despicable method of forcing a confession is exactly the same as Xue Menghan's. Well, it's nothing, actually. Just a violent drunk guy showing up out of nowhere. Jiang briefly explained the matter of the fish teeth. However, Yuda's identity as a princess of all generations and her real name Changyu Wargirl were not mentioned. After listening, Black Water Demon understood and frowned. Are you worried that Yuya will mess up the Woyo sect after you leave it tomorrow? Yes. Jiang sighed depressedly, then his face turned angry. Damn it, that woman Yuya is drinking heavily in the underground wine cellar. I'm afraid she'll drink up all the wine. That's the finest wine from my Woyo sect. The key is that she is also a violent battle maniac, and her true cultivation level is even at the martial god level. I'm afraid she'll challenge Romer and the others to a duel, then get drunk and kill them by accident. By the way, little cutie, you are in the demon god realm, is there any way to get rid of her? Without even thinking, Haishuisha replied directly in a way of this, okay, although Haishuisha is in the demon god realm, it is the same realm as the martial god realm, but her body was imprisoned, and currently her soul was in the state of occupying an ordinary female snake, and she could only exert the power of the void refinement realm. So there is nothing they can do to Changyu warrior. Forget it, let's just take it one step at a time. Jiang rubbed his temples in pain, then he propped up Haishuisha's armpits and lifted her off his legs. I'm going to Lingqin Peak to catch sheep now. You can go up to the 8th floor and play for a while. Yuqing and Menghan are both here. Later, the three of you go to the wine cellar and call Ronger, and then go to the cliff behind the mountain together. Black Water Demon was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, Menghan? Is she the 16-year-old Xue Menghan, the most beautiful girl in Xuechen? Yes. Jiang took her little hand and walked towards the stairs. He simply told her about Xue Menghan. From Xue Menghan coming to his house and forcing him to marry, to the two of them fighting, to Han Yuqing's sudden appearance, they were all set out one by one. After hearing this, Haishuisha's face instantly darkened. Xue Menghan is with you? Is she your woman? Yes. Jiang touched Haishuisha's little head, feeling helpless. From now on, you and Menghan are sisters. Go upstairs and see her. Get along well with her. Patted her little, but then he turned around and went downstairs. Haishuisha clenched his fists, his eyes gloomy. So the character of Xue Menghan as the first female lead has collapsed, then wouldn't the plot be a mess from now on? Then what is the ending of Blackwater sacrifices himself to help Ling Outyan? Wouldn't it be crooked? Damn bitch. The Blackwater evil ran up to the 8th floor with murderous intent. Bang, kicked the door open. He strode in and over the screen. Just see it, Xue Menghan and Han Yuqing were sitting at the desk, reviewing files together. The two of them were very involved and emotional, singing a cheerful tune together. Yuqing, change the scroll. Menghan, I'm a little expert. Yuqing, draw a circle or a tick. Menghan, I'll help that bastard. Pick his mouth. Bullshit. Die, bitch. The Black Water Demon rushed forward with its teeth bared, like a mad white lion with its fur standing on end. Jump up suddenly. He punched Xue Menghan in the pretty face. Xue Menghan came back to her senses from her embarrassment. A reflexive backhand slap. Bang, oops. The white-haired mad lion, Black Water Demon, instantly turned into a white-haired kitten and was blown away and screamed on the spot. Boom, the man knocked over the screen and fell heavily to the ground, with his head facing the sky. Bitch. How dare you hit this god? Haishuisha climbed up in a mess, his ponytail disheveled. Hiss. It hurts. She covered her swollen face and pointed at Xue Menghan angrily. Her hoarse and tender voice echoed throughout the study. You're done. Not even a bastard can save you. This god said so. You're cutie? Xue Menghan recognized the person and quickly stood up. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. She ran over worriedly and squatted down to tidy up Haishuisha's skirt and hair. From the diary and Han Yuqing's words, we learned that Haishuisha had already been Jiang woman, that is to say, Haishuisha and I are sisters. Good sisters should love each other and be close to each other without any gaps. Little cutie, let me help you apply the medicine. She quickly took out the ointment from the ring, poured some on her fingers, and gently rubbed it on Haishuisha's swollen face. It hurts, please go away. And coaxed him like a child. The Black Water Demon stopped struggling and gradually calmed down, and now he has no spiritual power and cannot use spiritual techniques, so he can't teach Xue Menghan a lesson at all. So I can only wait until tomorrow to recover my spiritual power, then I will let her know what cruelty is. Don't touch this god. After the swelling on his face subsided, Haishuisha immediately pushed Xue Menghan's hand away with an unhappy look on his face. This time, Han Yuqing came over, bending down. He touched Haishuisha's little head and said with a smile, my dear, Sister Menghan is already my husband's from now on. The three of us are good sisters, we must serve our husband well together. Good sisters? Who is her sister? Haishuisha didn't answer, turned around and left with disdain. She didn't want to see Xue Menghan, instead of staying here, it would be better to go to the supply hall and see if there is any way to get rid of the fish teeth. That he just lifted his foot and took 2 steps. Suddenly, an idea flashed in my mind. Etc. Fish teeth? Shui Menghan, Haishuisha stopped and thought carefully. Yuya is the personal guard of the Empress Chanyu. The diary said that Shui Menghan was also the Empress's personal guard. According to the original plot, she would go to the Chanyu Empire later. Is that possible? Let Shui Menghan take the fish tooth away. If you can really take it away, then the following plot isn't their hope of getting it back. Try it. Think about it. Haishuisha turned around, stared at Shui Menghan and asked, Bitch, Sister Menghan, do you want to marry that bastard? Yes. Being questioned suddenly, Shui Menghan lowered her head in shame. He crossed his fingers and scratched them, feeling both nervous and expectant. Black Water Demon crossed his arms across his chest, raised his eyebrows and asked, But you have to break through to the void refining realm before you can marry him. You are currently in the spirit gathering realm. How many years do you think it will take to break through? This. Shui Menghan was confused by the question and couldn't give a clear answer. At that time, Jiang Mu told her a condition: they would get married after she broke through to the void refinement realm, because she absolutely believed in Jiang Mu and was a little bit in love. So I agreed without thinking. As a result, the issue of time for cultivation was ignored. My dear, what should I do? Shui Menghan was very panicked. What if it takes 100 years to break through? She didn't dare to wait, nor did she want to wait. As for a solution, I do have one. Haishuisha said directly with a proud look on his face, this god is here to guide you in your cultivation. Chapter 170. I am the sister appointed by the Empress herself. Are you going to guide me in my training? Shui Menghan thought about it seriously, then his eyes lit up. The worries in my heart suddenly disappeared. That's right. This little cutie is a genuine demon god, with a wealth of experience. Then wouldn't it be more effective if she could guide my cultivation? That's great. Thank you, cutie. Shui Menghan happily picked up Haishuisha and started jumping and spinning in circles. The bright smile on her face, coupled with Haishuisha's cute fluttering twin ponytails, makes the two of them look like innocent children. Put me down. I'm not a child. Haishuisha struggled and stabbed Shui Menghan's cone with both hands. Also, this god will not help you for nothing. You must do one thing. After hearing this, Shui Menghan put down the black water demon, rubbed the cone, and asked with a red face, What am I going to do? Han Yuqing next to her also came closer and leaned forward to listen. Haishuisha brushed his ponytail and said in a gloomy tone, The bastard told me that a woman came to Wuyo sect. This woman's name is Yuya. She is the personal guard of the Changyu Empress and has reached the Guiyuan realm. But in fact, she is at the martial god level. What? Martial god realm. The two girls were shocked and dumbfounded when they heard this. The legendary martial god realm actually came to Wuyo sect? It is really horrifying. I only heard Black Water Demon continue to say gloomily, Yuya, this drunkard, besides drinking, also likes to relieve her boredom by fighting, and the son of a bitch is going to be away for a while tomorrow. He's very worried that Yuya will cause chaos in the Wuyo sect, and might even challenge you to a fight, and then get drunk and kill you by mistake. After blah blah finished talking, the two girls gradually recovered from their shock and their expressions became more and more solemn. Han Yuqing's eyes flashed with a cold light. In that case, this woman named Yuya cannot be kept alive. I'm going to assassinate her. If Wuyo sect is destroyed by Yuya, then his revenge plan will be in vain. Black Water Demon shook his head in denial. It's useless. Your void concealment cannot hide from divine sense, and the power of the martial god is beyond your imagination. Shui Menghan asked worriedly, So what are we going to do? Haishuisha stretched out his finger and pointed at Shui Menghan. It's very simple. All you have to do is take Yuya away from Wuyo sect and head to Changyu Empire. As he spoke, he stepped forward and held Shui Menghan's hand, with a hint of temptation, and Sister Menghan. You will progress faster if you cultivate beside the Empress Chanyu than if you stay in a small place like Shueqing. Plus, with this god's personal guidance, your cultivation will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Then breaking through to the void refining realm is just around the corner. You and the bastard will be able to get married soon. After saying this, he waved his hand domineeringly. If she had spiritual power, she would have wanted to release some spiritual pressure to show off her powerful cultivation. After hearing this, Shui Menghan's eyes were already shining. Okay. I will definitely take Yuya away from Wuyo sect and head to Changyu Empire. She has great faith. After all, he was not a personal guard of Empress Changyu, but my sister. By virtue of her identity as the Empress's sister, she believed that Yuya would not disobey. There is no time to lose. The three girls went downstairs together and left the library. Come to the materials hall. Meet Madame Zong. When the senior guard saw Han Yuqing, he immediately bowed and saluted. This respectful tone was even more respectful than when meeting the sect leader Jiang Mu. Well, open the door. Han Yuqing's tone was calm, full of the dignity of a superior. Yes. The head guard opened the palace protection formation as quickly as possible, as if to please. After the three girls entered the hall, Han Yuqing pushed open the door leading to the underground wine cellar. A strong and intoxicating aroma of wine mixed with a refreshing aura hits your face. There were also sounds that seemed to be swords and guns fighting. Clang! 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 Three girls? They looked at each other and saw the confusion on each other's faces. Could it be that Rongr and Yuya are fighting? With a bad premonition, the three women quickly walked down the stairs. Once you arrive at the underground wine cellar. I saw a messy scene. The entire underground wine cellar was littered with broken stones and tiles. Those wine jars and wine vats were almost all cracked and chipped, and the crystal clear wine kept pouring out from the gaps, forming potholes all over the ground. Sudden in a drinking pit, a woman in a tube top and short skirt emerged. Ding Nanrong, she was soaked, with wine dripping down her braids. There were several bloody wounds on her abdomen and back, and the blood had stained her purple dress red. She was seen holding the water lotus sword, looking up with a cold expression. A woman was hanging upside down from the ceiling above. She wore a green fish scale mask and a combat skirt, and held a silver spear with blood on the tip. If you look closely, you can see it. Like Ding Nanrong, her abdomen and waist were covered with bloody wounds. You can actually hurt me without being seen. That's amazing. Hiccup. Yuya was drunk and touched the bloody seam on his abdomen. He looked at the blood on his fingers and licked them. The salty and powerful blood made the fighting desire deep in her heart surge. I haven't been hurt in a long time. Is this what pain feels like? It feels so good. Ha 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 ha. Keep fighting. Hiccup. Yuyazui swayed his body, and with a sudden force of his long white legs, he kicked down from the ceiling at a high speed, raised the gun and stabbed forward. Ding Nanrong did not retreat, but raised her sword and stabbed forward. Clang. The tip of the sword and the tip of the spear collided, producing a sharp metallic sound and spreading a terrifying aura of spiritual energy. The aroma filled the entire underground wine cellar, instantly crushing the wine jars and wine vats. Countless amounts of wine surged out, and the aroma of wine immediately filled the air, refreshing the heart. Puff. Ding Nanrong was completely defeated. Her dantian was cracked into more than a dozen pieces and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Finally, the whole person fell headfirst. Yuya groaned. His stomach felt like it had been hit by a stick and it hurt a lot. She floated to the ground and grabbed the broken wine jar next to her with one hand. Tons after a heavy drinking. Burp. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. Ha 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 ha. The pain in the wine made her more and more excited. It was the right decision to come to Wuyo sect. When Ding Nanrong's head touched the ground, she used the secret technique of water element and dissolved her entire body into the puddle of wine, then drill out again from another pothole, just as Yuya raised his gun and prepared to sprint. Xian Guang annihilates. Han Yuqing clasped her palms together, pointed her palms at Yuya's head, and shot out a beam of light. I saw Yuya using the spear tip to block the beam of light easily. Yuya, stop. Shui Menghan let out a soft seer at the same time. He mobilized his spiritual power and used his body skills to rush in front of Ding Nanrong and protect her tightly behind him. Then he took out a token from the ring and showed it angrily to Yuya opposite him. She displayed the aura of a wealthy lady and gave an unquestionable order. I am the sister personally appointed by the Empress. I now order you to escort me to the Changyu Empire immediately, no mistakes. Chapter 171, Going to the Changyu Empire? Great. The sister personally appointed by the Empress? Yuya paused and looked at the token in Shui Menghan's hand. The words Yue are engraved on the front. She used her spiritual sense to explore the back, where the words Yunlan were engraved. So you are Yunlan's daughter, hiccup. She was drunk and put the spear back into her ring. I remember when the Empress asked her to hand over the secret letter about the destruction of the demon army to Shui Yuanshan. She also reminded her, I have a younger sister, Shui Menghan, 16 years old, and Lan's daughter. If you meet her, please be sure to protect her. Since she is the Empress's sister. So, that is her Yuya's sister. Sister Menghan, please let me check your body. Whoosh, she flashed in front of Shui Menghan and hugged her tightly. Wow. Sister Menghan's is so big, much bigger than little Mengming's. Buried his face in it. Wash your face vigorously. Ah. So annoying. Shui Menghan's soft cone was pricked by the fish scale mask, and it hurt. Her face turned red and she kept struggling. However, her whole body was lifted off the ground, and she could only kick her skirt and legs, which was of no avail. Ding Nanrong Han Yuqing, black water demon. After a while, Yuya, who was tall and big, fell to his knees. She held Shui Menghan's waist with both hands, her face buried in the soft grooves. There was no movement for a long time. It turned out that he fell asleep. The four girls were confused. What was going on? Shui Menghan pushed her away with force and pushed her to the ground, where she lay in a spread eagle position, looking at Yuya sleeping like a dead pig with his chest heaving up and down. Han Yuqing took out a dagger with a cold glow from her ring and smiled charmingly. Good chance, I stabbed her in the heart. But he was stopped by Black Water Demon. It's useless. If she wakes up, you might be the one to die, or even all of us. Hearing this, Han Yuqing had no choice but to retract the dagger and give up in disappointment. Haishuisha narrowed his eyes and guessed, and, is there a possibility that she, like us, also has Jiang Mu's private diary? Several women couldn't help but guess. Sudden puff. Ding Nanrong spat out a mouthful of blood, almost lost her balance, and her face became increasingly pale. She was seriously injured in the battle just now. Sister Rong, are you okay? Shui Menghan and Han Yuqing hurried forward and supported her on both sides. Nothing serious. Ding Nanrong breathed slightly, and a few beads of sweat dripped from her forehead. She was trying her best to mobilize the power of water element to seal the crack in her dantian. Fishfang is too much. How could she do this? Shui Menghan puffed up her face and glared, kicking the drunk Yuya on the ground, very angry. If the three of them had arrived later, Ding Nanrong might have been crippled. The black water demon standing by made a prompt decision. Before she wakes up, take her away from Woyo sect immediately. Good. Shui Menghan agreed without hesitation. So he picked up the fish tooth on the ground and carried it on his shoulders. It just so happened that she came here on a private spaceship. Then you can fly directly to the Changyu Empire. Behind the cliff of the moon quietly climbed up the horizon. Jiang Mu had already returned from Lingqin Peak with sheep, but he was dealing with a few big fat sheep. Remove the sheep's head, peel the tendons, remove the blood foam, clean it, and cut open the spine, then insert an iron grill rod and place it on the rack to turn it over and grill. While roasting, use a knife to cut the lamb, add seasoning, and brush with oil. The movements are very smooth. Yes, 6 sheep. Little Cutie, my wife, Ronger, Menghan, and I, 5 of us, 1 for each of us. The remaining 1 must be left for that drunkard, otherwise she will go crazy and it will be bad. They should be here soon. It's dark now. Jiang Mu looked up and gazed into the distance. The silver moon on the edge of the cliff is like a big round disc, and the moonlight falls on the clouds below the cliff, emitting a soft silver light. The cool breeze from the cliff, mixed with the fresh scent of green trees and forests, makes people feel refreshed and forget their worries. The loud cries of cranes can be heard from time to time, adding a pleasant melody to the lonely night. In this situation, the roast lamb was indeed flavorful. At this time, a hoarse, tender voice came from the distant path behind him. Son of a bitch, we're coming. Turn around and look. Then I saw the little lowly Haishuisha running towards me, with her twin ponytails flying in the air, looking very cute. Little cutie, why are you alone? Where are Ronger and the others? Jiang Mu put down the barbecue in his hands and touched her little head after Haishuisha came over. They're in the back. Black Water Evil pointed towards the path, then he excitedly snatched the oil brush from Jiang Mu's hand. Let this god play with it. She greased the lamb with one hand and turned the roasting rod with the other, but because of not being tall enough, so Jiang Mu had no choice but to pick her up from behind and considerately held her ponytail to prevent it from falling on the grill. Haishuisha played for a while before adding, by the way, bastard, Ronger is injured. What? Ronger is injured? Jiang Mu was shocked and quickly turned his head to look at the path, just happened to see it. Ding Nanrong was supported by Han Yuqing and was walking slowly towards them. Her face was pale, and her once sexy lips had become chapped and no longer moist. Jiang Mu quickly put Haishuisha on the stone bench next to him, then he walked quickly toward the trail. Ronger, are you okay? He gently supported Ding Nanrong's arms and waist, and slowly helped her sit on the hanging chair under the tree. Then he asked angrily, the damn drunkard, did he fight with you? Well, she drank too much and suddenly felt the urge to fight. Ding Nanrong covered her abdomen and her breathing was weak. Han Yuqing answered, distressed and angry, a husband. The underground wine cellar has been destroyed. All the wine is destroyed. What? Fuck. Jiang Mu's anger suddenly rose to, that's all the sex fine wine. It's been stored for hundreds of years, just gone like that? Looking at Ding Nanrong's belly, his angry eyes seemed to be about to spit fire. Is the injury serious? Ding Nanrong nodded, but her tone was very calm. There are 64 more cracks in the dantian, but it's not a big deal. 64 cracks? Fuck that fish-toothed bitch. Why doesn't this drunkard just die? Fuck her. Jiang Mu was so angry that he erupted like a volcano and started cursing on the spot. It's only the first day and the fish teeth are already like this. What happens next? We must not leave that drunkard here. At this time, a shy voice came from the path. Jiang Mu. When I looked over, I saw it was Shui Menghan. She lifted her skirt and trotted towards the hanging chair. When she came in front of Jiang Mu, she boldly put her arms around his waist and said shyly, asshole, I put the fish tooth on the spaceship. I will take her away and head to the Long Fish Empire later. Well. Jiang Mu was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously asked, what are you doing in the Changyu Empire? Shui Menghan shook his waist and pouted coquettishly, I went to the Changyu Empire to cultivate, to break through to the refining void realm as soon as possible, and then to marry you. Maybe she was too shy, so she immediately buried her face in Jiang Mu's chest after she said that. And he smiled foolishly. Jiang Mu fell into deep thought. Shui Menghan is going to the Changyu Empire. Okay, this is so good. Chapter 172, Guard? Sister? Menghan is awesome. Jiang Mu held Shui Menghan's face and kissed her moist lips hard. Shui Menghan was so frightened that she closed her eyes and struggled subconsciously. However, Jiang Mu was already an experienced driver, and no matter how she pushed and twisted, she could not escape his skilled clutches. Gradually, Shui Menghan gave up struggling, even catered to it, and the pressure is getting stronger and stronger. Jiang Mu almost suffocated. Wow, she's so hot. Oh, right, why not take this opportunity to melt into her? Jiangmu suddenly had an idea and remembered the matter of the body of fusion and joint cultivation. But anyway, it would be a waste if you don't pull it out, and it will be worth it if you pull it out, just do it. So, he used the body of fusion of essence and cultivation to condense a marble-sized ball of essence and blood in his heart. The essence and blood ball left the heart and surged into the chest, rising to the throat, reached the mouth. At last, the blood and essence ball was passed over. Shui Menghan was in such a state of excitement that she didn't even notice that there was suddenly something in her mouth. She swallowed it straight away. The ball of blood and sperm passed through her throat and through her chest. Finally, it reaches the heart. It's integrated into the blood. A wonderful feeling arose in her body. Very comfortable. It was so comfortable that her arms wrapped around him tighter and tighter. Baji. 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 0.5 minutes later. Bo. Lips parted. Hump bastard. Shui Menghan's face flushed as she gave Jiangmu a shy look. The soft moonlight fell on her, making her emerald green silk dress glow fluorescent green, like a green elf in the forest, especially her perfect 16-year-old body, which made Jiangmu feel comfortable. Jiangmu hugged her and opened the reward panel. Check out the effects of melting essence. Reward, body of fusion and cultivation introduction. Come work for me. You can integrate your own blood essence into the body of other characters. When other characters improve their cultivation, you can gain 0-10% of their cultivation. Note, the cultivation gain can be brought back to the real world after completing the game. Characters whose blood essence is melted. Black Water Evil, Demon God Realm, Zero Turn, Han Yuqing, Chi Hai Realm, 9th level, Shui Menghan, Spirit Gathering Realm, cumulative cultivation value, none is still not available. Then they will have it when they improve their cultivation later. Think about it. Jiangmu pinched Shui Menghan's smooth face and said, without further delay, you should head to the Changyu Empire immediately. I received news that you have become the Empress's personal guard, right? Then from now on, you should stay beside the Empress in practice. Talking and talking, then I suddenly thought of Iti and the original plot. Shui Menghan practiced as a personal guard beside Changyu Anmeng. If she went to the Changyu Empire, Ling Outyan would definitely follow her. Then the copy of the Changyu Empire will be launched, right? Damn, why does it feel like the plot has turned around again? Jiangmu's mood suddenly became complicated. I don't know if I can still pass the level after the plot returns to normal. After all, the demon army's siege of the city has gone straight out. It doesn't matter. I can do whatever I want to do. Jiangmu patted Shui Menghan's butt and reminded her again, okay, let's go, be careful. Wait a moment. Shui Menghan hugged Jiangmu's neck, not wanting to leave for the time being. She wanted to be affectionate with him for a while. I went to the Changyu Empire tonight, and I don't know when we can meet again. She shook her body and pouting coquettishly, asshole, you promised me that you would think of me often. Okay, yeah, I know. Pat your butt and pinch your cheeks. Asshole, you promised me that every time you are with the little cutie and the others, you must think of me. Okay, yeah, I know. Pinch the cheeks and rub the lips. Hate bastard, you have to promise me that if you are free, you must make time to visit me in the Changyu Empire. Understand? Yeah, I know. Rub asterisk, rub star dot. Hate humph. Bastard, do you like this? Shui Menghan's face was as red as ketchup, and she fell on Jiangmu, almost losing her legs. I like it, Menghan, you are so beautiful. Jiangmu was having so much fun that he just used both hands to drill. To be honest, during the first few reincarnations, he did fantasize about Shui Menghan. After all, she is a 16-year-old girl with long hair reaching her hips and a high-waisted satin dress. She needs both good looks and temperament, both temperament and status, and both status and talent. Such a perfect young girl, who wouldn't be greedy, but he didn't expect that she would suddenly become his woman. This is like a dream, and one has to accept it. Okay, it's getting late, you should leave. After finishing 2 waves, Jiangmu pulled his hand away with a feeling of unsatisfied. While helping her tidy up her messy dress, he said in a gentle and concerned voice, also, remember this. When you get to the Changyu Empire, if someone dares to bully you, you beat him to death. If you can't beat him, call for help. Got it. As the Empress's personal guard, you will often face unknown dangers. You must protect yourself at all times, understand? If Yuya bullies you, remember this and don't get angry with her. I'll find a chance to help you deal with her later, okay? Also, if you feel like your training is getting boring, you can stop and practice some splits and handstands to relax. Feeling Jiangmu's strong affection, Shui Menghan's head was buzzing with happiness. Baji, she couldn't help but stand on tiptoe and kiss Jiangmu. Then, mustering up great courage, she stared straight into his eyes and said shyly, asshole, when you come to the Changyu Empire in the future, we will practice together. Baji, after taking another delicious sip, he immediately turned around and ran away. Just before she went down the mountain, she turned around, waved, and added with a smile, asshole, I'm not the Empress's personal guard, I'm her sister. No one dares to bully me. He. Finished. He skipped down the mountain. What, younger sister, what's going on? Jiangmu was stunned for a moment and stood there for a long time without being able to move. After a while, until Haishuisha called him. You bastard, come here quickly, the mutton is almost cooked. Oh, here it comes. Damn, how come the personal guard became my sister? Forget it. Putting aside these trivial matters, Jiangmu went to the barbecue area on the cliff. Chapter 173 Roast Lamb Daily. The moon is in the sky. On the edge of the cliff, several big fat sheep were roasting on the hot grill. Haishuisha stood on a stone bench, fiddling with the mutton with iron tweezers in both hands. Han Yuqing was fiddling with dishes and preparing sauces at the table next to her. Jiang Mu stood between the two of them, cutting the meat, applying oil, and coordinating left and right. You son of a bitch, that piece of lamb leg on the side seems to be burnt. I can't reach it. It's okay, I'll turn it over. Husband, do you think I mixed the seasoning correctly? Yes, you should put the 16-pointed fennel in it, and put the dry mountain chili pepper in that dish. Is that so? Yes, add the century-old oyster essential oil too. Ronger loves it. Okay. Look at the color of that lamb kidney, you bastard. I see, it's purple and red, almost ripe. Isn't it very similar to yours, slurp? Dot. The three of them chatted with each other. Ding Nanrong sat in the hanging chair at the back and watched. At this moment, she looked at the three people busying themselves under the moonlight, and couldn't help but recall the time when she was 4 years old in the courtyard under the starry sky. She sat on her father's broad shoulders, the crescent moon within reach. The mutton carefully roasted by the mother made the father and daughter so greedy that they abandoned the moon and ran over to feast on it. Grandma tapped her cane, her scolding yet doting voice still ringing in her ears. Look at you two, father and daughter, you have no manners when eating. Ronger, be good, don't be like your father, eat slowly. Grandpa teased the dog with mutton, making the dog drool. But in the end he ate it himself, and the dog was so angry that he almost cursed. Grandma angrily hits Grandpa's bald head with her cane. Dang. You're bullying Dandan again. Puff. Ding Nanrong couldn't help but laugh. Then I remembered my mother's last wish before she died. In the future, you must give your husband roasted lamb to keep him hooked. And you must also teach your children how to roast lamb. Looking at Jiang Mu's back as he flipped the roasted lamb, combined with his mother's words, Ding Nanrong inexplicably felt a strange feeling in her heart. This doesn't feel bad, even like it a little bit. In 3 months, will he and I become a couple? Such a development, it seems. Not bad. Maybe it was because he knew that he was about to fulfill his mother's last wish, and that the second half of his life would be happy. So much so that her tired and weak body and mind suddenly relaxed. This also caused the water element power that suppressed the injury to Dantian to accidentally loosen a little. Cough. She coughed dryly. He quickly covered his Dantian to stabilize the power of water element. Ronger, are you okay? At this time Jiang Mu came over. In one hand he held a large piece of roasted lamb saddle and in the other he held a plate of Linghao essential oil sauce. It's okay, just a little pain in the abdomen. Ding Nanrong stabilized the injury to her Dantian, then he stared at the meat and sauce in Jiang Mu's hand. His eyes lit up instantly. Her favorite food is the lamb ribs dipped in Linghao essential oil sauce. This meat is well roasted. Give it to me quickly. Without waiting for Jiang Mu to hand it over, she reached out and grabbed it. Looking at the big lamb spine in my hand, the attractive color, tender meat, and fragrant meat make me salivate. Ding Nanrong's throat moved and her appetite increased greatly. She took a big bite without caring about her image. The delicious meat filled his mouth, the tender juice slid from the corner of his mouth and dripped onto the snow-white bear's body, and a happy expression filled his face. Delicious. He took another bite and pulled out a large piece of fresh meat. She chewed it without any ladylike manner. Eat slowly, there's still plenty. Jiang Mu smiled and sat down next to her. At this moment, Ding Nanrong gave him the feeling that she was not like a ruthless and taciturn maid, but more like a foodie woman. So cute. Ronger, let me rub your abdomen. It can help relieve the pain. Jiang Mu moved closer to her, put one arm around her waist and placed his other palm on her belly. Then rotate your palm left and right, twist it lightly with your 5 fingers, rub it heavily, press it, and stretch it from time to time. Ding Nanrong was still biting the mutton in big mouthfuls. Jiang Mu had hugged her waist and rubbed her belly before, so she just let him do it. Soon, the abdominal pain went away. It's even comfortable. When Jiang Mu let go of his hand, Ding Nanrong, as if possessed by some mysterious force, passed the half-eaten mutton to his mouth and said, "Do you want to eat?" This made Jiang Mu a little confused. It's very ambiguous for two people to eat a piece of meat together, right? But when I think about her distorted personality, it doesn't seem like a big deal. Good. Jiang Mu didn't think too much about it and took a big bite. Ding Nanrong looked at the meat in her hand with a hot face. The place Jiang Mu bit just now was where she bit. Jiang Mu seemed not to notice. After he finished eating, he took another big bite of the mutton in her hand. It's damn delicious. Too bad there's no wine, it's all because of the strong wall of the fish tooth. He chewed and cursed. Ding Nanrong smiled slightly and took out a few jars of wine from her ring. Worry-free ginseng wine? Wasn't the cellar destroyed by the fish teeth? Ronger, where did you get it? Jiang Mu was very surprised. Ding Nanrong gave a rare sly smile. I was worried that Yuya would drink up all the wine, so I reserved a few jars in advance. She opened the lid of a jar of wine. The aroma of wine immediately filled the entire cliff. Jiang Mu couldn't wait to pick up the jar of wine and drink it down in one gulp. Tons good wine. Burp. Ronger is awesome. Jiang Mu's face flushed and he gave Ding Nanrong a thumbs up. This worry-free ginseng wine is one of the oldest batches, with a strong and intense aroma. After a few sips, he was already a little drunk. Good wine, good meat, and beautiful women. Praise. Ding Nanrong opened another jar and said with a smile, "Give it to the little cuties." Good. Jiang Mu then carried the wine jar and sat down next to Heishuisha. This time, Heishuisha tore off a large piece of lamb kidney and held it in his mouth. She snuggled into his arms, her feet on his thighs, her arms around his neck, her head lowered with a gloomy look on her face. Hey, open your mouth. Jiang Mu had no choice but to open his mouth. Heishuisha immediately put one end of the meat into his mouth. The two of them started chewing the food opposite each other, with a hint of competition in their voices, which was quite romantic. Han Yuqing next to her was cutting pieces of meat, placing them on a plate, arranging them into beautiful patterns, and then spreading various sauces on them. After making a plate of delicious meat, she happily brought it to Jiang Mu. After they finished chewing, they picked up a piece of juicy meat and said to it like a child, "My dear husband, open your mouth." Jiang Mu didn't bother to wipe the oil stains and Heishuisha's saliva from the corners of his mouth, and just opened his mouth to let her feed him. The black water demon in his arms came up again, biting one end of the meat, and the two of them chewed against each other again. After the two of them finished chewing, Han Yuqing picked up the wine jar on the ground and gave Heishuisha a big gulp. Heishuisha kissed Jiang Mu's mouth, and the two of them drank from each other's mouths. It's a warm and harmonious scene here. Ding Nanrong, who was standing behind, saw this and couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth into a beautiful arc. She also picked up the wine jar and took a sip. Ton. The alcohol immediately took over my body, and I felt warm all over, and my face flushed. Mother, your last wish will soon be fulfilled by your daughter. A dull roast lamb dinner lasted until midnight. The moon is in the sky. Several sheep had been almost completely eaten. Several jars of wine were empty. Jiang Mu, who was drunk by Heishuisha, lay on his back in the hanging chair with his mouth wide open, sleeping like a dead pig. The black water demon sat on him. Ding Nanrong and Han Yuqing sat on the left and right sides respectively, admiring the moon. The night wind is a bit cool. Han Yuqing took out 3 warm blankets from her ring and covered everyone. Heishuisha closed his eyes and shook his body slowly. A face full of satisfaction. Tomorrow, the bastard and I will leave Woyo sect and head to Fox Country. You two have to take good care of Woyo sect, understand? Ding Nanrong nodded, feeling drunk. Burp. She covered her mouth and burped, then fell asleep with a rosy face. Han Yuqing watched Heishuisha shaking his body like watching a play, and asked curiously, "My dear, when my husband goes to the Fox Country, besides removing the fox spirit, does he also need to find elixirs to help Sister Rong repair her dantian?" Black water demon replied, "That's right, 3 of these elixirs are difficult to find. So it's going to take a very, very long time." As the shaking amplitude becomes larger and larger, the chairlift also made a sound of protest. Squeak. 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 Chapter 174. Heading to Fox Country. The next morning, the sunlight shines through the low and thick clouds and falls on the walls of Shuecheng, adding a bit of warmth to the blood-stained walls. All the monks on the wall were extremely nervous, staring at the distant mountains and forests outside the city. "Hey, you guys, the city lord has been leading a group of troops to investigate the demon army all night. Have they really retreated? Who knows? We'll know once the city lord finishes his investigation. I think it's true. Our lord city lord, apart from being a bit long-winded, never brags. Look. Someone's coming out." Someone suddenly pointed towards the distant mountains and forests. Everyone looked in that direction nervously to see it. A middle-aged man with gray hair, Shui Yuanshan, walked out of the forest with a group of monks. Shui Yuanshan just waved his arm. The monks behind him raised the small spiritual cannon barrels in their hands and fired the small spiritual cannons into the sky. Boom. Boom. Boom, the brilliant blue spiritual cannon exploded in the air. That signal means that the demon army retreated. Thousands of monks on the city wall were overwhelmed with joy when they saw this, and they shouted wildly. The demon army has finally retreated. Shuecheng is really safe. We are saved. Long live Shuecheng. Damn it. When will I ever get rich? Xiahua's place tonight is mine, ha ha ha. Listen to the cheers of the crowd. Ling Outyan stood against the wall facing the wind with his hands behind his back, smiling and his face flushed. He believed that most of the cheers were for him. After all, he was the first one to tell everyone the news of the demon army's defeat. Master Lingling. Wanner, who was standing behind him, clasped her hands in a praying position and looked at his elegant back with stars in her eyes. Ling Outyan seemed to be born with the ability to sense women's admiring gazes. He turned his head and looked at Wanner. A wicked smile, so handsome. Wanner blushed on the spot, her legs went limp and she squatted down. Ling Outyan shook his head helplessly. It seems that after the demon army attacked the city, my charm has skyrocketed. Then Menghan's attitude towards me will definitely become more admiring. Ha 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 ha. Ling Outyan laughed loudly towards the sky, feeling very proud and high-spirited. At this time, a spaceship flew in the sky. The leader on the boat was a mysterious woman wearing a light blue dress, Han Yuqing. After the spaceship landed on the city wall, Han Yuqing walked to the bow of the ship and looked down at the support troops from the Woyo sect below. There were only about 100 disciples left. She smiled slightly and called out in a clear voice, "Everyone, the demon army has been defeated. Our Woyo sect has achieved success." The words fell. The Woyo sect disciples below immediately burst into cheers. Long live Madame Zong. Madame Zong has great foresight. My Woyo sect is about to rise, ha ha ha. From now on, I'll see who dares to look down on my Woyo sect. We are willing to follow Madame Zong until death. I know where Uncle Fu is hiding. Cheers here attracted Ling Outyen from a distance. He immediately came to the bottom of Han Yuqing's spaceship. Looking up at Han Yuqing, he smiled warmly and said, "Miss Han, long time no see, you are getting more and more beautiful." Han Yuqing glanced at him and said with a charming smile, "Master Ling, last night, Sister Meng Han went to the Qingyu Empire." "What? Meng Han went to the Qingyu Empire?" Ling Outyen's eyes lit up. "I learned from Shui Yuanshan a long time ago that Shui Menghan has become the sister of the Empress Qingyu, and now Shui Menghan has gone to the Qingyu Empire. Then Ling Outyen could also follow. You will also have the opportunity to see the Empress's appearance. Looking forward to it." "Thank you, Miss Han, for telling me." Ling Outyen smiled and bowed to express his gratitude. Han Yuqing is not only a visionary investor, she is also an excellent matchmaker. She told him Shui Menghan's whereabouts. "Isn't it just about bringing him and Shui Menghan together? This woman is really winning his heart more and more. Miss Han's great kindness, I will always remember it in my heart." Ling Outyen looked at Han Yuqing with burning eyes. "It seems to be saying, I will repay you." However, Han Yuqing ignored him and gave an order to the disciples of Woyo sect. "Disciples of the Woyo sect, listen up and return to the sect." Then he turned around and entered the cockpit. Yes. A group of Woyo sect disciples jumped onto the spaceship, but the spaceship quickly flew away from Shuecheng. This time, Shui Yuanshan jumped onto the city wall. He bowed and saluted in the direction Han Yuqing left. "Farewell, Madam Han." In this fight against the demons, Woyo sect sent 90% of its disciples to support. Such a huge contribution is obvious to all, especially the mysterious white-haired girl next to Jiang Emute. It was all thanks to that white-haired girl that the 50,000 monsters of the demon army were repelled, saving Shuecheng from danger. It seems that the Woyo sect is about to be revived. Shui Yuanshan stroked his beard, feeling quite emotional. Then he stood on the high platform and announced to the entire Shuecheng with a resounding voice, "This city lord announces, the demon army has retreated. Today, the whole city celebrates for a day." As his orders came down, everyone couldn't help but celebrate. Woyo sect. Bathhouse, the hot steam is curling up and the fragrance is refreshing. Haishuisha was sitting in Jiang Mu's arms, and the two of them were soaking naked in the hot water, taking a bath. "You son of a bitch, why are you so stupid again?" The black water was thick and muddy, and two small hands were grabbing something in the water. Jiang Mu was so annoyed by the shaking. "It's all your fault. You got me drunk and kept me up all night. Stop moving around. I can't concentrate on using Heaven's Eye. Jiang Mu was closing his eyes and performing the one-eye to heaven technique. He was looking at the entire landscape of the Joyo-Keihan Valley. "Oh, okay." The black water evil stopped shaking his hand. She gave him a full body scrub with her long forked tongue. Since her spiritual power has recovered, she can use her tongue very flexibly. She carefully washed every inch of Jiang Mu's skin until it was clean. After washing for half an hour, Jiang Mu had just finished checking the map of Joyo-Keihan Valley and exited from Xingtianimu. He picked up Haishuisha and came out of the bath naked and barefoot. The two of them sat on a stone bench and wiped each other clean with towels. Haishuisha was restless again, shaking and licking his little mouth. "Asshole, I want to, what the hell, just finish it quickly and then go to Fox Country." Jiang Mu pushed her little hands away and carefully dried her hair, then helped her tie her ponytail, put on over-the-knee white socks and a miniskirt. At the same time, Haishuisha also helped him put on his robe, tied his belt, and stood behind him to comb his long hair. The picture looks like a daughter helping her father. It's a very happy scene. At this time, Ding Nanrong came over. She came to Jiang Mu and helped him straighten his messy collar, then he took out a storage ring from his arms. There are a lot of spare clothes in this ring. There are also a large amount of hot food, coins, demon cores, plasters, formation talismans, weapons, etc. That's enough to last you 3 months. As he said this, he put the ring on Jiang Mu's finger. "Thank you, Ronger." Jiang Mu felt very satisfied as he stroked the ring. Ding Nanrong, the personal maid, is really competent. "By the way, Ronger, where is Yuqing?" "She went to Shuecheng early in the morning to bring back all the sect disciples. She should be back soon." Ding Nanrong just finished speaking. Han Yuqing's voice came from the door of the bathhouse. "Husband." A fragrant breeze blew over. Han Yuqing threw herself into Jiang Mu's arms. "Husband, when you go to Fox Country, remember to miss me like a spoiled child." She buried her head in Jiang Mu's arms. "Yes, I will." Jiang Mu touched her head and advised, "I will probably be away from the sect for a long time, so during this time, I'll leave the sect to you to take care of. If you need anything, you can ask Ronger for help. Oh, by the way, here's the token." Jiang Mu took out a jade white token from his ring. The word Jiang is engraved on the front of the token. The 3 words Woyo sect are engraved on the back. This is the order of the sect leader. It is the supreme token of Woyo sect. This sect master's order is temporarily in your safekeeping. He handed the token to Han Yuqing. Han Yuqing was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up. She quickly took the token and held it tightly against her chest, as if it were a treasure. "Husband, husband, husband." Happiness came too suddenly, making her face flush and even her voice sound like she was in ecstasy. She hugged Jiang Mu's head tightly and pressed it hard against her chest. "Husband. Husband. Husband. I love you, husband. Husband, husband, husband." Even his speech was incoherent. With the master's order, she is equivalent to the sect leader. "Husband. Me. 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 She was so excited that she went into heat on the spot and pushed Jiang Mu to the ground. Tear it. She suddenly tore her clothes and wrote on Jiang Mu's face. Jiang Mu was almost suffocated by the writing. This bizarre scene was something Ding Nanrong had never seen before. She turned her head away, not daring to look at it. The black water demon squatted down and watched with great interest. TSK, face wash. After a while Jiang Mu finally recovered. He quickly pushed Han Yuqing away and climbed up. Pa. Spit out the water, arrange your robes. Husband, I. Han Yuqing squeezed her legs together, her face flushed, her eyes gentle and pleasant, more sheepish than a sheep. Jiang Mu felt pity when he saw this. He held her in his arms and gently stroked her butterfly-scarred face. Okay, no need to say anything. I didn't expect that her reaction would be so big when I gave her the sect leader token. Well, lovely wife. In fact, he gave the order to Han Yuqing as the sect leader without any careful consideration. It was purely a spur-of-the-moment decision. Why? Because the plot is fucking screwed. Then he was too lazy to follow the plot step by step. Hey, just playing Ronger, you can also assist Yuqing with the sex affairs. Jiang Mu let go of Han Yuqing, walked to Ding Nanrong and held her hand. Promise, wait for me, I will find a magical medicine to repair your dantian. He put his arms around her waist and hugged her boldly. Ding Nanrong was confused, her face became hot unconsciously, and she was a little at a loss. Unexpectedly, Jiang Mu would do such a bold thing to her. Feel but not bad. Okay, I'm leaving now. Jiang Mu patted Ding Nanrong's smooth back and let her go. Turning to the black water demon, he said, little cutie, go inside the ring. The black water evil turned into a ball of white mist and entered his storage ring. He performed the teleportation skill swiftly. Extreme flash. A dazzling light emanated from him. Han Yuqing shouted, husband. Come on. I'll wait for you to come back. Ding Nanrong said softly, be careful. Jiang Mu smiled and said, yeah, final. A flash of light passed by. He disappeared into the bathhouse. Completed Volume 1. Chapter 175, A Feast of Thousands of Prostitutes. Jodo Quenching Valley, Plum Forest and Flower Stream. A pink plum blossom gently falls with the breeze. It fell into Fox Xinyue's chest, adding a touch of spring to the open snow-white ravine. Hu Xinyue casually pulled away the plum blossom, hugged the sleeping little girl with fox ears, and lay lazily and comfortably on the plum blossom bed. Below her was a group of extremely beautiful fox girls. They were chatting and discussing something. Shay is dead. He borrowed so much supplies from our fox tribe. Who will pay them back? Humph. We should send people to the southern border demon territory to forcibly take over all of Shay's industries. I agree. Especially the Tiansong Mountains. There is abundant spiritual energy and abundant demonic plants there. It is a treasure land that produces a large number of demonic beasts. If we occupy the Tiansong Mountains, we will have an endless supply of monsters. Yes. With these monsters, we can sacrifice their souls to our ancestors and slow down the disintegration of their immortal souls. Lord. Please give the order. Send people to occupy the Tenmu Mountains. Please give the order, Lord. Please give the order, Lord. The fox girls shouted excitedly. They all hope that Fox Xinyue will seize the Tiansong Mountains to obtain an endless supply of monster souls. This if Fox Xinyue remains silent. Shay's death caused the supply chain of monsters to be broken. This is bad news. Please give the order, Lord. Seize the Tenmu Mountains. Please give the order, Lord. Just be patient. Hu Xinyue spoke slowly and calmly, still looking lazy and contented. Although we can take the opportunity to occupy the Tenmu Mountains, but Sha Bailuan will want to go back sooner or later, and may even put the blame on her, saying that her Fox clan violated the Demon clan's covenant, and then demand compensation from the Fox clan. So, she didn't give any orders for the time being, and now, she is waiting for someone to come, Jiang Mu. She believed that as long as she could obtain Jiang Mu's mysterious teleportation technique, she would have a great hope of entering the glazed fairyland and finding the fairy soulstone. The immortal soulstone contains the soul power of Liolixiener. Just use Liolixiener's soul power to nourish the soul of the ancestor fox fairy. Then, in the end, the crisis of the fox fairy's soul collapse can be completely resolved. Think of this. A Fox Xinyue smiled coquettishly, caressing the little girl's head in her arms comfortably, and gave an order. Pass on my order to hold a feast of thousands of beauties and hundreds of courtesans to entertain our distinguished guests. The order just came. Of the fox girls below were suddenly in an uproar. Holding a banquet of thousands of beauties and hundreds of prostitutes? Is this true? This is the highest level banquet held by our fox clan. There's work to do. It's time to work. Some of them were grinning lasciviously, some blush out of shyness, some hugged each other tightly, with their tails entwined, some even lifted their skirts and spread their legs, reaching down. Thousands of prostitutes refer to 1,000 fox girls who have not yet broken their hymens, plus 100 fox girls with superb skills, a total of 1,100, with no age limit. The banquet of thousands of ladies and hundreds of prostitutes is the highest level banquet held by the fox plan to entertain distinguished guests, and it lasts for a year. These 1,100 fox girls will serve the distinguished guest wholeheartedly and meet any of his needs within a year, whether it is eating, bathing, sleeping, practicing, telling stories, singing and dancing, changing clothes, role-playing, cutting nails, picking ears, watching the sunrise and sunset, going on an outing to farm, playing cards, attending classes, reciting poems and composing couplets, playing chess, calligraphy and painting, exploring the moon and appreciating flowers, cycling and walking the fox, acupuncture on the meat bed, mixing milk tea, cleaning bird nests, catheterization. They will fulfill any need. There is nothing they cannot do, only things they cannot imagine. Since the founding of Fox Country, this banquet has only been held twice. The most recent time was 4 years ago, when we entertained Lu Churu, the sister of the queen of the fallen Linging kingdom. Because of this, the Fox clan and Lu Churu became close partners thanks to the powerful intelligence network of the Dark Knight Tower. The Fox clan now lives a safer and better life in the human race's Kyushu continent. Hey, they're actually going to hold a banquet. Could it be that some important person is coming? Could this important figure be of a higher status than Lu Churu? Is this important person a female or a male? Is he a human or a demon? I'm so excited. I hope it's a male, preferably from the Weevil tribe. Hey, you scavenger, the ground is almost forming a puddle. The Fox girls were excited, curious and looking forward to it. What kind of guests are they going to entertain? How much benefit can this distinguished guest bring to them? Sudden. A discordant and sarcastic voice echoed in the air. A feast of thousands of beauties and hundreds of prostitutes? This is a disgrace to our Fox clan. It should be abolished. The Fox girls were stunned and looked up at the sky, then ripples appeared in the space, immediately following. A woman in a sexy red dress emerged from the room, her figure coquettish, and landed under the plum blossom bed. The woman stood proudly with her arms folded, squinting her narrow and seductive fox eyes, staring directly at Fox Shinue, and said sarcastically with disdain, "My white fox clan is the only race in the Songling realm that possesses an immortal soul. He once towered over the dragon clan and became the leader of the demon clan. Thousands of demons bowed down to him and paid him homage, and now, why are you planning to hold a banquet with 1,000 beauties and hundreds of prostitutes, sending your people out to be enjoyed by outsiders in exchange for benefits? Do you want to throw away the dignity and honor of my Fox clan? In my opinion, as the ruler of this country, you should resign." Wow, her words shocked and angered the Fox girls behind her. They all scolded her. "Who beat you in? How dare you disrespect the king? Who beat you in? Kneel down and admit your mistake to the king. And slap yourself 10,000 times. Right. Otherwise, have the law enforcement officers take you to the soul refining valley and let your soul suffer." Faced with many rebukes, Hu Bichuan smiled charmingly and said, "Quack boom." A powerful spiritual pressure burst out from her dantian, pressing down on the Fox girls like 1,000 mountains. Ah! Such a strong spiritual pressure. It's almost on par with the Lord's. I remember now. Hu Bichuan was one of the candidates for the national leader back then. Yes. She was only a few votes away from winning that year. Given time, her cultivation level will likely surpass that of the king. The void refining realm is too terrifying. They remembered the terrifying strength of Fox Bichuan and tried their best to resist her powerful spiritual pressure. Some of those with lower cultivation levels have been crushed unconscious. Hu Xinyue's eyes fixed, and she stopped stroking the little girl's head. She said in a cold voice, "Disperse, boom." A powerful spiritual pressure emanated from Redantion, offsetting Hu Bichuan's spiritual pressure. This resulted in a massive spiritual shockwave that caused every plum tree to shake and bend for a moment. The entire plum forest and flower stream were filled with pink plum blossoms falling from the sky, creating a very beautiful scene. Hu Xinyu pulled out several plum blossoms from the ravine and stared at Hu Bichuan, her eyes gradually becoming dangerous. "Are you the king, or am I?" Hu Bichuan smiled slightly, "Not afraid at all, of course it's you." Then he continued, "But the election day is coming soon. By then, the position of leader may not necessarily be yours." The tone was full of provocation. Hu Xinyu was very unhappy to hear this. She wanted to say something else when the little girl with fox ears in her arms suddenly woke up. Yawned. The little girl stretched, then he grabbed Hu Xinyue's breasts, rubbed them and said, "Silly sister, I just had a strange dream. In my dream, I raped Jiang Mu, and I was so awesome, but my body was too small, so it split. It's bleeding a lot, it hurts a lot. By the way, silly sister, is Jiang Mu here? After he helps me turn back into an adult, I won't feel any pain anymore." The tone was urgent and the strength of the kneading became stronger. Hu Xinyue felt numb and uncomfortable from being rubbed, so she pulled her hand away and smiled seductively. "If it gets bigger, it won't hurt." Hu Bichuan said with disdain, "Haha, you want to become an adult again? Wishful thinking." The little girl turned her head to look. He recognized Hu Bichuan at a glance and subconsciously exclaimed, "Ah! It's you! Idiot!" Hu Bichuan was stunned for a moment, then she glared and her hair stood on end, stomping her long, beautiful legs on the steps, pointing angrily at the little girl. "Who are you calling a fool? The little girl tilted her head, her fox ears twitched, and her face was full of innocence. You're an idiot, you idiot, big idiot. You're the idiot. Are you going to curse again? Big idiot Lululu. You're the idiot. You're a childish bastard. Big idiot Lululu. Childish devil. 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 Big idiot Lululu. The two of them were arguing with each other, neither of them giving in, until a white light appeared in the air. The war of words ended with big idiot Lululu. Everyone looked up and looked at the dazzling white light. Fox Xinyue and the little girls' faces were full of anticipation. He's coming. He's coming. The rest of the fox girls had curious and alert expressions on their faces. Who's coming? A flash of white light and passed down a sentence that people could not understand. I am the waste god who travels through the galaxy. White hole, a fair and tender tomorrow is waiting for me. Chapter 176. I have no interest in women. As soon as the words fell, a man in a jade white robe appeared from the air. He did 30.5 flips in the air. He fell to the ground handsomely. The hair is not messy. This fascinated a large number of fox girls. Wow. Who is this man? He's so handsome. Really? And his aura is so charming. Look at his eyes. They're indifferent and lazy, yet they seem to see through the world. Ah. He's going to see through me. Woohoo. I'm obsessed with looks. His face is so handsome I'm almost dying. Ah. I'm dying, Pulululul. Boo, this man is poking my boo. Boo 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 boo. Hey, you scavenger, the ground has become a quagmire. Dot. Various voices of the fox girls around it didn't cause any waves to Jiang Mu. He looked around, taking in all their lustful expressions and bizarre movements, especially the fox girls with superb skills. They were hanging upside down on a heart-shaped plum tree, with their tails hooked on the branches. They stared at him in a daze while skillfully spraying out small springs of water. Plum blossoms fall into the spring, and the rainbow shines. Such a beautiful picture. Jiang Mu was amazed by what he saw. These foxes dare to act like this at a racial conference. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely be even crazier. Oh yes, I remember that once in my reincarnation, I secretly followed Liwa to the fox kingdom, wanting to experience the true meaning of the kingdom of women. As a result, because he was too handsome, he was caught by a group of vixens, and they raped him in turns, and now my charm and temperament have been greatly improved. If Fox Xinyue hadn't been there to dominate the scene, then I will definitely be overwhelmed by them. Jiang Mu, you're here. The first to speak was Hu Xinyue. She lay back on the plum blossom bed, her sexy legs crossed and bent on either side. Her charming and graceful body slowly sat up in a duck-like position, her four long, fluffy foxtails hanging back on the plum blossom branches, and her pair of seductive eyes revealed a delighted smile. I am Fox Xinyue, representing the White Fox clan, and welcome you. The one who answered was the little girl with fox ears in her arms. Jiang Mu, you're finally here. The little girl's eyes lit up, and her hands kept grabbing at the tree in excitement. Come here quickly. Come and check my body. Then find a way to remove the spell on me and help me turn back into an adult. Hurry, 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 hurry. What the hell? Help you become an adult again? Go pee and play in the mud. Jiang Mu was very unhappy and ignored her. He looked at Hu Xinyue with a gloomy gaze and said straight to the point, no more nonsense. I will send you into the fairyland and help you find the fairy soul stone. You will release my fox spirit, accompany me to the blood abyss, and help me find the blood soul fruit in the burial ground. Yes or no? Hu Xinyue's eyes sparkled when she heard this. Can your teleportation technique really allow you to enter the glazed wonderland? What else? Jiang Mu was annoyed and too lazy to explain. Then, can you teach me how to teleport? Fox Xinyue was so excited that she leaned forward, her buttocks raised, and her four tails swayed from side to side, with an expression of uncontrollable longing. I can't teach you. I can only help you teleport. Jiang Mu really didn't want to pay attention to her, and asked again impatiently, I will send you into the fairyland and help you find the fairy soul stone. You will release my fox spirit, accompany me to the blood abyss, and help me find the blood soul fruit in the burial ground. Yes or no? Give me a definite answer. See this. Hu Xinyue had no choice but to agree. Okay, only. She caressed the little girl's head lovingly and added an extra condition, you still have to find a way to help my sister become an adult again. Jiang Mu refused without a second thought, turn into a chicken. The little girl interrupted arrogantly, then I want to become a big cock too. Jiang Mu? Black water demon, help her mother. Fox Xinyue smiled slyly, don't be so quick to refuse. She offered extremely tempting conditions, as long as you take me into the glazed wonderland and help my sister turn back into an adult. Then in exchange, my fox clan will hold a feast of thousands of beauties and hundreds of prostitutes for you. The duration has been changed from 1 year to 100 years. What the hell, a feast of thousands of beauties and prostitutes, is this true or false? Jiang Mu was indeed tempted by the shock. For this feast, the fox tribe selected 1,000 virgin foxes and 100 skilled foxes, a total of 1,100 fox girls of all ages, to be available for the guests to enjoy it well within a year. Feel free to enjoy. Moreover, it was extended from the original 1 year to 100 years. A full 100 times, no matter what they are asked to do. As long as they are not killed and the interests of the Fox clan are not harmed, then, within this 100 years, they will obey orders 100%. In the original plot, this feast was held in the later period for the male protagonist Ling Outyin, but it only lasted for 1 year. Unexpectedly, how could a villain like him enjoy such a great treatment? The key is, can we use these fox girls to try various plots in the future, or to turn the distorted plot back on track? After all, there are transformation and teleportation. Damn, I'm so excited. I really want to try it. The fox girls heard the conversation between the two clearly. Wow! This handsome man named Jiang Mu can actually enter the glazed wonderland. The immortal souls of my fox clan are saved. They are saved, they are saved. He even has the ability to help Yue turn back into an adult. Who the hell is he? So awesome. If Yue really turns back into an adult, then she will be able to recover her cultivation to the void refining realm. That's right. And Yue has the bloodline of one of the 5 major body types, the Fox Immortal bloodline. She will be able to successfully break through to the demon god realm in the future. It's even possible to break through to the demon fairy realm. What? Demon Fairyland? Isn't this the legendary 7th realm? That's right. If Yue breaks through to the demon immortal realm, then my fox clan will definitely become the leader of the demon clan. Not only that, he must be the leader of the Sanling realm. Even the holy land of the human race will bow down to my fox clan. The fox girls were dreaming and fantasizing. It was as if I saw the grand scene of billions of creatures paying homage to the fox clan. Their eyes were fixed on Jiang Mu like a magnet. The king is wise. He found such a distinguished guest. To repay our distinguished guests, I have decided to attend the banquet of thousands of beauties and hundreds of prostitutes with my daughter. Mother and daughter? Ha, you're not sincere. Watch me. I'm going to invite my pregnant granddaughter, my daughter, me, my mother, my mother-in-law, my great-grandmother, my great-great-grandmother, my great-great-great-grandmother, and my great-great-great-grandmother who's about to die. 9 generations under one roof. The whole family will attend the feast of thousands of beauties and hundreds of prostitutes. Who can be sincere enough for me? I want to join in too. He's so handsome, I'll make a killing on my first time. Hee. Woohoo! He's so handsome, woohoo, ah. I'm so overwhelmed by his handsomeness again, woohoo. Boo. 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 Their eyes were lustful and they were extremely excited. If it weren't for Fox Xinyue's presence, they will definitely rush up and show Jiang Mu their superb skills. Jiang Mu, what do you think? As long as you help your sister turn back into an adult, you can experience 100 years of feasting with thousands of beauties and hundreds of prostitutes. Fox Xinyue smiled beautifully, confident of victory. She believed that this century-old feast was for no resistance at all. I refuse. Jiang Mu reluctantly refused. Huh? Why? Not only Fox Xinyue, but all the fox girls were stunned and couldn't understand. When the little girl saw that he refused, she shouted anxiously, "Are 1,100 not enough?" No, I'm just not interested in women. Jiang Mu spread his hands, his face full of regret. To be honest, the feast was very tempting and he was very tempted to accept it, but helping Hu Yue become an adult again is too risky. The enemy who secretly turned Hu Yue into an 8-year-old child is a vicious fox boss. As long as they kill this evil fox boss, take out the Taichu Yin Lingjing in her uterus, and then use the effect of the Taichu Yin Lingjing, they can turn Fox Yue back into an adult. Although he has all kinds of awesome skills, he also has the assistance of the demon god Haishuisha, but he doesn't have Ling Outyan's protagonist Halo. If you're not careful, you'll be skinned and killed by that evil fox boss. He won't do anything if he's not sure, especially if it involves his life. You have no interest in women? Hu Xinyue looked at Jiang Mu, her lips twitching slightly, feeling that her IQ had been severely insulted. In fact, she could see that Jiang Mu was very moved, but he refused. Could it be that he has some secret that he cannot speak out in public? Think about it. Hu Xinyue decided to take Jiang Mu to a secret place. Ask clearly. Chapter 177 Fox Milk? Who cares? Tuishi held the little girl in her arms and used the 4 long Matsutake fox tails behind her to prop up the duck's body from the plum blossom bed. Then she walked towards Jiang Mu step by step with an enchanting figure. The thin pink slit long skirt appears and disappears from time to time as the sexy white long legs rise and fall. Because her legs were very long and she was walking on a relatively high plum blossom bed, so Jiang Mu below can see it. A pink skylight. Hu Xinyue walked down the stairs and came in front of Jiang Mu with a smile on her face. Whatever you do. Jiang Mu raised his foot and tried to retreat, but the little girl in Hu Xinyue's arms grabbed the belt. No retreat. Fox Xinyue also wrapped her 4 fox tails around his back, her eyes were as charming as silk, and her red lips opened slightly. Let's go to a private place and talk it over. Then he gave the order to the fox girls, the meeting is suspended until I return. Finished. He then used space magic and disappeared from the spot with Jiang Mu, and after the three of them disappeared. Hu Bichuan, who hadn't spoken a word from beginning to end, had a frighteningly gloomy expression on his face. That man named Jiang Mu was actually able to bring that bitch Hu Xinyue into the glazed wonderland? Can he help Hu Yuiwei turn back into an adult? In that case, that's fine. Kill him. Hu Bichuan's eyes flashed with bloodthirsty cruelty. He's so handsome. He must have enjoyed it if I imprisoned him and tried to conceive after. Skin him again. His body and soul must be delicious too. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Inside the fragrant bedroom. A ripple appeared in space. Fox Xinyue, the little girl, and Jiang Mu fell to the ground together. Let go, let go. I'm warning you. If you make me unhappy, I'll just teleport away. You two sisters can do whatever you want. Jiang Mu pulled the little girl's hand away with force, and then pushed aside Fox Xinyue's four tails. The attitude is very tough. He looked around. This is a pink dormitory. The hangers around were filled with all kinds of sexy and cute dresses, and colorful belly bands, both large and small sizes. The floor was a comfortable soft pile carpet covered with fragrant flower petals. The ceiling was like a black night sky, with bright stars surrounding a beautiful silver moon. The pouring moonlight adds a unique atmosphere to the entire fragrant dormitory. You brought me to your sister's boudoir to discuss something. Jiang Mu went to the table and sat down on his own. He poured a large cup of yellow-white tea, crossed his legs and drank it to quench his thirst. Cuckoo cuckoo ahem. What kind of tea is this? Why does it smell so foul? He was choked. The little girl pointed at him and laughed. Ha 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 ha. That's not tea. Ah ha 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 ha. Fox Xinyue also chuckled and explained to Jiang Mu, all adult female foxes in our fox clan can drink a sip of the 9-nether pregnancy spring every year to become pregnant and reproduce. Under the catalytic effect of the spring water, the fox girls will secrete fox milk. Fox milk has the effect of promoting growth and improving intelligence in young fox girls. For human males, it can stimulate sperm production and increase sperm discharge. What you are drinking is not tea. The little girl interrupted, it's fox milk. My intelligence hasn't improved today, Jiang Mu, please bring it to me, hurry up, hurry up. Fox milk, can it stimulate sperm sac activation and increase discharge volume? Who cares? Toei. Jiang Mu put down the cup in disgust and stopped drinking the remaining half cup of yellow and white liquid, but he understood the principle of hoeing the fields at noon when he was in elementary school. Yes, waste is shameful. So he picked up the cup again. Cuckoo cuckoo. The little girl saw that her intellectual drink was taken away from her and started to yell in dissatisfaction, that's mine. Give it to me now. Zhang Mudong didn't hear it. After he finished drinking it, he smacked his lips to savor the taste. He also subconsciously looked at the snow-white spring scenery of Fox Xinyue. Fox Heart Moon smiled charmingly, straightened her body, and deliberately swayed left and right. Are you wondering, whose? No, I was thinking, fox milk is sweet, but this one I drink has a fishy smell. I need to drink a little more to test if there's something wrong with my taste buds. He filled up another large glass. Cuckoo cuckoo. The little girl yelled again, very unhappy. I need to improve my intelligence today. Give it to me now. Hu Xinyue soothed her little head and explained to Jiang Mu, fox milk is indeed sweet. Suddenly his eyes dimmed. It's just that there's a problem with the 9-nether pregnancy spring. Oh? What's the problem? Is it poisonous? Jiang Mu glanced at Fox Xinyue's deep snow ravines nonchalantly, and naturally filled up his cup. There's no way, the more I drink, the thirstier I get. Cuckoo cuckoo. The little girl glared and puffed up her cheeks, almost crying. You can't drink it all. Bring it to me. I need to improve my intelligence. Hu Xinyue didn't hide anything and told Jiang Mu the problem, it's not poisonous. It's the 9-nether pregnant spring. Without the Taichu pregnant spirit crystal, it can no longer transform ordinary spring water into pregnancy-inducing spring water. The current 9-nether pregnancy spring can only be infected and transformed through the immortal bones of the ancestral fox fairy. Only then will the spring water have the effect of causing pregnancy. But the effect is extremely low, and you need to drink a sip every year to have a chance of successfully getting pregnant. I've been drinking it for years but haven't been able to get pregnant. The fox milk it produces is also less effective and doesn't taste sweet. This is a harem-themed novel. There's no way you, the heroine, can get pregnant. Jiang Mu responded calmly, so that's how it is. He simply didn't use a cup and just picked up the entire kettle and drank it directly. Tons. Burp, it smells really fucking pungent. The little girl pouted, pointed at Jiang Mu with a gloomy face, and started crying. Look at him, silly sister. I haven't even had a sip yet. You son of a bitch, give me a taste too, slurp. The voice of Black Water Demon rang in her mind, and she was very interested. Jiang Mu put the kettle into his ring, drink it up. It's a rare opportunity to come here, don't waste it. It really is fox milk. Tons hiccup. Tisk tsk, it smells really pungent. But it's quite fresh and still warm, so it must have been squeezed not long ago. Woo woo. My stupid sister took it away. I won't do it. Woo woo. When the little girl saw Jiang Mu put the entire kettle into the ring, she immediately started crying loudly. He was still throwing a tantrum and scratching around in Hu Xinyue's arms, looking very sad. Whoa. My intelligence is gone today. I want to drink woo. Fox Xinyue touched the little girl's head and said lovingly, okay, good sister. She rolled her eyes at Jiang Mu and blamed him for taking the fox milk, then she didn't hide it and untied the bra strap on one shoulder in front of Jiang Mu. Duan sister, come on, holy shit. Do you think I'm dead? Jiang Mu was so scared that he almost fell off the stool. Even the male protagonist Ling Outwen cannot see this sacred scene. This is the consequence of Liu's character collapsing, worthy of being called a fox scratcher. But why only one side is exposed? Chapter 178 Husband and Wife, no need to avoid. So, you didn't bring me to your dormitory to show me your breastfeeding skills, did you? What on earth do you want to talk to me about? Jiang Mu looked away and stopped watching Hu Xinyue's skills. There was nothing interesting to see. While Fox Xinyue was feeding the little girl, she said to Jiang Mu, I can see that you are very excited about the centennial banquet, but why do you refuse? Is there something unspeakable? I want to know why. So that's it, Jiang Mu thought about it. I think it's better to tell her the reason for rejection so that she will give up. If you want to tell me the reason, that is that the enemy is very difficult to deal with. I probably have a 50% chance of being killed by her. Hu Xinyue's brows knitted slightly, her expression solemn. Is it so dangerous? What if I help you? Jiang Mu replied confidently, it doesn't matter whether you help me or not. Hu Xinyue said proudly, but I am at the peak of the refining void realm, and I can also perform the Fox Fairy 9 transformations, summon the Fox Fairy soul to possess me, and gain the power of the demon god realm in a short period of time. Jiang Mu still said firmly, it's useless. She can also temporarily gain the power of the demon god realm. Moreover, there is a special spirit crystal embedded in her uterus. As long as the spirit crystal is not separated, she will not die. What spirit crystal? Have no idea. Can it be destroyed? It can't be destroyed. Can it be sealed? I don't have the ability to do that at the moment. Can it be peeled off? I don't have the ability to do that at the moment. Who is she? She's a fox. Cough, cough. Why are you asking so many questions? Anyway, I won't take the risk of helping your sister turn back into an adult. Jiang Mu stopped talking in time and swallowed the 3 words Hubichuan, but there's no point in saying more. I won't help Hu Yue anyway, although he has the spiritual domain Forbidden Spirit Zone. Other characters cannot use any martial arts, spiritual arts, or immortal arts in this area. However, it has no effect on props, talents, etc. The Taichu Yunling crystal in Hubichuan's womb is a prop item. This primordial soul crystal is a sacred object from the primordial sea. It is extremely hard and only immortals have the ability to destroy it. In fact, in the original plot in the later period, Ling Outyan used his second golden finger, a piece of source fragment inside his heart. Only then did he successfully separate the Taichu pregnancy spirit crystal from Hubichuan's uterus. He didn't have the source fragments, so he didn't dare to take the risk of killing Hubichuan. Oh, Hu Xinyue's brows were filled with melancholy, and she looked sad and depressed. She didn't know what to say for a moment, but for some reason, she always felt that Jiang Mu would have a way. After all, Jiang Mu can even be resurrected. In that case, let's put the matter of turning back into an adult aside for now. Hu Xinyue stared at Jiang Mu, and her hope was rekindled. Sudden, there was a tingling pain there. Ah! I've told you so many times, don't bite. Bang bang bang, she angrily hit the little girls, but as a punishment, Jiang Mu quickly stretched his neck to look from the side. Wow! It's so chewy when you bite it. After admiring the skills for a while, he sat down again watching Fox Xinyue feeding the little girl. He couldn't help but ask curiously, although the fox tribe is very open, I still want to ask, why don't you avoid me? Hu Xinyue looked at Jiang Mu, her face flushed slightly. Husband and wife, there is no need to avoid taboos. What? What husband and wife? What are you talking about? Jiang Mu was completely confused and didn't understand what was going on. The blush on Hu Xinyue's face became even more intense as she explained, don't you know? When I became the ruler, I made a promise, I will marry whoever can resolve the crisis of the fox spirit's collapse, regardless of whether they are human, demon, female or male, and you can take me into the glazed wonderland and help me find the immortal soul stone. Then, sooner or later, the crisis will be resolved, so I will be your wife sooner or later. Jiang Mu scratched his head, feeling a bit upset. What if it can't be solved in the end? Hu Xinyue looked directly into Jiang Mu's eyes, her gaze full of trust. It's impossible that it can't be solved, I believe you. Ah! Bite again. I'll beat you to death. Snap 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 snap. Whoa, Jiang Mu, he almost said, maybe she ran out of fluids, so she pushed harder? How about you switch to the other side? However, without him saying anything, Hu Xinyue started to untie the chest strap on the other side. Half an hour later. Burp. My intelligence is full today. The little girl's face was flushed and her hands were dancing. She looked so excited as if she had been injected with chicken blood. She seemed to have forgotten that Jiang Mu had drunk her intellectual drink, and said domineeringly, "That's right. Jiang Mu, I had a dream before. In the dream, I raped you. I was so awesome. What a weird dream." "Still majestic, your 8-year-old body must not be torn apart." Jiang Mu didn't want to respond. He was admiring the way Fox Xinyue tied her chest strap, but still a casual question. "Where were you in the dream? Was it here? How long did it last? What was the position? What was the result? Tell me in detail." The little girl bit one finger in her mouth, her eyes tilted upwards, as if reminiscing. "It's not here. I remember it was pitch black and wet all around, like I was in a cave. The ground felt icy cold, and there seemed to be water above my head. In the middle of the water, there was a green crystal floating, shaped like a mango, emitting a faint green light. It was very beautiful. We were both right there under the green light, in the middle of a formation. You were lying down, and I was sitting. I fucked you so hard that you screamed and bled a lot, for a whole day and night. Finally, you couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Hee hee, I'll knock you out. I'm so awesome." She waved her majestic little hand, exuding domineering aura. "Yes, yes, yes, you can make me, who has a good waist, dizzy. You are so awesome." Jiang Mu thought she was daydreaming and talking nonsense, because only women bleed, while men bleed white. "It's a bit weird though, according to her description. Isn't that mango-shaped crystal stone that emits a faint green light the Taichu Yunling crystal, and that pitch-black cave, the formation on the ground, the water above, and the primordial pregnant spirit crystal floating in the water? No matter how you look at it, it seems to be the bottom of the Joyo Yunquan. Isr. Dream so realistic." At this time, Hu Xinyue had already fastened the chest straps on both sides. She stroked it left and right, adjusted it to a comfortable position, and said to Jiang Mu with a charming smile, "You can rest here for a while. Once I finish the meeting, we will enter the glazed wonderland." After saying this, he cast a space magic spell and quickly left with the little girl in his arms. Jiang Mu was the only one left in the huge, fragrant dormitory. "Quite boring. You son of a bitch, look at the big moon floating on the ceiling. I saw it. It's cool and beautiful. I like it very much. Can we go up and do it?" "No. Don't you want to try the effects of fox milk? Increase your excretion. Think. Kill this god." "No, it will take a long time. Let's wait until next time. Fox Heart Moon will finish the meeting quickly." "Oh, okay." The god meditates to rest his soul. Jiang Mu also called out the diary. "Waiting is a waste of time anyway. It's better to just write a diary and get a reward." He opened his diary and started writing. Year, month, data. "You are gone. The teacups and kettle are faded. Who sighs for the beautiful silver moon marquee? The fragrant bedroom petals fade away. Those who wait sigh endlessly." Chapter 179. Little cutie, come out at the same time. Almost all women who own diaries open them and read them. Fox Xinyue, why is he so sad? Little girl, wow, what does this mean? I don't understand. Han Yuqing, wow. My husband is so talented. Ding Nanrong, well written. Shui Menghan, you've gone far away, you bastard are thinking about me, He, I envy the intelligence of sucking. Hard to find again. Alas, the fox girls of Joyo are all very charming. The peerless enchantress is in her prime. The silver light of the moon is hidden among the stars. Bichuan's conspiracy continues. Fox Heart Moon? Little girl, I understand the last few sentences. Yaoji refers to my silly sister, Yuiwei refers to me, and Bichuan refers to that stupid person, Plum Forest and Flower Stream. The meeting was coming to an end and the fox girls began to disperse. Fox Xinyue and the little girl on the plum blossom bed looked at each other after seeing the words Bichuan's conspiracy continues in the diary. A question arises in everyone's mind, conspiracy? They all looked at Hu Bichuan under the bed at the same time, with suspicion on their faces. Hu Bichuan tossed her long hair and straightened it, her narrow fox eyes showing a proud look. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman? Look stupid. You're the stupid one. Childish. Big fool asterisk slightly. Childish devil. Big fool asterisk slightly. Childish devil. Big fool asterisk slightly. Oh, I don't want to waste time scolding you, I'm going back to have some fun. Hu Bichuan prepared to use space magic and planned to leave, but before leaving, she asked intentionally or unintentionally, by the way, that handsome young man named Jiang Mu was very handsome. Why doesn't he come out and feast my eyes on him? Where did you hide him? Zong asterisk GE is a little bit. Oh, childish ghost. Big fool asterisk slightly. Hu Bichuan didn't curse back. She glanced at the little girl, and a hint of imperceptible jealousy flashed in her eyes. A fox fairy bloodline, want to become an adult again and restore your state, and broke through to the demon fairyland, bah. Wishful thinking, as long as you kill that man named Jiang Mu, you can continue to be childish until death. When I break through to the demon fairy realm in the future, I will immediately abolish your sister's cultivation, then throw you into the doghouse. Jie. 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 Jia, Hu Bichuan turned around, with a sinister smile on his face, and used space magic to leave. Silly sister, catch her. We won't arrest him for now to avoid alerting the enemy. The most urgent task is to enter the glazed fairyland to find the immortal soul stone and solve the problem of our ancestral soul. Oh, actually that's what I thought. I'm so smart. Yes, you are the smartest. Fox Xinyue tapped the little girl's head. Speechless and doting, she continued to read the diary, hoping that Jiang Mu would write more information about Hu Bichuan, but I saw this line of words. Damn, I need to arrange the quantity. The little girl asked in confusion, why? Hu Xinyue gave a sly smile, because his realm is low, he can't bear it. In the fragrant bedroom, Jiang Mu's whole body began to heat up. So I had to stop writing my diary and call the black water demon. Come out, little cutie. He had forgotten one thing before. Fox Xinyue's realm is the peak of the refining void realm, and the effect of her fox milk is the strongest among the Fox clan. However, he was only at the gathering spirit realm, which was 2 major realms away from her, so he found it a little too much for him to bear. Little cutie, time to eat. Here we come. The black water evil in the ring suddenly woke up from its state of meditation. She quickly turned into a white mist and emerged. The white mist changed violently. Finally, she turned into a little loli with white twin ponytails, white knee-high socks, a white pleated miniskirt, and a white gauze covering her eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Little cutie, you're so cute. Jiang Mu continued to bend over the table and write in his diary. Speaking of Hu Bichuan's conspiracy. Her ultimate goal is to absorb the Fox Fairy soul and break through to the Demon Fairy realm in one fell swoop. Fox Heart Moon. Little girl, huh? That bitch. Chapter 180. Little cutie. But if she wants to absorb the Fox Spirit Soul, she must enter the forbidden tomb of the Spirit Soul at the bottom of the valley, where the Fox Spirit Soul is sealed. And to enter the Immortal Soul Forbidden Tomb, she must become the king, because the key to unlocking the Immortal Soul Forbidden Tomb formation is kept by the king for generations. So, if she wants to get the key, she must either be elected in the national leader election a year from now, or kill Hu Xinyue and steal it. Fox Xinyue, running for the throne? As long as I resolve the crisis of the Fox Fairy Soul's collapse, she won't have any chance of winning, unless she can also solve the problem of the 9 nether pregnancy spring. Little girl, humph. That idiot wants to kill my stupid sister? I'm smart enough to merge with my stupid sister, and she won't even know how she died. She knew she couldn't kill Hu Xinyue, so she had no choice but to strive to become the king. During this year, she will collect many negative factors such as Hu Xinyue's wrong decisions and use them to impeach Hu Xinyue. For example, Fox Xinyue held a banquet for Lu Churu with thousands of prostitutes, using the dignity of the Fox clan in exchange for benefits, causing the Fox clan to be despised and spurned by other demon clans. Lu Churu, I refused, but they were really, for example, in the battle at the Monster Mountain 3 years ago, no one was sent to support Shay, which resulted in many other monster tribes severing their ties with the Fox tribe, causing the Fox tribe to suffer losses. Also, they wasted a lot of money and effort to build the Lihua Pavilion in the Jojo continent in order to search for the entrance to the glazed fairyland, but they could never find it. Instead, it increased the risk of the Fox girls being discovered by human monks and increased the mortality rate. Also, every year, the clan sends experts to search the world for the legendary primordial sea, but most of those experts either die or disappear from the world, causing the power of the Fox clan to weaken year by year. Also, in order to restore Hu Yuiwei to her adult form, he consumed a large amount of spiritual medicine and other resources within the clan every year, and abused his power for personal gain. Besides. Hu Xinyue said silently that these were all done by her, and it was true. The little girl was indignant and dissatisfied. Humph. That idiot, besides having a stronger cultivation and constantly taunting and doing bad things, what else can she do? If she were the leader, the Fox tribe might be gone the next day. As negative factors become more and more numerous, Hu Xinyue's position as the king is also becoming shaky. However, the heroine is the heroine. In the original plot, Hu Xinyue's clone, Lihua, discovered Ling Aotian's excellence and potential through her contact and investigation of him. Even with Hu Yoyue's intelligence, she could have guessed that Hu Xinyue had gone to Ling Aotian for help. The little girl was extremely proud, of course. I'm really smart. Fox Heart Moon, Shui Menghan, bastard. Why isn't it my brain? You don't miss me. Humph. 1 year later, in the middle to late stages of the original storyline. Ling Aotian used his second golden finger to successfully lead Fox Xinyue into the glazed fairyland and found the immortal soul stone, solving the problem of the Fox Fairy soul disintegrating. This allowed the Fox clan to maintain its position as one of the 3 major demon clans, and also greatly increased Fox Xinyue's prestige. Therefore, Hu Bichuan's impeachment failed, and Hu Xinyue was qualified to be re-elected as the king. Hu Xinyue breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad. The little girl clapped her hands and cheered. Ah! Silly sister is awesome. Hu Xinyue also promised that she would marry whoever could resolve the crisis of the fox spirit's soul's collapse, regardless of whether they were human or demon, male or female. So, on the day of the king's re-election ceremony, she married Ling Outyan and held a banquet for him with hundreds of prostitutes. Damn, the treatment of this male protagonist is so good just thinking about it. The little girl asked curiously, silly sister, who will take you into the glazed wonderland later? Hu Xinyue didn't even think twice, Jiang Mu. The little girl asked again, so, who is more handsome, Ling Outyan or Jiang Mushui? Hu Xinyue still didn't think twice, Jiang Mu. Little girl, so, who has greater potential, Ling Outyan or Jiang Mu? Fox Xinyue but Jiang Mu. Little girl, so, who of them has an interest in the fox tribe now? Fox Xinyue but Jiang Mu. Little girl, who will you marry? Fox Xinyue but Jiang Mu. The little girl waved her hand and shouted domineeringly, from now on, Jiang Mu will be my little brother. But for novels, having a twist midway through is standard practice. Turning point, this diary message made the two sisters, who had already relaxed, immediately nervous again, just as Hu Xinyue was about to begin the ceremony of her re-election as the king and her marriage to Ling Outyan. Hu Bichuan jumped out and revealed a big secret that excited all the fox girls in the clan. She can get pregnant normally without drinking the water from Joyo pregnancy spring. She even brought out a male fox cub, her own, in front of everyone. Hu Xinyue was shocked, her scalp tingling. How is this possible? The little girl scratched her head in confusion. Huh? I remember that our fox tribe can't get pregnant normally? Am I wrong? Fox Xinyue's shock remained undimmed, her eyes fixed on the diary. If I remember correctly, my ancestor mistakenly entered the glazed fairyland and was indoctrinated by the glazed fairy to become an immortal. Her bloodline changed, causing the male offspring to gradually disappear. Female offspring can only become pregnant by drinking the water from the pregnancy spring, and all of her offspring are female. The little girl realized it later and started to worry. Well, I remember there is a rule in the tribe that whoever can solve the problem of the 9 nether pregnancy spring can be the king until death. Fox Xinyue nodded seriously. Yes, reproduction comes first. Hu Bichuan said she has a way to restore normal conception in the fox tribe, and her male fox cubs are proof of that. The reproduction of the race is above all else. Hu Bichuan can solve the problem of reproduction and prevent the extinction of the species. So, in the end, she successfully cut off Hu Xinyue's beard and became the king. And so I successfully got the key. The little girl was so anxious that she almost cried. What should I do? Hu Xinyue's brows were filled with worry and her face became very ugly as they read the diary closely. The first night as king. Hu Bichuan hooks up with Ling Outyan. Firstly, she wanted to cheat on Fox Xinyue and vent her anger. Secondly, she knew Ling Outyan had the ability to help Hu Yue transform back into an adult, so she wanted to take the opportunity to kill him. Ling Outyan had always wanted to be with Hu Bichuan, so he reluctantly agreed to her request. As a result, Ling Outyan discovered that there was a strange spiritual crystal embedded in Hu Bichuan's body. He felt something was wrong, so he ran away. It was so funny, I ran away halfway. I don't know if he is still considered a virgin. Fox Xinyue, we are not married and have no physical contact, so it is not cuckoldry, little girl. Ding nanrong, han yuching, half virgin, shuemeng hanjvug. Disgusting, Chan Yu warrior, show, burp. While Ling Outyan was escaping, he accidentally discovered Hu Bichuan's secret room. After investigation, he discovered Hu Bichuan's secret. She imprisoned a large number of human male cultivators combined with the strange spirit crystal in her body. Ling Outyan finally deduced that her spirit crystal was the Taichu pregnancy spirit crystal. In other words, Hu Bichuan was able to successfully conceive under the influence of the Taichu pregnancy spirit crystal. Fox Xinyue was struck by lightning. What? The long-lost Taichu Yunling crystal is actually inside her body? The little girl bared her teeth and bristled. Great. She must have stolen the spirit crystal back then. She caused me to fail my breakthrough. She made me turn into a child. Ling Outyan is indeed a man with the aura of a protagonist. He searched through the scrolls and records in the secret room, and after questioning the male cultivators, he came to the correct conclusion. Hu Bichuan used the power of the primordial pregnancy crystal to successfully give birth to a male fox cub, leading her tribe to mistakenly believe she had found a solution to conception and reproduction. This led her to become the ruler of the kingdom, and after obtaining the key, she entered the forbidden tomb of the immortal souls, absorbed the soul of the fox immortal, and ultimately broke through to the demon immortal realm. Ling Outyan confidently informed Hu Xinyue of this conclusion. Hu Xinyue was furious when she heard this. She immediately unleashed the 9 transformations of the fox immortal, merging herself with Fox Yue. After gaining the power of the demon god realm, she went to kill Fox Bichuan with murderous intent. Result? Fox Xinyue was extremely anxious. Keep going. Don't stop. The little girl was so angry that she went crazy. Ha 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 ha. In the fragrant bedroom, Jiang Mu had to stop writing his diary. He pushed the table forward. I found the body of Black Water Demon, lying flat and floating *********. Chapter 181 by Chishua. Is it finally the Holy Land's turn? Chapter 181. Is it finally by Chishua's turn to reach the Holy Land? Plum forest and flower stream. Hu Xinyue and the little girl sat on the plum blossom bed, holding the diary tightly, their faces tense and solemn. They waited for half an incense stick of time, and the contents of the diary remained as she immediately unleashed the 9 transformations of the Fox Immortal, merging herself with Fox Yue. After gaining the power of the demon god realm, she went to kill Fox Bichuan with murderous intent. Result: there has been no update. If I'm not mistaken, Jiang Mu must be discharging. Hu Xinyue closed the diary, her expression becoming gloomy. I don't want to wait a moment longer. The longer it takes, the better it is for her. Now, let's go kill her. The little girl also closed her diary, her pouty face filled with sorrow. Are you sure? She remembered what Jiang Mu had said before. She can also temporarily gain the power of the demon god realm, and she has a special spirit crystal embedded in her body. As long as the spirit crystal is not separated, she will not die. That is to say, Fox Bichuan, who is in the realm of refining emptiness, can also perform the Fox Fairy's 9 transformations, thereby gaining the power of the demon god realm. Moreover, as long as the Taichu Yinling Jing in her body is not separated, she will not die. Hu Xinyue also knew these 2 points very well and sneered. Even if we can't kill her, we must tie her up. Then throw her into the bottom of the 9 nether pregnancy spring. Let her become the primordial pregnancy spirit crystal, and spend her entire life atonement for the Fox clan. The little girl was very worried, but is there anything in the world that can tie her up? Yes, the clan's treasure, the demon binding rope. The clan's treasure? The immortal demon binding rope. The little girl was stunned and couldn't remember what it was. Hu Xinyue rubbed her head and explained slowly. According to the clan records, the fairy demon binding rope was used by Liuli Fairy to punish our ancestors. Every time our ancestors committed a serious offense, they would be tied up and hung under a tree, unable to move at all, and would be bitten by all kinds of snakes, insects, rats, and ants. This punishment lasts for a whole year, and it has cast a pang of regret on our ancestors. Later, when Liuli Xian'er was in deep sleep, she felt that the fairy demon binding rope was a good match for our ancestor, so she gave it to him as a gift. This item has become the treasure of our Fox clan and has been kept in the immortal soul forbidden tomb. After listening, the little girl danced with excitement. What are you waiting for? Hurry up! Use that fairy rope to tie up this idiot. Fox Xinyue smiled cunningly. When the meeting just ended, Hu Bichuan said she wanted to go back and have some fun. She must be having sex now. We can catch her off guard while she's off guard. He then used space magic and escaped with the little girl in his arms. Go to the immortal soul forbidden tomb. Die in the fragrant bedroom. Hiss. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. 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 Gulu. Gulu coo. Gu. After mumbling for a full minute. Haishuashana's body, which was lying flat and floating, finally fell down. Boo. Cough, cough, cough. She lay on the ground with her mouth open and eyes closed, her expression painful and sour, breathing rapidly. He also used his forked long tongue to lick the 2 streams of white snot flowing from his nostrils and put them into his mouth. Little cutie, are you choking? Jiang Mu picked her up from the ground, put her on his lap, and patted her. Gu. Black Water Demon swallowed hard, smacked his lips, and said, I'm not satisfied yet. It's too much. It goes up my nose. She put her arms around Jiang Mu's neck and smiled sinisterly. Next time, you must let Fox Heartmoon squeeze more. Slurp. Jiang Mu pinched her little face, feeling quite comfortable. It depends. He pulled the table forward, picked up the white dress on it, and carefully put it on Haishuasha. Oh, cutie, use your spiritual sense to check and see if Hu Xinyue and the others have finished their meeting. Good. The Black Water Evil immediately used his spiritual sense. Buzz, a mysterious invisible force, like a spider web, expanded wildly in all directions with her body as the center. Nothing can escape the reach of divine consciousness. Soon, she detected the situation in Meilin Huajian. The plum blossom forest is deserted. No one? The meeting is over, and the 2 sisters should be back soon. They haven't come back. We can't find them at all. What's going on? Where did they go? Jiang Mu was completely bewildered. Didn't Fox Xinyue say that after the meeting, she would come here and enter the glazed fairyland together? I don't know. There must be a restriction where they are. The restriction blocks my divine sense, so I can't sense them. Forget it, let's ignore them for now. Jiang Mu asked the Black Water Demon to release his spiritual consciousness. He rubbed her breasts and felt it was amazing. Little cutie, why do you hiss just here? Haishuasha brushed his ponytail, his face full of pride. Hee hee. Because I am from the Black Water Snake Clan. Isn't that powerful? Amazing, awesome. Jiang Mu fixed her hair and dress. Alright, go back to your ring and rest your soul. Bajiyat. He also kissed her little face. Good. Haishuisha nodded obediently, but before putting the ring back in, she used her long forked tongue to skillfully help Jiang Mu clean it up and then help him tie his belt. Then it turned into white mist and entered the ring, but he still didn't forget to remind again with a sly smile, remember to let Fox Heartmoon squeeze in more. This god wants to experience it all over me. Good guy, you are worthy of being the black water demon. Okay, take a break. Jiang Mu agreed with a smile. You know what, Fox Xinyue's fox milk is really awesome. He bent over the table and continued writing in his diary. As a result, Hu Xinyue had no idea that Hu Bichuan could actually perform the Fox Immortal 9 transformations, attached immortal transformation, possessing a wisp of the Fox Immortal soul and gaining the power of the demon god realm. For a moment, the two demon gods fought so fiercely that the sky darkened, the clouds and wind changed color, the waves surged, and thousands of mountains were flattened. Changyu warrior, TSK, this fake demon god power, I wonder if it can withstand my full strength attack, hiccup. Originally, even if Hu Bichuan obtained the power of the demon god, he would not be able to defeat Hu Xinyue. But in the middle of the battle, when the two were exhausted, the Holy Son of the Holy Land appeared. He used the Holy Land treasure to sneak attack Hu Xinyue, giving Hu Bichuan an opportunity to take advantage and severely injure Hu Xinyue. The Holy Son lent the treasure to Hu Bichuan and then left. With the treasure's blessing, Hu Bichuan became extremely powerful and eventually beat Hu Xinyue to the point of near death. In scenes like this where the heroine is on the verge of death, the hero will definitely appear and act like a hero saving the damsel in distress. But the author is very good at the novel technique of goal plus obstacle plus extension of contradiction, and directly arranged for the sun to stop Ling Outyan. The Holy Sun and Ling Outyan fought, which also paved the way for the subsequent Holy Land dungeon. Bai Qixue, is it finally the Holy Land's turn? Speaking of holy places, I really want to go and see Bai Qixue. Bai Qixue, come quickly, seeing my beauty is the greatest happiness for an ugly person like you, so don't fall for me. This Bai Qixue, she is the saint of the Holy Land and one of the heroines. Bai Qixue, I'm so beautiful, so of course I'm the heroine. A novel without a heroine is incomplete, a world without me is imperfect, she is very, Bai Qixue, beautiful. Why don't you write it down? Is it because I'm so beautiful that you can't find other adjectives? Or are you just being self-deprecating? She is very. Bai Qixue, beautiful. Write it down now. Although these pale words may blaspheme me, who is more beautiful than a fairy, I, the most beautiful person in the world, will allow you to write. Forget it, let's not talk about her brain-wrecking stuff, I'd better write more plot and get some rewards. Bai Qixue? Boom! A dazzling silver-white beam of light shot up from the magnificent snow palace and reached the sky. The beam of light disappeared. A stunning figure is floating in the clouds, the fairy belt floats on her arms, and her skirt is whiter than snow, his silver hair is like a waterfall, and his voice and appearance are peerless. A species that desecrates beauty does not deserve to live. Call out. The stunning figure turned into a ray of silver light. It shot towards the direction of Joyo Keihan Valley at a high speed. Back to the point, because Ling Outyan didn't arrive in time, Hu Xinyue was killed by Hu Bichuan, who drained her soul and destroyed her body. Before Hu Xinyue died, she used up all her strength to separate her sister Hu Yue from her body. Under the protection of the immortal soul, Hu Yue successfully escaped to LV Chura. Afterwards, Hu Bichuan became the king. The following plot. The protagonist Ling Outyan practices hard to become stronger, and then goes to kill Hu Bichuan to avenge Hu Xinyue. Ling Outyan also took out the Taichu Yunling crystal from Hu Bichuan's body and helped Hu Yue become an adult again. In the end, Hu Yue became the king. And because Hu Yue, who was turned back into an adult, looks almost identical to Hu Xinyue, both are super beautiful, Ling Outyan feels the same way about her as he does about Hu Xinyue, so he wants to marry her. This is very much the male protagonist. However, Hu Yue missed her deceased sister, and Ling Outyan's failed marriage to her sister made her afraid that her sister would be jealous, so she rejected Ling Outyan's proposal and chose to live out her life alone. Well, there must be a reward for writing so many plots. Jiang Mu closed his diary and sat there bored. He doesn't have high expectations for rewards. Not surprisingly, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the diary was written successfully. Temperament +5, 43 out of 100, appearance +5, 43 out of 100, reward, Hand of the Immortal Craftsman, Forging, Introduction, my hands are very powerful. I can purify any impurities from non-living things at will. Note, the effect is based on actual results. Chapter 182 Purify impurities? Besides being used for forging iron, it should also be used for alchemy or something like that. It's a pity that we can only extract non-living things otherwise. You can also try to extract the Taichu Yun Lingjing from Hu Bichuan's body. Regarding the reward of Hands of the Immortal Craftsman, Jiang Mu doesn't like it very much, it's useless. Well, maybe we can purify Fox Xinyue's fox essence and remove the smell. He stood up and stretched his muscles, then he walked around the room, searching everywhere, see if there is anything he can try to purify. After searching for a while, I couldn't find any suitable items to practice with. Suddenly his peripheral vision caught sight of two belly bands, one large and one small, hanging on the clothes rack in the bathroom inside the forbidden tomb of immortal souls. The rows of green flames on the stone walls illuminate the quiet and peaceful tomb chamber with a dark Green and mysterious hue, the center of the tomb chamber. Hu Shinue was holding the little girl and standing in front of a huge stone fox elephant. The stone fox statue sat in a well-behaved posture, with narrow and charming eyes and 9 huge tails spread out, rising and curling, covering the sky and the sun, and had already filled the back half of the tomb. The entire stone fox glowed with a psychedelic glow under the reflection of the green fire, which made people dizzy and awe-inspiring. Silly sister, is this fox stone statue the ancestor? This is the first time I've seen it, but why do I feel a sense of familiarity? That's because, sister, you are the one whose fox fairy bloodline has been awakened, so you are naturally closer to the ancestors. Oh, I see. The little girl nodded, not quite understanding. She looked at the stone fox curiously. It was soon discovered that there was a golden rope hanging on the stone fox's eyelashes. Look! Is that the demon binding rope? She pointed at the stone fox's huge eyes, very excited. Hu Shinue touched her head and replied, yes. Take it down. Take it down, good. Shinue raised her hand and grabbed at the void. The rope that bound the demon disappeared from the stone fox's eyelashes and appeared in her hand in an instant. The little girl took it and played with it. Hee. With this rope, I can already imagine what that idiot will be like after being tied up. She put the rope in Shineu's hand and urged, hurry up, let's merge our souls and tie up that idiot. Fox Shinue put the rope for tying up the demon fairy into the ring, then he put the little girl down and said with a charming smile, sister, we haven't merged souls in a long time. Do you still remember how to use soul merge and immortal transformation? Of course I remember. I taught you the immortal attachment transformation and the soul merged immortal attachment transformation. I'm awesome, right? Yeah, sister is amazing. Hee. My tail is even more powerful. It can spin and lash. You're the only one who's always talking nonsense. Fox Shinue gave the little girl a cold look. Let's get started without further ado. She made seals with her hands, her whole body radiated a dazzling light, and her sexy long skirt fluttered in the air. The little girl also made seals with her hands, her tender face showed a rare cold charm, and her short green skirt fluttered dazzlingly. They shouted in unison, 9 transformations of Fox Fairy, soul merging with fairy transformation. Buzz! A void area formed around the two of them. The huge stone fox in front also emitted a strong light in an instant. A mysterious and dazzling immortal soul power shot towards the void area below. The power of the immortal soul covered Shinue and the other person. Their figures became blurred and illusory, and gradually merged together. A powerful spiritual energy comparable to that of the demon god realm began to flow out continuously. Hu Bichuan's cave in the spacious and gloomy basement. On the stone bed, boom. 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 However, there were only a few knocks. Silk. It sounded like rubber breaking, and the male cultivator screamed, waste. Bichuan's face was ferocious, and she slapped the male cultivator on the nose. The male cultivators in the cage were already numb and dazed, their eyes dull. Bah! A bunch of useless men. Sudden boom. The steel rock on the top was instantly blown into powder. A breath of death suddenly descended from above, the aura of the demon god realm. It's that bitch Shinue. Bichuan's fur stood on end and he was in a life and death crisis. The demon god realm would definitely crush her void refinement realm. She decisively cast the immortal transformation in an attempt to gain the power of the demon god realm. 9 transformations of the Fox Fairy. Attached. However, before she could perform it successfully, the breath of death instantly increased its pressure 100-fold. Bang. She and the man's corpse were crushed into meat patties on the spot, but in the next breath, the meat patties began to glow with blood and quickly gathered into a human shape. Hu Bichuan's enchanting body quickly returned to its original state under the effect of the Taichu Yunling crystal, but as soon as she was resurrected, she was tied up with a golden rope, completely unable to move. Is this a demon binding rope? Bichuan raised his head abruptly, staring at the large hole on the top with wide eyes, and screamed angrily, Fox Heart Moon. What are you doing? Let me go. She struggled frantically, trying to break free from the restraints of the fairy rope, but it was of no use, and his cultivation in the Lianshu realm was completely unusable. Isn't it obvious what I'm going to do? Of course I'm going to kill you. A cold voice came from the big hole above. Then a beautiful and enchanting woman fell down, with 4 tails behind her, bearing their fangs and claws, magnificent and terrifying. Hu Shinue was floating above Bichuan with an indifferent expression. She used her spiritual sense to explore the entire secret room and soon found hundreds of cages. The cage was filled with human males, a staggering 13,752 of them. The youngest among them was only 6 years old, while the oldest was already gray-haired. And looked very old, as if he would fall apart if he moved. In another secret room, there were several female fox cubs, half of whom were very deformed and looked like failures. This evil fox, just as the diary said, was conducting experiments in secret. Bichuan, you have privately imprisoned and tortured human cultivators in such a horrifying number that this has violated the human-fox friendship agreement between the Fox clan and Lu Churu. Also, the damage you have done to the Fox clan, and the things within your body that do not belong to you, will be made public. Let's go and let the whole clan see your crime. Hushinua hooked her finger slightly and floated the bound Hubichuan up. Hubichuan panicked and immediately changed her attitude, trying to please him. Lord, you have violated the clan rules by using the clan treasure without permission. Your position as lord is no longer secure. If you let me go, I will pretend nothing happened. What do you think? Hushinue paused, a sneer on her beautiful face. Lolilu, I won't let you go, you big idiot, watch me tie you up. The little girl took control of Fox Shinua's body. She moved her fingers, controlling the fairy rope in midair to tie Hubichuan's hands and feet behind her back. Hubichuan was shocked and angry and started cursing. I won't let go. I'll make you anxious to death. The little girl smiled proudly. She stretched out her hand and grabbed a broken foot bone from the ground. It was the foot bone of the bloody-faced man. Slowly towards Fox Bichuan. Okay. Fox Shinue regained control of her body and stopped the little girl from playing. Looking at Hubichuan's rotten but recovered body, she knew it was the effect of the Taichu Yunling crystal. Let's go, hold a meeting and sentence her for her crime. Hu Shinue used space magic to lead Hubichuan, who was about to faint. They escaped from the secret room together. Chapter 183, It may have been washed, so there are no impurities. Plum Forest and Flower Stream. Fox Shinue has already released the soul merging and immortal transformation. She reconvened the racial conference. Almost all the senior leaders of the clan participated in this meeting. The fox girls surrounded the Malin Flower Stream so tightly that not a single drop of water could escape. They looked at Hubichuan, who was tied up like a dumpling on the ground with his mouth sealed by a space. Loklal were shocked and curious. Why did the king capture Hubichuan? Hubichuan is at the peak of the void refining realm and the backbone of our fox clan. He shouldn't be captured. And she hasn't made any major mistakes. At most, she's just argued with Yue and criticized the king's decisions. I think the Lord has arrested the wrong person. No. I don't think it's wrong, because the king used the clan's treasure, the demon binding rope. That's right. Using the clan treasure without the permission of the clan elders is a serious offense, according to clan rules, and the position of the king will be abolished. Hiss. The queen is cunning and deceitful, and will do anything for profit. She is a role model for our generation. She never does business at a loss. I believe this Hubichuan must have made a huge mistake. I agree. Fox Shinue stood on the plum blossom bed holding the little girl, looking down at the fox girls and listening to their discussions. Without any nonsense, she directly told everyone in the diary about Hubichuan's actions. Hubichuan she. But he found that he couldn't say the words stole the Taichu Yunling crystal at the end. This is the limitation of heaven. Hu Shinue frowned slightly, thinking about how to organize her words to circumvent the restrictions of heaven. The little girl in her arms was in tune with her, pointing at Hubichuan and shouting, "Break it open! Break it open!" Well, that's indeed a solution. Fox Shinue nodded. Since you can't say it out loud, just show it directly for everyone to see. She jumped off the plum blossom bed and landed in front of Hubichuan. He moved his fingers, cast a space spell, and bound Hubichuan's legs, then lifted up and stretched it to the left and right to form a one. Then he cast a linear space lock and then expanded the space lock. That asterisk was also stretched out. However, only a small corner of the Taichu Yunling Jing could be seen inside. The little girl smiled sinisterly. Expand. Hu Shinue suddenly expanded the space lock. Hiss. Hubichuan's eyes widened, his face flushed, and veins popped out on his forehead. If her mouth hadn't been sealed, she would have let out a heart-wrenching scream. Look, what's in Hubichuan's vagina? As Hu Shinue's indifferent voice fell, the fox girls came forward one after another and looked curiously. I saw it. It seems there's a crystal stuck inside? I saw it too. The crystal was shaped like a mango and was emitting a faint green light. Why is Hubichuan stuffing this thing in? Based on my experience since I was a child, mango is not as good as papaya. Why do I feel that this crystal stone looks familiar? Look familiar? Have you ever been there? No, you know me, I only like durian. One of the fox female elders, who had a lot of experience and broad knowledge, felt that the crystal looked familiar, so she reached in and touched it. The next moment, she got goosebumps all over her body and trembled with excitement. I know this texture. This is the Taichu Yunling crystal. It's the Taichu Yunling crystal. What? Primordial pregnancy spirit crystal. All the fox girls were horrified, their hearts felt like being hit by a huge rock, and they were so shocked that they almost suffocated. A few years ago, the fox clan was in danger of extinction because the Taichu pregnancy spirit crystal of the Joyo pregnancy spring suddenly disappeared. Back then, Hu Yue was in seclusion at the bottom of the Joyo Yunquan, hoping to use the special effects of the Taichu Yunling crystal to break through to the Kongming realm, but for some unknown reason, she failed to break through. Her cultivation level regressed, and she turned into the form of a little girl. The Taichu pregnancy spirit crystal also disappeared at the same time. At that time, everyone concluded that the spirit crystal was lost by Hu Yue. That if the king had not tried to protect her, if she had not been the only one of the fox clan to have awakened the fox fairy bloodline and the one with the greatest hope of breaking through to the demon fairy realm, she would have been executed long ago. Unexpectedly, this primordial pregnancy spirit crystal was actually inside Hubichuan's womb. I understand now. When Yue was in seclusion for a breakthrough, it must have been Hu Bichuan who secretly plotted and stole the spirit crystal, which led to Yue's failure. That's absolutely true. Back then, I happened to see Hu Bichuan flying back from the direction of Joyo Yunquan. She hurriedly entered her own cave with one of her arms broken. But the next day, she was still intact. I thought I was hallucinating because I ate too much durian. Restoring a broken arm? My Fox clan's magic is simply incapable of doing that. So, she definitely used the primordial pregnancy spirit crystal to repair her broken arm. Because the spirit crystal has the power to revive flesh and animate souls. Then what are you waiting for? Quickly take out the spirit crystal and put it back into the 9 netherworld pregnancy spring. But the spirit crystal seems to have merged with her genitals. What will happen to her after it's taken out? Who cares? She deserves death. That's right. She secretly hoarded the spirit crystals, causing the Fox tribe to be in danger of extinction. We had to offend our ancestors and use their immortal bones to immerse the spring water. It's a pity that she dies. Take it out. Take it out. The Fox girls were filled with rage, wishing they could tear Hu Bichuan's womb open alive and take out the Taichu pregnancy crystal. A Fox Xinyue had already anticipated the high spirits of the crowd, then he stretched out 2 fox tails, one was aimed at Hu Bichuan's heart point, one was aimed at Hu Bichuan's head. A fierce downward thrust, phew, Hu Bichuan's limbs stiffened and he died just like that. The Lord is mighty. The king is cruel. The king is very wise. Under the admiration of the Fox girls, Fox Xinyue raised her hand and blew up the space lock, bang. The mango-shaped Taichu Yunling crystal with a faint green light suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Fox Xinyue grabbed the air and completely pulled the spirit crystal out of her body. As the spirit crystal separated, Hu Bichuan's body turned into ashes in the next second. However, the suspended spirit crystal began to shine with a dazzling green light, and flesh and blood slowly grew on its surface. After a while, the spirit crystal was completely covered with flesh and blood, forming a meatball. The flesh ball grew bigger and bigger, gradually taking the shape of Fox Bichuan. At last, boom, the naked Fox Bichuan reappeared in front of everyone. What? She's resurrected? This is the mysterious effect of the primordial pregnancy spirit crystal. Then how can we extract the spirit crystals? Hu Xinyue, however, was calm, as she had already expected the resurrection. She immediately tied up Hu Bichuan with the fairy rope. Let me go. Listen to me. I didn't steal without giving her a chance to speak. Hu Xinyue sealed her mouth with a space lock. It really can't be peeled off. Hu Xinyue frowned, looking troubled. Jiang Mu had said before that as long as the spirit crystal stayed with him, Hu Bichuan would not die. Currently, there is no ability to peel off the spirit crystal, nor is there any ability to seal it. What to do? Why not throw that stupid girl to the bottom of the 9 nether spring and let her serve as a spirit crystal? The little girl in his arms suggested shrewdly. Yue is right. That's a good idea. It seems that this is the only way for now. The Fox girls also felt that this was the only way. Fox Xinyue thought for a while, then he shook his head slightly and rejected it. No, if a strong person breaks into the 9 nether pregnancy spring and rescues her, the consequences will be unimaginable. She can't leave my sight, just in case. There is no other way, this is the safest option. But if she brings Hu Bichuan with her, it will cause inconvenience to her subsequent trip to the Glass Wonderland. The little girl in his arms also understood this, and couldn't think of a better way for a moment. Hu Xinyue picked up Hu Bichuan, who was tied up on the ground, and said to everyone, "That's it for now. I'm going back to the dormitory. Let's adjourn the meeting." No matter what, I should tell Jiang Mu about the current situation first. She cast a space magic and disappeared from the spot. In the fragrant bedroom. In the bathroom, Jiang Mu stood in front of the clothes rack, holding a sexy belly band in his left hand and stroking it carefully with his right hand. He looks very focused. He was testing the purification effect of the hand of the immortal craftsman. I just tested it for half a day and couldn't find any impurities. Well, maybe it's been washed, so there are no impurities? At this time, a spatial ripple appeared in the room. Hu Xinyue, holding the little girl and the naked Hu Bichuan, fell to the ground out of thin air. Out of the corner of her eye, she immediately saw Jiang Mu in the bathroom. So he walked in. "Jiang Mu, let me tell you something. I caught Hu Bai. Do you like touching my belly band?" Fuck. Jiang Mu, who was too focused, was startled and threw away his belly band reflexively. The sexy belly band danced in the air, dazzling and gorgeous. Bang, it just covered the little girl's face. Chapter 184, Method of Stripping the Taichu Pregnancy Spirit Crystal. Don't get me wrong, I don't like touching your belly band. I'm just testing the ability of my right hand, right? Jiang Mu spoke the truth sincerely. The power of your right hand? What kind of power requires touching my belly band? Fox Xinyue gave an ambiguous and charming smile. Jiang Mu scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Nothing much, just the ability to purify. I'll test it to see if I can purify the impurities in the belly band. Hu Xinyue took off the belly band on the little girl's face and threw it back to Jiang Mu, her eyes soft and flirtatious, then continue testing. If it's not enough, you can use what I'm wearing now. Jiang Mu caught the belly band. Worthy of being called a fox scratcher. If it were Ding Nanrong, she would probably say in shame and anger, "What are you doing with it?" Then beat him up again. Hu Xinyue came to Jiang Mu and threw Hu Bichuan to the ground, making him kneel down. Jiang Mu Tsai noticed that this naked fox girl looked familiar. He walked around and took a closer look. I found that her eyes were narrow and long, a little sinister, with dark lines and wrinkles all over her body, especially the two buttocks, which were branded with the words Ye and Zhu respectively. These were the names of Bai Yaju, the holy son of the Holy Land. What the hell? Isn't this Hu Bichuan? According to the original novel, Jiang Mu recognized Hu Bichuan and was immediately in disbelief. Hu Bichuan was actually arrested. What a golden rope that binds her! It's the Fox clan's treasure, the fairy binding rope. Jiang Mu. We caught that idiot. We found a primordial crystal in her vagina. The little girl jumped down excitedly, used both hands to force Hu Bichuan's breasts open as wide as possible, and motioned Jiang Mu to come and check. Taichu pregnancy spirit crystal? Jiang Mu was shocked and stunned. He hurried forward and squatted down to check Hu Bichuan's body. Then he saw a small crystal stone inside, emitting a faint green light. Damn. How did they know Hu Bichuan had the primordial pregnancy spirit crystal inside her body? Jiang Mu couldn't help but ask, how did you know she had the Taichu Yun spirit crystal? Fox Xinyue smiled slightly. Being good at deception, she naturally made up a lie. After the previous meeting, she called her sister a childish ghost and went back to have some fun. I'm very upset. To punish her, I used the Fox Fairy's 9 transformation soul transfer technique, extracted a strand of a female dog's soul, and had it sneak into Fox Bichuan's cave, intending to possess her and force her to have sex with a male dog for 3 days and 3 nights, but I discovered it unexpectedly. In her basement, there are actually tens of thousands of human male cultivators imprisoned, and there are also several female fox cubs who look very similar to her. I speculated that it was most likely the offspring of her and those men, but my fox tribe cannot get pregnant normally. I boldly speculated that she must have used the effects of the Taichu pregnancy crystal to successfully become pregnant. So, I risked my own throne and used the clan's treasure, the fairy binding rope, to attack her when she was least prepared. As it turned out, my guess was correct. She really does possess the primordial pregnancy spirit crystal. After Hu Xinyue finished her fabricated story, the little girl's eyes lit up. Wow! So that's how it is. Why didn't I think of that? My silly sister is so smart. She's almost half as smart as me. Hu Bichuan was stunned. The plan he had been plotting for years was ruined just by Hu Xinyue's blind speculation. Jiang Mu was also dumbfounded. This is too careless. Are we playing? I remember that in the original plot, the Taichu Yunling crystal was discovered in the later stage. It's only the early stages now. The protagonist Ling Outyan has just left the novice village. Even if the plot goes astray, it will go as far as the Big Bang. The more Jiang Mu thought about it, the more fucked up he felt. The story of the primordial crystal of pregnancy involves a copy of the Holy Land. Hu Bichuan and Bai Yaju, the holy son of the Holy Land, are not only underground lovers, but also a cooperative relationship based on interests. Every few years, Hu Bichuan would secretly send a group of fox girls to the Holy Sun. For sacrifice, Bai Yaju lent her his own spiritual weapon to help her practice the 9 transformations of Fox Fairy. As a result, she successfully practiced the transformation of attached fairy and possessed the power of a demon god to compete with Fox Xinyue, and now she's been caught. Then Bai Yaju would not remain indifferent and would definitely come to Joyo Keihan Valley to take back his natal spiritual weapon. This will also open up a copy of the Holy Land, and the most beautiful woman in the Songling realm, Bai Chishue, will also slowly appear. Damn, this is a domino effect. Once one plot goes completely awry, everything else will go awry as well. Oh yeah. Jiang Mu suddenly cheered loudly. A Fox Xinyue felt strange. Although you look happy, I get the feeling you're bitter and helpless. Is there something on your mind? No, alas, Jiang Mu sighed. It doesn't matter. He stood up, pointed at Hu Bichuan, who had an angry face and fierce eyes, and asked, so, what are you going to do with her? Hu Xinyue concentrated her soul power in her palm and struck Hu Bichuan on the forehead. Bang! Hu Bichuan was knocked unconscious and fell asleep while cursing inwardly. Hu Xinyue picked up the little girl, stroked her little head and replied, originally, I had considered imprisoning Hu Bichuan beneath the 9 nether pregnancy spring, letting her serve as the primordial pregnancy spirit crystal forever. But I'm afraid that someone from my tribe will secretly release her, or that someone outside will come and rescue her. So, just in case, I have to take her with me. Keep it with you. In other words, Hu Bichuan will also enter the glazed wonderland. Jiang Mu felt bad. After thinking for a while, he described the environment of Lili Wonderland. Actually, after hundreds of years of evolution, Fairyland has become extremely dangerous. There are space vortexes, spiritual power storms, world-destroying thunder, and soul-devouring fog. In general, even if someone is at the martial god level, they have to be very careful, let alone you, me, and another burden. So my advice is, if you can avoid it, don't bring her along. Hu Xinyue stopped stroking the little girl's hand and her expression became solemn. Is that so? She looked at the sleeping Hu Bichuan and felt troubled. She had no doubt at all about Jiang Mu's words about the dangers, but if I don't take Hu Bichuan with me, I'm afraid she will escape. What to do? The little girl shouted cleverly. Jiang Mu, Jiang Mu. Now that Hu Bichuan has been captured, can you get the spirit crystal out of her vagina? Well, it's troublesome, but I can try. Jiang Mu agreed, but he was not very sure. He had said before that there was a 50% chance that he would be killed. In fact, he was afraid of Hu Bichuan's ability to resurrect. Now that Hu Bichuan has been captured, his life is no longer in danger, so he can try to peel off the spirit crystal. It'll just be troublesome. Hu Bichuan once used the soul transfer technique to infiltrate a wisp of his soul into the Taichu Yunling crystal, and his soul has become one with the crystal. So no matter how she is killed, no matter how her body and soul are destroyed, as long as the soul in the spirit crystal exists, she will be resurrected. In the original plot, Ling Outyin used the second golden finger, source fragment, to open the void and connect to the gap in the primordial sea. Afterwards, he pulled the spirit crystal out of Hu Bichuan's body, threw it into the gap, and entered the vortex of the original spiritual energy of the primordial sea. After Hu Bichuan was resurrected in the vortex, she was immediately hanged, resurrected again, and immediately hanged again. She was resurrected, hanged, resurrected, and hanged over and over again. Every time she died, the original spiritual energy in the vortex would wash away the soul in the spirit crystal until it has been cycled for more than 7 million times. Her soul was completely washed away from the spirit crystal. So the solution Jiang Mu came up with was, keep killing Hu Bichuan, and at the same time use the surging spiritual energy to continuously flush the spirit crystal until the wisp of soul in the spirit crystal is flushed out. Then he said to them, I have a way to try to get the spirit crystal. It just takes a long time. It will also consume a large amount of your fox spirit souls, accelerating their disintegration. Moreover, the success rate is less than 70%. Would you like to? Hearing this, a fox Xin Yue and the little girl were overjoyed and spoke in unison, willing. Tell me what you want to do. Jiang Mu nodded and pointed in a direction. The solution lies in the immortal soul forbidden tomb. Not finished yet. Xin Yue had already hurriedly hugged him, and at the same time stepped on the back of Hu Bichuan's head and cast a space magic. After the space ripples, several people disappeared from the spot. Suspension notice due to unavoidable reasons, mainly work transfer. This book is temporarily suspended. Sorry, I only wrote 400,000 words a year. I am a loser. If you have any suggestions or requests, please feel free to raise them here, whether it's about the outline being abandoned, the book being completed in the author's lifetime, or a character extra chapter. The author will find time to work on it based on the number of comments. Chapter 185. Happy Valentine's Day. Inside the immortal soul forbidden tomb, Jiang Mu and his companions stood in front of the huge stone statue of a fox. He pointed to the heart of the stone fox above. Let's go inside the heart. Inside is the soul crystal of your ancestor, the fox fairy. The little girl in Hu Xinyue's arms was very curious. Huh? How did you know that the stone fox's heart would contain our ancestor's soul crystal? Oh, I guessed it with your clever brain. Jiang Mu smiled and touched her head. Wow. So that's how it is. I'm so smart. The little girl was praised for her intelligence and she smiled brightly, her fox ears shaking happily towards Jiang Mu. Black water demon, there's no hope. Hu Xinyue watched them interacting with a smile. One was her twin sister, and the other was the man she was going to marry in the future. Her heart felt warm after the two finished interacting. She took them up into the air and floated to the heart of the giant stone fox, then used the four tails to press on the four corners of the formation on the surface of the stone fox's heart and insert them. Boom! The formation emitted light, and then a space entrance appeared. In the center, one could faintly see a prismatic crystal emitting green light. Hu Xinyue and a few others floated in, and the entrance to the space closed. In the heart space, Jiang Mu stood in front of the crystal. The surface of the crystal was engraved with complex runes, glowing green, and the top was sharp like a sword. He pointed to the stone crystal and said, see that sword-like tip at the top? Put Hu Bichuan on top. It doesn't matter how you insert it, as long as the tip can touch the Taichu pregnant spirit in her womb. Also, the rope that binds the demon fairy can be removed. Fox Xinyue nodded. She untied the rope that bound Hu Bichuan, and then pressed it on the tip in a normal position. Hu Bichuan, who was in a coma, felt pain and his face twitched slightly. He woke up from the pain after a while. Bang! However, Fox Xinyue hit him on the head with her soul power again, and he cursed inwardly and fell unconscious again. The little girl asked excitedly, Jiang Mu, why are you sticking your stupid ass into the crystal? Jiang Mu didn't tease her, but explained seriously, this crystal, called the Glazed Soul Recording Crystal, was crafted by Glazed Fairy herself and is a fairy-level treasure. The crystal contains a vast, pure, and original spiritual energy. The immortal souls of your ancestors are also contained in the crystal. And relying on the nourishment and support of the original spiritual energy, you, the descendants of the Fox clan, are able to perform the 9 transformations of the Fox Immortal to borrow the power of the immortal soul. Whenever you perform immortal attachment transformation to borrow the power of the immortal soul, does a void area form around your body? The little girl interrupted at the right moment. That's right. This void area cannot be broken even by the demon god realm. It's really powerful. Fox Xinyue also nodded in agreement. Yes, this guarantees the success of the immortal attachment. Jiang Mu continued to explain, actually, when you cast Immortal Transformation, the runes on the crystal will take effect, causing a void vortex to form around the crystal. This void vortex is powerful enough to strangle a demon god realm or a martial god realm cultivator, and Hubichuan is only at the void refining realm, so he will definitely be minced into pieces in an instant. My idea is this: you cast attached Immortal Transformation and keep performing it, causing a continuous vortex of void to form around the crystal, continuously strangling Hubichuan. During this time, the surging original spiritual energy within the crystal will burst out from the tip, continuously washing away the Taichu pregnant spirit crystal within Hubichuan's body. In fact, the fundamental reason for Hubichuan's resurrection is that a part of her soul is integrated into the Taichu Yunling crystal. As long as that soul is immortal, she can be resurrected. And once the soul is washed away millions of times and completely cleansed, she will be dead and will not be resurrected. After listening carefully, the eyes of the two sisters Hu Xinyue were shining, as if they had seen the death of Hubichuan and the reappearance of Taichu Yunlingjing. The little girl was even more eager to turn into an adult, dancing and shouting, Jiang Mu, Jiang Mu. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Let's rush this idiot to death. Jiang Mu, I suspect you were driving, but I have no proof. Speak in advance. This flushing process will probably take 10 days and 10 nights. During this period, a large amount of your fox spirit's soul power will be consumed, accelerating its collapse. The key is that the success rate of completely killing Hubichuan is less than 70%. If you fail in the end, you can't blame me. The little girl patted Fox Xinyue's plump breast and said confidently, Don't worry, I'm so smart, the method you mentioned will definitely succeed. Jiang Mu, I don't understand your logic. Hu Xinyue understood what the little girl meant, so she smiled at Jiang Mumei and said, Sister, what I mean is that as long as it's the method you mentioned, even if the success rate is only 10%, it will definitely succeed. The little girl nodded seriously, yes. That's right. Jiang Mu? My dear, do you understand, Black Water Demon? I don't understand a thing. Jiang Mu, why are you swearing? You've learned your lesson, Black Water Demon. Do you like using your son? Jiang Mu, Black Water Demon, tell me. Do you like me? Jiang Mu, ahem, I am happy. I am not happy or not, Black Water Demon, he. I've told you the method, you can do it as you wish. Jiang Mu walked away from the crystal and sat down cross-legged. The Fox Xinyue sisters couldn't wait to perform the immortal transformation. Hurry up, stupid sister. Let's use soul merge and immortal transformation and kill that idiot. Sister, the flushing process will take 10 days and 10 nights, so we should take turns performing the immortal attachment transformation to maintain stability. Oh, yes, that's what I thought. Well, I'll go first. Sister, you go to Jiang Mu and let him hold you and rest for a while. Fox Xinyue stood slightly away from the crystal, leaving enough space between herself and the crystal. Then he made complicated hand seals with his hands and said in a charming voice, 9 transformations of Fox Fairy, Immortal Attached Transformation. Buzz, her 4 long, furry foxtails were curled around her, her thin pink slit skirt was floating and rustling, and a void area formed around her body. Of the crystal in front emitted a strong green light, and a vortex of void formed around it. A mysterious and dazzling immortal soul power burst out from the tip of the crystal, passed through Hubichuan, shot up into the sky above her head, turned a corner and shot towards Hu Xinyue. Fox Xinyue, who received the power of the immortal soul, had a powerful spiritual energy comparable to that of a demon god surging from his body. However, in order to maintain the spell, she did not stop, and let the power of the immortal soul continue to flow into her body. The unconscious Hubichuan was instantly minced into pieces by the vortex and felt no pain at all. At the same time, the primordial pregnancy spirit crystal in her womb was also exposed on the tip of the crystal, due to the abundant spiritual energy. The next moment, the Taichu Yunling crystal flashed with a dazzling green light, and flesh and blood grew on its surface at a rapid speed. The flesh and blood instantly turned into the naked Fox Bichuan, and it was stuck on the tip of the crystal again. But in the next moment, Hubichuan was minced into pieces by the whirlpool. The entire process of hanging and resurrection took only 0.1 seconds. Jiang Mu, can you hold me? At this time, the little girl jumped in front of Jiang Mu, stretched out her little hands and asked for a hug, her fox ears shaking, her tail wagging, her face full of innocence and cuteness. Not good. Jiang Mu refused. He knew that she was used to being held by Hu Xinyue, and Hu Xinyue was busy, so she let him hold her instead. In the original novel, even Ling Outyan never had the chance to hug her. Oh, alright then. The little girl snuggled into Jiang Mu's arms. Jiang Mu, I said I won't hug you. The little girl adjusted her sitting position in his arms, making herself comfortable, then shook her ears and replied seriously, Yeah, I'm just sitting here, and you happen to be here too. What's the problem? Jiang Mu, a Black Water Demon, you can take this opportunity to hug her. Jiang Mu, what are you thinking about day by day, Black Water Demon, I miss you. Jiang Mu, that's all. Jiang Mu held the little girl in his arms and sat aside. The two of them watched with boredom as Hubichuan was hanged, resurrected, hanged, resurrected, hanged, and resurrected. Follow up 3 days later, Bai Qishua arrives and attempts to kill Jiang Mu. In the end, he was defeated by Jiang Mu using the spiritual domain Forbidden Spirit Area. Chapter 164. Jiang Mu was so angry at her arrogance, her disdain for others, and her attitude of treating his life as worthless that he tore off her fig leaf and forced her to drink the snow water, because she is the body of the moon god. She has the ability of immortality, so Jiang Mu's soul also gained immortality after being washed by the snow water. Bai Qishua's character was actively destroyed by Jiang Mu. Afterwards, Jiang Mu ordered Bai Qishua to go back to the Holy Land and find the Shuiyuan Balhan crystal for him, to repair Ding Nanrong's Dantian, otherwise he would have to drink her snow water every time he saw her. 10 days later, Hu Bichuan died completely, the Taichu pregnancy crystal reappeared, and the Fox clan's reproduction crisis was completely resolved. The little girl, Hu Yue, is at the bottom of the Joyo pregnancy spring, and she wants to use the Taichu pregnancy spirit crystal to restore her adult body. The Holy Son Bai Yaju arrives secretly to take back the life-defining spiritual weapon lent to his lover Hu Bichuan, and by the way uses the moonlight spell to sneak attack the little girl who was recovering her adult body in the Joyo pregnancy spring. In order to avenge Hu Bichuan, the little girl was under the spell of the moonlight, and her soul was constantly absorbed by the moonlight, causing it to shrink. She had to force herself on Jiang Mu urgently to absorb a wisp of the raccoon fox soul in Jiang Mu's body to repair her soul. However, because the 8-year-old's body was too small, it was stretched and ruptured, and because of the curse, it eventually caused permanent injuries to both the body and soul. From then on, the little girl could no longer return to her adult form. Every full moon night, she would turn back into a fox and had to Jiang Mu to return to her girl's body. The character of the little girl, Hu Yue, completely collapsed. Jiang Mu, Hu Xinyue, and the little girl entered the fairyland and began to search for the fairy soul stone. During this period, the three of them experienced numerous hardships and fell in love with each other over time. This woke up the sleeping Lielixioner, in soul state, discovered the diary and learned that the spiritual energy of the Taichu Sea was gradually drying up, resulting in insufficient spiritual energy flowing into the Liuli fairyland. Until the end, she was unable to reshape her body and also sacrificed herself in the war at the end to protect the Sangling realm. It was also learned that Jiang Mu received a diary reward and his physique became that of an immortal. Therefore, in order to rebuild her body, Lielixioner wanted to obtain Jiang Mu's immortal physique. She summoned Jiang Mu into the sleeping chamber of the fairy palace, forced him to swallow the glazed yang fruit, and then forced him to have intercourse with her soul. In order to transfer his fairy physique to her, after 3 days and 3 nights of intercourse, Jiang Mu's immortal body was stripped away by the Liuli fruit and successfully transferred into Liuli Xiener's body, allowing her to reshape her body. Liuli Xiener's character completely collapsed. Jiang Mu was sent out of the immortal palace, holding a pile of immortal soul stones given by Liuli Xiener in his hand, which felt like holding a pile of money for prostitution. Finally, the three left the fairyland and returned to the Fox Kingdom, using the fairy soul stone to resolve the crisis of the Fox fairy soul's collapse. Fox Xinyue fulfilled her promise and married Jiang Mu. She wanted to hold a state wedding with Jiang Mu, invite tens of millions of monsters to a banquet, and let Jiang Mu become the queen of the Fox Kingdom in a grand manner. Jiang Mu didn't want to make the whole thing known to everyone, so he just had a quick wedding ceremony, which was even simpler than the wedding scene with Han Yuqingdai in the bridal chamber. The little girl got used to being held by Hu Xinyue, and Jiang Mu said it was difficult to deal with. During this period, the Changyu Empire held a fish guard recruitment competition to inject new blood into the Empress's personal guards. Yuya Chanyu Zhanji reads the diary and learns that Jiang Mu needs the East Sea returning origin plant to repair Ding Nanrong's Dantian. So, as a prank, she puts the East Sea returning origin plant in the champion's prize during the recruitment competition. The plot goes astray. Brother Tang was eliminated in the first round of the competition by Qingwu, 17 years old, short-haired, sword-wielding girl, the reincarnation of the spirit of the Holy Land's successive holy lords and martial gods, unawakened, a mortal warrior, mocked as a waste for her failure to enter the gathering spirit realm. Bai Qingwu read the diary and learned the method of awakening the martial god. She then awakened the martial god in the first round of battle with Ling Outyan, making a stunning debut. This made Ling Outyan fall in love with her on the spot, but she couldn't control her strength and accidentally stabbed Ling Outyan with a great sword, crippling him. She sang all the way to the end, swept all the contestants, won the first place, became a member of the Fish Guard, and obtained the East China Sea returning origin plant. The plot was wrong. The original plot was that Ling Outyan won first place. After Ling Outyan was crippled and bedridden, Wanner took good care of him. Blackwater Master told Wanner that a certain elixir could be used to restore Ling Outyan's health, so Wanner went out to look for it and found that the elixir was in the hands of Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui has coveted Wanner for many years, and Wanner has no choice but to trade her body. She humiliated herself and vowed to increase her strength to kill Wang Fugui's entire family in the future. After that, Wanner asked Haishuizuo to teach her how to practice. During the practice, she suddenly found that Haishuizuo's cruelty and brutality really touched her, and she gradually developed admiration for him. Shui Menghan knew that Jiang Mu needed the East Sea return origin plant, so she established a good relationship with Bai Qingwu and used her identity as the Empress's sister to gain benefits for Bai Qingwu. She successfully exchanged the East Sea return origin plant for Jiang Mu, and the two women became close friends. The elder of the Holy Land wanted to take Bai Qingwu back to the Holy Land, but Bai Qingwu refused. She fell in love with Shui Menghan's innocence, rebelliousness, and silly love, and she had sex with Shui Menghan every day. Ling Outyan fantasizes about having two women as his harem, repeatedly pursuing Bai Qingwu and asking Shui Menghan to introduce him to Chang Yuanmeng. Shui Menghan calls him insane, but he grows fond of her directness. Shui Menghan then reveals that she's already Jiang Mu's woman, shocking Ling Outyan and causing him to resent Jiang Mu. The success in fighting against monsters raised the reputation of Wuyo sect, and Han Yuqing was loved by the whole sect. She began to recruit disciples to strengthen the sect, and at the same time used her power for personal gain to develop her team. Uncle Fu was arrested and punished to carry the mountain gate and shout "Master Jiang is so handsome" 100 times every morning, noon, and evening until Han Yuqing was satisfied. Ding Nanrong meditated and practiced in the back mountain every day, and from time to time she would stare at the sunrise and the moon in a daze, but she found that Jiang Mu's smiling face and roasted lamb often appeared in her mind. Jiang Mu, Hu Xinyue, and the little girl went to the blood abyss to look for the Tibetan blood spirit fruit, to repair Ding Nanrong's Dantian. Shui Yulei, the 26-year-old orphan and the youngest martial god in the Zangling realm, is a self-willed, moody, brutal, and ruthless individual, surpassing even the black water demon in ruthlessness. She is known for her ferocity and will skin and rip the tendons out of anyone she disagrees with. The divine blood art she cultivates has flaws. She loses flesh and blood daily, lives a life worse than death, and her combat power fluctuates. The flesh on the left side of her face, arm, chest, abdomen, and pelvis had fallen off, revealing her white bones. She was both beautiful and creepy, and her mental state was no longer normal. She learned from the diary that Jiang Mu knew the way to solve the flaw of divine blood power, so she imprisoned Jiang Mu and the other two, and threatened Jiang Mu to help her solve the flaw, otherwise, he would pull out the tails of Hu Xinyue and the little girl one by one and torture them to death. He would even attack Wuyo sect and kill Han Yuqing, Ding Nanrong, and the others. Jiang Mu knew she was in real pain. She only felt alive when she was swinging on the swing in the backyard, reminiscing about the happy days of her childhood. If Shui Yuan hadn't been the blood of her parents and needed her care, she would have committed suicide to accompany them. The blood abyss is a paradise for evil cultivators and demons. Chaos and disorder constantly breed the most vicious and evil. All laws here are determined by the bestiality of human nature. Others say that she nourishes darkness, but Jiang Mu knows that it is she who guards the blood abyss, preventing darkness from spreading across the Kyushu continent. Jiang Mu was willing to help her and told her that the divine blood kung fu she was practicing was only a fragment and the complete technique was in Shui Ming's hands. Shui Ming, the founder of the blood abyss, is at the level of a martial god and has been sleeping at the bottom of the blood abyss for 10,000 years. Shui Ming deliberately left the fragments to his descendants. After practicing, the descendants will lose flesh and blood and live a life worse than death. Shui Ming can absorb this flesh and blood to improve his practice in order to become an immortal. If Shui Yulei wants to completely solve the defect, she can only abandon her own cultivation and practice the complete divine blood art again. So Shui Yulei went to assassinate Shui Ming. With Jiang Mu's assistance, she finally succeeded in killing Shui Ming and obtained the complete divine blood art. Shui Yulei abandoned her own cultivation and practiced the complete divine blood skill again. During this period, she lost her blood and became possessed by demons. Her skin fell off and she became a bloody state of half bone and half flesh. She had to fight with Jiang Mu to absorb Jiang Mu's blood to maintain her life. Jiang Mu cast his paradise spell, fulfilling her wish to see her parents. He then relives her childhood, swinging with her, and she falls in love with him. Shui Yulei's character collapses. Jiang Mu successfully obtained the Tibetan blood spirit fruit, the East China Sea return origin plant, and the water yuan violin cold crystal, and helped Ding Nanrong repair her dantian. Ding Nanrong found that she had more and more feelings for Jiang Mu, and when the water yuan poison broke out, she thought of Jiang Mu in her mind. Han Yuqing took advantage of her water element poison attack and attacked her vagina stealthily. Suddenly, she found that her vagina was exactly the same as the message in the diary. Well, after some inspection, Ding Nanrong is not possessed. Her character is not distorted. Still, Ding Nanrong instantly understood that Jiang Mu must have used invisibility to spy on her. So she exposed herself on the spot and asked Han Yuqing to help her relieve the water poison. Chanyu Zhanji often came to Wuyo sect to drink, got drunk, and then challenged Jiang Mu to a duel. Jiang Mu knew that she drank only to escape the shadow of her mother's dismemberment, so he let her drink. Jiang Mu also knew that she had made a vow 1,700 years ago: whoever can defeat me at the same level, I will marry him and protect the Changyu Empire together for the rest of my life. So Jiang Mu deliberately lost the fight, not wanting to marry her. However, she became increasingly outrageous, even challenging Han Yuqing and Ding Nanrong to a duel, becoming incredibly annoying. Jiang Mu simply defeated her, married her, and ordered her to stop bothering them. As a result, her interruption turned into harassment. The characterization of Changyu Zhanji collapsed, the plot has been completely changed, and the heroine's character has collapsed in various ways, so Jiang Mu gave up and eunuched the diary. He played with Han Yuqing and Haishuisha every day, accompanied Ding Nanrong to eat roast lamb and watch the sunrise every day, drank fox milk from time to time, and used the forbidden spirit area to bully Bai Qishue to drink her snow water from time to time. In order to read the diary and learn about the plot's direction, and to successfully regain his body, Haishuisha used the soul book to summon the heroines to discuss together, follow the general direction of the plot. In order to achieve their own goals, the heroines followed the plot described in the diary. The sudden change in the plot left Jiang Mu bewildered. Seeing a glimmer of hope in his future, he ordered the thousands of courtesans to do this and that, attempting to follow the plot and starting writing his diary again. During this time, he received many impressive magical rewards. As the spiritual energy of the primordial sea gradually dries up, the spiritual energy flowing into the Tsangling realm decreases day by day, and the living environment of the soul-devouring sandworms becomes increasingly harsh. Their leader, Sha Bailuan, wants to expand their living territory, so he plans to capture Jinglangsu, one of the 9 provinces of the human race. Sha Bailuan initiated an invitation to the Demon Alliance, inviting the dragon and fox tribes to jointly attack Jinglangsu and promised benefits. The dragons looked down on the sandworms and refused to form an alliance. The fox tribe and Lu Churu signed the human-fox friendship agreement and refused to form an alliance. The alliance failed. Sha Bailuan took the risk of seeking an alliance with Shui Yuan, but was almost killed by Shui Yulei. Helplessly, Sha Bailuan directly led the sandworm tribe to attack Jinglangsu. Brother Tang went to Jinglangsu to fight against monsters and seek fortune. Zhang Yuanming learned the weaknesses of Sha Bailuan and his demon army from the diary, so he deployed his troops to ambush the Wanshou sect that came to support Jinglangsu and defeated the demon army. Before retreating, the exasperated Sha Bailuan threatened that he would summon the god of sand to destroy the Changyu Empire in the future. This harsh statement violated the rules set by Fairy Qingyue 3,000 years ago. Unless it's a battle for the survival of the race, the martial god realm and the demon god realm are not allowed to participate. So Zhang Yuanming took advantage of this harsh remark and ordered Changyu Zhanji to break the ban and break through to the realm of martial god to track down Sha Bailuan. She must kill Sha Bailuan and the sand god who was sleeping in the wilderness. Changyu Zhanji showed her divine power and fulfilled her mission. The Wanshou sect suffered heavy casualties and was taken into the hands of the Changyu Empire. Jinglong province was eventually incorporated into the territory of the Changyu Empire, speeding up the Changyu Empire's progress in unifying the 9 provinces. Brother Tang failed in his quest for wealth and became discouraged. He went to live in seclusion in the Monster Mountain range in the southern part of Lizhou and vowed not to return to find a wife until he became rich. Sha Bailuan's sudden death became the fuse for Chu Nishang to invade Lingyin Kingdom. The plot went astray. Sha Huanshan, who lost Sha Bailuan's support, was eventually destroyed by Chu Nishang. Chu Nishang recovered Lingyin Kingdom, and Lu Churo died in battle. Chu Nishang stood in the wasteland and played a sad song, and then asked Jiang Mu to resurrect her aunt Lu Churo. Jiang Mu resurrected Lu Churo and helped them rebuild the Lingyin Kingdom. Lu Churo saw that her niece Chu Nishang and Jiang Mu were a good match, so she acted as a matchmaker and tried to bring them together. Chu Nishang was also concerned about the happiness of her only relative, her aunt Lu Churu, and she also wanted Jiang Mu to marry Lu Churu. Jiang Mu said that he was a serious person and that rebuilding Lingyin Kingdom was just a good thing. He left decisively after completing the task, but before leaving, I was squeezed out for a whole night. The characters of Lu Churu and Chu Nishang completely collapsed. Sha Bailuan's sudden death caused Haishuisha and Haishuizu to go to the wilderness at the same time, both wanting to get their original bodies back. The two sides started a war, a life and death struggle. Black Water Demon used the Soul Book to win, and finally succeeded in regaining his body and killing Black Water Zhua. The Black Water Demon had long disliked Ling Outyan and wanted to kill him. Ling Outyan had long discovered that Wana had an affair with his master, so he hated her and threw Wana out to block the Black Water Demon's attack, but he was also seriously injured. Wana's death bought Ling Outyan time to escape, allowing him to use the Heart Source fragments to open a gap in the Taichu Sea and escape into the Taichu Sea. Severely injured and on the verge of death, Ling Outyan hates Jiang Mu and believes that Jiang Mu is the one who did it all. As the women who once belonged to him, Ling Outyan, leave one by one to become Jiang Mu's women, he begins to turn evil and is determined to tear Jiang Mu into pieces and take back the women who belong to him. The main plot went astray again, making Jiang Mu numb. He wrote out the subsequent plots at once as a way of venting his anger. He got the awesome reward, and his looks and temperament reached 100. He completely gave up, drinking fox milk and snow water every day, and roasting goat milk with a hissing sound every day. Haishuisha once agreed to Han Yuqing's 3 requests. Chapter 69. Han Yuqing then requested that the Black Water Demon lend the Black Water Jedi to the Woyo sect, allowing the Woyo sect's disciples to quickly gain experience and improve, in preparation for the Woyo sect's attack on the Shenyang sect. However, the Black Water Demon, having already regained her true form, said that such a hassle was unnecessary and immediately took Han Yuqing to the Shenyang sect to kill, die. In the end, Han Yuqing's father Feng Yansong knelt on the ground and trembled and begged for mercy. Han Yuqing recalled her mother's open hatred and secret thoughts about Feng Yansong, and could not bring herself to kill him. In the end, she only abolished Feng Yansong's cultivation. The Woyo sect replaced the Shenyang sect and once again became the dominant force in Lizhou's southern border. The sect's disciples, with their reputations rising rapidly, were practically looking up to the sky. Han Yuqing's prestige surpassed that of Jiang Mu several states ago. She was revered throughout the Woyo sect, and the male disciples became her mad fans. Uncle Fu changed his chant from Master Jiang is so handsome to Long live Madame Jiang, and expressed his willingness to hold the mountain gate and shout this until his death. Han Yuqing asked Black Water Demon to help Ding Nanrong break through. Black Water Demon then poured ancient black water from the Black Water Desolate Land into Ding Nanrong's body. After absorbing and integrating the black water, Ding Nanrong, possessing a water essence body, broke through from the Return to Origin realm to the Refining Void realm. Simultaneously, the water essence poison took effect. Han Yuqing, wanting something exciting, used her stealth to knock Jiang Mu unconscious. Together with Black Water Demon, they carried him into Ding Nanrong's room. Ho ho ho, hiss hiss, cluck cluck. Ding Nanrong's character collapses. Jiang Mu woke up the next day to find that Niu was disabled. He was injured by Ding Nanrong's iron body, so he had to go to the Holy Land Lord Bai Linglong for treatment. Bai Linglong has no passion, no sadness or joy, a 1,000-year-old ice cube, and is devoted to seeking immortality. However, when she sees Jiang Mu, who is 100% handsome and 100% elegant, she falls for him instantly. In the end, she reluctantly has sex with Jiang Mu, and Jiang Mu successfully recovers his bullishness. Bai Linglong's character collapses. After Han Yuqing succeeded in her revenge, she placed her hopes of survival on Jiang Mu and wanted to have Jiang Mu's child. However, she learned that her mother abused her as a child, which damaged her gong and made her unable to conceive. She then asked Haishuisha to help her restore her gong, but Haishuisha said he couldn't do it. Han Yuqing had no choice but to ask him to help Shui Menghan break through to the Lianshu realm with the help of Haishuisha and Bai Qingwu. Shui Menghan successfully breaks through to the refining void realm and then forces Jiang Mu to marry her. Bai Qingwu falls in love with Shui Menghan and marries Jiang Mu as well, enjoying stabbing him with her sword. Bai Qingwu's character collapses. Holy Land Ku, Bai Qishue, an awakened moon goddess, exudes snow water daily. Saint Sun Bai Yaju, madly in love with Bai Qishue, desires to drink her snow water to cleanse his soul and become her Taoist companion. However, he discovers that Bai Qishue is having an affair with Jiang Mu, and that she frequently leaves the Holy Land with a pot of snow water to give to him. Jealous and resentful, the Saint's son becomes a demon, launching a premature coup to seize the Holy Lord's position. The Holy Lord Bai Linglong had already learned of the Holy Son's conspiracy from the diary, so when the Holy Son launched a coup, she uprooted his followers. The Holy Son's coup was a lot of noise but little action. Baiji, the martial god of the Holy Land, learned from his diary that there were traces of the Tianyu clan in the southern part of the Endless Sea, so he went to investigate. Sure enough, he made some discoveries, so he immediately went to the moon bridge to wake up the sleeping fairy Qingyue and report the situation. The Tianyu clan, a demon clan from the upper realm, has 3 pairs of white wings growing from their waists and backs. Fairy Qingyue, an immortal from the upper realm, has the mission of tracking down and destroying the Tianyu clan. Fairy Qingyue was surprised to find the diary, and based on the contents of the diary, she went to the Dragon Clan in Kanglan Sea and ordered the Dragon Clan to send people to guard the southern part of the Endless Sea and keep an eye on the whereabouts of the Tianyu clan. The Dragon Princess Long Kuer is lively and cute. She is active and playful by nature. She follows her tribe to the Endless Sea. Soon, the Dragon Clan found the Tianyu clan and discovered the entrance to the Taichu Sea. Fairy Qingyue brought Baiji, and Longqueer brought her guards, and they rushed into the Taichu Sea together. The sudden intrusion of the 3 women affected the Tianyu clan's plan to extract the spiritual energy from the primordial sea and create 12 demon fairies. Baiji and Long Kuei were killed by Tianyu Tai, the leader of the Tianyu tribe. Tianyu Tai desperately trapped Fairy Qingyu in the Yuanling Earth Core, and Fairy Qingyu was unable to escape. Baiji is Bai Linglong's distant cousin, and they have a close relationship. Bai Linglong asks Jiang Mu to revive Baiji. Jiang Mu resurrected Baiji and also resurrected Long Kuei. By the way, Baiji is a generous person who is not particular about small matters and is grateful for help. She is also fascinated by Jiang Mu's appearance and temperament, so she follows Jiang Mu. Baiji's character collapses. Long Kuei is a princess of the Dragon Clan. She has awakened the bloodline of the Dragon God and is the hope of the Dragon Clan. After Jiang Mu saved her, she was willing to be Jiang Mu's mount for 100 years to repay his kindness. Jiang Mu said that he wanted her to be his sister. Long Kuei's character collapsed. Long Kuei's biological brother, Long Sha, is the leader of the Dragon Clan and a devoted sister lover. Intensely jealous of Jiang Mu, Long Sha challenges him to a duel to subdue his arrogance. The duel involves entering the painful labyrinth of the Endless Sea. Whoever emerges first is declared the victor, and the loser must call the victor dad. Jiang Mu entered and exited the painful maze 7 times, completely defeating Long Sha and shocking the Dragon Clan. Long Sha was convinced of his defeat and finally recognized Jiang Mu as his father. The heroine's character collapsed and the main plot went astray again, but Jiang Mu was no longer upset. He still drank fox milk mixed with snow water every day, rode the dragon and looked at the dried food girl, ho ho ho, hiss hiss, and giggled. He also went to the blood abyss from time to time to check on Shueyulei's flesh and bones. Ling Outyan, driven to darkness, on the brink of death, his hatred growing deeper and deeper, became inhuman. Within the primordial sea, he stumbled upon the core of the source spirit earth and unexpectedly encountered a dormant Tianyu clan infant boy. Despite his lack of cultivation, he possessed the physique of an immortal. After forcibly satisfying his sexual desires and devouring the boy, Ling Outyan gained the physique of an immortal. So, Ling Outyan stayed in the core of the Yuanling earth, practicing madly with red eyes, causing his cultivation to soar like drinking water. With time, he would definitely be able to break through to the immortal realm, and he would definitely be able to take revenge on Jiang Mu and take back everything that belonged to him. Because the plan was leaked, the Tianyu clan was afraid that Fairy Qingyue would escape, so they forcibly accelerated the draining of the original spiritual energy of the Taichu Sea and created 6 demon fairies. The 6 demon immortals worked together to extract and refine the essence of the source spirit earth. core, and used this essence to infuse the baby boy into their body, hoping to sacrifice the baby boy and lift the racial curse on the Tianyu tribe. This also caused the source spirit earth core to begin to crack, causing the Xiangling realm to begin to collapse. Ling Outyan, who was cultivating in the source spirit earth core, successfully broke through to the immortal realm. Crazy and overjoyed, he was ready to take revenge on Jiang Mu, but unfortunately, the essence of the earth core was poured into his body and turned into meat liquid. Ling Outyan, in the state of flesh liquid, survived with the halo of the protagonist, and with his tenacious willpower, he was ejected with the nuclear heat, and finally fell into the monster mountain range. He hid in the depths of an uninhabited canyon in an attempt to recover in the future, but was accidentally picked up and drunk by the reclusive brother Tang, and Ling Outyan died. The Tianyu tribe discovered that the baby boy had disappeared, resulting in the failure to lift the racial curse. They were furious and wanted to completely destroy that Xiangling world. The horn of war sounded, and the Tianyu clan rushed out from the Taichu Sea to invade the Xiangling realm, killing everything. The people of the Xiangling realm suffered and blood flowed like a river. Tianyu Qingdai is the daughter of the clan leader Tianyu Tai. She is gentle and peace-loving. She is always looking forward to the future, but she was born in the dark world of the Tianyu clan and cannot see a single ray of light. She was deeply aware of the sins committed by the Tianyu clan in the upper realm and this Xiangling realm, so she resolutely sacrificed herself, melted her body, and poured it into the cracks in the Lingyuan core to slow down the collapse of the Xiangling realm and buy time for Fairy Qingyue to repair the Lingyuan core. Liuli Xiener cannot leave Liuli Fairyland for a long time and can only block and trap the 6 demon fairies for a period of time. The death of the protagonist Ling Outyan caused the human race to lose the power to fight against the Tianyu tribe and was unable to turn defeat into victory. Then, Jiang Mu cast Immortal Madness plus Boundless Spiritual Power to gain immortal power, and then cast Liquid Condensation to condense the immortal power into liquid, which he madly poured into Ding Nanrong, Haishuisha, Lu Churu, Shunishang, Changyu. Zhanji, by Qishue, by Linglong, by Ji, by Qingwu, Shuiyule, Longkuir, Hu Hu Yue, allowing them to temporarily break through to the immortal realm and crush the 6 demon fairies of the Tianyu clan. After performing the liquid dissolution, Jiang Mu became immortal without any cultivation. He was also weakened to the point of being a chicken due to excessive consumption caused by performing the immortal madness, so he was sent to the palace of the Changyu Empire for careful treatment. Han Yuqing, heartbroken by Jiang Mu's efforts, is attracted by Chang Yuanmeng's intelligence and believes she could give birth to a highly intelligent child. She instigates Shui Menghan to make Chang Yuanmeng Jiang Mu's woman. Shui Menghan, exploiting her status as the empress's sister, drugs Chang Yuanmeng. Han Yuqing then becomes invisible, knocks Jiang Mu unconscious, and throws her into Chang Yuanmeng's bedroom. After the incident, Chang Yuanmeng said that the plan was successful. She was deliberately drugged by Shui Menghan. She originally wanted to get pregnant with Jiang Mu's child and give birth to high-quality princes and princesses for the Changyu Empire. However, she was too proud and wise to let go of her status and could not open her mouth to ask Jiang Mu for it. After that, Han Yuqing, Shui Menghan, and Chang Yuanmeng treated Jiang Mu with great care day and night. Chang Yuanmeng's character collapsed. The battle between the immortals caused the situation in the Xiangling world to change drastically. The sky collapsed, the earth cracked, and the mountains and rivers were shattered. Just like the end of the world, the war lasted only 5 days, and the 6 demon fairies of the Tianyu tribe were crushed by a group of female fairies and had no power to resist. Final, the Tianyu clan suffered a crushing defeat. 6 demon fairies died, and Fairy Qingyue repaired the nuclear guide of the Lingyuan land but also died of exhaustion. The Taichu Sea was restored, and the Xiangling realm began to enter an era of spiritual energy recovery. Jiang Mu knew that he could not pass the level, so he simply resurrected the Fairy Qingyue and the Fairy Tianyu. In the original plot, the 2 women died. Fairy Qingyue gave up the mission of annihilating the Tianyu clan and asked Tianyu Qingdai to lead the remnants of the Tianyu clan to leave the Xiangling realm and fly away. Tianyu Qingdai, however, did not want to leave. She wanted to lead the Tianyu clan to atone for the sins of the Xiangling realm and repay Jiang Mu for his resurrection. She married Jiang Mu without regrets and became his concubine. Jiang Mu liked Tianyu Qingdia's character and the lovely wings on her waist and back, so he married her. Tianyu Qingdia's character collapsed. Fairy Qingyue needs to return to the upper realm to report. Before leaving, she promised Jiang Mu that the next time she comes, she will give him the immortal couple fruit, which will allow Jiang Mu to gain the physical strength for dual cultivation. She and Jiang Mu will practice dual cultivation together until Jiang Mu becomes an immortal, in order to repay Jiang Mu for his kindness in resurrecting her. Fairy Qingyue's character collapses, the story is over. The finale, the system determines that most of the main storyline is distorted and the male protagonist Ling Outyan is dead, so Jiang Mu fails to pass the level and will be teleported back to the real world empty-handed. Before leaving, Jiang Mu missed Li Hua a little, so he asked Hu Xinyue to create a clone of Li Hua. Jiang Mu was teleported back to the real world under the enchanting manipulation of Li Hua, however, before Jiang Mu disappeared. From the teleportation, Liuli Xiener maintained the boundary of the teleportation and extracted a wisp of Jiang Mu's soul. Because the soul was washed by Qishua's snow water, it had an immortal effect, so it could be permanently stored in Liuli Xiener's life-saving magic weapon, the Liuli Pearl. Jiang Mu returned to the real world and looked at the small rental house with a sense of loss. A beautiful spring day is worse than a dream. Alas, alongside Jiang Mu calmed down, had a meal, took a shower, and played a few ranked games, then lie on the bed, use your mobile phone to open the Chidian reading novel app and pick a harem novel to read. To relieve the emptiness in my heart, this one seems pretty good. City, I, Tang Ma, am the real God of War author. Zayatu Ogwa? Oh, this damn eunuch has the nerve to publish a new book. This author's book must be very vulgar and must be criticized. However, before Jiang Mu could click in to criticize, his whole body radiated light. Call out, Jiang Mu, a weak mortal, was teleported here through the boundary mouth by Liu Sienna using the boundary formation, but Jiang Mu's body was very fragile, so it was destroyed during the transmission process, leaving only his soul. Liu Sienna ate the Liu fruit, and then had sex with Jiang Mu's soul for 7 days and 7 nights, and finally succeeded in helping Jiang Mu shape his physical body. It happened that Fairy Qingyue arrived with the fairy couple fruit. The mortal Jiang Mu ate the fairy couple fruit and became a cultivator, and gained the physique for dual cultivation from then on. Jiang Mu was forced by 20 powerful, cute, ferocious, perverted, pure, seductive, wise, silly, smart, and quiet women to live a shameless, dull, boring, and ordinary life of dual cultivation. Postscript, after Brother Tang absorbed Ling Outyan's flesh fluid, he broke through to the martial god realm. He killed countless monsters in the Monster Mountain range and made a fortune. After becoming rich, Brother Tang bought 100 limited edition private spaceships. He returned to Wang Fugui's home in Changyu Empire in a majestic and domineering manner to find his wife, but found that Wang Fugui's family had been destroyed and his wife had been buried with her brother. Heartbroken, Brother Tang melted down 100 limited edition private spaceships and crafted them into the world's most expensive wreath. He then placed it on the Mandarin Duck monument of his wife and his brother, crying bitterly, "Brother, you really did take good care of your sister-in-law. Good brother." Then he traveled around the world alone. Brother Tang, who was in the martial god realm, accidentally bumped into the boundary mouth opened by Liu Sienna, causing his physical body to be destroyed. After his soul was sucked into the boundary mouth, he eventually traveled to the body of a useless son-in-law in the Blue Star realm. The son-in-law's name is Tang Ma. Eunuch's comments, after much thought, I decided to give up the outline. Sorry, the worldview of this book is actually quite large. As a new author, I can't handle it. A lot of the plot has been deleted and cut. For example, 3,000 years ago, Changyu Jiang founded the Changyu Empire under the guidance of Fairy Qingyue. For example, Long Kueier's parents were killed while tracking the Tianyu clan. In order to commemorate the Dragon clan's contribution, Fairy Qingyue transformed the dragon bones and dragon souls into dragon balls. Any dragon that merged into the dragon ball could gain the power of the demon god, making the Dragon clan the leader of the 3 major demon clans in the future. For example, Fairy Qingyue asked the Holy Land not to participate in the war between the human race and the demon race, to preserve its strength for future battles against the Tianyu race, and also helped the Holy Land improve the moon goddess's ruthless art. For example, 10,000 years ago, the demon race and the human race went to war, and after the war, the battlefield was occupied by the Blood Nether, and the Blood Abyss was established, and the divine blood art was created. For example, when the Skyfeather clan retreated from the primordial sea, a breach appeared, releasing a fragment of the origin. This fragment fell into the Tsangling realm and was acquired by the Sand God. He used it to cultivate, rapidly increasing his cultivation. He later attempted to transform the Kyushu continent into a desert, absorbing billions of lives to attain immortality. However, he was stopped by the Fairy Qingyue and imprisoned in the wilderness, intending to release him to redeem himself for meritorious service in the future against the Skyfeather clan. The fragment was lost and fell into the hands of Ling Outyan. If I update once a month, I don't know when I will be able to finish it. It's too tiring, both for readers and authors. I won't write the extra chapters anymore because my writing skills are not good enough and I'm afraid of ruining the characters of the heroines.